The Capital Order. How economists invented austerity and paved the way to fascism. Clara E. Mattei. To Gianfranco Mattei and revolutionaries everywhere past, present, future. Contents. Introduction. Part I, War and Crisis. 1. The Great War and the Economy. 2. A wholly new school of thought. 3. The struggle for economic democracy. 4. The New Order. Part 2, The Meaning of Austerity. 5. International technocrats and the making of austerity. 6. Austerity, a British story. 7. Austerity, an Italian story. 8. Italian austerity and fascism through British eyes. 9. Austerity and its successes. 10. Austerity forever. Afterword. Acknowledgements. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Introduction. In March 2020, during the earliest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Democrat governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, announced plans to slash Medicaid spending to hospitals by $400 million as part of his state budget. It was a shocking announcement. On the threshold of a pandemic, one of the country's most high-profile politicians was informing the public that he planned to underpay hospitals caring for New York's poorest and most vulnerable. "We can't spend what we don't have," Cuomo explained with a shrug in a press conference. These cuts were expected to go deeper in the following years, with similar cuts to come for the state's public schools. 1. In October 2019, following an announced increase in the subway fare for citizens of Santiago, Chile, citizens flooded the streets in protest not only because of transit concerns, but in response to the cumulative public toll of 50 years of privatization, wage repression, cuts in public services, and marginalization of organized labor that had fundamentally hollowed life and society for millions of Chileans. With hundreds of thousands demonstrating in the streets, Chile's government responded with dictatorship-style martial law, including a series of deeply unsettling displays of police force that spanned weeks. 2. On July 5, 2015, 61% of voters in Greece passed a referendum to oppose a bailout plan from the International Monetary Fund and the European Union that was proposed to address Greece's sovereign debt crisis. 8 days later, and in spite of the public referendum, the Greek government signed an agreement anyway, settling on a 3-year bailout loan that limited how the country could spend money on its people. Greece had to impose more pension reductions, increase its consumption taxes, privatize services and industries, and implement a pay cut for the country's public employees. 2 years later, the Greek government privatized the country's 10 main ports and put many of its islands up for sale. 3. It is a trope of 20th and 21st century life that governments faced with financial shortfalls look first to the services they provide their citizens when making cuts. Instances like these are innumerable and span every country in the world. When this happens, they produce highly predictable, uniformly devastating effects on societies. Call it the austerity effect, the inevitable public suffering that ensues when nations and states cut public benefits in the name of economic solvency and private industry. While austerity policies may not be identified by name, they underscore the most common tropes of contemporary politics: budget cuts, regressive taxation, deflation, privatization, wage repression, and employment deregulation. Taken together, this suite of policies entrenches existing wealth and the primacy of the private sector, both of which tend to be held up as economic keys that will guide nations to better days. Americans have seen these policies repeated by governments at every level. Attacks on unions have decimated workers' collective bargaining rights, minimum wages languish at poverty levels, laws allow employers to enforce non-compete clauses that bar certain workers from changing jobs in pursuit of better pay, for welfare has transformed into workfare, i.e., government assistance contingent upon low-wage work. Most tellingly, the country's regressive tax policies enforce inequitable sharing of public expenses, a larger share of tax revenue drawn from consumption taxes, which are shared across a society, paired with exorbitant tax cuts across top income brackets. 91% during Eisenhower's presidency, 37% as of 2021, as well as a reduction in capital gains taxes and corporate taxes. While wages in the US have been stagnant for decades, now, for the first time in history, the country's richest 400 families pay a lower overall tax rate than any other income group. 5. Austerity is not new, nor is it a product of the so-called neoliberal era that began in the late 1970s. Outside, perhaps, of the less than 3 booming decades that followed World War II, austerity has been a mainstay of modern capitalism. It has been true throughout history that where capitalism exists, crisis follows. Where austerity has proven wildly effective is in insulating capitalist hierarchies from harm during these moments of would-be social change. Austerity is capitalism's protector, popular among state six for its effectiveness and billed as a means of fixing economies by increasing their efficiency, short-term readjustments for long-term gains. In his famous book Austerity, The History of a Dangerous Idea, the political scientist Mark Blyth shows that although austerity has not worked in the sense of achieving its stated goals across history, it has nonetheless been employed by governments over and over again. Blyth refers to this pattern of compulsive repetition as a form of madness. 7 However, if we view austerity in this book's terms as a response not just to economic crises, but to crises of capitalism, we can begin to see method in the madness. Austerity is a vital bulwark in defense of the capitalist system. When I refer to a crisis of capitalism, I do not mean an economic crisis, say, a slowdown in growth or an uptick in inflation. Capitalism is in crisis when its core relationship 8 and its two enabling pillars are contested by the public, in particular by the workers who make capitalism run. As part of these expressions of unhappiness, people have historically demanded alternative forms of social organization. Indeed, and as this book will demonstrate, austerity's primary utility over the last century has been to silence such calls and to foreclose alternatives to capitalism. Mostly austerity serves to quash public outcry and worker strikes, not, as it is often advertised, to spontaneously improve a country's economic indicators by practicing greater economic discipline. Austerity as we know it today emerged after World War I as a method for preventing capitalism's collapse. Economists in political positions used policy levers to make all classes of society more invested in private, capitalist production, even when these changes amounted to profound personal sacrifices. In the early 1920s, austerity functioned as a powerful counteroffensive to strikes and other forms of social unrest that exploded on an unprecedented scale after the war, a period traditionally, and oddly, overlooked by political and economic scholars who study austerity. The timing of austerity's invention reflects its animating motivations. Of greater importance than austerity's purported economic efficacy was its ability to guard capitalist relations of production during a time of unprecedented social organizing and public agitation from working classes. Austerity has been so widespread in its uptake over the last century that it has become largely undetectable. The economics of austerity, with its prescribed budgetary cuts and public moderation, is largely synonymous with today's economics. This makes a critical history of austerity, especially one rendered in class terms, profoundly challenging. But to the extent that we stop perceiving austerity as a sincere toolbox for managing an economy, and when we consider its history through the lens of class, it becomes clear that austerity preserves something foundational to our capitalist society. For capitalism to work in delivering economic growth, the social relation of capital people selling their labor power for a wage must be uniform across a society. In other words, economic growth presupposes a certain socio-political order, or capital order. Austerity, viewed as a set of fiscal, monetary, and industrial guardrails on an economy, ensures the sanctity of these social relations. The structural limitations it imposes on spending and wages ensure that, for the vast majority of those living in a society, work hard, save hard is more than just an expression of toughness, it's the only path to survival. This book examines the history of how this system came to high fashion in the 20th century, including its most powerful expression in the post-war economies of Britain and Italy. In both cases, Austerity was a means for economists in power to reimpose capital order where it had been lost. The story begins with the events of the Great War that triggered the most severe crisis of capitalism to date, the unprecedented wartime mobilizations within European countries that shattered capitalism's shield of inevitability. For most people living in these countries during and after the war, whether they feared or hoped for it, the abolition of capitalism loomed as the imminent outcome of the war's devastations and its showcasing of state economic planning. In the words of Willie Gallagher, the British shop steward leader, the order of industry, which previous to the war seemed destined to last forever, is now tottering in every country of the world. 9 In Italy, the threat was likewise palpable to the famed liberal economist Luigi Einaudi. It seemed that a shoulder shove would suffice to knock the so-called capitalist regime to the ground. The reign of equality seemed close to ensue. The words of the bourgeois professor were juxtaposed with the enthusiasm of Palmiro Togliatti, a leading member of the Ordine Nuovo labor movement. Men recoil from the old order of things, they feel the need to place themselves in a new manner, to shape their community in a new form, of forging new living relations that allow for a construction of a wholly renewed social edifice. 10. These new voices from the intellectual left accelerated change in social relations. L'Ordine Nuovo, based in the industrial Italian city of Turin and led by Togliatti and his comrade Antonio Gramsci, is crucial to this story because it embodies the most explicit antagonist to capitalist practice and its intellectual justifications. It represented a break from both hierarchical relations of society and top-down knowledge production. The collective anti-capitalist awakening was facilitated by the extraordinary governmental measures during the war to temporarily interrupt capital accumulation by the owners of private industry. In order to confront the enormities of the war production effort, the governments of all warring nations were forced to intervene in what had been, until then, the untarnished realm of the market. As governments collectivized key industries, munitions, mines, shipping, and railways, they also employed workers and regulated the cost and supply of labor. State interventionism not only allowed the Allies to win the war, it also made clear that wage relations and the privatization of production, far from being natural, were political choices of a class-minded society. After the war, emboldened by the new economic precedents of the mobilization effort, workers in Europe spoke with a stronger and more radical voice, and they expressed themselves in ways beyond the ballot box. They consolidated collective power through unions, parties, guilds, and rank-and-file institutions to control production. The extent of politicization among large chunks of the population meant that their public opinion on economic questions could no longer be ignored. As the famed British economist John Maynard Keynes well observed, even if economists and technicians knew the secret remedy, they could not apply it until they had persuaded the politicians, and the politicians, who have ears but no eyes, will not attend to the persuasion until it reverberates back to them as an echo from the great public. 11. In a moment of unparalleled democratic upheaval all over Europe, in the midst of mounting monetary inflation and revolutionary winds coming from Russia, Bavaria, and Hungary, economic experts had to wield their greatest weapons in order to preserve the world as they thought it should exist. Austerity was their most useful tool. It functioned and still functions to preserve the indisputability of capitalism. The austerity counteroffensive successfully disempowered the majority. Austere governments and their experts implemented policies that either directly or indirectly subjugated the majority to capital, a social relation in which a majority sells their capacity to work in exchange for a wage. Austerity shifted resources from the working majority to the saver/investor minority, and in so doing enforced a public acceptance of repressive conditions in economic production. This acceptance was further entrenched by experts whose economic theories depicted capitalism as the only and best possible world. These events of the early 1920s, including the widespread bourgeois fear of the crumbling of capitalism, were a watershed moment. The antagonism of the political and economic establishment to the will of the public, and especially their interventions to quell such revolutionary sentiments, re-established capital order in Europe and ensured the trajectory of the political economy for the rest of the century, a trajectory that has continued to this day. Austerity, then and now. Part of what makes austerity so effective as a set of policies is that it packages itself in the language of honest, hardscrabble economics. Vague sentiments such as hard work and thrift are hardly novel, they have been extolled by economists since the days of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Thomas Robert Malthus, and their latter-day followers who cultivated these maxims as the stuff of personal virtue and good policy. These sensibilities were also reflected in 1821 with the institution of the gold standard, a policy whereby upstanding governments demonstrated their fiscal and monetary rigor by linking their currencies to their holdings of precious metals, both domestically and in colonies. 12 A closer history of austerity shows, however, that it was in its modern form something quite different from these earlier, moral exercises. Austerity as a 20th century phenomenon materialized as a state-led, technocratic project in a moment of unprecedented political enfranchisement of citizens and mounting demands for economic democracy. In this way, austerity must be understood for what it is and remains, an anti-democratic reaction to threats of bottom-up social change. As this book will show, its modern form cannot be divorced from the historical context in which it was born. In post-World War I Britain and in other liberal democracies where widespread political empowerment was historically extolled, the state effectively wielded austerity as a political weapon against its own people. The British workers had fueled the nation's war effort, and in the course of the wartime mobilization became aware that socio-economic relations were no natural givens and could be different. By imposing austerity measures after the war, the British government effectively told its working classes to return to the back of the line. The public disgust for early austerity was its crucible. Austerity was rendered more antagonistic because it had to overcome and indeed tame an incensed public. After World War I, with the gold standard in pieces, the newly enfranchised European great public was not simply going to accept austere policies, and the experts knew it. Thus, they devised austerity to conjoin two strategies, consensus and coercion. Consensus implied a conscious effort to awaken the public to the truth and necessity of reforms that favored economic stabilization, even when it might hurt. 13 Recognizing that a restless public would be unlikely to make the correct decision regarding this greater good, experts complemented consensus with coercion. This took two forms. First, austerity had within it the principle of excluding the general public from economic decision-making and instead delegating such decisions to technocratic institutions, especially the central banks, whose setting of interest rates served as a hinge for public wages and unemployment. This preemption of decision-making by the expert class created a canvas for further policy decisions that propelled the installation of austerity. Second, coercion lay not only in who made economic decisions, but also in the outcome of those decisions, that is, in the very workings of austerity. European governments and their central banks enforced the proper behavior on the working classes in order to rescue capital accumulation by the wealthy. The three forms of austerity policies, fiscal, monetary, and industrial, worked in unison to exert a downward pressure on wages among the rest of society. Their aim was to shift national wealth and resources toward the upper classes, who, the economic experts insisted, were the ones capable of saving and investing. Fiscal austerity comes in the form of regressive taxation and cuts to unproductive public expenditures, especially on social endeavors. While regressive taxation imposes thrift on the majority and exempts the saver investor minority, budget cuts indirectly do the same. Public resources are diverted from the many to the saver investor few, in that budget cuts come with the stated priority of paying back the debt that rests in the hands of national or international creditors. Similarly, monetary austerity, meaning monetary revaluation policies, directly protect creditors and increase the value of their savings. Meanwhile, organized labor has its hands tied, since having less money in circulation depresses the economy and diminishes the bargaining power of the working class. Finally, industrial austerity, which takes the form of authoritarian industrial policies, further protects vertical wage relations between owners and workers, fostering wage repression in favor of the higher profit of the few. This book will study these three forms of austerity, what I call the austerity trinity, and how they at once require and advance one another. This historical inquiry, examining a moment in which capitalism was very much on the ropes, enlightens many vital connections that economists overlook when discussing austerity today. First, austerity policies cannot be reduced to mere fiscal or monetary policies from central government institutions. Industrial policies, public and private, that create favorable conditions for profit and discipline workers are central to austerity as well. Indeed, as the book will show, our experts' fixation on debt repayment, balanced budgets, foreign exchanges, and inflation reveals a more fundamental purpose, taming class conflict, which is essential for the continued reproduction of capitalism. Second, this inquiry clarifies that austerity is more than just economic policy, it is an amalgamation of policy and theory. Austerity's policies thrive because they sit atop a set of economic theories that inform and justify them. This book examines the threading of a certain kind of theory within policy making, including how the resulting technocracy government controlled by technical experts is central to protecting modern capitalism from its threats. There are no better candidates to illustrate this entanglement than the characters in the post-World War I story, who were among the most influential technocrats of the 1920s. Technocracy and apolitical theory, then and now. Technocracy dominates governmental policy making on multiple fronts. One is the historical convention of economists advising people who govern. The other is epistemic, a form whereby these economists frame economics, including the economic arguments they themselves posited as having achieved a standpoint above class interests or partisanship. Economics, economists argue, constitutes value-free truths about capitalism, natural facts of this world rather than constructed positions. The technocracy that facilitated austerity's rise in the 20th century can be attributed to the British economist Ralph G. Hawtrey, who authored the texts and memoranda that would serve as the guidelines for British austerity after World War I. As is the nature of technocracy, Hawtrey had help. Working at his side were the charismatic Sir Basil Blackett and Sir Otto Niemeyer, both powerful senior Treasury officials who closely advised the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Britain's minister in charge of economic and financial policies. In Rome, the school of academic Italian economics that led the country's austerity policies was presided over by Maffeo Pantaleoni, who directed a group of economists under the Italian fascist government that was codified in 1922 under the Duce, Benito Mussolini. The Prime Minister granted Pantaleoni's pupil Alberto de Stefani exceptional powers to apply austerity in de Stefani's role as Minister of Finance. The Italian economists took advantage of this rare opportunity to explore the reaches of what they considered pure economics, a school of economics as natural law that aligned with austerity. They enjoyed an unprecedented advantage in governance in that they could directly implement economic models without the encumbrance of democratic procedures and sometimes, thanks to Mussolini, with the help of tools of political oppression. This book delves into the writings and public comments of these two sets of economic experts, men who designed austerity policies and wrangled consensus for their brute force implementations. While their voices were central to the formulation of austerity after World War I, their role in this insidious counter-revolution has not been studied or explicated elsewhere. What their stories make clear, and what remains true today, is that in order to persist, austerity requires experts willing to speak to its virtues. That relationship remains true today, albeit with an ever-refreshed cast of technocratic figures. After World War I, economists in Britain and Italy, both capitalist nations, but dramatically different otherwise, enjoyed unprecedented roles in shaping and implementing public policy to guide their nations' post-war reformations. In both cases, economists leaned heavily on the principles of what they thought of as pure economics, then an emerging paradigm, but one still foundational to today's mainstream economics, or what we sometimes refer to as the neoclassical tradition. The pure economics paradigm successfully established the field as the politically neutral science of policies and individual behavior. By dissociating the economic process from the political one, i.e., by presenting economic theory and conceptualizing markets as free from social relations of domination, pure economics restored an illusion of consent within capitalist systems, allowing these relations of domination to masquerade instead as economic rationality. Indeed, technocracy's strength rested in this power to frame austerity's most fundamental objectives, reinstating capitalist relations of production, and subjugating the working class into accepting the inviolability of private property and wage relations as a return to an economy's natural state. These economists' apolitical theory was centered on an idealized caricature of an economic being, the rational saver. This broad-stroke characterization had a dual result. First, it created the illusion that anyone could be a rational saver, provided they worked hard enough and no matter their material conditions and endowments, and second, it discredited and devalued workers, who went from being understood as productive members of society to being seen as social liabilities based on their inability to practice virtuous economic behaviors. Accordingly, workers after the war lost all the agency that the theories and actions of the Ordinavista movement had won for them. Because through the economist's lens, the productive class in a society was not the working class, but the capitalist class, the people who could save, invest, and thus contribute to the private accumulation of capital. Economic theory was no longer a tool for critical thought and action, it was a mold for imposing passive consent and maintaining a top-down status quo. Austerity's capacity to divert attention from systemic problems also helped foster collective passivity. Economists attributed post-war economic crises to the excesses of citizens, who were thereby delegitimized in their socio-economic needs and expected to redeem themselves through economic sacrifices, restraint, hard work, and wage curtailment, all essential preconditions for capital accumulation and international economic competitiveness. Austerity policies in the spirit of pure economics were a disaster for most people living in Britain and Italy in the 1920s. Thus, the book delves into the paradox of a doctrine that presents itself as apolitical but has as its central purpose the taming of men, as the Italian academic and economist Umberto Ricci crudely put it in 1908. Under a veneer of apolitical science, technocrat economists were undertaking the most political action of all, bending the working classes to the wills and needs of the capital-owning classes for the enrichment of a small minority. The story of austerity is also an origin story for the rapid ascent and awesome political power of modern economics. It is true today, but was not after World War I, that capitalism is the only show in town. Mainstream economic theory flourishes because our societies rely almost entirely on the coercion of people who have no alternative but to sell their labor power to the propertied few in order to survive. Rather than acknowledging and studying the odd homogeneity of this reality, mainstream economics works to conceal it. Class conflict and economic domination are supplanted by a supposed harmony between individuals in which those at the top are seen as those who exhibit greater economic virtue and whose quest for profit is beneficial to all. In this way, economic theory thwarts critiques of vertical relations of production, justifies capitalism, and counsels public compliance. Capitalism's ubiquity today can make criticizing or even observing capitalism seem quaint. After all, we have internalized its teachings to the point that our values and beliefs are largely aligned with those that are functional to capital accumulation. It is also embedded that today a majority of American workers can live paycheck to paycheck with little to no social insurance and still largely accept that their position is one they deserve. The country's wealthy, meanwhile, benefit from a seeming national allergy to any form of even mild tax reform that would shift more tax burden to the wealthy. The current landscape is quite different from the one technocrats were confronting in 1919, but the two are most certainly connected. Indeed, even an economic expert like Keynes, usually understood as the most vocal critic of austerity 15 in 1919, was of a very different opinion. He shared with colleagues at the British Treasury a sense of terror around the threatened breakdown of the capital order, and surprisingly enough, he also shared their austere solution to the capitalist crisis. As the 1920s progressed, Keynes's economic theory of how best to avoid crises did change. What did not change was his fundamental concern to preserve capital order, what he described as the thin and precarious crust of civilization 16 that required protection. This existential anxiety remains a cardinal feature of Keynesianism to this day. 17 Even though Keynes is not a central figure in this story, his intellectual bond with several of austerity's principles remains essential to fully understanding the nature and impetus of the so-called Keynesian revolution later in the 20th century. Liberalism and fascism, then and now. The story of austerity's counter-offensive against the upstart lower class began at two international financial conferences, first in Brussels in 1919 and then in Genoa in 1922. These two conferences constituted landmark events in the rise of the first global technocratic agenda of austerity. Their agendas found swift, direct application throughout Europe, most notably in Britain and Italy, two socio-economic settings that were poles apart. At one end, Britain, a solid parliamentary democracy led by well-established institutions and orthodox Victorian values, was an empire whose centuries-long world economic financial hegemony was now being contested by an ascendant United States. At the other end was Italy, an economically backward country that was reeling from fresh revolutionary surges and civil war. Italy lacked self-sufficiency and was highly dependent on foreign imports and capital. By October 1922, Mussolini's fascism had seized Italy's reins. This book narrates the parallel and intertwined stories of austerity's triumphs in Britain and Italy after World War I. I choose to focus on these nations because the disparities of their political institutional realities facilitate identification of the fundamental elements of austerity and the capitalist mode of production across places and through time. Britain, the cradle of classical liberalism, and Italy, the birthplace of fascism, are unquestioningly understood to represent opposite ideological worlds. However, once austerity becomes our historical focus, the lines of division start to blur. Austerity transcends all ideological and institutional differences, barreling toward a similar goal within dissimilar countries, the necessity to rehabilitate capital accumulation in settings where capitalism has lost its innocence and been revealed in its classist tendencies. This story also reveals how British liberalism and Italian fascism fostered similar environments for austerity to thrive. These similarities went beyond the shared sacrifices of British and Italian citizens, or the fact that both countries' agendas of austerity were rationalized by similar economic theories. It is also evident that the original formation of Italy's fascist dictatorship required the support of the Italian liberal elite as well as the support of the Anglo-American financial establishment, both of which Mussolini was able to secure by implementing often with force austerity policies. Tellingly, the years 1925 to 1928 correspond to the peak of both the fascist regime's consolidation and of American and British financial investments in Italian government bonds. Fascist Italy's austerity economy provided these liberal countries with a profitable place to park their capital, much to their expressed satisfaction. When it came to dealing with Mussolini and fascist Italy, the liberal axis of Britain and the United States constructed a practical dissonance. They looked past the country's unsavory politics, which after 1922 were grounded in state-sponsored political violence, while taking advantage of the opportunities in Italy's stabilized economy. To the liberal financial establishment, a country with revolutionary fervor like Italy's required a strong state to reinstate order. That Italy veered all the way to an authoritarian state would just accelerate the subjugation of a radicalized working class to austerity. As this story demonstrates, both fascist and liberal economists agreed on this point. While the Italian economists' anti-democratic views were more explicit, Pantaleoni called democracy the management of the state and its functions by the most ignorant, the most incapable. The British technocrats also recognized that, even in Britain, economic institutions required exemption from democratic control in order to proceed optimally. Indeed, the Brussels and Genoa conferences formalized central bank independence as a crucial step to this end. The famed British economist Ralph Hawtrey described the advantage of situating a central bank free from criticism and pressure, noting that the bank could follow the precept never explain, never regret, never apologize. Throughout these pages an interesting theme will come to the fore. Economic experts, whether fascist or liberal, recognized that in order to secure economic freedom, i.e., the market freedom of the virtuous saver/entrepreneur, countries had to forego, or at minimum marginalize, political freedoms. This was apparent especially in Italy during the country's red years of 1919 to 1920, when the majority of the country's workers demonstrated their unwillingness to accept a notion of economic freedom that presupposed their subordination to hierarchical relations of production. These workers fought for the liberation of the majority and espoused an understanding of economic freedom that was antithetical to that of experts, one that presupposed the overthrow of private property and wage labor in favor of shared means and democratic control of production. The fate of capitalism, for our economists, hung in the balance. A sweeping counter-offensive, one that transcended party lines, was underway. The Italian case exposes a repressive drive that was only latent in the British case and persists today in countries across the world. While in Italy industrial austerity directly subordinated labor through the banning of strikes and unions, Britain's monetary austerity caused an economic downturn 18 that indirectly achieved the same ends: unprecedented unemployment, which weakened workers' bargaining power and lowered wages, and an ensuing reduction in government revenues that tied the state's hands and precluded any public response to workers' needs or demands. That the British experts were willing to tolerate such high unemployment, ostensibly in the service of controlling inflation, is part of the madness to which Blyth refers. However, this madness makes sense if we recognize that high unemployment functions to suppress the threat that workers' demands pose to capitalism. What the British economist A.C. Pigou called the inescapable fact of unemployment is that it not only killed the political enthusiasm of the working classes, but also forced workers to accept lower pay. In the post-war case of Britain, a 41% nominal wage drop from 1920 to 1923 that allowed for the profit rate to recover swiftly from its immediate post-war troubles. 19 In this way, it is clear that the primary advantage of the economic downturn was the unequivocal restoration of the capitalist class structure. Rather than exercising direct political and economic coercion, as Italy did, Britain relied on seemingly apolitical technocrats at the heads of its Treasury and the Bank of England, who achieved similar ends through monetary deflation and budget cuts. The structural violence of macroeconomic policy could do the same as the physical violence of fascist militias. These dire social consequences were evident to political observers. In 1923, Labour MP Dr. Alfred Salter's words echoed through the British Parliament: "Unfortunately, the question of wages has returned to the position of 10 years ago with a vengeance. You have even got the extraordinary spectacle of able-bodied men in full employment receiving wages at such a low level that they are obliged to have recourse to the poor law. It is a most astounding state of things." 20. The close connection between austerity and technocracy, and the success of early efforts to build consensus around its coercive policies, remain a vivid reality today. Despite repeated economic crises, economists are still relied upon to devise the solution when a new crisis emerges, and their solutions continue to require that workers absorb the lion's share of hardship through lower wages, longer workdays, and welfare cuts. 21. Wage repression, then and now. Some economists have referred to austerity as a simple policy mistake, a technical miscalibration that produced suppression of domestic demand and tightening of labor markets. This view dramatically underestimates the impacts of austerity, the success and legacy of which remain indelible to this day. After all, the combination of fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies in the austerity playbook have dealt a lasting blow to the working classes and their expectations for a different socio-economic system. The rehabilitation of hierarchical wage relations in which the majority of people cannot make their living in any other way than by selling their labor power as a commodity on the market, and by doing so, renounce their right to have a say in how this commodity is consumed by the employer who purchases it, is perhaps austerity's defining characteristic. In doing so, and as Chapter 9 details, it also produces an increase in the rate of exploitation for workers and a surge in profits for owners. In political economy, the concept of capitalist exploitation refers to the dynamic in which an employee exerts a greater amount of labor than she receives in compensation. In other words, the capitalist class appropriates a surplus value, as well as other forms of surplus value, such as rents and interest. The rate of exploitation can be measured by comparing the amount of national income that goes to profits as compared to wages. Another way is to compare labor productivity to wages paid. In both measures, Italy and Britain saw increasing exploitation across the 1920s. Mapping this against political events, the conclusions about austerity's effects on workers become clear. Exploitation plummeted during the red years of 1918 to 1920, as nominal daily wages of workers quadrupled or even quintupled compared to the pre-war years. This trend changed immediately with the introduction of austerity. A century later, exploitation due to wage stagnation, what I show to be the most intractable legacy of austerity 22, persists as the main driver of a global inequality trend in which a country like Italy has seen the wealth of its richest 6 million increased by 72% in the last 10 years. The country's poorest 6 million have had their wealth diminished by 63% over the same period. The official data tells that in 2018, 5 million people lived in absolute poverty, i.e., were deprived of the necessary means to live with dignity. 23 The numbers in 2020 worsened. 5.6 million people, 9.4% of the population, live in absolute poverty. In Britain the situation is no less gloomy. 30% of the country's children lived in relative poverty in 2017 to 2018, and 70% of these children lived in working families. As of 2020, the number of poor children has increased to 4.3 million. 24. In a 2020 macroeconomic analysis of the U.S. economy, the economists Lance Taylor and Özlem Omer showed that in the preceding 40 years, the profit share of the nation's output rose substantially, while the labor share of that same output correspondingly went down. The relationship between owner profit and worker loss was symmetrical, one was taking from the other. An increase in exploitation was also evident, with real wages grossly lagging behind labor productivity. 25 Once the reader is acquainted with the story in this book, the inner workings of such dynamics will become familiar, and hopefully clear. Today, as in the 1920s, the winners under austerity remain an affluent minority. The richest 1% of the population subsists primarily on profit-related incomes tied to existing wealth. The rest of the population, those who rely on income from labor alone, or the bottom 60% who rely on a combination of low wages and social benefits, has lost. It is a defeat so thorough and so striking that the median American male worker in 2019 actually earned less in real terms than what he did in 1973. Since that year, structural inequality has robbed American workers of $2.5 trillion each year, money that flowed directly into the hands of the few. 26. Warren Buffett, the renowned investor and as of 2020 the fourth richest person on earth, was quoted in 2006 as observing, "There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we're winning." 27 This book shows how the biggest victory of all, and the one that paved the way for all the winning that followed, was the fight that took place a century ago. Methods and sources. Tracing the origin story of austerity began in 2013 at the archives of the Library of the Bank of Italy and the Banks de Stefani archive, both located in Rome. Here I spent years studying the works of the Italian economists who would become central to my story. The main challenge in piecing together this history was to avoid the compartmentalization of its characters' different lives, their personal, academic, and political trajectories, and to integrate and study the connections between the economists' theoretical writings, political interventions, and public commentaries. As I did so, a coherent austerity agenda, an agenda that was at once theory and practice, came into stark relief. Much of the archival material that informed this process finds its first translation in the pages of this book. The same approach guided my research in the British National Archives, the Archives of the Bank of England, and the Churchill Archives Centre, uncovering and contextualizing the worldviews of the experts at the British Treasury who drove Britain's austerity movement. The study of Ralph Hawtrey's theory was long and hard. The man was prolific both in his academic publications and in the memoranda he wrote for his colleagues at the Treasury. His thoughts were often opaque. However, as I put the pieces of the puzzle together, a holistic picture of austerity emerged. As this book will detail, it was a design heeded and realized by the work of his senior colleagues, Sir Basil Blackett and Sir Otto Niemeyer. Unearthing the activities of these men from dusty treasury files, I was riveted by the evidence of Hawtrey's persuasion of the other two, and in turn how the two bureaucrats, neither one a trained economist, came to be missionaries in campaigns to export the British austerity agenda to other countries around the globe. To understand and to develop a chronology of the class conflicts in Britain and Italy during and after the war, I immersed myself in the journalism of the period left, right, and center, working class and bourgeois. This included the leftist Italian newspapers El Avanti and El Ordine Nuovo, quoted often in this book, together with their British equivalents, the Daily Herald and the labor pamphlets of the metallurgical shop stewards. Government archives were a crucial resource for reconstructing the voices of the British workers. Various bourgeois newspapers of the era as well as transcripts of parliamentary debates provided a useful contrasting voice. I complemented this historical investigation with the dispatches from the British Embassy in Rome, housed within the Foreign Office files of the National Archives. These are among the most telling voices in the book. A discomfort in telling a new history is the potential that it will be dismissed as a selective or even partisan telling. For this reason, and because I am an economist and cannot help myself, I have included a chapter at the end of the book that offers quantitative analysis to support the story I have otherwise told in archival and theoretical terms. For this penultimate chapter, Chapter 9, I collected macroeconomic and financial data from the most up-to-date statistical sources to illustrate the economic changes in Britain and Italy that support my argument that austerity was, and remains, a tool of class control. If the history of the first 8 chapters doesn't persuade readers, perhaps the economics of the final section will. Part I. War and Crisis. The scale of the First World War reshaped Europe's capitalist economies. Many private industries became public ones, and governments suddenly functioned as both buyers and sellers in economies that were designed to meet basic needs at home and drive the war effort abroad. Whatever the old social order was, it appeared to be changing. The change didn't last. With the end of the war, these same capitalist nations moved swiftly to revert their economies to their earlier states, top-down, capitalist, private. Wartime sentiments of egalitarianism were smothered, the power of organized labor was diluted. Capitalism was back. Capitalism was more than a system of economy, it was a system of social order, too. If the war served as a brief, uncomfortable dalliance with the basic tenets of socialism including a planned central economy and strong organized labor, then the post-war attempt to reverse all of that was a testament to the power and influence of capital over modern nations. Capital is not, as its more recent usage suggests, mere wealth. Indeed, the accumulation of capital depends on 2 fundamental pillars. First, small groups or individuals own the means of production. Second, they use those means for the accumulation of wealth through the hiring of wage workers. Wage relations are the primary social relationship in any capitalist system, and they can be observed wherever a worker sells her capacity to work to her employer in return for a wage relation that is called capital. Through this sale, the worker surrenders her agency over how her labor is used and what its products will be. For example, a person who works as a bank teller performs a set of required tasks, and for that she is paid a wage, not a share of the revenue she produces, which by design is greater than her wage. This condition is part of all types of wage jobs in our society, from the least paid to the best paid. Most people regard it as a sort of natural order for modern societies. This was not always the case. The capitalist system was subject to extensive political experimentation and legal formalization during the 17th century. By the mid-18th century, capitalism had been refined to the point that its institutions could be considered naturalized. Private property and wage relations were no longer understood as historical institutions that evolved at the expense of other systems, they were the natural order of people and things. As part of this newly entrenched system, politics was understood as separate from the economy. Politics could evolve, the economy was self-governing, as God intended. Point 28. In this view, an economy is objective because it is disciplined by the laws of markets, including the laws of supply and demand. In this objective realm, economic coercion is concealed because it acquires such an impersonal form. The majority of us are forced to sell ourselves on the labor market in order to survive in a society where, without money, we cannot obtain food or housing. In a capitalist society, people depend on the market. Unlike in earlier class societies, coercion under capitalism is peculiar in how impersonal it is. There is no overbearing figure to dictate the sale of our work. Whereas a serf would pay part of the product of his labor to a lord because of the lord's political clout and the threat of physical retaliation, a Starbucks employee willingly signs a work contract without any such personal pressure. The pressure she experiences comes from the alternative, destitution. Thus, in a capitalist society, she is inescapably bound by objective market forces, a form of coercion qualitatively different from that of pre-capitalist societies. Politics, on the other hand, is the domain of states and governments, which means that political contestation may still occur under capitalism but not in a way that challenges the economic system. For example, popular demands may include introducing a wealth tax or the bolstering of labor rights, but abolishing private wealth and wage labor is out of the question. The state therefore remains a neutral actor with respect to the market, and its role rests primarily in safeguarding private property and wage relations through the rule of law. By the middle of the 19th century, with the establishment of the gold standard and the institutionalization of financial orthodoxy that emerged with it, capitalist class relations between owners and workers became more entrenched, and any scenario for redistributive demands in favor of the people was effectively blocked. The gold standard required states to secure a certain amount of gold in their coffers so as to be able to make good on their promise to convert the currency into gold at a fixed price. Hence, states' priority was to avoid the outflow of gold, a priority that implied tight fiscal and monetary policies. Running a trade surplus was the surest way to build up a country's gold reserves. Conversely, trade deficits led to an outflow of gold, since countries used gold to pay for their imports. Any extra public expenditure, or any easing of credit the basis for redistributive policies would result in gold flights and were therefore non-startas. A tight fiscal budget, on the other hand, could bolster trade surpluses by lowering domestic demand. And higher rates of interest would draw gold bullion back into the country. Hence, the imperative of fiscal and monetary rigor was normalized. Prior to the First World War, this natural order of things found its sturdiest practice in Britain, the capitalist empire par excellence for more than 200 years, as well as in younger nation-states such as Italy. But the war's demand for domestic production quickly produced a complete subversion of such entrenched foundations. Suddenly capitalism did not appear to be so natural after all. There ensued a collapse of the divide between the economic and the political that entailed the dwindling of the unchallenged status of the two pillars. During the war, the state demolished its former boundaries of action. Faced with the choice between life or death, victory or defeat, war governments were forced into implementing economic practices that were unheard of or better, unimaginable until that moment. The self-regulating capacities of the market had proved inadequate for the unprecedented productive necessities of the war struggle. As will be discussed in Chapter 1, British and Italian states were compelled to take a major role as producers. Key war industries were put under their control. This included not just munitions, but also strategic energy and transport sectors like coal, shipping, and railways. In this respect, the once firm boundary between private property and public property, between entrepreneurs and bureaucrats, lost its semblance of immovability. Through war collectivism, states broke the glass on the sanctity of the private organizations of production. For the first time, these states also subordinated the priority of private economic profit to that of political need. The collapse of the gold standard that followed served to facilitate these novel political priorities. With it, spaces for financial alternatives emerged that had not previously been thought of. Meanwhile, a second fundamental boundary was also broken. The states began to heavily regulate the labor market across all key war industries, even those that it did not directly control. In doing so, the state threatened the second capitalist pillar, wage relations. In the face of these developments, workers facing lower wages and harsher discipline were shown that their burdens were the result not of impersonal market forces, but of explicit governmental decisions. The political intervention on industrial relations, a necessity of the war, exposed how relations of production could be a front for political activism and historical change. States had disrupted their neutral positions with respect to the market, and in doing so they broke with earlier notions of the market's inviolability. Once the traditional boundary between the economic and the political faltered, the rule of private property and wage relations toppled, popular contestation of old norms emerged more than ever. In 1919 this crisis of capitalism was on, and it was unprecedented. Most economic historians of World War I and the interwar period focus on the economic problems facing countries because of the monetary and financial outcomes of war. Soaring inflation and mounting debt had compromised countries' creditworthiness, creating deep uncertainty and threatening capital flight. But looking deeper at these dynamics, it emerges that economic uncertainty was only a part of the problem. Part of what this book will explore is how economic uncertainty in these post-war countries had a political basis indeed, how the economic and political crises were inseparable, with the former imposed by the latter. The post-war financial crisis was a crisis of legitimacy for capital order and its social relations. The general public was noticing that state intervention within the economy was not a neutral act in the name of the good of the whole, but rather an authoritarian force to ensure the profit of the ruling classes. Chapter 2 explores how pressure from below pushed states to extend welfare measures in an attempt to appease their restless citizens. However, while these measures were reformist in intention, they were not so in their outcome. Indeed, they triggered further demands to fundamentally eradicate the very capitalist pillars that states set out to protect. Put simply, the new, historic conditions of the war effort and the interwar period allowed citizens, especially those in the working class, to see that society could be different. The self-rationalizations of the system were breaking down, and with their deterioration came proposals for radical alternatives that could overcome them. Chapters 3 and 4 explore the political strikes and the movement for workers' control that reached their climaxes after the war and became central to labor's charge in both Britain and Italy. In aggregate, these workers demanded an overhaul of their economies, a replacement for the capitalist industrial system that moved toward a new social order in which associations of workers would control industries, either partially or completely. In this sense, emancipated work would replace capitalist exploitation, and public service and production for use would replace production for profit. The popular struggles in the two countries examined here exemplified the wide-ranging courses of action, from union campaigns that successfully pierced the establishment, to the effective operation of British building guilds that produced for need within the capitalist market, all the way to Italian factory occupations that were led by revolutionary workers' councils. In sum, the degree of state intervention during the war and the heightening of class antagonism that it engendered constituted a great revolutionary rupture from 1918 to 1920. It was the largest crisis in the history of capitalism, embodied in the unprecedented popular mobilization of strikes, alternative policy proposals, and alternative organizations of production. The logic of austerity can only be understood as a dramatic reaction to this landscape. Chapter 1. The Great War and the Economy. As the military struggle developed in scope and intensity, and the necessity of concentrating national efforts on the war became more pressing, section after section of industry was taken over, and in wages, prices, and profits, from raw material to finished product, was placed under government control. The process of extending state control, taking over more works and applying it to an always widening range of products continued unbroken. The War Cabinet Report for the year 1917. World War I was primarily an industrial war, Military victory vitally depended on the production apparatus of the belligerent countries and their technical industrial efforts. Indeed, once expectations of a short war faltered, an escalation of production was a prerequisite to survive the conflict. The home front gained decisive strategic weight. In this context, Britain and Italy faced a similar problem, albeit from completely different positions. Britain was the world's first industrial power. Italy was still a largely agricultural country that had only recently begun industrializing, and its young capitalism was still highly dependent on foreign capital and imports. On the eve of the war, Italy's GDP was less than half of Britain's. In 1913 Britain produced 9 times more steel than Italy, and for other raw materials the disproportion was even greater. 1. Notwithstanding these major differences, the war effort brought about similar structural changes in the relationships between these countries' states and markets, changes that fueled profound political contention in each. This chapter looks at the novel governmental interventions in 2 economic spheres, production and labor. It also explores the voices of contemporaries involved, both bureaucrats and workers, to show how this epochal break from the past set the scene for a full-blown crisis of capitalism. A remarkable transformation. By the time the armistice that ended fighting in World War I arrived in November 1918, the orthodox relationship between markets and states across Europe had been wholly upset. There had been nothing like it before. The practice of laissez-faire capitalism too had to be dismantled for nations to survive the war. Britain went to war convinced of the power of what Adam Smith described as the invisible hand, relying upon private enterprise and the law of supply and demand to secure the most efficient outcomes, even in war. E.M.H. Lloyd, a civil servant employed in the British War Office, described the British establishment's approach to the war effort. The doctrine implicitly acted upon was that the higher the price and the greater the freedom allowed to the private contractor, the greater would be the increase in the supply. It followed that if only the government paid high enough prices and left private firms to their own devices, munitions would be forthcoming in abundance. Before long, business as usual did not deliver. By 1916 the failure of laissez-faire and the free price mechanism was unmistakable. Increased government demand and price increases led to profiteering, but did not bring increased supplies. While the country suffered supply shortages and inflation, private businesses diverted resources to the more profitable business lanes of the moment: luxury goods and exports. The faith in the market took a while to dissipate. As British Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Shipping Leo George Kyazamuni wrote, "Only once we had been brought to the edge of the abyss did the state give up octrinaire individualism." The case of British shipping was exemplary, since, as the British War Cabinet reported to Parliament, if shipping failed we could neither continue in the war nor maintain our population. Once the war broke out, the contrast between public needs and private interest plainly surfaced. It was highly profitable to sell British ships to foreigners, and the British nation lost enormous tonnage. By February 1917, private ship owners sold ships abroad at such a rate that the fate of Britain literally hung in the balance. There were not even sufficient ships to import the bare necessities of a nation at war. Reluctantly, British bureaucrats had to rethink their priorities, and the words of civil servant Lloyd echoed this conversion. National organization and centralized control were found to be more effective than high prices and laissez-faire in stimulating supply. Through a series of fits and starts, improvisations and experiments, the British state took charge of the vast range of the nation's economic activity and gradually developed an organic system of controls. 3 Its power reached into almost every aspect of national life. By 1918, direct or indirect control of industry and agriculture was virtually all-pervasive. The shipping industry was again at the forefront of this shift. Once a competent ministry was established, it requisitioned the entirety of British merchant tonnage at Blue Book rates, meaning that the state would pay the merchants a fixed freight rate. Hence, ships were nationalized as to use, and the government allocated tonnage according to the priorities of import needs, privileging shorter trade routes that would secure faster imports. In the meantime, state-owned shipyards took on the task of construction. In the words of the historian R. H. Tawney, the government was by that time master of the whole field of land and sea transport. Of course, war collectivism did not emerge from thin air, but from dramatic financial gymnastics. World War I required a break from the laissez-faire tradition of balanced budgets that for more than 2 centuries had been regarded by all except a tiny minority as part of the natural order of life. 5. It fell in parallel with its equivalent international policy, the gold standard. Until then, the gold standard had tied the hands of governments and prohibited engaging in any fiscal or monetary expansion that would have produced an outflow of gold. 6. Once the constraints of the gold standard were suspended, novel and unorthodox financial techniques including loan-financed investments and expansionary credit policies 7 became the order of the day. Interventionist monetary policies could now yield resources hitherto unthinkable. In Italy, the same dynamics emerged. War collectivism was characterized by improvisation and gradualism, all in a framework of generalized skepticism toward breaking from laissez-faire. Soon, sweeping state intervention became inescapable. Italy had to secure arms, military equipment, food, raw material, and industrial labor force in a moment when international trade was dim and the majority of workers had been sent to the front. Observers at the time remarked on the country's stark transition to a collectivist state, a central planner of the national economy, or as the Italian economist Luigi Einaudi liked to put it, the emergence of an economia associata, or associated economy. In 1915, the economist Riccardo Bacchi wrote, "The state as a war entrepreneur has become the center, the pivot, the engine of the entire economy." The Italian government had initiated mild forms of interventionism to promote industrialization through subsidies and infrastructure beginning in the late 19th century. It was the unprecedented scale of this practice during the war that shocked contemporaries. Prior to the war, the country's real expenditures were 17% of nominal GDP, they shot up to 40% in 1918. While private consumption grew by 6% from 1913 to 1918, the numbers for public consumption were unheard of, rising by almost 500%. As the Italian government intervened to promote capital accumulation, it also transformed. First, it shouldered a major bureaucratic expansion. The new administrative state apparatus mirrored the increased economic commitment, multiplying in both ministries and public employees. The second major shift was toward a stronger state. Executive power grew to the detriment of the legislative aid, and it executed sweeping repressive practices over the population to annihilate political dissent. This phenomenon in Italy reached extents that were unknown in other parliamentary democracies. With the royal decree against defeatism of October 1917, the state criminalized all freedom of opinion and thought, and citizens lived in terror of being prosecuted even for a mere complaint about the high price of bread. It was a historic turn within the Italian state toward authoritarianism, and much of its legislation would be reanimated later by the fascist regime. State control over private property and production. During the war, the apparatus of government's industrial control was broad and diverse. In most instances, states directly seized the means of production in key war industries. This was the case for breweries, national shipyards, and most importantly the arms sector, where the government owned purpose-built national shell and munition factories to make all types of munitions equipment, including airplanes, high explosives, and tear gas. In Britain, by spring 1918, there were more than 250 national factories, mines, and quarries. Public investment was impressive. It dramatically reshaped the landscape to the point that a whole countryside, as in the case of Gretna, became a factory. Likewise, the Italian state owned 60 munitions factories. By 1917 it had seized the right to requisition plants and take direct control of the production process in cases of inefficient private management. This legislation was preceded by other actions that expropriated private property, even without consent. Such expropriations included government seizure of industrial patents in order to orient them toward national security. The same was true for all goods and services considered necessary for war purposes. Most common, in both Britain and Italy, was the model of directly managing firms still under private ownership, an arrangement in which the state imposed and controlled outputs and fixed prices. 9 The British Munitions Act of July 2, 1915, gave the Ministry of Munitions power to control any private establishment essential to war production and to limit the establishment's profits at 20% above pre-war levels. 10 In Italy, a royal decree of June 26, 1915 on industrial mobilization empowered the government to classify as stabilimenti ausiliari all private industries that were involved in producing necessary war supplies, or industries that had the potential to produce war material. Clearly, these categories were extremely broad and could include private establishments in all sectors of the economy. Italy had 221 auxiliary factories in 1915, by the end of the war it had 1,976. In Britain, factories under the Ministry of Munitions control numbered about 20,000. In both countries, government-controlled businesses encompassed coal, the blood which coursed through British industry 11, as well as important transportation sectors, mining, quarrying, clothing, paper, wood, leather, agriculture, public utilities, metallurgy, textiles, and chemicals. The complexity of the state control system mirrored the interconnectedness of the capitalist economy, which was itself blurred by markets' monetary transactions. Let me elaborate through an example. In a capitalist monetary economy, a person goes to the market and buys a woolen jacket in exchange for money, a simple transaction. Such a monetary exchange, however, is only what occurs at the surface. It hides the heterogeneous inner workings of production. The making of the woolen jacket requires workers to extract coal, to rear the sheep, to weave, etc. 12 In capitalist economies before the war and today, the relationship between money and commodities hides the underlying social relationships of production. Accordingly, under capitalism, relationships between people are expressed as relationships between things. War collectivism brought these social interconnections into view. In the example of wool, the government took on all stages of its production, including those that were hidden under capitalism. The reach of both the British Ministry of Munitions and its Italian counterpart, the Ministry of War and Munitions, illustrate the state's central roles in co-opting their country's industrial mobilization. Their operations were akin to an octopus with tentacles reaching across entire economies. Control of munitions production soon led to control of essential raw materials, factory space, and sources of power and labor. These ministries also developed research departments for technical innovations and conducted experiments in chemistry, physics, electronics, and other fields. 13. In the Italian case, production took place through a chain of centralized directives disseminated via regional committees. 14 These 7 regional committees were the first organs of industrial planning. They directed the production process of the auxiliary factories, collected technical information, distributed electric energy and raw material, and disciplined the labor force. Italian manufacturing during the war was fueled by state-run agriculture. The state mandated the farming of certain crops and decided on the use of the country's land. The Department of Agrarian Mobilization under the Ministry of Agriculture became the main superintendent of these matters. 15 It controlled the production and distribution of fertilizers, and purchased machines to mechanize production. The ministry also requisitioned seeds and private agricultural machines for use all over the country. In 1917 the British Cultivation of Lands Order gave local authorities the power to seize private land, even without owners' consent, for the creation of allotments to supplement farm production. These requisition practices for national productive and distributive needs visibly encroaching on the sanctity of private property were complemented by national laws that granted citizens the right to occupy lands and facilities. The measures were crucial to hasten social appeasement, satisfy the subsistence needs of the population, and avoid the worst forms of social unrest. In 1917 the Italian government granted cooperatives of peasants the right to occupy land in the case of non-compliant landowners. 16 As we shall investigate in chapters 3 and 4, these reforms actually sparked a political movement advocating for land to the peasants that reached its peak immediately after the war. Even with these modest measures of appeasement, Italy saw widespread protests brought about by a grave lack of basic foodstuffs, especially in the cities. After much uncertainty and delay, in 1916 the state repealed the free market mechanism for household supplies and inaugurated a vast nationalization of food commerce that included the state purchase and distribution of food, price caps, requisitions, and rationing. 17 In Britain too, by 1918, the Ministry of Food was buying and selling over 4/5 of all food consumed by civilians. It fixed the maximum prices of over 9/10 of the population's food. States' interventions in the economy promoted a public sense that basic necessities were now an inalienable right and that the government was obliged to secure them. The priorities of the economy had radically shifted, from profit for a few to securing the needs of the many. In Italy, rationing was practiced for many commodities, at times also for non-general consumption goods, bringing about the perhaps unwanted result of acquainting to certain consumption habits certain social classes to whom they were previously almost unknown. These measures escalated aspirations for a better standard of life after the war. International markets were also subject to breach by state intervention. Given the heavy dependence of Britain and Italy on foreign goods, both governments had to take control of the importing and distribution of raw material, commodities, and foodstuffs. 18 Each government became its country's greatest importer, and bulk purchases on the international markets allowed governments to fix prices at lower rates. 19 In sum, in all the ways discussed above, from industrial production to land cultivation and price fixing, the British and Italian states barged into the realm of the economic. For the first time, capitalism witnessed a threat to the inviolability of private property. Private property had to subordinate its prerogatives to a political and national interest and even to people's basic needs. In this way the state shook one of the supposedly unshakable pillars of capital accumulation. The tremors in laissez-faire capitalism did not stop here, however, reverberating to another fundamental pillar, wage relations. State control over wage relations. A market economy requires a pool of unemployed workers who are ready to be hired to meet increased production demands. Within a capitalist society, these people are structurally competing with one another. The presence of these individuals guarantees lower labor costs and naturally disciplines the workers, who have an incentive to keep their jobs and paychecks. Under normal conditions, the reserve army of labor is replenished by the very process of capital accumulation. In their competition to lower commodity prices, capitalists constantly seek out new technological innovation, which in turn expels a segment of the working class from the process of production. The reserve army is further replenished by mechanization, in which the process of production is simplified or automated, and skilled workers are made expendable. World War I caused a shift in the power relations between capital and labor. As the demand for labor soared with the intensification of war production, employers were confronted with a labor shortage. The draft and voluntary enlistment had depleted the reserve army of labor. 20 In Britain, for example, a third of the male labor force was enlisted. This meant that the mechanism of the free market could no longer effectively distribute labor where it was most needed. To add to the woes of the market, reaching voluntary agreements between capital and labor was a lengthy process, often involving disputes and labor stoppages that tended to intensify in moments of labor strength, disrupting efficient war production. It followed that the pre-war tradition of self-regulation and industrial autonomy had to be abandoned in favor of forceful state regulation. As observed by Humbert Wolff, controller of the labor regulation department at the British Ministry of Munitions, a boer ceased to be a commodity to which the laws of supply and demand applied. In Britain, almost 5 million workers were employed by 1918 in firms operating under the Munitions Act, accounting for roughly half of the available male labor force. 21 The purpose of the legislation was to tackle the major obstacles to efficient output, summarized by Wolff, who fathered the scheme, as interruptions of work by stoppages, failure to put forth the full amount of energy during work, either owing to trade union restriction or to indiscipline, doubt as to wages, resentment against employers' profits, opposition to dilution of labor, and the tendency of labor not to stay where it was most actively required or to desert important work for less important work more highly paid. The Italian state took over the labor market with the same purpose and with means that closely resembled those in Britain, but it went much further in exercising its repressive sway on the workforce. The implicit coercion of the laws of the capitalist market was now replaced with unprecedented political coercion. 22 This was to a great extent the expression of the state's crude reaction to a labor force that was firmly anti-statist and pacifist. Suffice to say that the Italian state did not enjoy the wartime support of its public majority. Indeed, Italy was the only European country that went to war without the official support of any working-class party or any union. The disgruntled rank and file shared the opinion that the horrendous war is the fatal outcome of the capitalist system, which, born in violence, deludes itself by finding in violence the solution of its crisis. 23 As General Dall'Olio, head of the Ministry of War and Munitions, spelled out, the work of Italy's regional committees had as a priority to tackle the very delicate problem of maintaining control on the working class, whose union and political organizations had openly manifested an aversion for war intervention. By June 1915 the Italian state had taken direct control of almost 1 million workers working in 2,000 industrial businesses, the great majority of the industrial apparatus. 24 In both countries state control consisted of regulation in three large domains: supply of labor, cost of labor, and efficiency of labor. What follows is a very brief exploration of each. Disciplining labor. Increasing productivity required disciplined workers. During the war, the Italian government replaced private capitalists as the main guarantor of labor discipline. In doing so, the Italian government came up with a drastic measure, the militarization of the labor force, a form of extreme duress that the British trade unions successfully opposed. This meant that once a firm was declared auxiliary, all personnel from head technicians to workers, including women, the elderly, and children, fell under military jurisdiction. Hence, the advent of the phenomenon of factory barracks, as the union leader Bruno Boazzi described them. Indeed, workers were formally equated to soldiers, they surrendered to forced labor, and were subjected to a rigid work regimen based on the penal code and enforced by military agents. 25 Unauthorized absence from work was often likened to desertion. It is noteworthy that some private capitalists aspired to achieve the status of auxiliary factories, as it would guarantee the submission of the workers to a rigorous discipline of military nature, the suppression of strikes and workers' upheavals. Collective organization of workers, insubordination, obstructionism, and sabotage were especially punished. The state was strict with its workers. By the end of the war 50% of Italian workers had been fined at some point. Other common penalties that especially impacted militants and union leaders were dismissal, prison, confinement to marginal areas, and, in the case of enlisted workers, a return to the front. 26. In Britain, even if repression was not overtly militaristic, the Ministry of Munitions removed many disciplinary powers from employers to directly enforce a draconian order of work regulation. 27 Not only were strikes outlawed, the ministry also prosecuted misconduct such as drunkenness, gambling, or absence from work without permission. Cases of bad timekeeping were not exempt from discipline, and were officially attributed to indifference and temperamental laziness. To achieve desired outcomes, governments used the parallel strategy of softening the antagonism with labor. The British War Cabinet report recognized that accelerated mechanization during the war had aggravated the feeling that industry was becoming dehumanist. The worker anted more individual consideration and some voice in the determination of the conditions under which he should work. Coercive methods had to be integrated alongside policies that would elicit consent and promote cooperation. Hence, in the report of the following year, the War Cabinet championed the intention to satisfy the public mind, which had been prepared for a new order of things in industry after the war, a new order that would offer a more democratic basis, if there is to be lasting peace in the industrial world. To codify these promises, the Ministry of Labor approved the 1917 recommendation to establish Whitley councils to represent both employers and trade unions and to discuss not only wages and work conditions but also job security, technical education, and improvements in management. By September 1920, 61 councils were in operation representing over 3,500,000 workers. However, the radical rank and file agitated strongly against the Whitley councils on the grounds that the scheme was an attempt to lure workers into accepting class collaboration that would work to the advantage of the employer class. Workers attacked the state's move in favor of Whitley councils as a red herring to draw the workers away from the real struggle for workers' control in industry, also claiming that the councils perpetuated the class division in society and left the whole profit-making system of capitalism intact. As the war dragged on, protests among workers in Italy mounted, and fears of a revolutionary rupture emerged. It became increasingly obvious to officials that law and order alone might not suffice to mollify workers. Following the British model, the government offered a semblance of involvement of workers in industrial mobilization. For example, within the regional industrial committees, the representatives of the industrialists nominated by the ministry were joined by an equal number of labor representatives, often union members such as Boazzi, who joined the committee of the Lombardy region. Most importantly, in both countries internal factory committees took on an increasingly representative role. These were grievance committees elected by union members within a factory to handle everyday problems of discipline, arbitration, and the like. The war boosted the development of workers' assemblies to elect their representatives in the committees, 28 increasing union membership within the unskilled rank and file. In this way, in both countries, the seeds of workers' self-organization were planted during the war. As will be detailed in Chapter 4, by 1919 these committees would grow into a concrete alternative to the capitalist mode of production. Coping with a small labor supply. Wartime states seized control of the supply of labor to tackle the problem of manpower shortages. A basic step in this direction was to expand the pool of available workers through the process of dilution, i.e., the introduction of unskilled labor, including women, in jobs formerly reserved for skilled men. As mentioned, dilution is integral to capitalist production, where the competition among capitalists and the pressure from workers induces the capitalist constantly to cut costs by technological innovation and more efficient reorganization of the labor process. During the war, countries greatly boosted this tendency through increased mechanization of production, which broke the work process into simple stages that less skilled workers could manage. As the British Women's Employment Committee confirmed, women have replaced men in iron and steel works, in chemical works, in brickyards and in gas works. Subdivision, sectionalization, and above all, the introduction of mechanical assistance has enabled their employment on work previously regarded as beyond their strength. To increase the pool of labor, Italy removed its limits on worker age and on women's labor. By August 1918, Italian women represented 22% of the labor force, while children accounted for 6.5%. 29. With the war, then, came the birth of a new working class that was widely expanded and unskilled, composed of a large number of peasants, artisans, women, and adolescents. This new social component was foreign to the hierarchical dynamics of organized labor, and thus potentially more insubordinate and prone to radicalization. An alternative to expanding the pool of available labor was to increase the extraction of surplus value from the employed workers by intensifying the production process and extending the working day. 30 The Italians put both measures into widespread practice. 31 The government extended the operating schedules of auxiliary establishments by abolishing hour limits and Sunday rests. Regional committees meeting minutes document incessant work activity, with almost no breaks, that could easily reach 15 or 16 hours a day. Overtime work became compulsory. The government even suspended the prohibition on night work for women and children in cases where it was deemed necessary for the works in the interest of the state and for other absolute needs of public interest. The unparalleled strain on Italian and British workers was mirrored by the growth of accidents in the workplace and by the multiplication of absences, often a matter of survival. 32 In a moment where workers were not substitutable, there was a thin line between overexploitation and collapse of productivity due to exhaustion. This realization pushed the British government to establish a Health and Munitions Workers Committee that investigated overwork and advocated for the decrease of working hours and the abolition of night work. 33 Although no such committee was established in Italy, as we shall see in Chapter 2, the government did implement provisions to improve health conditions to assure the reproduction of the labor force. Piecework or payment based on result was rare before the war. The state generalized it so as to make it the decisive part of workers' wages, and it was understood as the best incentive to increase productivity. In both countries, initially, this meant greater compensation for the unskilled relative to the skilled, as the latter's specialized work normally delivered less in the same amount of time. 34 Notwithstanding the initial grievances among skilled workers, the levelling and flattening of wages had the important political consequence of setting the basis for a class unity amongst workers that did not exist prior to 1914. Beyond the expansion of the pool of workers and their greater exploitation, the government had to undertake a number of planning tasks to compensate for the inability of the laws of the market to distribute labor power efficiently among industries. Political control over labor mobility allowed the government to shift work wherever it deemed necessary. The role of employment exchanges, or public employment agencies, grew exponentially in both countries. 35 They undertook the delicate task of adjusting supply and demand through central analysis of the labor supply and a scientific classification of manpower. In Italy, for example, by 1918 a central office of employment coordinated all public employment agencies. It collected data regarding the labor market, while studying optimal allocative solutions. 36 On the other hand, limits were also imposed on the mobility of labor. In Britain, Section 7 of the Ministry of Munitions Act prevented workers from transferring freely from one job to another by requiring workmen to obtain a leaving certificate before engaging in alternative employment. This harsh provision had a twofold motive. First, the depletion of the reserve army of labor gave workers enhanced bargaining power, which forced employers to bid up wages in order to attract available labor, especially skilled labor. By imposing a political limit on such mobility, the government could ensure a cap on wages. Second, these certificates also prevented the constant turnover of labor, which hampered the production process. These leaving certificates were highly unpopular, and were fiercely contested as a slavery clause. The rank and file all over the country revolted against a measure that tied the hands of the employee but not the employer, who was left free to fire his workers and was not compelled to issue a certificate even once he fired them. Through union bargaining, the certificates were repealed in October 1917. In Italy there was no public pushback powerful enough to inhibit the political assault on the bargaining power of workers. The military state apparatus broke the resistance capacity of the skilled workers' unions, especially FIOM, the Union of the Metal and Steel Workers. 37 Dismissals, resignations, and transfers of personnel from one industry to another could occur only with the written authorization of the regional committees, which had full decision-making power on the matter and observed much stricter criteria than applied to the leaving certificates in Britain. Workers' anger mounted against a state that forbade any benefit from the war, to the point that, notwithstanding the enormous demand for labor, their pay has not increased during the war, not even in the same proportion as the cost of living. Setting the price of labor. Under laissez-faire capitalism, wages were mainly settled through local bargains between labor and capital. Governments had no say in the process. This changed during the war. Industrialists competed for scarce labor through wage increases, while mounting worker mobilizations also pushed for higher wages. Here the state did intervene, acting promptly against this threat to capital accumulation by taking control of wage contracts. The words of the historian Samuel Hurwitz hold true for both countries. It would be a mistake to think that on the whole the British worker was better off because of government intervention. State interference in wage settlements acted to keep the level of wages rather lower than would have otherwise been the case. The state also worked to simplify and unify wage rates and avoid the lengthy and disruptive processes of wage disputes that hindered capital accumulation and thus war output. 38 Toward these goals, the Italian and British government established mandatory arbitration tribunals that mediated between workers and employers in lieu of strikes and lockouts. It was a significant leap. From this time, labor could not enforce a wages demand, or an objection to a workman's dismissal, or an alteration in workshop conditions, by a strike. In Britain, the newly founded Committee on Production quickly developed into the principal arbitration tribunal for the settlement of labor disputes. 39 It was a body of government officials, later joined by certain employers and trade union representatives, that pioneered the use of the cost of living index for the purpose of fixing wages and war bonuses. The complaints of an employer published in the Glasgow Herald articulated the economic power of this governmental body. At the present time, the payer of wages has hardly any voice in the fixing of them. This is done, for the most part, without any reference to employers by a committee on production. In fact, as employers knew, even during the conflict the state was often pressured to safeguard against excessive exploitation of unskilled labor. In Britain, for example, in 1916 organized workers forced the government to amend the Munitions Act to stipulate that unskilled workers when employed in place of the skilled could not receive lower pay. Meanwhile, the newly established Ministry of Labour 40 enacted provisions to regulate Britain's ill-organized and ill-paid industries to establish some minimal working standards. The ministry was engaged in making inquiry as to wages and conditions and had the power to establish trade boards at a rapid pace, through a special order not subject to parliamentary scrutiny. The boards extended to a wide range of non-unionized industries, and were responsible for setting minimum wages and improving the conditions of work. As for Italy, mandatory arbitration was in the hands of the regional committees, which, in case of failed agreement among the employers and workers, would decide by ordinance. 41 In reality, the country's adoption of the principle of equal treatment was an embellishment. In auxiliary factories the state froze wages at their pre-war level until 3 months after the end of the war. As a practical matter, workers had no choice but to take on an increasing amount of overtime work to compensate for soaring food prices. This hard reality was very much at odds with the polemic on high wages that was vocally mounted by the bourgeoisie during the last years of the war. In sum, the war brought about an unprecedented degree of state control over labor. In setting the price of labor, disciplining it, and controlling its supply, the Italian and British governments had exposed the profoundly political nature of the capitalist economy. No longer was surplus extraction a matter of mere economic coercion executed by the impersonal laws of the market. Exploitation was now enforced by state intervention. This meant that surplus extraction became explicitly political, emblematically represented by the fact that Italian workers who refused to sell their labor power would be condemned to prison or to the front. The basis was set for those who were living through these changes to gain awareness of the link between economic power and political power. The full consequences were cropping up. If economic power is political, it means there is nothing natural about economic power, and the systems by which it is distributed can be changed through struggle. As we shall see in greater detail in Chapter 4, anti-statism and anti-capitalism went hand in hand. The consequences of a remarkable transformation. The vision of the bureaucrats. The impact of the Great War could not have been imagined before it actually happened. Britain, the major capitalist economy up until the war, experienced extensive nationalization of the means of production, and young capitalist countries like Italy followed in its footsteps. The unprecedented political control over private property and wage relations had groundbreaking social consequences with potential to change the face of free market capitalism, or even abolish it completely. These consequences could be felt all around the world. Inside the government apparatus, many bureaucrats, politicians, and prominent intellectuals had been converted to belief in the benefits of nationalization and envisaged it as a long-lasting structural change. The war, many felt, marked the end of an epoch. There was no returning to the uncovenant mercies of pre-war individualism. The involvement of the state exposed the irrationality of the market, that it was wasteful and antisocial, and showed the possibility that it might be overcome. In 1918 the British War Cabinet noted that the nation today is far better organized and far more productive than it has ever been before. And indeed, the controlled economy delivered beyond anyone's expectations. Despite a dearth of material, losses at sea, and the shortage of manpower, the total output of British industry had hardly declined at all during the war. 42. Against deep-seated market beliefs, the methods of scientific pricing and national organization were far from ineffective. In fact, they had rationalized nationwide systems of production and distribution. 43. Food control had successfully responded to high food prices to the point that total consumption in terms of calories per adult male fell only very slightly, and distribution was much more equitable in war than in peace. Moreover, the Ministry of Munitions left quite an impression on contemporaries for its administrative successes, especially in its capacity to invest and transmit innovative technology and management practices to the firms under its control. In his 1920 pamphlet The Triumph of Nationalization, the British economist Leo George Kyazamoney asked why, if the principles of national organization had proven so successful to win the war, they should not be expanded in peacetime. The foundation for a new and better order had been well and truly laid. These thoughts echoed those expressed in the official British War Cabinet documents. Reconstruction, it was insisted, is not so much a question of rebuilding society as it was before the war, but of molding a better world out of the social and economic conditions which have come into being during the war. Such words were not outliers, they represented a common sentiment widely present within the British public debate. The opening speech of incumbent Prime Minister Lloyd George at the November 1918 coalition election campaign was eloquent. We cannot return to the old conditions. War is like a plowshare and a harrow. It has turned up and rent the soil of Europe. You cannot go back. 44. Nationalization seemed like a permanent path forward. At a campaign stop in Dundee in December 1918, even the Liberal Winston Churchill advocated nationalisation of the railways, endorsing the proposal of the Railway Nationalisation Society that the government acquire the railway stocks. 45. After the armistice, the Ministry of Reconstruction presented wide-ranging plans for public spending while, as we shall see in Chapter 3, the British government called the Sankey Committee to discuss the permanent nationalisation of coal. In Italy, the same was true. Notwithstanding the exorbitant costs, corruption, and managerial problems much of which the inquiry on war expenditures exposed for all to see. 46. The Italian war effort proved impressive. Within just a few years of nationalization, the country was equipped with a military arsenal that was not much inferior to the other belligerent powers, even producing more cannons than Britain itself and exporting military equipment. In those years, Northern Italy completed the industrial transformation that had been initiated at the beginning of the century. Wartime documents of the Italian Ministry of Arms and Munitions reveal that many leaders envisioned the role of the regional and central committees not as an exception for the war effort, but rather as a more long-lasting economic turn. The monthly bulletins of the Central Committee were inundated with tributes. War mobilization was lauded as a really grandiose phenomenon and instruction for the future. 47. The praise was not ubiquitous. As we will see in the second part of this book, enemies to national control were powerful and very worried. Men of the British Treasury, along with many in the British 48 and Italian liberal elite and its professional economists, formed a united front against state socialism. 49. Their worries were indeed justified. All around them, opposition was being sown to challenge the once immovable institutions of private property and wage relations. The vision of the workers. As chapters 2 to 4 will explore in depth, the interwar challenge to the pillars of capitalism came primarily from the working classes, people who had witnessed firsthand how capitalist relations of production and their exploitative nature were no longer governed by impersonal laws of the market, but rather resulted from explicit political choices. The rhetoric of the equality of sacrifice appeared empty in the face of soaring profits of industrial capital and speculation on the one end, and insufficient wages to cope with the mounting prices of basic living necessities on the other. Headlines from the Daily Herald, the independent daily of the British left, denounced what workers widely saw as criminal political choices, merciless exploitation, labor calls on government to reduce cost of living or resign and penalty of being poor, how workers struggle daily to exist under present high prices. Forced to work overtime. 50. The August 1919 article went on, a constant struggle, not to live, but to merely exist, is the penalty of being poor during the era of the profiteer. From various parts of the country reports are coming to us showing clearly and conclusively how the workers are suffering from the high prices. A day prior, the description was even more disheartening. The margin between income and expenditure is so narrow that the purchase of other household sundries has to be met with a reduction, or the absolute denial of necessary food. I have spoken to many working-class women, who have told me that they have not bought any new clothing for many months, and their appearance was adequate proof of the statement. Not for a longer period had they had as much amusement as even a cheap seat in a cinema theater. The traditional indulgence of a glass of beer is rapidly becoming a thing of the past. 51. While it is true that the British imposed caps on sale prices and limits on profits. 52. These measures did not antagonize private capital. Rather, private capital had cooperated, securing for itself guaranteed fixed dividends and substantial economic advantages. Moreover, the windfall opportunities that came with compelling trade unions to abandon their restrictive practices and a license to impose tighter factory discipline outweighed any disadvantage of the modest profit limitation. The British government also footed the bill for the reproduction of the labor force through welfare measures. 53. In other words, these costs were transferred from the private capitalists to the community at large, i.e., a process of socialization of the cost of reproduction. As embattled British labour leaders would declaim, the government was compelled to drop its mask of impartiality and appear in its true character as an instrument of class domination. In Italy, as in Britain, during the war the state assisted capitalists with deference. It became the main supplier and client of industry, it procured raw material, acted as guarantor of bank credits and as discipliner of the labour force, and it provided subsidies and coordinated effort. 54. During the war Italian capitalists gained exponentially more. Unlike in Britain, the Italian state had no ceiling on profits. Industrialists ably justified price increases while the government lacked any serious tool to account for their production costs, ultimately accepting and buying at inflated prices. Purchasing contracts were often made informally, and negligence, abuse, and fraud were the ordinary state of things. 55. The state granted tax breaks to abet the capitalists further. The metallurgical and mechanical sector especially benefited. Large industries like Fiat, Ilva, and Ansaldo had increased their workforce tenfold. 56. Fiat alone was producing 15 times more vehicles in 1918 than in 1914. Overall, the automobile sector increased its revenue from 32 million in 1913 to 160 million in 1918. 57. The surge in profits confirmed the expectation of many Italian capitalists who had strongly supported war intervention as an opportunity to get out of the overproduction trap while minimizing their dependence on foreign capital. No one could deny that the state was intervening not as a universal benevolent actor but rather as the promoter of the best conditions for capital accumulation, which implied the subordination of workers and the concentration of exorbitant profits in a few hands. The ideology of national unity so fundamental for the sanctity of capitalism was crumbling, thereby providing an unprecedented boost to social antagonism and ideas of radical change. This was especially true in Italy, where the population had never been fully ideologically incorporated within the state. This gulf between the spirit of the people and the Italian state had grown even greater over the course of World War I. The fact that the decision to enter the war had been taken by King Vittorio Emanuele III and a few others without parliamentary consultation diffused among the people a sense of being deceived and violated. This deception was palpable as real wages shrank by 20% during the war years. Indeed, just between 1917 and 1918 the cost of living index increased by 40%, gravely worsening the living standards of the working classes, both in industry and agriculture and in public administration. 58. The impulse for change, however, was also percolating in Britain, a country enmeshed in bourgeois values where, despite greater exploitation, some sections of the working classes improved their living standards during the war. 59 The 1919 British official report on labour unrest read, "Throughout the war the workers have been led to expect that the conclusion of hostilities would be followed by a profound revolution in the economic structure of society." In Britain there was growing consensus that the old order should not return, or at least that it should not continue unchanged. Such widespread conviction was as much a reaction to the classist nature of economic intervention as it was the outcome of workers' newly acquired power. In fact, interventionist British policies during the war had required constant mediation with the representatives of labour in order to secure their collaboration. 60 In this manner, the state acknowledged the newly empowered union bodies that were elevated to a new sort of status. From interest groups they became governing institutions. In Britain, during the war, labour representatives not only constantly participated in governmental committees, they also participated as ministers and officials in the state apparatus itself. 61. In Italy, industrial mobilization had not been the product of an agreement with unions. Their voices were muffled compared to those of their British counterparts. However, FIOM did partake in certain state commissions. 62 And for the first time the union directly confronted industrialists on the general productive strategies of the country. Thus, war collectivism marked the beginning of Italian collective bargaining at a national level and the beginning of a climate of industrial relations in which workers believed they could demand more. This pressure for change was ever more pronounced from below. In fact, war collectivism prompted a great divide within the labor movement that would characterize the immediate post-war years, a moderate political project within bourgeois institutions versus a call for a fundamental break with the past through economic democracy. The Clydeside region in Britain and the city of Turin in Italy are both emblematic of this politicization process. The working rank and file in both places viewed their union leadership with hostility, believing leaders were collaborating with the servile state. The two regions were the beating hearts of their respective countries' metallurgical industries and, importantly, the identities of each nation's working class. Protest, illegitimate strikes spread like wildfire, especially after 1917 and the galvanizing effect of the Russian Revolution. 63 Both governments brutally repressed strikes and sentenced radical leaders to jail. The repression, however, had only a temporary deterrent effect. British shop stewards formed a powerful Clyde Workers' Committee, which led the formation of a national workers' committee movement, linking up unofficial leaders in factories throughout the country. Meanwhile, self-governance in the Italian factory committees grew to the point of precipitating a movement of factory occupations in the summer of 1920. Conclusion. During World War I, the political states of both Britain and Italy broke capitalist dogma and forcefully intervened in their countries' economies. For the political survival of each state, these interventions were necessary. They sought to promote the necessary capital accumulation to win the war, even while they sullied the sanctity of free market capitalism in the process. This chapter studied the unfolding of this process, its reasons, and its modalities, to set the scene for an exploration of the radical political consequences that followed. Governments became their country's main producers, both through the seizure of the means of production and the management of private industries, fixing output and prices while advancing capital and fostering technological innovation. The British and Italian governments dictated the crops that were to be grown, managed uncultivated land, fixed consumption prices, and determined distribution. They also entered the domestic and international markets as the main buyer of foodstuffs, raw materials, and commodities. These governments gained vast power to requisition land and goods while also setting limits on private profits. In other words, social production became political. The same was true of the labor market. To cope with a dwindling pool of labor, both governments intervened to discipline workers and control the supply of labor while also setting its price. Most importantly, the British and Italian states' command over the two pillars of capitalist accumulation, private ownership of the means of production and wage relations, had the fundamental effect of politicizing their economies. Indeed, it exposed how relations of production could be a terrain of political contestation, thus prone to social change. The British and Italian workers were in the best position to grasp the full meaning of such an unprecedented turn of events. Their governments had tightened the exploitative grip on the workers, but unlike the grip of the invisible hand, the state's chokehold was visible and could thus be subverted. The workers whose unions' contractual power had increased during the war could now land heavy blows by demanding more social rights and different organizations of production. As we shall explore in Chapter 2, immediately after the war the Italian and British governments were responsive to popular pressure and even ready to enact substantive welfare measures in an attempt to appease popular demands for change. Chapter 2. A wholly new school of thought. A crisis so tremendous as this drives even the least reflective mind to question those conventions, to penetrate beneath that surface where his questioning used to stop dead, to ask what purpose is served by this or that institution, this or that kind of life. The mind soon ceases to be distressed by anything that seems inevitable, especially if the body that actually suffers belongs to someone else. Hence it needs a great shock to awaken a society to some fundamental change of outlook. Such a shock has come to England and to the world, and the defeat of Germany is not more important for mankind than the nature and the scale of the change of spirit that will result from it. Jason, Past and Future. The significance of capitalist nations suspending their capitalist practices was not lost on the nation's people. Many, like the British journalist J. H. Hammond, observed these events as a fundamental crisis of society as it stood, has shaken some millions of men out of the state of mind in which they accept the world as they find it. These societies, awakened by war, questioned the purpose of the institutions of capital accumulation. Were they really as inevitable as they had seemed? By 1919, a year after the war's end, a crisis of capitalism was underway. It proceeded on two fronts. The first was with workers, who focused on derailing or at least disfiguring capitalist social relations of production. The second was Reconstructionists, one people within state institutions or enlightened elite that agitated for a new set of social policies, and with these policies, for a more egalitarian society. By the time the armistice came into force in November 1918, these two groups were already moving in complement with one another. On one side, the working rank and file were galvanized by their hope for social reforms. State interventions to better these workers' material conditions had spurred the workers' sense of their rights, but also deeply frustrated them. The reforms that passed never seemed to match their emancipatory expectations. Reformists, meanwhile, were growing in number and in ambition. They felt pressure from below and were preoccupied with staving off a revolution. The more the workers demanded, the more the Reconstructionists were ready to push for a new social order. In turn, these greater social reforms heightened workers' aspirations to break from the system. The Reconstructionist forces within government posed a frontal assault on capital accumulation in two main ways. The first, which will be explored in Chapter 3, is how the Reconstructionist motivation for social appeasement often, perhaps unavoidably, fueled the workers' revolutionary spirits. The second, and the focus of this chapter, is how the Reconstructionists themselves actually challenged the purity of laissez-faire capitalism and with it, the established identity of capitalist states. The unparalleled bluster of social reforms between 1918 and 1920, those called for and those enacted, reflect the existential nature of this threat for capitalism. These social policies were the outcomes of the post-war repoliticization of private property and wage relations, the two pillars that during the war had been decoupled from market forces. The glass had already been broken, the previously untouchable economic institutions could now be molded toward unimaginable political ends. The Great War had demonstrated the immense fiscal, monetary, and industrial powers of the state, and accordingly how major redistributive reforms were concrete and viable, much more than conventional economic thinking had allowed point to. Beyond the tyranny of economic creed. The British civil servant Alfred D. Hall, describing the newfound Reconstructionist spirit that had seized so many within the British and Italian establishments, characterized the moment as an enlightenment. Few can fail to feel the force of inspiration and experience which is being born of the war, or to recognize the strength of the new hope with which the people are looking forward to the future. The nation ardently desires to order its life in accordance with those principles of freedom and justice. For no one can doubt that we are at a turning point in our national history. A new era has come upon us. We cannot stand still. We cannot return to the old ways, the old abuses, the old stupidities. The public not only has its conscience aroused and its heart stirred, but also has its mind open and receptive of new ideas to an unprecedented degree. Point 3. This turning point was about ideas as much as practices, and how the two were ultimately inseparable when it came to change in society. A pamphlet written by two bureaucrats of the Italian Ministry of Military Assistance and War Pensions, Leo Pavani and Diego Avarelli, echoed this same belief: the war has been a war of ideas. Out of its miseries and catastrophes a luminous path has been traced for the ends of the state. Has laid the foundations of the distinguished edifice of human solidarity. The pamphlet continued by stressing a historical aufhebung, the state of law that was considered the most elevated form of state before the war, has suddenly been overtaken and surpassed by the highest of conceptions, the state of law and social welfare. Dr. Michel Pietravalle, Vice President of the Italian House, enthused, the undeniable duty of the state to safeguard citizens' rights, especially those of the underprivileged classes, was now a categorical imperative. The law professor Filippo Vassalli went further: the war has silently enacted a great revolution embodied in the introduction of audacious legal principles that could even be named state socialism. Point 4. Table 2.1. Percentage of the active population of Italy and the UK covered by social welfare. Country: 1910, 1915, 1920. Italy: 4.8, 4.8, 27.3. United Kingdom: 17.5, 36.3, 43.3. Base equals 1970. Source: Albert. Indeed, war had meant welfare. Point 5. In Britain, a minimal system of social guarantees had already been in place in the Victorian period, and the state had expanded social reforms through the early years of the 20th century. Point 6. However, the degree of state intervention during the war was unprecedented. Point 7. By 1918 local and national government expenditures on social services, expressed as a share of gross national product, had doubled. The Italian case was even more impressive, since public welfare had barely existed prior to the war. By 1920 the country had performed the greatest leap in the extension of social welfare coverage of any European nation, increasing almost sixfold since 1915. Reconstructionists aimed to concretize the social progress made during the war effort, which in their view represented a great stride toward a better society based on notions of social justice and redistribution. There are all the indications of a wholly new school of thought which is laying hold of people, commented the former Lord Chancellor, Viscount Richard Haldane, a month after the armistice. This new school of thought reverberated among the leaders of government. On November 23, 1918, British Prime Minister Lloyd George spoke to a crowd in Wolverhampton, and his tone was one of reconciliation leaning toward revolutionary. What is our task? To make Britain a fit country for heroes to live in. We'll lift those who have been living in the dark places to a plateau where they will get the rays of the sun. These dark places included millions who were living under atrocious social conditions. We mean to put these things right. 9. Just as the British Prime Minister was certain that in this new world the workers must be inexorable in their demands, so too on November 20, 1918, Italian Prime Minister Vittorio Orlando proclaimed that the war was the greatest political social revolution recorded by history. That same day, Antonio Salandra, Orlando's predecessor, reiterated, "The war is a revolution. It is the hour of the youth. Let no one think that a peaceful return to the past will be possible after the storm. The enlightened Reconstructionist elite came from different professions and governmental posts as well as from a variety of political backgrounds, from progressive liberalism to reformist socialism or labor. Such a broad constituency was certainly not homogeneous, nor did its adherents aim to dismantle the hierarchical social order. They did, however, share a revulsion to competitive individualism and laissez-faire capitalism. The Reconstructionists thus profoundly disputed the economic doctrine that for centuries had stood as the cornerstone of capital accumulation. For Pietrovaglie, the member of the Italian House, the time had come to revise material and moral values, and even to rethink, shake, break, knock down constitutions and institutions that once appeared as fundamental and sacred. The war experience, Hammond confirmed, had emancipated and widened our imaginations, since it removed the word impossible from the language of politics, and destroyed the superstition of the iron law which has checked and hampered all our hopes. New social sensibilities overtook impersonal economic laws as the universal arbit of social relations. It entailed a breaking out of the tyranny of a particular economic creed. Human life could no longer be subordinated to the imperious demand for the production of wealth. 10. First, and most critically, emancipation from impersonal economic laws meant that social reforms could no longer be delayed or refused sanction on the grounds of expense. This was clear in the mind of the Minister of Reconstruction, Christopher Addison 11, who in his determination emerged as a sort of living expression of the post-war reformist impulse. The war had revealed to all workers and bureaucrats alike that economic priorities were actually political priorities, and thanks to unorthodox finance, the state could meet political objectives at any financial cost. Indeed, once the gold standard constraint was removed, the possibilities that emerged opened new horizons for social expenditure. Suddenly no expenditure towards social measures that were within the society's resource capabilities seemed beyond financial possibility. In his memorandum on reconstitution finance to the government, Addison was adamant that T would be no defense to say that vital proposals were not enacted for want of money. Nobody will believe it. Eric Geddes, the Minister of Transport, also voiced the popular view: you must be prepared to spend money on after-the-war problems as you did on during-the-war problems. That must be found and added to our debt if necessary. 12. While economic experts at the British Treasury were taking cover behind the priority of funding debt and curtailing inflation in support of creditors/investors, the Reconstructionists argued that such prosperity could actually be found via greater expenditure and new frontiers of social reform. 13. Practical consensus among Reconstructionists was grounded in faith in human power to change economic conditions through the interdependence between fiscal, monetary, and industrial policy. Progressive taxes and state spending had to go hand in hand with favorable credit policy, and especially with industrial harmony achieved through forms of workers' industrial control or of industrial cooperation. 14. This progressive trinity of fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies would secure efficiency, high employment, and social justice. Social welfare for social peace. The post-war impulse to break away from economic orthodoxy was not, of course, spontaneous. Some of these sentiments had been percolating before the war began, and they were to a large extent a pragmatic response to social upheavals. Much of this pressure originated in organized labor. For decades British and Italian unions and their working-class political parties had mobilized for social welfare. 15. During the war their demands became louder, reflecting a mounting distrust of governments and their classist policies. To promote national ideological cohesion, wartime states were thus pressured to experiment with various forms of welfare as a form of olive branch. 16. As the economist Arrigo Serpieri put it, the objective of social legislation was winning the favor and quietude of the working masses, both in industry and in the countryside. In Italy, it was only after the country's defeat in the Battle of Caporetto in November 1917, a massive loss of life that hollowed the spirit of the Italian people, that the state took on a central role as a social actor. It established the Ministry of Military Assistance and War Pensions, which would benefit citizens generally, and not just soldiers. 17. The very fact that Italian social reforms were introduced by decree and executive urgency procedure to overcome lengthy parliamentary debates expressed the necessity of quick intervention for the sake of class appeasement and a recognition of popular demands. This remained vital even after the armistice, since the meager state-provided war welfare sparked additional discontent, its value regarded as laughable in the face of exploitation and inflation. The Italian inflation crisis of the country's red years of 1919 and 1920 was marked by protests against the high cost of living and the predatory behaviors of I pescicani, a nickname for profiteers and speculators who embodied the iniquitous effects of inflation. Beginning on June 11, 1919, and continuing for almost a month, hungry and exasperated crowds dashed into stores throughout the country, taking food, clothing, and all manner of merchandise. Looting and chaotic riots began in the town of La Spezia, and then spread everywhere from the northern towns of Liguria, Piedmont, Lombardy, and Veneto, to the central towns of Tuscany and Romagna, all the way to Rome and Palermo. 18 Journalists depicted vivid scenes of chaos and desperation with recurring patterns. Spontaneous uprisings against the high cost of living were soon led by socialist organizations who often called for social reform, general strikes, and assemblies. The red municipalities of Emilia, the epicenter of the uprisings, became home to assemblies that sat permanently. On July 6 the government rushed to pass a decree that authorized prefects and mayors to pass price controls with abatements up to 50%. Article 6 of the decree specified, the just price is determined on the basis of prices that are fixed locally by public bodies and consumer cooperatives. Prices were no longer determined by impersonal market forces, they were suddenly an output of democratic decision-making. Many newspapers, even within the mainstream, supported these presi politici. La Tribuna of July 5, 1919, wrote in solidarity, "We don't feel like condemning these unrests of classes and masses. Unrests are inevitable, even necessary. The history of politics in any time teaches us that the state institutions have the inclinations of falling asleep comfortably in their bureaucratic routine. To awaken these high sleepers, there is a need for a little noise, and some noise in this sense never hurts." As the article made clear, pressure from below was an indispensable driver for reform. Meanwhile, the Times and other British bourgeois publications observed the Italian scene with worried eyes. On its end, the leftist Daily Herald asked, will British workers, following the example of Italy, resort to violence in order to defeat the profiteers? Conan Doyle predicts that they will, unless something is done quickly and thoroughly. The Italian workers, even more than their British counterparts, announced their indispensable role in society. Comprehensive social rights were no longer disputable. In the words of Rinaldo Regola, textile worker and secretary of the Italian Union General Confederation of Labor, the worker was the one without whom there would be nothing for nobody. At the Turin Congress of October 8, 1918, the Society for Mutual Aid and Cooperatives, in collaboration with the CGDL, spoke more formally, the working class does not ask, nor intend to ask, for mandatory social insurance for sickness, disability, and old age as a philanthropic solution to the still unresolved social problems, but as the expression of rights that have long matured, though heretofore in vain, in the scathing and glorious field of labor and social production. The writing was on the wall, the organized working class battles and intends to battle. Not for fragmentary solutions, but for audacious solutions, extended, complete. In a moment of unprecedented social tension, members of the state apparatus had no choice but to be receptive to these demands. In 1917, the economist Francesco Saverio Nitti, in his role as Treasury Minister, had to publicly accept that the workers in the trenches and fields deserved full rights of citizenship and no one could divert them. The push gained momentum. 2 years later, for example, Leonida Bisolati, upon his departure as head of the Ministry of Military Assistance and War Pensions, wrote in a note to his fellow civil servants, "Your work is far from done. I vow the birth on a solid basis of the Ministry of State Assistance to unify the existing institutions for pension and social welfare." Such an institution would be a high social deed for democracy. Even for wealthy and propertied classes, the state responding in a way that avoided the worst possible break from the capitalist order was a clear necessity. In 1920, Vittorio Cotafavi, a wealthy property owner and MP of the Liberal Constitutional Group, wrote to Nitti, who had become prime minister, to stress the strategic need to publicize the social role of the state as an anti-revolutionary antidote. To draw near the workers to the state so that they can see in it a friend and a protector. In the endeavor of pacification, it would be very useful to familiarize the population with the great initiative of state-funded worker pensions, and with all that is currently being done on behalf of the working classes. Dispensing these healthy facts and brotherly propaganda would benefit public order. 21. Some Italian workers' representatives looked up to Britain as an inspiration for their own reformist demands since, as Rigola put it, it was evident that the British ruling classes considered state social intervention as a duty. Indeed, similar political dynamics were at play in Britain where, as we know, unions in combination with the Labour Party were much more influential than the Italian workers' organisations, even occupying ministerial posts. As we will further explore in the following chapters, unlike their Italian counterparts who flirted with revolution, the majority of British workers' leaders were explicitly reconstructionist in spirit, seeking to advance social good, but through governmental channels. Founded in 1917 and active throughout the immediate post-war period, the British Ministry of Reconstruction 22 was a government entity charged with compensating the country's working classes for their war sacrifice. Central to this charge were programs for post-war social and economic improvement, including extensive plans for development in education, unemployment relief, and housing. Housing was undeniably the chief cause of the industrial unrest. 23. The unsanitary and unhealthy dwellings of the British workers were the most visible and outrageous marks of class difference and injustice. In a moment of global revolutionary fever, it had to be addressed no matter the economic impediments. In the words of the Labour leader and MP M.J. Davison, "Let me say quite frankly, I am not concerned with the financial aspect of this problem. You did not hesitate to call upon the men to preserve this country from invasion. They protected your property and you did not consider for the moment whether it was going to cost a penny rate or a pound rate. Since construction of houses more or less stopped during the war, at the lowest estimate there must have been a deficit of from 300,000 to 400,000 working-class houses by the end of 1918. The lack of new housing was exacerbated by the lack of upkeep to existing housing, as during the war repairs and efforts to eliminate slums were foregone. Many dwellings were uninhabitable. 24. This crisis was magnified by the higher cost of building in the post-war period, which resulted in higher rents and made it impossible for a considerable portion of the population to afford housing. The growing strength of the Labour Party meant that the words of Davison pressuring Parliament were to be taken seriously. We say that unless such a policy is adopted, unless the people of this country are housed in decency and in comfort, the Labour Party will take all the means at its disposal to endeavour to obtain a reversal of the verdict of the election of last December. If we care to do so, we can do it most effectively by a method which I would be the last man to advocate. That is not said as a threat. The Housing and Town Planning Act of April 1919 promised to build 500,000 new houses in 3 years. 25. This reform was heroic in its break from the past. It was the first official recognition of the political obligation of the state to house its citizens. A plurality of enlightened commissions under the Ministry of Reconstruction gave shape to the legislation and substantiated the widespread realization that private enterprise responsible for approximately 95% of house building prior to the war was unable to grapple successfully and speedily with this social crisis. Reformists in action. The agenda of the Ministry of Reconstruction. The parliamentary debate around the housing bill in April 1919 demonstrated the determination and influence of the Reconstructionists in British government. Liberal MP James Gilbert spoke for all. "It is very necessary that these houses should be built as soon as possible, because not only myself but every member of this House is pledged to housing up to the hilt. This will mark a new era for the working classes of this country." The flames of a workers' revolution were doused with promises of proper bathrooms, with a proper service of hot and cold water. These new housing standards had been studied in scientific detail by the Tudor-Walters Committee under the Ministry of Reconstruction. The committee was named after its chairman, a prominent architect and Liberal MP who collaborated with other renowned architects such as Frank Baines and Raymond Unwin. The most impressive recommendations, however, came from the Women's Housing Subcommittee. The All-Women's Committee, chaired by suffragette and feminist activist Mary Gertrude Emmett, took a very bottom-up approach. As the committee put it, its final report embodied only such improvements as are demanded by working women themselves. The Women's Committee's impressive scheme encompassed rules on windows, ventilation, and labor-saving devices for the housewife, such as the American kitchen cabinet that would save unnecessary walking to and fro. Most importantly, the committee experimented with wide possibilities of communal life gardens, playgrounds, social centers since its members believed that full attention should be given to the organization of the resources available for social and intellectual development. The committee stressed the material conditions for women's emancipation. A section of the report titled Communal Holiday Homes confronted the difficulty experienced by working women in obtaining a real rest and holiday. The plan envisaged houses in which mothers could, without anxiety, leave their young children. Large houses in seaside or country places to which groups of working people might go for a holiday. The Women's Cooperative Guild 26 led another sweeping campaign to recognize and compensate a woman's unpaid labor of childbearing and rearing. In the words of the suffragette public intellectual Maud Royden, motherhood is a service which entitles a woman to economic independence. The Family Endowment Committee asked the government to fund all mothers from pregnancy until the child reached the age of 5. Even the Times published supportive accounts for this demanding budgetary measure. Unfortunately, with the resurgence of austerity in the 1920s, this agenda never saw the light of day. In those early post-war years, all of these committees gave voice to a larger working-class constituency that aimed to develop the foundations for a revolution in social life based on cooperative buying and selling and especially the spread of communal living. Within the state apparatus, the enlightened bourgeoisie and the representatives of labor joined hands to deliver on the promise of a new and more just society through unprecedented social reforms intimately and immediately connected to one another. 27. The Adult Education Committee was active for more than 2 years. Prominent Reconstructionists including the politician Ernest Bevin, the unionist Frank Hodges, and the economist R. H. Tawney, under the chairmanship of the Oxford Don A. L. Smith, joined forces to produce a visionary final report in October 1919. Galvanized by the August 1918 Education Act, which abolished all fees in public elementary schools, raised the ending age for compulsory education from 12 to 14, and required local authorities to provide for part-time continuation schools for 14 to 16-year-olds. 28. The committee called for a profound democratization of economic and political decisions. Its members honored the newly acknowledged centrality of labor with a groundbreaking commitment written in capital letters that is still an unmet ideal today: adult education is a permanent national necessity, an inseparable aspect of citizenship, and therefore should be both universal and lifelong. 29. A systematic, continuous, and social education, as the duty of the community, would satisfy workers' widespread appetite for knowledge and overcome work without thought. This non-vocational type of adult education was the opposite of a top-down process or of an indoctrinating exercise on the part of the state. 30. Rather, it was a timely response to a mounting popular educational movement. 31. Indeed, the committee envisioned a considerable increase in financial contributions from the state to assist all forms of voluntary organizations, such as the Workers' Educational Association. That association provided a network of classes and reading circles over many districts, uniting some 2,555 societies, including 952 trade unions, trades councils, and branches, 388 cooperative societies, and other organizations in a popular educational movement. Other hubs that built workers' consciousness through a variety of critical courses, including those on the history and economics of capitalism and socialist theory, were to be the beneficiaries of state grants. The likes of London's Working Man College, Ruskin College, and Labour College expressed the belief of organised labour in the importance of bringing higher education within reach of the younger generation of trade unionists. 32. The insight on the theory-practice connection between knowledge and effective action was spreading. It is significant, indeed, of the growing belief in the value of study that movements and organizations whose main purpose is a practical one have come more and more in recent years to encourage it among their members by organizing lectures, classes, and reading circles, or by supplying them with books. L'Ordine Nuovo movement in Italy of those years would develop these thoughts to their full revolutionary consequences. The Adult Education Committee envisioned the spread of critical economic knowledge to the rural areas. It remarked, "It is certain that with the growth of trade unionism amongst agricultural workers, there will be a demand for economic history and economics from the point of view of the workers' experience and interests." This vision of cultural empowerment gave rise to ambitious schemes of public transport and urban planning, for example to build a village institute, a living nucleus of communal activity that included a hall large enough for dances, cinema shows, concerts, plays, public lectures, and exhibitions, as well as a public library and local museum. The reach of Reconstruction. The year 1919 was a year of nationalization projects that favored the working classes of Britain. This included not only the coal sector, but also the transportation and health sectors. The Ministry of Transport was conceived as a body with the power to nationalize any transport undertaking and to control the supply of electricity. 33 These nationalization schemes, especially for railways, caused uproar within the conservative establishment, with the chairman of the Council of the Chamber of Commerce describing the bill as a revolution by Act of Parliament. Yet even the Times endorsed its progressive appeal, understanding the government's transport revolution as one of their most important weapons in the new war which is just beginning against obsolete and inefficient industrial and social conditions. Similarly, the Ministry of Health was created in 1919 to centralize health governance and ultimately abolish the Poor Law. 34 MPs spoke of the nationalization of the very greatest asset which any nation or any individual may possess, namely, the nationalization of the health of the people of this country. Elected officials hailed the health bill as a splendid thing. It gained unanimous support from all quarters of the House. 35 MPs spoke about a society where the rigid distinction between the words prevention and cure was surpassed. If criticisms were raised, they were in the direction of asking for more. Many in the House stood in favor of reinforcing the power of action of the ministry, especially concerning mental health and funds for medical research. Unfortunately, as we will see in the second part of the book, universal national health care was doomed to be a victim of post-war austerity. Italian reconstructionists within government had similar ambitions for a national health service. One commission, the Abbiate Commission, proposed a universalist welfare reform. Insurance is to be extended to all citizens that took much from the demands of the popular Italian Union CGDL and the Socialist Party. 36 As in the case of Britain, the project was to centralize and simplify social provision under a single insurance, covering health care against illness, accident protection, and maternity coverage. 37 Pietrovaglie and his colleagues on the commission were directly inspired by the British reforms when they campaigned for a Ministry of Health that would guide under one directive mind the extensive newborn, more promising, and higher tasks of public health. The leaders of CGDL pushed for an even more comprehensive and less rigid plan, one that would include more categories of workers at lower ages, and guarantee higher subsidies, especially for the workers with lower wages. Emancipatory projects regarding healthcare were put on the back burner by the liberal post-war governments and later drowned by the fascist austerity campaign. After this setback, the universal national health system would not become a reality in Italy until 1978. And in the early 1990s, the resurgence of austerity again began chipping away at these government programs. In 1919, though, the high season of social reform was in full throttle to the point that, by that December, the Liberal Democrat Mario Serminotti, Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Military Assistance, could commend his country for rising from last place to occupy the vanguard for social insurance, and for its will to do even more. 38 To substantiate Sir Manotti's optimism, it is enough to mention the three most important reformist victories. In April 1919, the state declared insurance against disability and old age 39 mandatory and extended it to cover all private sector workers. 40 It inaugurated an early form of a cross-class redistributive system that benefited some 12 million workers, including tenant farmers, mezzagerie, white-collar workers, and shopkeepers with low incomes. Augusto Sciofelli, the Minister of Agriculture, Industry, and Commerce, presented the provision to Parliament invoking Italy's awareness of her duties to her people and the legislation's great task of peace and social justice. The wave of reform continued with the effective institution in 1919 of mandatory insurance against accidents for agricultural workers. 41. This law, strongly favored by socialist trade unions, overwhelmed the opposition of landowners and the Chamber of Commerce, who worried that state intervention, especially centralized public management of accident insurance through the newly instituted Cassa Nazionale Infortuni, would irrevocably alter class hierarchies. A January 1918 Chamber of Commerce manifesto opposed the law and warned, the decree would have a major impact on relations between workers and owners, both politically and owing to its financial repercussions. 42. For the first time, this law made insurance for accidents in agriculture public and mandatory, applying the modern principle of an automatic right to compensation that was not linked to the contribution of the employer. With this reform, 9 million farm workers gained social protection, joining the industrial workers. In a 1921 decree, Prime Minister Giolitti would further extend the law's scope by lowering the barrier to eligibility. Mussolini's austerity acts of 1923, however, made sure to immediately gut Giolitti's decree. Finally, Italy had become a front-runner in its unemployment reform, another means to quell high working-class demands. Apart from the Soviet laws of 1917, the Italian scheme was the first one to introduce a large-scale system of obligatory unemployment insurance. 43 This 1919 scheme was even more inclusive than its British counterpart of 1920.44. Reformism, pacification or polarization. The post-war creation of the Italian Ministry of Labour and Social Welfare, which closely resembled the British Ministry of Labour, reveals the double-edged significance of the Reconstructionist project. 45 On the one hand, the explicit objective of the Nitti government was to strengthen state intervention for the protection of the working classes. On the other, this reform constituted an attempt to harmonize productive relations and thus guarantee the survival of a fragile capitalist system. Since the beginning of the century, the Socialist Party, the CGDL, and the National Leagues of Cooperatives had been calling for a ministry to deal with the problems of labor. 46 The pre-war liberal governments avoided this project. There was overwhelming opposition to a ministry understood as a class ministry. 47 After the war, however, things were different. The war dynamics ushered in new priorities, and no imperative was stronger than assimilating the working classes and defusing their rejection of the capitalist state. The government sought social peace through social and labor reform. Indeed, the collaborative relation between labor and the state was a pillar of Nitti's productivist reformism, a creed that largely overlapped with that of many British Reconstructionists. 48 The reader may thus discern the fundamental ambivalence of Reconstructionism. Even in its construction of safety nets, the welfare state still performs a function of social control. Workers have less incentive to break from a system that provides them with greater labor rights and social benefits. 49. Notably, even in such an explosive social moment, most social reforms were not actually so reformist in their results. Rather than appeasing workers, the enlightened agenda stimulated higher expectations for a better future. Cracks between reformers and radicals emerged. For example, while the CGDL campaigned for insurance against disability and old age, the rank and file began mobilizing against the payment of insurance quotas. 50 In the summer of 1920, workers at the Bianchi workshop in Milan organized a strike that was supported by the Chamber of Labor of Bologna and Turin, What purpose do these social insurances have when we are on the verge of revolution? Why pay if we will soon have all the power? These cracks became fault lines, and in 1920 an ascendant Benito Mussolini wrote in an article for Il Popolo d'Italia that it was not only the liberal state that was in grave crisis, but the reformist attitude of the unions themselves. 51. The reformist government's lack of toehold was painfully clear to the governments themselves. In January 1921, an Italian parliamentary commission made plain that in the new Ministry of Labor the workers see by now the supreme organ of protection of their interests, and from it they expect further reforms directed to the material and moral elevation of the worker. 52. The Italian Reconstructionist project's desperation for social peace failed, ultimately ushering in the 1922 fascist regime. As we shall explore, fascist austerity abruptly broke the season of reforms and inaugurated a return of the most uncompromising ruling classes. Emblematic of this newly found strategy of appeasement was the dismantling of the Ministry of Labor in 1923. Rather than advancing national unity, Reconstructionism had polarized society. On the one side stood workers and their revolutionary practices, whose vilification by the state would later give rise to austerity policies. On the other side was the reactionary bourgeoisie, supported by influential economists, the protagonists of the second part of the book, who initiated a powerful campaign against the paternalistic bureaucratic state and unleashed the weapon of austerity. Austerity operated as a defense mechanism not only against revolutionary upsurges but also against the very principles of post-war welfare capitalism and its potential expansion. Certainly Britain represented a less explosive scenario, but this was only a difference in degree, not in kind. Even if it is true that in a mature capitalist economy the workers' representatives were more profoundly integrated into the state apparatus, social polarization was still an insidious reality. The struggles of the miners we will explore in Chapter 3 are indicative of how social reforms amplified demands to take over production. As Lord Sankey noted in the official 1919 Coal Commission report, there was in the coal fields much more than a desire for the material advantages of higher wages and shorter hours. Workers expressed to an ever-increasing extent, a higher ambition of taking their due share and interest in the direction of the industry to the success of which they, too, are contributing. To halt the threats to the old order, a vocal anti-waste campaign against public expenditure burst through the seams and found strong institutional support in the austerity crusade of the experts at the British Treasury. Conclusion. During the Great War, the British and Italian governments employed social welfare as a powerful strategy of political cohesion on an unprecedented scale. In a moment when laissez-faire capitalism was revealing its classist bias, the states intervened as redistributive actors to stave off the system's internal combustion. In the war's immediate aftermath, the Reconstructionists propelled this strategy further. Equitable reform could moderate popular discontent and placate workers, who would now have something to lose from breaking away from the bourgeois socio-economic order. Appeasing the collective involved an ambitious reconstruction of society on a socially inclusive basis, nowhere better expressed than in the British Ministry of Reconstruction and its numerous enlightened committees, or in the Italian Ministry of Labour and Social Welfare, the symbols of workers' voice within the state apparatus. There is no doubt that at its root the impulse toward reconstruction was a matter of existential preservation. Reforms were the antidote to any immediate deracination of the bourgeois social contract. Paradoxically, however, what was required for its preservation was in itself a threat to capitalism, or at least a grave threat to pure laissez-faire capitalism. Indeed, with post-war reconstruction, the priorities of the economic system dramatically shifted, from satisfying the individual profit motive to satisfying the collective social need. Resources were transferred away from private capital to the collective. This meant, for example, that tax revenues and newly created credits were used for programs of public health and education instead of being channeled back into the pockets of savers investors. After the war, many rejected the old economic creed in favor of a progressive trinity: expansionist fiscal and monetary policies and inclusive industrial agendas that outmuscled the impersonal laws of the market. In affirming human agency, Reconstructionists refused to bow to budgetary constraints as an economic limit to policies of social distribution. These plans for a new society reached for high emancipatory goals, from the spread of communal living that empowered women to the funding of workers' schools that taught about labor rights and socialist theory. Ultimately, economic orthodoxy had to contend with two sets of enemies. First was the Reconstructionists, who through their vision of increasing social redistribution to the detriment of private capital represented an important enemy of capitalism in its pure laissez-faire form. But an arguably greater enemy emerged at the same time, one that challenged the very foundations of capitalism and was emboldened by Reconstructionist reforms: people's revolutionary ambitions. Rather than being appeased by social redistribution, workers were galvanized by it. The years 1919 to 1920 were marked by vast mobilizations toward an alternative socio-economic system which entailed the overcoming of private ownership of the means of production and wages themselves. The mutually enhancing relation between reforms and working-class consciousness proved to be an explosive synergy. Ironically, the reformists, who had bent the iron laws of the market to avoid a revolution, had actually contributed to sparking another one. These radical embers that charred capitalism are the subject of Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The Struggle for Economic Democracy. Economic movements have a rapidly growing tendency to become also political, not only because the workers possess a greatly increased power and are far more conscious of it, but also because their economic claims are animated by a steadily deepening hostility to the whole capitalist order of society. Not only do the workers feel stronger, they have also a growing feeling that capitalism is insecure. G.D.H. Cole, Chaos and Order in Industry. Capitalism's crisis of legitimacy was born from its undressing during World War I. State interventions in national economies expanded the limits of what was possible, politically, and in doing so opened up spaces for greater political imagination around the organization of socio-economic relations. Put simply, the very conditions created by state control during the war caused the breakdown of the common-sense rationality that had justified the system up to that point. Chapter 2 detailed how such a breakdown was manifested in the post-war Reconstructionist spirit and its attempts at appeasement via social reforms. Now we examine how the loss of legitimacy for capitalist governments went much deeper. It opened the question of the profit motive, the core of capitalism, as well as its two fundamental pillars: private ownership of the means of production and wage relations. Following the war, pockets of workers from across Europe were drawn to modes of organization in which production was intended for use rather than profit. Communal property was favored over private property, freedom was valued above the commodification of labor. The strength and revolutionary significance of the Italian and especially British labor movements after the war have been downplayed by many labor historians in the decades that followed. G.D.H. Cole, the political theorist and economist who wrote this chapter's epigraph, wrote in his 1958 A History of Socialist Thought, Volume 4, "I have tried to make plain that there was no point at all at which there was any possibility of a British Revolution." This was a departure from his dispatches from the period itself, including a 1919 testimony that read in part, "Or I do sincerely believe that the present economic order is breaking down, and that its definite collapse is a matter not of decades, but of years." He observed that what had held capitalism together until that point, that is, the widespread conviction that capitalism was inevitable, was collapsing. Indeed, during the red years of 1919 to 1920, collective imagination was fired by events happening elsewhere in Europe. The writings of the reformist socialist Pietro Nani reveal the interconnected and transnational nature of the crisis: the fall of the Hohenzollern in Germany, the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire and the flight of its last emperor, the Spartacist movements in Berlin, the Bolshevik Revolution in Hungary, the Soviet in Bavaria. Fired the imaginations and inspired the hope that the old world was on the point of crumbling and that humanity was on the verge of a new era of a new social order. 1. If one is to argue that capitalism was crumbling during this period as I do, then the unparalleled surges of industrial action in Britain and Italy are exhibits A and B. These post-war industrial actions sought new relations of production to construct democratic societies. Labor movements were grounded in demands for workers' control, i.e., the substitution of a new industrial order that replaced the capitalist industrial system, partially if not completely. Cole, in his earlier voice, explains, but, when labor asks for control, it is not with profits or profit sharing that it is primarily concerned, but with the democratization of the actual management of industry, and the securing for the organized workers of a real measure of control over the conditions under which they work. Labor's remedy for the curse of profiteering is not a share in profits for itself, but the public ownership of industry combined with a system of democratic control. A campaign as radical as one for workers' control required the deployment of multiple strategies. This chapter details 3, the struggles of the British miners for nationalisation, the rise of Italian cooperatives, and the proliferation of the British guilds. Labour storms the stage of history. In 1918, new electoral laws enfranchised men regardless of property qualifications and, in Britain, also women, subject to constraints. 2 This meant that workers' concerns now shaped the political landscape. In Britain, the change in the electoral base granted centre stage to the Labour Party, which dethroned the Liberal Party as the main rival to the Tories. The Labour Party won 4.5 million votes, 8 times more than in pre-war years. Regardless of our judgment on the authenticity of the party's lofty ambitions to seize the means of production as declared in their constitutional manifesto of 19183, the characterization of this period in the British historian Eric Hobsbawm's observations are undeniable. For the first time in history, a proletarian party became and remained a major alternative government party, and the fear of working-class power and expropriation now haunted the middle classes, not so much because this is what the labor leaders promised or performed, but because its mere existence as a mass party threw a faint red shadow of potential Soviet revolution across the country. The November 1919 Italian electoral results were even more challenging to capital accumulation. The Socialist Party and the Popular Party gained the majority in the Chamber of Deputies, 256 of the 508 total seats. The Socialists alone obtained 1,840,600 votes and seated 156 representatives, while the traditional Liberal Party all but disappeared. By 1920 the Socialist Party counted 4,367 local sections, and governed a third of all municipalities and more than a third of the provincial councils. 5 Socialists also directed 8,000 cooperatives. This was no ordinary feat, and was partly incited by the party's radicalization since the time of war. 6 Its immediate agenda targeted the socialization of financial capital, the suppression of state debt, the socialization of housing, means of transportation and of big agrarian property and of the big industrial and commercial business. More dramatically, the Socialist Party also rejected any form of parliamentarism. It fought fights in electoral terms and with a clear-eyed revolutionary set of objectives. This most intense dissemination of communist principles was meant to facilitate the abolition of the institutions of bourgeois domination. Elections were thus understood as a barometer to measure the shift of power toward labor and as a powerful means of cultivating class consciousness. While the proletarian parties were growing in strength, so too were workers' unions, with the two organizations being structurally interconnected in both countries. In Britain, the industrial capital of the world, between 1914 and 1918 trade union membership rose from 4 million people to 6.5 million people, and eventually reached a record figure of almost 8.4 million in 1920. In just 6 years, unionization had doubled. 40% of the total working population joined the unions. In Italy, the escalation was just as impressive. The thrust of trade unionism into the urban and rural proletariat escalated like never before. Almost 3.8 million workers, 5 times the pre-war total, participated in organized labor protests. What's more, the Socialist Workers' Federation surpassed all others in popularity. The CGDL grew impressively. In just the 2 post-war years, participation climbed 8-fold, reaching 2 million members by 1920. Especially combative were its adherent organizations, Federterra, the Red League of Agrarian Workers, and FIOM, the Red Union of the Metal Workers. The surge in union membership was primarily the result of the wartime onboarding of new workers, women, the unskilled, and the semi-skilled. 8 The war had given birth to a new and much more embattled working class that had very little to lose. As we know from Chapter 1, these workers had been deeply politicized by war collectivism, and were seemingly disinclined to watch their own subjugation. Direct industrial action was the most vivid expression of this burgeoning politicization. Strikemania. In Britain after the war, class tensions soared and strikes doubled compared to 1912, the pre-war year with the largest outburst of strikes. The peak of this trend was 1919, in which almost 35 million working days were lost to strike action, 6 times as many as the previous year, and an average of 100,000 workers were on strike every day. 9 Not just coal miners, railwaymen, transport workers, and dockers, but also police officers, soldiers, ex-servicemen, journalists, painters, teachers, farm workers, cotton spinners, and many other groups of workers took to the streets against their employers or the state. Flipping through the pages of the Daily Herald of the years 1919 to 1920, one encounters countless reports of direct action undertaken by the country's workers, giving substance to the idea that one can doubt the existence in the United Kingdom at the present time of the most widespread and deep-seated unrest that has ever been known in this country. 10. In July 1919 alone, coal miners were striking throughout the country, bakers were preparing a national strike against night labor, and police officers were about to take to the streets. The latter fought to obtain unionization, identifying themselves strongly as workers and spreading political insecurity. The forces of law and order were not going to support the government. 11 The Liverpool police strike of August 1919 found solidarity among workers of other industries, leading to heavy rioting and the intervention of troops. 12 In the meantime, carpenters, tailors, chefs, steel workers, soldiers, and builders were fighting to gain control over the conditions of their labor, or at least to improve them. The strikemania, as it was branded, did not spare Italy. In 1919, the number of recorded strikes in Italy had more than doubled relative to the pre-war years, and as in Britain, had increased more than six-fold during the transition from war to peacetime. In 1919 the workdays lost to labor disputes in agriculture and industry topped 22 million, and in 1920 rose to almost 31 million. 13 The number of strikes kept growing in 1920, involving nearly 2,314,000 workers, that is, around 50% of the labor force in the capitalist productive sectors, including industry, construction, agriculture, mining, etc. 14 Just as the reports in the Daily Herald provided a vivid picture of strikes across Britain, so too did the Italian El Avanti, the socialist newspaper that saw its subscriptions among Italian workers and peasants boom after the war. On April 2, 1920, under the headline "The Fierce Battles of the Working Class," the paper chronicled the national strike among public employees, which lasted almost a month, the strike of the agricultural workers in the Padania region, the strike of the bread makers in Brescia, the strike of the construction workers in Bergamo, the strike of the railwaymen in Casale Monferrato, the strike of the telegraphic workers in Milan, and the metallurgical stoppages in Turin, Florence, Pavia, etc. On the following day El Avanti ran a headline "Daily Battles of the Working Proletariat" and reported the strike of 30,000 paper manufacturers, the strike of the stonemasons in Mantua, the strike of the gas workers in Monza, the mobilization of the farmers in Forli, and the final accords for the increase in wages of the textile workers of Milan after a harsh stoppage of labor. During that month of April alone, Italy recorded 195 strikes, with 229,960 participants and 2,454,012 workdays lost. 15 Women participated in high numbers, even leading the charge in many sectors, including the textile industry, where the strike was among the most combative and where women strikers outnumbered men 3 to 1.16. The news reports depicted not only workers' struggles, but their unprecedented successes, across the country, workers gained economic and representational rights. 17 By 1921, average Italian nominal daily industrial wages quintupled compared to their pre-war levels. 18 Such gains were absolutely unheard of. During the 20 years of industrial development, the aggregate natural increase of average nominal wages had only been 53%. By 1920, nominal weekly wages for British manual workers had soared 178% with respect to their pre-war levels, a high of £3.70 compared to £1.26 in 1910. To give a sense of these gains, consider that for an entire century before the war, the incremental increase of average British weekly earnings from one year to the next never exceeded more than £0.10.19. During the Red Years, Italian and British workers fought for, and secured, a standardization of the 8-hour workday. Levanti hailed the event triumphantly as a conquest without precedent. An unheard victory in the history of the world proletarian movement. Strikes get political. As worker demonstrations proliferated, their goals evolved. What began as direct actions in the expression of industrial interests became political and on an international scale. In both Britain and Italy, workers mobilized in solidarity with Russian and Hungarian workers to counter the anti-Soviet attacks that had been waged by international wealthy interests. The most acclaimed example in Britain was the Jolly George episode, where British dockers sabotaged the government's support of the Polish war against Soviet Russia by refusing to arm a supply ship 20. The episode of the Jolly George, a vessel under charter to carry arms to Poland from Harwich, acquired worldwide celebrity when the dockers successfully refused to load its cargo, and it became clear that any attempt to defeat the boycott by the use of blackleg labor would result in a widespread sympathetic strike. In Russia it was even reported, and for a time believed, that the revolution had broken out in Great Britain. There was indeed a sudden wave of feeling among the British workers, for whom the affair of the Jolly George, small though it was in itself, had a symbolic significance as standing for international solidarity in support of the Russian Revolution against its capitalist imperialist enemies. A month later, July 20 to 21, 1919, CGDL and the Italian Socialist Party organized a general strike, calling on workers across the country to march in solidarity with their struggling Russian comrades. Later, in June 1920, Italian soldiers and workers in the city of Ancona took control of the military barracks and refused to depart for Albania, which was then under Italian occupation. This action precipitated solidarity strikes and popular uprisings throughout Italy, where the people opposed arms production and called for repatriation of all Italian soldiers. The movement ultimately contributed to the full recognition of Albanian independence and the cessation of deployment of Italian soldiers. However, after the war, the politicization of strikes meant something more than direct confrontation with the state on foreign affairs. Economic movements themselves had become deeply political. What had previously registered as strictly economic demands, such as hours and wage increases, were now considered as part of more systematic demands that directly involved the state. The direct intervention of the state in production meant that industrial struggles against the employers immediately developed into political struggles against the state and thus to demands that state power be used to bring social production under democratic control. As James Sexton, a British dock labourer, commented, there was considerable difficulty, if it was not almost impossible, to dissociate political and industrial questions. Moreover, unrest was no longer occurring primarily as an intervention for immediate economic benefits. Quite the contrary, a large motivating factor was social revolution. An official British memorandum of February 1919 stressed this shift. The fundamental causes of labor unrest were to be found in the growing determination of labor to challenge the whole existing structure of capitalist industry, and no longer only in special and smaller grievances which come to the surface at any particular time. 21. Workers rebuffed the core assumptions of capitalism. As the British report put it, they were no longer prepared to acquiesce in a system in which their labor is bought and sold as a commodity in the labor market, and once put to work they demanded to be treated not as hands or part of the factory equipment but as human beings with the right to use their abilities by hand and brain in the service not of the few but of the whole community. Frank Hodges, a miners' union leader in Britain, described the movement as a secession from capitalism. He wants to know the social purpose of his work. In short, he wants to feel the joy that comes to a man whose whole personality is impressed on the object which he is in the process of creating, instead of being mere plastic clay in the hands of a system which turns his whole being into a marketable commodity. Point 22. In Italy, the urge for popular self-governance spread like wildfire in the factories and in the countryside across the country. While industrial workers in northern Italy continued their call for control of the means of production, agricultural workers paralyzed production in a vast area of Piedmont and Lombardy for a total of 50 days during 1920, holding constant city-wide assemblies. These strikes erupted in March 1920 and involved more than 300,000 people. Their demands were at once economic and, most importantly, political. Agricultural workers secured control of labor within the production process and official recognition of their employment bureaus. Point 23. Among the countless other revolutionary events in 1920, the peasant invasion in Medicina, in the Bolognese region, stands out. What began on March 22 was, by the evening of the second day, a display of peasants reunited in a march, carrying blades, shovels, scythes, chanting the Internationale and the Hymn of the Workers, a remarkable scene of solidarity and organization. In a feature written months later to describe the events, the political leader Angelo Tosca commented that the peasants demonstrated the most evident truth of the working class, to take on for itself the problem of production. Tosca detailed how the peasants of Medicina put into operation their own institutions of governance and organization, including an employment office that coordinated employment and a production cooperative that furnished machines and fertilizers. Spontaneous local councils committees to discuss the technical issues of production were common. The community organized production according to the social necessities of nutrition, not the organizing principle of capital. Instead of harvesting industrial cannabis, they cultivated cereal, rice, and medicinal herbs. As a peasant told the reporter, one has to produce first what is necessary to eat, then one can think of profit. The case of Medicina spearheaded a national subversion of capitalist priorities. Overall, the red years of 1919 to 1920 saw the call for workers' control of land and industry reach its climax and become one of the most important political demands of the British and Italian post-war labor movements, taking center stage among the rank and file and even in the official policy of the main unions. Point 24. What follows is an exploration of the varieties of workers' battles for the common objectives for a post-capitalist society, union campaigns, agricultural cooperatives, and building guilds. The miners' struggle and the Sankey Committee. The miners take charge. For the British mining community, World War I was a period of dramatic strengthening as an industry and dramatically increased class awareness as an employment sector. The wartime state control of coal brought a significant advance in the miners' position, including official recognition of the Miners' Federation of Great Britain. Successful national bargaining directly with the state gave basis to the miners' audacious post-war program. By the end of the war, the miners' union was powerful, nationally structured, and active in fostering solidarity among different sectors. It organized about 1 million men, making it by far the largest union in Great Britain. In 1919, roughly 1 in 8 people nationwide either lived in, or came from, a mining community, where class bitterness and class solidarity in mining villages was without parallel in the rest of British industry. On January 31, 1919, with the industry still under de facto public management after the war, the MFGB presented its demands to the government for an increase of 30% in basic wages, a 6-hour working day, nationalization, and joint control, and warned that unless these demands were met in full, the consequence would be a national coal strike. Politically, circumstances favored the workers. After the war, the country was experiencing a coal shortage, Not only would a strike directly impede the provision of energy to households, it would also close down industries in the early stages of conversion to peacetime production and imperil the effort to recapture overseas markets. Moreover, the stakes were extremely high. The political situation was unpredictable. With the industrial unrest prevailing throughout the country, a miners' strike could potentially escalate into a political breakdown. For the Scottish socialist John Maclean and other influential members of the MFGB, a miners' strike over hours and wages might, in the context of mass mobilization, pull in millions of workers from other industries with potentially revolutionary results. These were not completely unrealistic thoughts. In the early months of 1919, the forces of law and order were in the British government's own estimation unreliable. If upheaval occurred, the likelihood of containing it seemed low. Cabinet evidence shows that most ministers were hostile to the miners' claims. But given the circumstances, in much haste and alarm, the cabinet opted for a reconstructionist approach and suggested that miners' demands be investigated by an impartial government commission under the neutral chairmanship of Sir John Sankey, a judge of the High Court. The Times detailed the tense setting from which this commission emerged, how it represented a breathing space that might allow the nation to avoid the perennial menace of a resurgence of strikes. A week ago the atmosphere was highly charged, and there were all the signs of an approaching storm so devastating and so far-spreading that none of the people would escape its effects. Today the air is clearer. The danger of an industrial upheaval has not been removed, but miners will have full scope for providing the justice and practicability of their claims at the inquiry of the Coal Industry Commission, which opens today. The miners' leaders accepted the offer, provided that the MFGB were allowed to nominate half the members of the commission. 25 They picked the three most charismatic leaders of the miners: Robert Smillie, president of the MFGB, Frank Hodges, general secretary of the MFGB, and Herbert Smith, vice president of the MFGB and president of the Yorkshire Miners' Federation. They also nominated three experts who embodied the Reconstructionist spirit detailed in previous chapters: the economists Leo Kyazamoney and Sidney Webb, and the socialist historian Richard H. Tawney. Although some historians' retrospective accounts have tended to view the episode of the Sankey Committee as an event that, by buying time, killed the revolutionary potential of the miners, it is certainly the case that the workers had produced a historical breakthrough. Their challenge to the pillars of capitalism entered the foyer of the capitalist fortress. The threat of direct action and its paralyzing effect sparked a political debate that shook the heart of the British establishment, intimately involving the Parliament and the national press. In the foyer of the capitalist fortress. In their negotiations with the British government, the three miners' representatives, together with the three economic experts, all agreed on a basic point: free market capitalism had to be denounced and overcome. Smillie and Hodges openly addressed it as the old regime. Private initiative and private profit as the motives of production were put on trial, thoroughly examined, and publicly rebuked. 26 The fact that the commission met in the King's robing room of the House of Lords made its deliberations all the more impressive. The hearings, held under the watchful eye of national public opinion, overthrew the status of private property and private industry as an impenetrable domain. 27 Arthur H. Gleason, staff member of the American Bureau of Industrial Research, noted that no such latitude of questioning has ever before been permitted in an official industrial investigation. Here you had a miner cross-examining a millionaire employer and driving him into a corner from which he did not escape. In fact, the first session of the hearings was publicly recognized, even by the bourgeois press, as a triumph for the workers. The Daily News wrote, "No one who attends its proceedings can help coming away with the impression that it is the mine owners, not the miners, whose case is on trial." And again, in the Times, there will be no difference of opinion amongst dispassionate readers on one point, which is that of the three parties concerned the miners come out far the best. Their case was better presented, but it was also a better case than that of the government or the mine owners. 28. The hearings were not simply a theater for the miners to demonstrate their leverage. Rather, the Sankey proceedings laid bare the profound failings of the pre-war system of capitalist competition. Along with the dismal picture of the miners' working conditions, 29 a critique of the structural flaws of capitalism emerged. Economic inefficiency is not to be ascribed to personal shortcomings, it instead sprang from the very functioning of market competition, which impeded rational central planning of the extraction and use of natural resources and instead systemically led individual capitalists to try to pressure labor to work more at inhumane wages and to save on infrastructure. In the case of Britain's largest industry, the effects of the invisible hand were not as optimal as Adam Smith had promised. Numerous depositions emphasized that far from being virtuous, competition for profit had not resulted in collective prosperity. 30 Rather, it had created a lack of coordination and excessive waste, combined with a structural disincentive to undertake the kind of long-term investment that was needed to increase the supply of coal and keep prices low. 31 Indeed, coal company owners could guarantee high profits through pressure on wages. We have, in fact, as a nation, got the mine workers' labor too cheap for our economic health. This modest attack on the capitalist tradition, an attack that asserted a contradiction between private interests and public gains, reached economic experts at home and overseas. The 1919 article by H.D. Henderson published in the Economic Journal discussed the case of the Sankey Committee and concluded, "It is very doubtful whether any considerable section of the consuming public would be prepared, when it came to the point, to back their faith in private ownership at so high and so obvious a price." The problem of competition producing inefficiency could potentially be solved by unification under private ownership. Another source of inefficiency did not admit of such an easy solution. The antagonistic relationship between capital and labor was inherent to the nature of private capitalism. The solution, as presented by Sankey, was to accept a new role for workers in the production process, one that satisfied a higher ambition of taking their due share and interest in the direction of the industry. Nationalization and worker control. Clause 9 of the Sankey report announced seismic changes to come in British industry. Even upon the evidence already given, the present system of ownership and working in the coal industry stands condemned, and some other system must be substituted for it, either nationalization or a method of unification by national purchase and / or by joint control. Fearing a national miners' strike, or worse, a strike of the Triple Alliance, on March 20, 1919, the Cabinet accepted Sankey's report with its groundbreaking Clause 9. The Times voiced the extreme nature of the events with the headlines in capital letters, "Coal Report. Big concessions to miners. Effective voice in direction. Present system condemned." The article specified that miners are in fact offered more than nationalization, as that term is usually interpreted. The owners are to go, as owners, and the only question is what is the best form for the new system, which will give miners a direct say in the management. A second stage of the Commission's hearings ensued, this time dealing directly with nationalization and workers' control. Union leaders Smillie, Hodges, and Straker, as well as Cole, who was asked to give a deposition, argued for a binding relation between workers' control and nationalization. Just as national ownership is inadequate without workers' control, so workers' control is inadequate without national ownership. Indeed, nationalization in itself did not secure the abolition of the wage system, under which the worker sells his labor to an employer in return for a wage, and by the sale is supposed to forego all right over the manner in which his labor is used. The bold demand was for economic democracy, joint control, shared between miners and the state. Workers' control over the workplace was an emotional issue among miners' rank and file movements even before the war. 32 These movements grew stronger during the war, leading to considerable left-wing pressure and influence in the coal fields and even on the policy of the MFGB. What was remarkable in 1919 was how the core of this vision, stripped of its explicit revolutionary message, had found circulation within the establishment. It proposed a radically different image of industrial society through governmental reform, and it had an audience. The appeal of the argument put forward by the commissioners rested upon its reconstructionist tone, which turned workers' control into an issue of national rather than class interest. 33. Sankey's final report was accepted by the 6 workers' representatives. It combined with the bill of the Miners' Federation 34 to emerge as concrete blueprints for the democratic management of the coal industry. The two reports envisaged the avoidance of hierarchical bureaucratic administration and the effective participation of workers in production through councils, electoral bodies with substantial worker representation. 35 A three-tier scheme was formalized: pit councils, district councils, and the National Mining Council. While the latter had the chief coordinating role, the other local councils held a large degree of productive and financial autonomy. 36. The rise and defeat of the coal miners. The reports of the Sankey Commission were released in June 1919, to wide attention in the national and international press. 37 In his article, Henderson echoed the potential of these epochal events. There is no real guidance to be obtained from the experience of past or contemporary institutions. Thus, the new political experiment offered an objective and rallying point to those who are seeking to transform the whole structure of society. According to Vernon Hartshorne, a leader among Welsh miners who had given witness during the Sankey proceedings, the miners had unearthed a constitutional mechanism by which structural change could take place in Great Britain. Commenting on the proposals of the second report, Hartshorne wrote, "They go to the very roots of the capitalist system. The recommendations comply with all the forms of constitutional procedure, though they foreshadow change which is truly revolutionary." Indeed, workers knew that coal's foremost position in the industrial hierarchy made it a vanguard case to accomplish a full-blown system of workers' control. The Daily Herald frequently reiterated the point: the whole labor movement looks at the miners to hew out of the capitalist system a platform from which it can make a great leap forward. The rising threat to capitalism was recognized also by the coal mine owners, who repeatedly warned from the witness box that as they went, so went Britain. Nationalization of mines must be followed by nationalization of all industries. Retracting our steps would end in national disaster. In a hustle, the Federation of the Coal Owners, MAGB, together with the National Association of the Chamber of Commerce, coordinated a widespread anti-nationalization campaign to win a battle that, if lost, would mean England will change hands. Indeed, the battle had to be fought. The controversy over the nationalization of the mines dominated British politics throughout the summer of 1919. However, in August, after months of procrastination and political uncertainty, the government officially rejected Sankey's final majority report. Pressures from economic experts at the Treasury to abandon state control of industry in order to safeguard public finances had a decisive weight in the rejection. Starting in July, the government sought to exploit the fear of poor fiscal balances to paint the miners' demands as excessive and damaging to the national coffers. These rationales were the early antecedents of formal austerity. The refrains were picking up steam. By that time, workers found little hope in fighting back. In March 1920, the end of the economic boom sounded a death knell for the miners' political power. Indeed, as Cole recalls, priorities changed. Trade unions were more concerned with looking to their own defenses, industry by industry, in face of the threatened depression than with supporting the miners or any other section in essentially socialistic demands. This economic depression was not a natural disaster, but rather the outcome of a well-thought-out policy of the Treasury and the Bank of England that operated to drastically deflate the economy by increasing the interest rate and curtailing credit. Monetary austerity inflicted heavy damage on British trade, especially coal exports. Sterling rose against other currencies, making British goods more expensive than those of other countries in world markets. Bad business meant a surge in unemployment, which crushed unions and especially their power to press for social change. 38. Such an austerity policy might appear economically irrational in the sense that it damaged the economy. But it was very rational in that it guaranteed the survival of capitalism and its relations of production. G.D.H. Cole put his finger on the essence of the austerity counteroffensive, which will be explored in the coming pages. The big working class offensive had been successfully stalled off, and British capitalism, though threatened with economic adversity, felt itself once more safely in the saddle and well able to cope both industrially and politically with any attempt that might still be made from the labor side to unseat it. In a nutshell, The economic downturn fortified capitalism. Not only were the pillars of private property and wage relations reaffirmed, austerity also guaranteed wage repression and a resurgence of private profit. Indeed, with the industry sliding into permanent depression in the spring of 1921, miners lost most of the material gains they had obtained during the war, along with the increase in wages once guaranteed by the Sankey outcome. The miners' strike that followed began on April 1, 1921, nominally to fight for a national wage. It represented the last heroic effort to counter declining living conditions. The strike went down in defeat, when on April 15 the leaders of the railway and transport unions decided to back away and left the miners on their own. This episode is famously known as Black Friday, the moment the British labour movement was forced onto the defensive. Later that year coal returned to inter-district competition for business, and with it the full rigours of the private system. By 1922 the miners who were still at work were earning about half of what they earned in 1919, in just 2 years they saw a nominal weekly wage drop of 46%. At that juncture, the retreat of the government from coal production meant that wage repression was no longer a matter of political struggle that involved the state as the employer. Class struggle was once more confined to the realm of economics, where the impersonal laws of supply and demand dominated. As market dependence increased, workers' agency decreased. To conclude, the miners' movement for workers' control opted for an alliance with the state, but found in the state its ultimate defeat. As we shall explore, the Treasury and the Bank of England were capable of prompt reaction. They unleashed monetary austerity at the height of these events. At that point institutional change became impossible. Caught as it was in the clasp of broader change in the name of austerity, the new priorities were cutting labor costs and cutting government expenses at whatever price. Cooperatives and guilds. Miners weren't the only workers who sought to build on the industrial reforms of World War I. Two other groups, the Italian cooperatives and the British building guilds, embodied the same aspirations of the working class. Although they shared the same goal with the miners, a system based on production for use instead of profit, cooperatives and guilds did not directly act against private capitalists. Rather, they experimented with a different order of society within the capitalist system, alongside private capitalists and with the aid of the state. Italian co-ops. In Castagneso, a small town of 6,000 in the Bolognese countryside, the Italian government had requisitioned the town's factory for tomato preserves to produce the iron and steel that went into ships and railways during the war. Upon demobilization, the factory was sold to a group of industrialists, with one of the terms of sale specifying that the buyer would enact the experiment of collaboration between capital and labor. 39 Otherwise ownership would go back to the state. The sale proceeded, but the terms were quickly breached. Following the ensuing long workers' strike and much negotiation, the government eventually secured the termination of the industrialists' contract. In March 1920 a consortium of metallurgical workers bought the factory, granting use of it to a new type of organization embodying the spirit of a workers' cooperative. The co-op's 300 worker members were organized in a committee structure operating under an administrative board composed of elected co-op members. The organization's constitution included specifications for how surpluses would be reinvested, namely in the reserve fund, social insurance and instruction, and dividends among workers in proportion to their actual exercised labor. A month into their experience of free management, the Castagneso co-op members wrote a manifesto for other Italian workers. We wish and hope the story of the Castagneso workshops can serve as an example to all Italian workers still oppressed and exploited by capitalist gluttony, so that they can once and for all redeem themselves from the servitude of the boss to set out courageously towards a communist society. 40. Castagneso was one co-op among many. The cooperative movement exploded during the Italian Red Biennium. It was a form of reaction against the abuses of capitalism that offered an overcoming of private capital accumulation and traditional wage relations. Workers were members of the cooperative, thus they owned their means of production and shared in their surplus. 41. A 1921 cooperative handbook described the nature of this alternative. industrial commercial business are managed by capitalists who aim for the greatest profit of capital invested. On the other hand, cooperatives are managed by people who have in production a central aim that is different from that of the capitalist, that is, workers who want to benefit the most from their labor power. The net profit that in an ordinary enterprise increases the benefit of capital, in a cooperative enterprise increases the benefit of cooperators. These institutions flourished thanks to state support. Important in this respect is the decree of September 2, 1919, which authorized prefects to requisition land and give it to peasant cooperatives for 4 years, or permanently. Also central for a co-op's livelihood were public works contracts. Most cooperatives, especially industrial cooperatives, were often short of their own capital, and thus relied on another outgrowth of the co-op's relationship with the government, low-interest credit from an extended network of cooperative banks. La Banca del Lavoro e della Cooperazione, with branches in key Italian cities, and l'Istituto Nazionale per il Credito e la Cooperazione in Rome were prominent facilitators. The latter was endowed with public grants to give credit to cooperatives. In the Bergamo province in northern Italy, 8 out of the 10 production cooperatives that existed as of 1921 had been founded in the red years of 1919 to 1920. Likewise, in the larger region of Lombardy, 41% of the 87 cooperatives were born during the same period. 42 thousands of workers, both men and women, in the most diverse sectors were co-op members: builders, masons, woodworkers, glass workers, agricultural workers, carpenters, tailors, miners, etc. By 1920, when the CGDL led some 800 of these cooperatives, there was seething unease among the country's economic establishment. Even in their gradualism, the extent and political influence of these non-capitalist organizations was a menace to the status quo. Economists like Maffeo Pantaleoni branded them Bolshevik associations or red cooperatives, organizations that were destroying the bourgeoisie who had created all the existing enterprises. Indeed, the statutes of the cooperatives were starkly democratic. The template was the same as in Castenaso. Cooperative members could only be workers. Its deliberative body was the General Assembly, in which the members had the right to vote on the annual budget and the destination of the net revenue. During the assembly, co-op members elected the management board from among their number. 43. British guilds. Like the Italian cooperatives, the British guilds were groups that collectivized their means of production and were organized so that production rested democratically with the workers, emphasizing local managerial and financial autonomy. 44. However, guilds in Britain went a step further, since they got rid of not only the pillars of private property and wage relations, but also profit as the driver of production altogether. Like the miners, the guilds intended to enable a new industrial system based on a new motive, the motive of public service under free conditions, deemed far superior to that of private profit. Guild socialist leaders, including Cole, Frank Hodges, and S. G. Hobson, envisaged a starting point for the full-blown realization of a guild socialist society based on a democratic economy and a new industrial system. In Britain, furnishing guilds and tailoring guilds were formed in Manchester, London, and other cities. There were also guilds of agricultural workers, dock laborers, post office workers, office clerks, musical instrument makers, and engineers. The manufacture of packing cases and horse-drawn vehicles too was carried out by workers organized into guilds. The most successful among these was certainly the building guilds movement. The University of Chicago business professor Garfield V. Cox, who detailed the experiment in the Journal of Political Economy in 1921, pointed out 2 favorable conditions that bolstered the builders. The first had to do with the nature of the industry itself. Building was an industry that required little fixed infrastructure, so that the problem of the ownership of the instruments of production is relatively unimportant. For this reason there was not, as had been the case with the miners, a binding need for a direct political struggle over systematized nationalization. Second, guilds were good at picking their spots. The guilds compete in a field in which the capitalist system, with its motive of profit-making, has proved itself exceptionally incompetent to fill a great and widespread public need. As we know from Chapter 2, after the war Britain faced an acute shortage of housing, combined with strong popular pressure for change. This induced the government to adopt the ambitious Housing Acts. These initiatives divided England into 11 districts, with each local authority held responsible for investigating the housing needs of the community, raising the money to meet those needs, and accepting contracts. The government would offer subsidies. In the throes of this expansionary policy, building guilds were able to bid on housing contracts. In September 1920, the Ministry of Health approved contracts with the Manchester and London guilds for a total of more than 800 working-class houses. By November, more than 80 local guild committees of building trade workers had organized for work. By December, contracts involving the erection of more than 1,000 houses had been accepted and were waiting the approval of the Ministry of Health. The guild system was grounded in the spirit and principles of democracy inasmuch as it rejected the motives of capitalism. Individual members were fueled by a creative and cooperative spirit and a belief that if men are given good cause to work well, and a sense of freedom and service in their work, the results will be vastly different from those secured by ordinary capitalist methods. In practice, the guilds eliminated structural incentives to competition among workers, rejecting individual payment by result and differential treatment based on efficiency in favor of a communal basis of remuneration. Thus, wage contracts which were based on the commodification of labor were replaced by a system of remuneration that recognized the social value of labor which shall more adequately meet the needs of the worker as a human being. The so-called provisions for continuous pay were the core of the building guild policies, providing for full support of the worker during bad weather, sickness, accidents, and holidays. Although each worker had a share of 1 penny in the guild, they were paid no dividends. The shares were merely symbolic, as the guild had no intention of accumulating surplus value. Profit and loss are both ideas which have no say in the guild system. The guilds operated on a principle of cost-price service that was strictly non-profit. Accordingly, the state and local authorities in entering into contracts with guilds paid the cost of material and labor at standard rates, with an additional £40 per house that would ensure the guild's ability to maintain continuous pay for its workers. If the costs turned out to be less than the estimated amount, nothing was pocketed, overages were returned to the local authorities. The experiment of British building guilds had attracted widespread attention not only from British militants but also from foreign economic observers, to the point that the most prestigious economics journals expressed surprise at its positive results and were earnestly considering its potential as an alternative for organizing production. For example, at the time of the guild's first announcement of the policy of continuous pay, predictions were largely pessimistic. Economists thought that malingering would be rampant, and that workers would endeavor to make their job a convalescent home. But statistics that were widely published and appeared in, among other places, the Quarterly Journal of Economics and the Monthly Labor Review, silenced the doubters. The days lost by the building guild workers for sickness and accident turned out to be fewer than those lost in private business, both in Britain and in other countries. 45 An analysis of comparative labor efficiency showed that even according to orthodox economic criteria, guilds performed far better than private builders, allowing the former to underbid private contractors and save local authorities money. Guilds could build houses not only of better quality, but at lower costs, and not just for public authorities, but for private clients as well. In the words of the article in the Quarterly Journal, the evidence points unmistakably to the conclusion that the guild organization of industry, with its policies of workers' control and continuous pay, has demonstrated itself superior, in respect both of quality and economy of workmanship, to private enterprise taken at its mean level. However, the peaceful approach of the guild socialists that sought to achieve revolution through gradual change meant that in practice guilds would have to operate and survive, at least initially, within a monetary capitalist economy. Producing in a capitalist economy meant that the building guilds had to purchase their plants, equipment, and raw materials in an inherently volatile market. As guild socialists themselves realized, it is not easy to isolate a particular industry or a part of a particular industry and to make of it an oasis of guild organization in the midst of a capitalistic system. Within an economic boom and with the benefit of state support, the building guilds thrived for 18 months. But the clouds of austerity loomed on the horizon. By July 1921, amid a rollout of monetary austerity, an economic downturn, and a mounting economy campaign, the government decided to withdraw all state aid from local authorities, leaving them stripped of the ability to finance housing projects, even though less than one-fifth of the houses urgently required had been built. 46. In 1922, the Geddes Acts 47, arguably austerity's most malignant policy, detailed in Chapter 6, halted the expansionary housing program, effectively beheading the building guilds and beginning their decline and eventual disappearance over the years that followed. All other guilds followed the same path, so that by 1924 there was no longer a separate and organized guild socialist movement. Cole commented on the encroachment of austerity. The building guildsmen, who are as much interested in the provision of good houses as in the development of the new form of democratic industrial service for which they stand, have entered a vigorous protest against the British government's breach of all pledges about houses for heroes which it gave lavishly during the period when it was still the fashion to speak of reconstruction. Nowadays, the word has vanished from the language, save as an archaic survival, and the word economy has taken its place as the governing maxim of political wisdom. Conclusion. Following the economic interventions of their governments during World War I, the working classes of Britain and Italy were uninterested in a smooth reintroduction of capitalism. By 1919 the old system was in full-blown crisis, and its component parts, workers, union leaders, and economic experts were all announcing the end of the old order. Post-capitalism, whatever its form, was on its way. What was the basis for this conviction, which was mirrored by a sense of apocalyptic panic among the bourgeois establishment? Capitalism was strongly contested at its very core. In these pages we have shown how political imagination toward the abolition of private property and wage relations moved from abstraction to reality. In the first place, the soaring strikemania of the British and Italian workers was political. It demanded new relations of production. These demands took the form of the struggle for workers' control that peaked in 1919 to 1920 with the objective of self-government to secure the emancipation of the majority. Certainly, the direct action of politicized workers was proving to be a far more serious enemy to capitalism than the Reconstructionist project that the reader encountered in Chapter 2. Indeed, the miners, the building guilds, and the cooperatives directly attacked production for profit, wage relations, and private ownership of the means of production. However, the struggles we have encountered here share with the Reconstructionists a faith in state aid to defeat the old order through constitutional means. To complete the sketch of capitalism in crisis, we must still address its gravest enemy. Chapter 4 explores the movement for industrial councils that emerged in the Clydeside region of Britain and reached its peak in Turin, Italy. The efforts of these rank-and-file workers took on a clear-cut revolutionary form in opposition to both capital accumulation and the state and pushed capitalism to the brink. In this space, a class of experts found their most useful tool, a new rationale for austerity, one that became the narrative of the threatened and powerful. Chapter 4. The New Order. Institutions and Thought After the War. We say that the present period is revolutionary because the working class is beginning to exert all its strength and will to establish its own state. That is why we say that the birth of the factory councils is a major historical event, the beginning of a new era in the history of humankind. Antonio Gramsci, The Factory Council. Among the metal worker rank and file in Britain and in Italy after World War I, self-government in the form of factory committees was the basis for an alternative economic system, a new order in the relations of production and distribution. The system was rooted in the elimination of private ownership of the means of production and wage relations, the two central pillars of capital accumulation. The end game was a classless society in which the proletariat dissolves as a class and becomes humanity itself too. These metal workers shared the same objective as the miners, builders, and farm workers, building a different society that did not content itself with the formality of political democracy but instead grounded itself in economic democracy. In this sense, the workers regarded the divide between the economic and the political as impossible. They battled for the emancipation of the wage slave through collective action and participation in production. In short, there could be no political emancipation without economic emancipation. In the words of the British shop steward leader J.T. Murphy, real democratic practice demands that every member of an organization shall participate actively in the conduct of the business of the society. Point 3 Hence, echoed Tom Walsh, a new spirit is spreading. This spirit is not for a paltry increase of wage but for the absolute abolition of the present system of robbery, the sweeping away of capitalism, and the establishment of a people's commonwealth. The strategies, however, differed. Whereas the miners with the Sankey Committee and the farmers and builders with their cooperatives or guilds attempted an alliance with the state to overcome the pillars of capitalism, the British and Italian councils declared war on the entire capitalist system, defining themselves in opposition to both the state and the private capitalists. Indeed, they abhorred the statism of the more docile Reconstructionists, and they refuted the Reconstructionist ideal of a transition from war collectivism to a socialist state, including the notion that it would serve as the path to workers' emancipation. State ownership was understood as the final word in capitalist domination and pregnant with sinister dangers for the workers, who would become state serfs. This radical movement was mostly led by left-wing socialists who rejected any form of joint control for and embraced the drive for total proletarian power under the strong influence of the Russian Revolution. They stood for direct action, which in the Italian case meant the actual seizure of the private means of production during the hot summer of 1920, when the workers ran the factories themselves for almost a month. Starting in September, some 500,000 workers occupied factories throughout Italy. 5 Workers took control of the production process, not only in the industrial north, but in Veneto, Emilia, Toscana, Marche, and Umbria, all the way to Rome, Naples, and Palermo. As the historian Paolo Spriano emphasized, wherever there was a factory, a dockyard, a steelworks, a forge, a foundry in which metallos worked, there was an occupation. The universal character of the phenomenon is remarkable. The legendary Italian factory occupation of 1920, discussed in detail here, was the realization of the incessant practical and theoretical work of the Ordinovisti, a militant group that revolved around the weekly paper L'Ordine Nuovo, centered in Turin, the reddest of Italian cities and largely inspired by the struggles of the British shop steward committees. The movement led by factory committees constituted Italy's most explicit challenge to capitalism. By debunking bourgeois institutions, factory workers also debunked kernels of the bourgeois worldview, the belief that capitalist institutions are a fixed necessity, the belief that workers are secondary inputs in the production process, the prevalence of abstract theory over practice, and the strict division between the economic domain and the political. As the following pages will explore, the committees were a break from both the hierarchical relationships of production and the hierarchical understanding of the world. This pivot was the gravest enemy to the system, and an enemy that our economic experts with their austerity doctrine were determined to defeat. Indeed, these events are explored as detonators of the revolutionary fear that prompted the emerging austerity counteroffensive. The war and the seeds of the factory committees. During the Great War, independent worker organizations surged in Britain and Italy. Their rise can be attributed to a form of combined antagonism, toward the state, toward the official trade unions, and ultimately toward war. As Chapter 1 detailed, the wartime economic interventions of the British and Italian states to guarantee a disciplined and mobile labor force removed all notions of naturalness on the hierarchical relations of production. In doing so, they also revealed the unbreakable coalition between state and capital. The capitalist class is more than pleased with the state subjugation of labor. Capital needs state ownership. The Italian leaders echoed the same thoughts. Wartime events only confirmed the true face of the bourgeois state as the supreme guarantor of exploitation. Meanwhile, unions demonstrated their complicity in these power structures and were no longer seen as reliable. They had surrendered the right to strike, postponed their demands for higher wages, and accepted restrictions on the mobility of labor. The official 1917 British Inquiry on Industrial Unrest documented the widespread rejection of organized labor's efficacy. The belief among workers was that the executive officers of their unions are now powerless to assist them in their present difficulties. That the government, when dealing with such officials, has not been dealing with the general body of workers, of whose real opinions the executive or London officials of the unions are now in no way representative. 6. Even Prime Minister Lloyd George's trusted advisor, Tom Jones, had to admit that much of the present difficulty springs from the mutiny of the rank and file against the old established leaders. The same British governmental inquiry detailed how animosity from below resulted in the formation of a vigorous defensive organization for the protection of the workmen inside their own separate workshops, known as the Shop Committee 7 or Rank and File Movement, with shop stewards elected from the workers in every shop. 8. Against the orders of official leadership, the Shop Committee movement practiced two interconnected forms of direct action: strikes and workers' control. Strikes were effective because they stimulated the construction of instruments of direct democracy, workers' committees. Workers' committees placed the control of the product in the hands of the workers themselves and allowed for the coordination of strikes, boosting the workers' power to develop more committees. Hence, workers' industrial organization was the main organ of industrial control and potentially, of political emancipation. Strikes and workers' committees marked the birth of a revolutionary organization, one that was painstakingly refined during the war and post-war years. 9. In Britain, this development began in Clydeside, a dense area of munitions industries in Scotland that was at the forefront of the opposition to the government's authoritarian manpower policies. In February 1915, during an unofficial strike for higher wages and shorter hours, metal workers collectively organized so as to impede the divide-and-conquer strategies of the employers, who tried to negotiate separately with different categories of workers. The first strike committees developed into a more permanent body, the Clyde Worker Committee, that represented all grades of workers regardless of their skill. The strikes of May 1917 were the largest of the war, involving 200,000 metal workers for more than 3 weeks. W. C. Anderson, MP for Sheffield-Turcliffe, reported to Parliament that the unrest had insurgent connotations. 70,000 people marched through the streets of Glasgow with bands and banners, every one of the members of the procession wearing the revolutionary colours. By the end of the war, the movement had become a nationwide phenomenon. As the historian Branko Pribicevic remarked, ever before or since has an unofficial rank and file movement exercised such power and influence in this country. This was no minor challenge to the capitalist system, given the workers' explicit political ambitions. The Socialist of January 1919 announced, "The striking masses have spontaneously created the workers' committees, the basis of the workers' state. These committees, representing every department in every mine, mill, railway, or plant, contain the elements of an organization which can transform capitalism into a Soviet republic. All power to the workers' committees." That same year, the Italian worker Mario Montagna expressed similar optimism for his own country. "We believe that the construction of the workshop councils represents the first concrete affirmation of the communist revolution in Italy, and that these councils of peasants and workers are the basis for the whole future system." The young Italian political leader Antonio Gramsci had been closely monitoring the British shop stewards during their war struggles, with a special interest in their autonomy, militancy, and conflictual relationship with the traditional trade unions. Excused from war deployment due to bad health, Gramsci undertook a crucial political apprenticeship as head of the local section of the Socialist Party. For Gramsci this proved to be a formative period. His work thereafter reflected a revolutionary spirit synonymous with the Turin proletariat. Labor's momentum in Italy rose a few months after the Clydeside struggles, beginning with the Turin upheavals of August 1917. Turin, a northern industrial city where anti-war and anti-capitalist sentiments had escalated during the war, became the epicenter of the rank-and-file offensive. 11 For 5 days, thousands of workers, including a massive female contingent, protested the widespread economic hardship by walking out of their factories, staging a general strike, looting shops, occupying entire quarters of the city, and building trenches and barricades against the troops and the police. The episode, led by the factory committees of the metal workers, took the character of armed revolutionary struggle, on a large scale. 12. The dual strategy of strike action and workers' committee organizations. The same two-pronged approach pioneered by the British comrades was refined in Italy during the post-war years. As Gramsci put it, the activity of the councils and of the internal commissions showed itself more clearly during the strikes. In fact, the council's technical organization and their capacity for action was so well developed that strikes lost their impulsive, chancy nature, and it was possible to obtain in 5 minutes the suspension of work by 16,000 workers in 42 sections of Fiat. Indeed, by 1919 the factory workers' committees had vastly extended their level of inclusivity, competence, and influence so as to develop into a qualitatively different form of themselves. 13 They were now being addressed as councils. The Italian workers' representatives could now be elected from among all the rank and file. They did not have to be union members to move into leadership. Most importantly, the functions of workers' councils transcended economics to become political. A group of workers based at the Fiat Centro factory well summarized their tasks. There were immediate economic ones, including the defense of the interest of the working class against their bosses, to promote the associative spirit between all those who endure exploitation, and more importantly, the long-term political objective to prepare for a new society. 14. It was the Turin Metallurgical Workshop Brevetti Fiat, the largest in Italy, that first affirmed the formal recognition by their employer of a council of factory commissars in September 1919. The episode, Gramsci recalled, filled the souls of our worker comrades with enthusiasm and active fervor and was quickly replicated throughout the city, producing over 50,000 commissars and becoming a truly mass phenomenon. 15 The tide of the council movement reached beyond the pioneering metallurgical industry, into wood, chemical, and shoe factories. Gramsci quoted a worker from the Brevetti factory who enthused about how, with their new institutions of self-government, workers had begun the march within the revolution and no longer towards the revolution to reach the greatest end, the liberation of labor from the slavery of capital. 16. L'Ordine Nuovo and the exchange of ideas. Also in 1919, A. Hamann, a British correspondent for the Italian paper L'Ordine Nuovo, wrote of the developments in Britain. The masses are pushing for radical changes and the councils are meeting these demands. He detailed the diffusion of the British movement beyond the metallurgical industries, concluding his article with an optimistic note: this organization has now reached a level of development that allows us to foresee that it will extend to all the British proletariat. 17. The relevance of British labor developments to Italian audiences was neither passing nor accidental. Palmiro Togliatti, one of the founders of L'Ordine Nuovo, explained the necessity of international correspondence. If we bring and continue to bring foreign examples, this helps to demonstrate that the class war follows everywhere a similar rhythm and the same problems are posed in all countries. As we speak of what the British do, the British comrades, as we have the proof, are interested in our doings. If the most impressive of the Italian doings was the articulate leadership of the council movement, then this collective and absolutely new experiment was catalyzed by the deep-seated commitment of the militants in the orbit of L'Ordine Nuovo. The weekly paper, founded and led by 4 young Marxists, Gramsci, secretary of the editorial staff and director, Palmiro Togliatti, Angelo Tosca, and Umberto Terracini, began as an independent cultural political experiment in May 1919, a lively and fecund exercise of discussion on the fundamental motives of a communist society and its practical organization. 18. The journal was a crucible of thoughts that spanned from workers to socialist leaders and intellectuals. It documented and discussed the revolutionary movements and theories that were sweeping across Europe. It was the main sounding board of the program of the Third International and its leaders, presenting articles from the likes of the Russians Vladimir Lenin, Nikolai Bukharin, Grigory Zinoviev, and Leon Trotsky, the Hungarians Bela Kun and György Lukács, the Polish Rosa Luxemburg, active in Berlin, and Sylvia Pankhurst of England, all of whom widely reported on the British shop steward movement. 19. The unique contribution of the community's Ordinavista movement was a formidable methodological breakthrough, or better, a new approach to knowledge that embodied the most groundbreaking consequences of the process of the politicization of economics. This methodological innovation grounded the movement's revolutionary charge and was most devastating to the capitalist order. Indeed, the new order of human liberation envisaged an emancipatory approach to knowledge. The Ordinavisti stood fast on the idea that any approach to knowledge was inherently, deeply political, since the lens through which one looks at the world may foreclose or open spaces for imagination and thus establish if and what alternatives both conceptual and practical are viable. While the predominant lens to interpret the world foreclosed imagination and nurtured acceptance of the capitalist order, the emancipatory lens opened up possibilities to envisage a different society. This was political. There were four main features still timely today that define the methodological breakthrough of the Ordinavisti, especially Gramsci and Togliatti. Their emancipatory approach rejected all forms of orthodoxies, both liberal and socialist, and especially negated the epistemic stances of traditional economic science. To these writers, all forms of capitalist ideologies, even those embodied in reformism, fall. What follows are their four key and intertwined principles. The foundations for an emancipatory form of knowledge. Against the naturalization of the capitalist order. Economics is not a science of economic reality as it is, but is a science of reality as men want to build it. Economics is not a science if it is not a practice, a will, a force that realizes itself. Antonio Gramsci, Socialism and Economics. Togliatti and his comrades labeled the discipline of economics the dismal science of economic facts. 20 because, dating back to the likes of Ricardo and Malthus, it affirmed fixed economic necessities, natural economic laws that are separate from us and are to be passively accepted. In this telling, capitalism is inevitable and human agency is not guaranteed. And by internalizing the notion of the inevitability of our socio-economic structure, we come to feel powerless to bring about any historical initiative. This sense of powerlessness reinforces the idea that our capitalist society is fixed and functions independent of us. This far-reaching ideological trap also transcends political affiliation. In El Orden Nuevo, Gramsci observed, the socialists have accepted, often supinely, the historical reality that is a product of the capitalist initiative. They have fallen into the mistaken way of thinking that also affects liberal economists, a belief in the perpetuity of the institutions of the democratic state, in their fundamental perfection. In their view, the form of democratic institutions can be corrected, touched up here and there, but, fundamentally, it must be respected. The Ordinavisti challenged this narrow vainglorious psychology in the hopes of uprooting capitalist omniscience. No institution, they argued, and especially no economic institution, is natural, rather, such institutions are the product of specific historical social relations of production. As Gramsci put it, no institution is definite or absolute. History is a perpetual becoming. In the view of Gramsci and his cohort, economic conventions such as private property were not fixed and indisputable givens, but rather the embodiment of collective actions that constitute a historically specific economic system, i.e., capitalism. In its simplicity, this intuition actually carries radical political significance. It allows us to realize that strong and conscious class struggle may completely overthrow the current order and reinvent a new social world. Togliatti wrote that workers put a limit to the absolute freedom of the boss, they subverted the natural conditions of the market, and thus, their labor power ceased to be a commodity that is subject to the iron laws of supply and demand. In other words, men have rebelled against economics, their conscience and wills count more than the scientific laws of economics. Workers' councils after World War I impeded the natural price setting of labor as well as the natural laying off of workers by employers. These were only the first steps toward a radical reconfiguration of economic relations whereby the workers could gain full sovereignty of their production process, elevating their status from wage workers to self-governing producers. In the local nomenclature, The revolutionary process was an act of liberation 21 that substantiated the passage from oppression to freedom. Indeed, this freedom was in the first place a freedom from market dependence, the most basic form of economic coercion that to this day dictates our lives. Under capitalism, the majority of us have no other option than to sell our labor power on the market in exchange for a wage in order to get money to buy what we need to make a living. These thoughts lead immediately to the second crucial methodological breakthrough, the recognition of the central economic and political agency of the working classes, who finally realize that they are the agents of history. It is the workers themselves who are revolutionary in a positive sense. For workers' agency. Make, work, find yourself, we say to the workers. The things written in the journal, rethink them through, see them with your own eyes. Only that which is conquered by oneself has value, and this is true especially for the social battles and for intellectual life. Chronicles of the New Order, El Orden Nuevo 1, number 10, 71. As workers came into a new status as protagonists of a political process advancing toward a new economic system, bourgeois economists categorically denied this agency. Indeed, mainstream economists portray workers as substitutable cogs in the economic machine, in essence, inputs in the production machine. Workers' only constructive action is their choice of moving from one wage job to another. Once again, after World War I, the Ordinovisti shook these bien-pensants in their primary assumptions. Those who speak of fallacious illusions necessarily imply that the working class always has to bend its neck in front of the capitalists, imply that the working class has to persuade itself of being incapable of having its own conception to counterpose to that of the bourgeois, of having ideas, sentiments, aspirations, and interests that are contradictory to the ideas, sentiments, aspirations, and interests of the bourgeois class. On the contrary, workers were the revolutionaries, whereby being revolutionary means working effectively toward transforming the whole productive order. For workers in capitalist settings, a sense of being superfluous or being perfectly exchangeable with one another, and thus feeling powerless against the forces of capitalist competition, might sound familiar. Even today, the orthodox models of economics support this perception of powerlessness. The assumption is that the employer and employee engage in individual contracts where the latter is thus interchangeable with another equally skilled employee. Point 22. By limiting the liberty of individuals, capitalism suffocates the collective. By contrast, the Ordinavista movement stressed that the employee's power came not as individuals but as a group. It is only as a member of a class, as a producer, that the worker can perceive the absolute indispensability and centrality of labor in the production process and in the construction of a post-capitalist society, a society where the majority is freed from wage labor and elevated to the position of self-governing producers. The inclusive organization of the factory councils, which superseded all labor divisions of traditional trade unions and united skilled and unskilled workers, concretized this principle of collective agency. As Togliatti put it, the title required for entering the new system, that is the embryonal form of a new society, is only one: be a worker, a cell of the productive organism. Point 23. This is why the factory councils were primarily and directly an emanation, an expression of the will of the workers. A third principle accompanied these declarations of proletarian agency: its assertion repudiated intellectualism and the technocratic approach to knowledge that is typical of bourgeois economists. Point 24. Praxis. The concrete task of building the future cannot be undertaken without a collective, collaborative effort of explanation, persuasion, and mutual education. Antonio Gramsci, with Palmiro Togliatti, Workers' Democracy. Of course, ideas and concepts cannot be imposed from above. Humans rarely act out blueprints. The Ordinovisti reconcile the dichotomy between theory and practice with the concept of praxis, the idea that theory and practice reciprocally inform and strengthen each other and can reinforce the transformative dynamics already underway. Action is thought, and thought is action. Nothing could better embody this epistemic turning point than the praxis of the Ordinavista movement. Study groups, assemblies, collaborative discussion, and mutual education among workers and intellectuals were the order of the day. In Gramsci's words, The articles of El Orden Nuevo were almost like a recording of real events, seen as moments in a process of inner liberation and self-expression on the part of the working class. 25 The journal never endorsed a cold application of an intellectual scheme, rather, it satisfied a need, it favored the concretization of an inspiration that was latent in the workers. Gramsci continued, we understood each other so easily for this reason, so certainly we could pass from discussion to action. 26. El Orden Nuevo was a collective effort composed of public intellectuals, rank and file, white-collar workers, and university students, all of whom supplemented their day-to-day practices with concepts that could better clarify and invigorate their mission. Forming knowledge was itself a political act. In the words of the journal, an economic and political problem is not concrete in itself, but rather because it is thought and rethought concretely by those who have the duty to transform it into historical reality. 27. El Orden Nuevo movement was a full-blown experimental trial of Marx's second thesis on Feuerbach, philosophers have only interpreted the world, now it is the time to change it. 28. Thus the practical experience of organizing within factory councils was understood as the people's new school. 29. The rallies, the discussion for the preparation of the councils, have benefited the education of the working classes much more than the 10 years of studies of the pamphlets and articles written by the possessors of the devil in the lamp post. 30. The factory councils were the living expression of praxis, their regulations guaranteed a melding of theory and practice that was in concept essential for self-government. Part of this was the formation of a school for the workers, which manifested in November 1919 in Turin with a school open to all and focused on the theories and histories of capitalism and socialism. 31 Moreover, within the factories themselves, executive committees were dedicated to assure the free circulation of newspapers within the workshop during the hours of break from work and publish a fortnightly factory bulletin with the objective of collecting statistics apt to deepen workers' knowledge of factory life, explain the work done by the EC and the Factory Council, collect from the newspapers news regarding the factory, etc. 32 At Fiat Centro, the Executive Factory Committee negotiated with administration to organize a workshop library rich in books on industry, on history, and on political economy. These projects, revolutionary in their motives, constituted a further escalation against the most fatal of bourgeois ideologies, one which economists were the first to uphold in their theories, the separation between politics and economics. Against the political and economic divide, the communist revolution puts into practice the autonomy of the producer in the economic and the political field. For political action to be successful, it needs to coincide with the economic action. The instrument of labor. The Italian philosopher and academic Zeno Zini gave the inaugural lecture of the newly founded Turin School of Socialist Culture, a speech titled From Citizen to Producer, in February 1920. He argued that the citizen, as typically understood in bourgeois democracy, is an abstract individual, one who is sovereign in theory, in fact he is only such on the day of elections, all the rest of his time he is nothing but a subordinate to laws and rules drafted outside of his contribution. 33 An individual's political servitude is founded upon economic servitude. The inequality of economic conditions impedes any genuinely democratic relations among free and equal human beings. On the other hand, Zini wrote, the post-capitalist society will give rise to a new man, the conscious producer who exercises at once economic and political freedom. It will be the new society of free and equal producers. Zini critiqued the abstract, indirect concept of political freedom. In short, he said that political freedom is impossible in the presence of economic unfreedom, the state of market dependence in which the majority of people are forced to sell their labor power in order to survive. The theories from bourgeois economists often concealed such forms of economic coercion, but these were nonetheless felt by workers. Today all men, if they want to live, if they don't want to die of hunger and of cold, are obliged to position themselves in the capitalist hierarchy. The number of those who no longer feel able to adapt to the existing social form becomes ever larger. The Factory Council, as an absolutely original institution of the proletariat, was a strategic vehicle for toppling the pillars of capital accumulation. It was also a venue in which workers could concretely experience political economic unity, born from labor, adheres to the process of industrial production. Within it economics and politics merge, in it the exercise of sovereignty is all one with the act of production. In it the proletarian democracy is realized. Indeed, within the councils, the organization of the production process was deeply political. Thus, in their proceedings, councils put into practice the core of an alternative society, one in which the mendacious bourgeois democracy and its expression in parliamentarism was suppressed in favor of an anti-authoritarian self-government of the people embodied in the proletarian state, an institution that would no longer be alienated from the people but rather be part and parcel of their daily activities. 34. In Togliatti's telling, the new social order traces politics back to the economic, that is, to the collective productive activity of each man, and in doing so, traces back sovereignty to its true and prime source, to individual consciousness. Self-government, not to mention the reunification of the political and the economic realms of life and thought, was no small task. 35. The spirit of the movement also placed imperatives and pressures on how the workers' councils were structured, and in particular a focus on ensuring that the organizations were both horizontal and fully representative, a structure that assured direct accountability from the base. Debates flourished on the pages of El Orden Nuovo, in assemblies, and in other proletarian venues. 36. In Italy, the turnover of factory commissars every 6 months and their obligation to announce frequent referenda in their departments on social and technical questions and hold frequent assemblies. 38. Institutionalized the urge to keep the decision-making power with the workers themselves. Moreover, in both countries, the council organizers sought to guarantee horizontal representation outside the single workshop through a form of federalism. Central bodies would emerge in every department, for every factory, for every city, for every region up to the Supreme National Council. 39. The British workers' organizations consisted of 4 main levels: workshop committees, plant committees, local workers' committees, and the national organization. 40. Meanwhile the Italian councils strived for a stable national network, including an alliance between the city and the countryside, a central element for revolution, as the Russian experience had laid bare. The council aspired to channel the spontaneous fervor for land occupation into structured institutions. 41. In sum, there were 4 intellectual threads that informed and motivated the factory council's subversion of the bourgeois approach to knowledge in interwar Italy and Britain: the denaturalization of capitalism, the centrality of workers' agency, praxis, and the unity of economics and politics. This methodological breakthrough was a powerful element of the period's crisis of capitalism. Indeed, it represented a counter-hegemonic alternative to conceiving the social world. No longer did knowledge trickle down from above to bolster passive consent for the current system. Now knowledge empowered action from below. That the 4 methodological attributes found a concrete institutional realization in the factory councils amplified the threat to the capitalist social order. The tides of change were lashing at the shores of capitalism, at once in the form of a methodological revolution and a political revolution. Workers' organizations expressed this twofold approach, embodying the alternative foundations for new social relations of production. These new institutions would upend, however fleetingly, the very concept of wage work and private capital. The move to seize the means of production exacerbated the fears of the old order. To this day it represents a unique episode in the history of Western capitalism. The factory occupation. Today, with the workers' occupation, every factory has become an illegal state, a proletarian republic living from day to day, awaiting the outcome of events. The political capacity, the initiative, the revolutionary creativity of the working class are now being put to the test. Gramsci, Red Sunday. By the fall of 1919 the popularity of the movement among the Italian rank and file and the labor leaders was at its peak. The propaganda for the factory councils was greeted with enthusiasm by the masses, Gramsci reported. In the course of half a year, factory councils were established in all the engineering factories and workshops. Communists won a majority in the engineering union, the principle of the Factory Council and of control of production was approved and accepted by the majority of Congress and by the major part of the unions belonging to the Camera del Lavoro 42. As the political ferment of the Council's movement grew, so too did the concerns of industrialists, who were quick to launch a frontal attack against the Councils. In March 1920, the industrialists Gino Olivetti, president of the Italian Employers Federation, Confindustria, and Giovanni Agnelli, the owner of Fiat, met with the Turin prefect, announcing their intention of initiating a lockout. As Olivetti stated, two powers could not coexist in the workshop, especially when one of them was a cell of Communist Society 43. The struggle between the metallurgical industrialists and the workers erupted a month later, in April 1920, when industrialists attempted to curtail the rights of the workers' councils. The metallurgical workers responded with a strike that lasted a month, with more than 200,000 rank-and-file workers confronting the armed forces. In the last 10 days it grew into a general strike that spread throughout the Piedmont region and beyond, mobilizing around 500,000 industrial and agricultural workers. On April 18, the Milan edition of El Avanti reported, "The fire of Turin, first extended to the province of Alessandria, includes all of our province. We can say that almost all northern Italy is on its feet against the right and the arrogance of the bosses." What was at stake was the existence and the legitimacy of the factory councils, the future of workers' control of production, and in general, capitalism. After much bloodshed, the strike ended with an agreement that recognized internal commissions but also grossly limited the powers of the commissars. The unyielding reaction from the Turin workers was expressed in the last bulletin of the strike committee: "The battle is over, the war continues." El Avanti commented, "The Turinese proletariat has been locally defeated, but it has won nationally as its battle has become that of the national proletariat. The Italian Revolution finally has a concrete plan, a real objective to achieve, the control of production and exchange." 44 Indeed, this was only the beginning of the struggle. 45. In the summer that followed, amid a bitter 4-month-long negotiation of a labor contract between FIOM and the metallurgical industrialists, the Metal Workers Union called for a white strike, a slowdown of work to the bare minimum levels, an obstructionist gesture in the eyes of the factory owners. 46 The industrialists were quick to respond with lockouts, beginning first in the Romeo factory of Milan. The Milan chapter of FIOM countered with the launch of a factory occupation movement that spread like wildfire. On August 31, 1920, workers took over 280 factories in Milan, and within 2 days the movement extended in a capillary fashion across the entire peninsula. About 500,000 workers in at least 60 cities took over factories, blast furnaces, mines, shipyards, railways, dockyards, and non-metallurgical plants. By the second half of September, shoe, rubber, chemical, and textile factories had also joined. Gramsci wrote in El Avanti, social hierarchies are broken, historic values overthrown. The executive classes, the instrumental classes, have become directive classes. In Turin, Milan, and Genoa, the occupation grew into a mass popular movement. It by turns captured, riveted, and alarmed the Italian public. It bubbled with novelty. Neither FIOM nor the industrialists had in any way intended or accounted for their industrial confrontation to spiral into an unexpected revolutionary experiment. The enthusiasm of the rank and file was about to produce something unimaginable. Il Corriere della Sera, a mainstream Italian newspaper, vividly captured the improvised and vibrant beginnings of the Milanese occupation. The factories yesterday evening presented a singular spectacle. One reached them through crowds of women and children, coming and going with dinners for strikers, voluntary prisoners of the factories. Entrances were strictly guarded by groups of workers. Not the ghost of an official or a police officer in sight. The strikers were complete masters of the field. Whoever passed, in car or cab, was subjected to control as if he were crossing the frontier, control exercised by vigilance squads of workers and their enthusiastic companions. Occupations proceeded in a relatively peaceful manner. The workers' anthem was sung, and red flags were erected to the factory fences and chimneys. Battista Santhia, a worker on strike in Turin, described the experience. In those days it really seemed like the future of the working class was in our hands. The master was overthrown from the factory, which was directly managed by the workers. 47. In one photograph in the Socialist Almanac of 1921, workers sit at a table in a canteen. The photo is captioned "Communist Kitchen during the occupation." In other photos, occupiers are armed with clubs and rifles, giving the clenched fist salute. The most symbolic, a group of workers of the factory council sit at the desk of Agnelli, the owner of the greatest automobile factory in Italy. The hundreds of thousands that worked, slept, and kept watch in the factories were living the revolution in progress. Factory councils took on the direct control of production in its entirety. They had no other choice after higher-ranking technicians and engineers left their posts on industrialists' orders. The Ordinovisti actively participated in the occupations, broadcasting the work of the councils in the improvised coordination of production, exchange, sale of products, and the assistance and defense of the factories. In Turin, by the second week of occupation, most of the working classes across all industries were involved. Not only the small, medium, and large metal firms, but also rubber firms, footwear plants, textiles, and silk industries were occupied, extending from the city to the province. In Milan too, the novelty of the second week of occupation spread to the non-metallurgical establishments, especially the chemical industries, which controlled the supply of raw materials. Production continued at its normal pace, even with financial and technical restraints, with workers without wages 48 and with difficulties in securing supplies of materials. Here the workers' cause was aided by the solidarity of the railwaymen, who regularly supplied truckloads of raw materials and fuel to the occupied plants. The council likewise organized exchanges of raw materials among different factories. The struggle was meant as a demonstration and glorification of industrial production in the absence of hierarchies and in the hands of the workers' councils. In the words of Antonio Oberti, a worker at the Ansaldo factory in Turin, we had to demonstrate to industrialists that also without them, and notwithstanding all the difficulties, we could produce the same and at maximum capacity. 49 Another worker, Piero Stongolini, an apprentice in the Rotondi factory in the city of Novara, recalled, "Annie worked with alacrity since we were all euphoric for being there, and it was a great party because on the flagpole of the factory we hoisted the red flag, and that was all euphoric because I saw that red flag flapping and I was thrilled. I was happy." 50. The conciliatory sentiments of the establishment that followed reveal the power gained by the workers. First, the head of the government, Giovanni Giolitti, categorically refused to intervene due to the inordinate martial effort that the task would entail. Giolitti told Parliament, "How could I stop the occupation? It is a question of 600 factories in the metallurgical industries. To prevent the occupation, I would have had to put a garrison in each of them, 100 men in the small, several thousand in the large. To occupy the factories I would have had to use all the forces at my disposal. And who would exercise surveillance over the 500,000 workers outside the factory? Who would guard the security of the country?" The heads of the Banca Commerciale likewise assured FIOM of their benevolent neutrality, while requesting assurances in case the movement should have a revolutionary outcome. Benito Mussolini himself, the leader of the newly founded fascist movement, took political precautions by declaring sympathy for the occupations. The revolutionary tension reached its peak on September 6 and 7, when the movement expanded beyond factories to include land occupations in the agricultural southern provinces. 51 Although there was no explicit coordination, the Socialist Party launched a concurrent manifesto aimed at peasants and soldiers across all editions of El Avanti. If tomorrow the hour of decisive struggle strikes, you, too, must rally in the battle against all the bosses, all the exploiters. Take over the communes, the lands, disarm the carabinieri, form your battalions in unity with the workers, march on the great cities, take your stand with people in arms against the hireling thugs of the bourgeoisie. For who knows, the day of justice and liberty is perhaps in hand. In the northern city of Brescia, one inspector warned state officials that arms and bombs were being manufactured in the occupied factories. The Minister of Interior, Enrico Corradini, likewise reported to Giolitti, "It seems the occupiers have machine guns. They claim to have armed a tank, built at Fiat for the state. If this kind of thing goes on, the crisis will become extremely grave." The prefect of nearby Milan, Lusignoli, made plain to Corradini that armed forces could only defend a fifth of the city in the event of escalation. Lusignoli asked the central government to send a squadron of royal guards, troops, and carabinieri. Here it became increasingly clear to the workers that their permanent self-installment as self-governing producers rather than wage earners constituted an attack against the real centers of the capitalist system, i.e., the means of communication, the banks, the armed forces, the state. 52 Ultimately, however, difficulties in achieving national coordination and a common direction paralyzed this moment of insurrection. The workers' brief, heady experiment with free production eventually came to an end with an agreement between the newly founded Union of Industrialists, FIOM, and CGDL. 53 The industrialists had capitulated. Under heavy pressure from the government. 54 The owners signed a contract that a month prior they had refused to even discuss. They had to accept unions' control of industry, which they previously strongly opposed, as well as significant wage improvements, paid holidays, and compensation for workers who were dismissed. On September 19, 1920, the government summoned the parties to Rome and mediated the final phase of negotiations. Prime Minister Giolitti, who had fully supported the CGDL's proposal for worker control, asserted that the historic moment demanded a radical transformation in the relation between capital and labor. It was no longer tolerable that in industry one man should command, and thousands obey. "We must give the workers," said Giolitti, "the right to know, to learn, to raise themselves, the right to share in the running of the firm, to assume some of the responsibility." The journalist Mario Miseroli described the fearful reaction in the Assembly of Industrialists in Milan upon hearing the announcement. It was a thunderbolt. The assembly was struck by a kind of panic and dissolved, to reconvene some hours later in indescribable tumult, a confusion of words and ideas. 55 Several years later, Union leader Bruno Boazzi commented that the victory of the metal workers had no parallel in the whole history of the international workers' movement. 56. Impressions and reactions. Labor's victory was far from satisfying relative to the revolutionary expectations of many rank-and-file workers. The PSI and FIOM had recoiled from leading a general insurrection for the final seizure of power, amplifying their conflict with the Ordinovisti, who accused them of hesitation and ultimately sabotage of the popular revolutionary momentum. While historians today read this moment as marking a crucial endpoint for the post-war revolutionary wave. 57 A more historically accurate reconstruction requires that we not lose sight of the spirit of the time. Indeed, it was part of a larger process toward drastic social change. This understanding was not limited to socialist circles. In September, once the agreement was signed, the director of Il Corriere della Sera, Senator Luigi Albertini, explicitly told then deputy of the Democratic Liberal Party Giovanni Amendola in a phone conversation that the only thing left is to resign and give power to CGDL. 58 Albertini even visited the reformist socialist leader Filippo Turati and told him that the time had come for the socialists to govern. Once back at his desk at Fiat, Agnelli himself formally proposed to transform his whole company into a cooperative. In an interview with La Gazzetta del Popolo he explained, under the present system, relations between managers and workers are simply impossible. The masses today no longer have a mind to work. They are moved only by political notions. Their recent gains are nothing to them. How can one build anything with the help of 25,000 enemies? 59 A few years later, Gaetano Salvemini would remark that he bankers, the big industrialists, the big landowners, were waiting for the socialist revolution like a ram waits to be led to the slaughterhouse 60. From that autumn into 1921, the members of the Socialist Party and the Ordinovisti all fundamentally understood the occupation of the factories as a dress rehearsal for revolution. El Avanti of September 21, 1920, announced that the conquest of the control of industry and the victory of the metallurgical workers cannot slow down the battle against the employers. The article continued, "This agreement is not the whole way, it is but a step. The agreement does not end the class struggle. This first proud blow to private property calls inevitably for more. If the workers will know how to battle skillfully, they will win forever." 61 The Milanese rank and file interviewed for the article shared the same revolutionary spirit. El Orden Nuovo was treated to the same sort of appreciation. 62 Including from Cesare Cesaro, a socialist publicist and frequent contributor to the journal. He proclaimed, "Has memorable days that will be written in flaming letters in the memory of the proletariat and human civilization, have been the great maneuvers of the proletariat army." To him, the revolutionary vanguard had to cherish these past events proudly to succeed in the future final and definitive invasion of the feuds of bourgeois tyranny. The main lessons to take from the episode were the intensification of armament and the urgent creation of a truly communist party to channel and guide the revolution for the conquest of political power. Revolution won't be avoided, the article concluded. Don't rejoice, pot-bellied bourgeois, since revolution is fatal. 63. The seeds of counter-revolution. The present phase in the class struggle in Italy is the phase that precedes either the conquest of political power on the part of the revolutionary proletariat and the transition to new modes of production that will allow a recovery in productivity, or a tremendous reaction on the part of the propertied class and the governing caste. Antonio Gramsci, toward a renewal of the Socialist Party. The industrialists had undergone a transformative psychological shock, and they emerged belligerent. They accused Giolitti's government of complete absenteeism and connivance with the violators of the law. They further lamented that not one soldier or police officer was sent to defend property and personal liberty. The neutralist behavior of the government was not the only factor that incensed industrialists and agrarian capitalists. They viewed the events concluding agreement in apocalyptic terms. There was also the presence in Parliament of a socialist minister of labor, Arturo Labriola, who in interviews and statements spoke openly of a phase of transition from a capitalist to a socialist economy. Moreover, as we have seen in Chapter 3, those years marked an assault on capital through reforms, including measures against speculation, the taxation of excess war profits, the extraordinary tax on property, the compulsory registration of shares in the owners' names, steeper death duties, the legalization of land occupation, and much more. In March 1920 the CONF Industria had situated itself as a national organization, complete with its own general political line and tactics. Industrialists could now think of themselves as a national political power, an industrialist class with a centralized membership. 72 associations were federated, with 11,000 members. All large industries, and 3/4 of the medium and small-scale industries, adhered to this association. That August the agriculturalists had done the same. They founded La Confederazione Generale dell'Agricoltura, which united large and small agricultural property and industry. It was a new political body of battle and resistance to coordinate all the forces of property and agriculture industry. 64. Alongside these developments, Gramsci's analysis could not have been more timely. Industrialists are divided among themselves because of profit, because of economic and political competition, but in front of the proletarian class they are an iron block. Gramsci 1920 f. 2. Both Lenin and Gramsci foresaw the unleashing of a bourgeois reaction of a new type, one that went beyond the traditional liberal democratic framework. It was the coming of a violent civil war. The impulse of revenge was to be satisfied with fascist violence. Fires would soon burn down many worker organizations' headquarters. Camera del Lavoro, Le Case del Popolo, cooperatives, and newspaper offices were reduced to ash. Armed attacks would kill thousands, from socialist majors to rank-and-file workers, until the ultimate advent of the fascist government in October 1922.65. Tosca eloquently captured the counter-revolutionary spirit. They received the jolt of having bordered death and now returning to life, feels like a new man. He added, the blood that they will have spilled will appear to them as a ritual of an expiatory ceremony, necessary for the purification of the violated temple of private property. Conclusion. This chapter has delved into the shattering of capitalism after World War I as embodied by the rise of the Factory Committee movement in Britain and Italy. The threat to the old order emerged from the war struggles of the metal workers against capital and the state. The threat exploded in Italy in 1919 to 1920, where it reached a dimension second only to Soviet Russia and Soviet Hungary. Under the leadership of the Ordinovisti, for 2 whole years the Italian rank and file practiced and advanced a concrete alternative to capitalism that found a testing ground during the factory occupation of 1920. At that point it was no longer a matter of whimsy to declare that workers had begun the march within the revolution and no longer towards the revolution to reach the greatest end, the liberation of labor from the slavery of capital. The Ordinovista movement proposed a twofold break from the capitalist order, one that was at once institutional and methodological. Rather than being a means to strengthen people's passive consent to the capitalist order, knowledge became critical and empowering. Its emancipatory potential rested on the 4 main foundations explored above: the abolition of the fetish of economic necessity, the centrality of workers' agency, the connection between theory and practice, and the connection between the political and economic domains. These foundations broke away from any top-down and technocratic conception of knowledge, a conception of knowledge that the austerity experts would indefatigably strive to re-establish. The factory councils embodied such a methodological revolution. Councils united workers of all ranks as thinkers and producers to control production, to end private ownership of the means of production and wage relations, and to bridge the divide between economics and politics in order to give true force to economic democracy. The nationwide occupation of factories coordinated by the councils ignited the establishment's greatest fears, and cemented the anti-socialist bloc across liberals, nationalists, and conservatives alike. These factions would soon merge in the armed offensive of fascism and a widespread austerity agenda that proved itself in its full anti-labor force. Mussolini's fascist regime represented more than stick and castor oil, it was an austere fascism. The Duce surrounded himself with economic experts who firmly reimposed both through theory and policy, making the divide between the economic and the political that the workers had breached. As we will see in the second part of this book, austerity's birth as the new champion of capitalism operated to foreclose any alternative to it. Indeed, in a crisis of this proportion, either the organizations of people can move beyond capitalist relations, or the ruling class will reimpose its rule. Austerity served the latter end. 66. Part 2. The meaning of austerity. The crisis of capitalism that followed the Great War was, for some people of means, an acute and terrifying development. Once workers stormed the stage of history with ideas for an alternative society, the defense of capitalism took on novel and more powerful forms. Guardians of capitalism went back to the drawing board to refurbish the old order, and their manufacture of austerity became their main weapon. Austerity consisted of a twofold process, at once material and ideological. Or better, it consisted of a twofold strategy: coercion and consensus. The coercion of workers was clear in the motto of austerity that was formulated at 2 pivotal international financial conferences, in Brussels and in Genoa: work more, consume less. The capitalist states and their economic experts secured capital accumulation through policies that imposed the proper behavior on the majority of their citizens. The 3 forms of austerity policies, fiscal, monetary, and industrial, worked in unison to disarm the working classes and exert downward pressure on wages. The operation of this austerity trinity and its material unfolding as a strategy for economic coercion is illustrated in the box below. This illustration stresses the mechanisms through which fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity mutually reinforce one another. These general concepts will be studied concretely in the chapters in this part. However, This analysis may help readers with the overall mechanics of coercion under austerity. Fiscal austerity, rightward arrow. Monetary austerity. Fiscal austerity takes the form of budget cuts, especially welfare cuts, and regressive taxation. Both reforms allow the transfer of resources from the majority of citizens to the minority, the saving investing classes, so as to secure property relations and greater capital formation. Meanwhile, budget cuts also curtail inflation through two main mechanisms. First, the reduction and consolidation of public debt diminishes the liquidity in the economy, since debt holders can no longer use maturing bonds as means of payment. Second, budget cuts reduce aggregate demand, the general public has less disposable income, and the state itself is investing less. Less demand for goods and capital means that internal prices are kept down. Moreover, such stifling of aggregate demand also increases the foreign value of the currency by discouraging imports and thereby improving the balance of trade. Indeed, the foreign value of a currency is favorable if the balance of trade of a country is favorable. Monetary austerity, rightward arrow. Fiscal austerity. Monetary austerity entails a curtailment of credit in the economy, and it primarily coincides with the rise in interest rates. This so-called dear money policy, in which money is harder to come by, increases the cost to the government of borrowing money, and thus limits its expansionary projects. In 20th century history, the limit to state expenditure becomes more entrenched once the gold standard is re-established. In order to maintain gold parity, the avoidance of capital flight takes precedence, hence, fiscal policy has to prioritize retaining capital in its economy. It does so by minimizing government expenditure and creating a capital-friendly environment via lower taxation on capital. Industrial austerity, rightward arrow. Monetary austerity. Industrial austerity refers to an imposition of industrial peace, i.e., non-contested, hierarchical relations of production. Such peace is of course the basis of capital accumulation, as it secures property rights, wage relations, and monetary stability in the long run. Industrial austerity also guarantees expedient monetary deflation, which makes assets on hand more valuable. In fact, successful revaluation crucially requires downward price adjustments, particularly labor prices, in order to cut the costs of production. This is because lower production costs keep commodity prices low, thus boosting international competitiveness at a moment when a country is seeking to improve its exchange rates through greater exports. Thus, lower production costs are ever more essential to compensate for a loss of competitiveness once the currency is revalued so as to not lose foreign market share. If the state has enough coercive powers, as the Italian fascist state did, it can intervene directly to curtail nominal wages through legal action, thus securing immediate downward price adjustments and ensuring the competitiveness needed to achieve the gold standard. Of course, even in less authoritarian societies, such as Britain, restrictive labor laws may limit the legitimacy of industrial manipulations, for example through a criminalization of solidarity strikes. Industrial peace and wage repression are also important to attract capital and avoid its flight, another prerogative for gold convertibility. Low wages also decrease consumption demand, which in turn decreases imports and thus has a positive effect on the exchange rate that favors revaluation. Monetary austerity, rightward arrow. Industrial austerity. Dear money policy means that the economy will slow down because borrowing becomes costlier and investors are disincentivized. Once deflation kicks in and prices decline, pessimistic expectations regarding future profits reduce investments further. Less investment means less employment. Higher unemployment not only reduces workers' wages, it also ensures industrial peace by killing the political leverage and militancy of labor. Industrial austerity, rightward arrow. Fiscal austerity. A weak and docile working class is one whose pressuring action for social measures, progressive taxation, and other redistributive policies is subordinated to the austere priorities of shifting resources, which favor the saver investor classes. Unions forego radical proposals and practices that challenge private property and are willing to engage in collaboration toward increasing the efficiency of production in the name of a national cause. Fiscal austerity rightward arrow industrial austerity. Budget cuts mean curtailment of public works and of public employment more generally, leading to an enlargement of the reserve army of labor, which jeopardizes unions' bargaining power, depresses wages, and increases competition between workers. The circular blueprint we have just detailed makes an important point in the story and history of austerity. Upon closer inspection, government's austere fixations on balancing budgets and curbing inflation serve the main goal of making sure capital is indisputable, and that its pillars of wage relations and private property remain strong. For example, the main achievement of fiscal and monetary austerity was identical to that of industrial austerity, the subjugation of the working class to the impersonal laws of the market. Indeed, all three forms of austerity served to recreate the divide between economics and politics that war collectivism had temporarily suspended. Once the state stepped down as an economic actor, wage relations would again be subjected to impersonal market pressures. Austerity ensured and facilitated this retreat to the norm. Here emerges a core argument of this book. The main objective of austerity was the depoliticization of the economic or, the reinstallation of a divide between politics and the economy after the wartime political landscape had dissolved it. In practice, the reinstallation of this divide took three forms. Depoliticization refers to the state's backing off of economic pursuits, which in turn allowed for relations of production to revert to the command of impersonal market forces while also suffocating any political contestation of such wage relations, or of private property. There was more to depoliticization, however. The following pages will show that depoliticization also meant exempting economic decisions from democratic scrutiny, especially by establishing and protecting independent economic institutions, and promoting a concept of economic theory as objective and neutral and thereby transcending class relations, the sort of omniscience that was the foundation for one of austerity's ends, building consensus. These three conventions were mutually supportive. Cultivating a notion of economic objectivity, for example, first required the rehabilitation of the rule of the impersonal laws of the market. This, particularly in a moment of high contestation, could only be achieved through their unchecked governance. Hence, austerity found its primary ally in technocracy, a belief in the power of economists as guardians of an indisputable science. Chapter 5 explores the consolidation of this powerful austerity-technocracy partnership. It introduces the reader to two international financial conferences, at Brussels and Genoa, that contemporary scholars have largely disregarded. But the reality is that these two events were pivotal in securing the longevity of capitalism as a socio-economic system. As detailed in Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, economic experts in their high position within the state apparatus constructed consensus through economic models that excluded capital as a variable, instead it became a given. By embedding hierarchical social relations within their equation, these neoclassical models also replace the concept of exploitation as the basis of profit with an idea of market freedom. Labor is no longer the central motor of the economic machine, it is a choice or calling. Meanwhile, it is the entrepreneur's capacity to save and invest that drives the economy. Indeed, these models do not envisage class conflicts between the capitalists and the workers, but rather postulate a society of individuals who can all potentially save their money and whose interests harmonize with those of the other members of society. In this way, technocrats counteracted any critique regarding vertical relations of production and justified capitalism as a system that benefits society as a whole. The austerity economists conflated the good of the whole with the good of the capitalist class. They postulated the national interest as congruent with the interest of private capitalism. These beliefs imbue austerity today, as then. Austerity, both in its material form as a coercive policy and in its theoretical form as a consensus-building set of theories, repudiated the workers' revolutionary wartime and post-war gains, especially those of the Ordinavista movement. The group's practical and theoretical alternatives were the gravest enemy to the capitalist system, an enemy that originators of the austerity doctrine were determined to defeat. In fact, and as we shall further explore in the second half of the book, austerity smashes the Ordinavista methodological/institutional foundations. Austerity A. Renaturalizes the capitalist pillars of private property and wage relations. B. Denies the political and economic agency of workers. C. Vindicates the priority of top-down economic science. And D. Reasserts the divide between the economic and the political. This austere view of the social world is also reflected in its liberal thought leaders' support of the Italian fascist regime. Indeed, as Chapter 8 investigates, the international liberal establishment was convinced that Mussolini's dictatorship was the only solution to force the austerity pill upon the turbulent Italian people. Fascist political methods to achieve economic success, however gruesome, could be largely tolerated thanks to their accompanying conviction that the economic and the political were two separate domains. Chapter 8 details how liberal technocrats played no minor role in consolidating Mussolini's rule. Chapter 9 presents empirical evidence on the motives and political endgame of those who conceived austerity as policy. What was presented then and now, the rehabilitation of capital accumulation as a means to save the hungry masses, has time and again delivered on its true purpose, to facilitate permanent and structural extraction of resources from the many to the few. Finally, Chapter 10 looks at the 100 years that follow the events narrated in this book to trace how austerity's workings have continued to shape our society and have constantly protected capitalism from potential democratic threats. Chapter 5. International Technocrats and the Making of Austerity. The resolutions come to by the Commission, which this conference is asked to adopt, constitute a financial code no less important to the world today than was the civil code of Justinian. The institutes of Justinian have been the basis for the jurisprudence of not merely a large part of Europe, but of the world itself. Here at Genoa there have been assembled experts in finance and economics, each known in his own country as the leading authority upon the subjects with which we are dealing, and their combined wisdom has resulted in agreement upon a series of resolutions which will be a guide, and I hope a code, to be followed and observed in the same way as the laws due to the learning of Justinian. President of the Genoa Commission on Finance, Laming Worthington Evans, the British Secretary of State for War. In the moment of capitalism's gravest crisis, when the working classes had stormed the stage of history, another set of actors entered from stage right to take back command. Among them were experts in finance and economics who were brought together for the first international financial conferences in Brussels and then again in Genoa and achieved unprecedented sway. Sir Worthington Evans, a British Conservative minister, in chairing the plenary of the Genoa Finance Commission, had no doubts that the combined wisdom of these leading authorities would serve as the foundation for a new financial code. This code amounted to the core principles of modern-day austerity, economy and hard work. That Worthington Evans would set these principles in terms as grandiose as the Justinian Code of AD 529 speaks to the power and scope of what they set out to do. Just as the Justinian Code established the legal backbone of Europe, the Austerity Code would shape our society, as in fact it has till this day. In this, the assembled group was successful. This chapter considers the code's originating moments, at a pair of high-profile and highly academic conferences which conceived and articulated an international blueprint for austerity. The purpose was to defend capitalism from its enemies, the logic was to blame said enemies for national economic troubles and to enforce upon these populations the sacrifice of hard work and low consumption. The circular nature of austerity, in policy terms, guaranteed this form of coercion. Fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies operated harmoniously to re-establish the economic-political divide, to renaturalize wage relations and private property, and finally to usurp people's agency. These outcomes ran in direct opposition to the foundations for an alternative society set forth by the Italian Ordinavista movement that we studied in Chapter 4, and even in direct opposition to the British guilds of Chapter 3 as well as the Reconstructionist movement in Chapter 2. Rescuing the structures of capital accumulation meant quashing all popular expectations for social emancipation following the sacrifice they underwent during the war. The prize of post-war reconstruction was no longer democratic control of industry, nor a home fit for heroes, it was, in the words of the merchant banker R. H. Brand of Lazard Brothers, London, the hard truth of labor and suffering. These ideas resonated with his expert colleagues at the conferences. Lord Robert Chalmers, the former permanent secretary at the British Treasury, noted that to regain equilibrium, the painful solution was to work hard, live hard, and save hard. Such a frontal attack on labor, one that would slash social resources and wages and especially kill visions of an alternative society, required a sturdy justification. The authority of the experts provided a channel to build consensus for a truth that, even if hard and painful, was universal and objective, and thus had to be swallowed. For these technocrats, austerity's rationality was synonymous with rationality itself, because they held that the capitalist order was the only order possible. Reassessing Brussels and Genoa. In February 1920, the Council of the League of Nations met in London to summon the world's first international financial conference, to be held in Brussels from September 24 to October 4, 1920. 39 nations were called to the table, representing 3/4 of the world's population. The conference had the primary objective of studying the financial crisis and looking for the means of remedying and of mitigating the dangerous consequences arising from it. Less than 2 years later, at a moment when inflation in Britain had been dramatically replaced by deflation and a troubling economic slump, the Supreme Council of the Allies announced the Genoa Economic Financial Conference. Point 1. The aim, yet again, was to tackle the economic crisis and to re-establish normal economic conditions in a spirit of cooperation among nations toward the pacification of Europe and its reconstruction too. Scholars have largely ignored the Brussels Conference, while noting the one in Genoa primarily for its diplomatic impact. Point 3. The few economic historians who have studied the conferences speak of a fiasco. For example, in his famous Golden Fetters, Barry Eichengreen talks about their failure to provide a framework for systematic international cooperation, mainly due to a congenital limitation. The unresolved issues of war debts and reparations were expressly excluded from the agenda of the conferences, thereby eliminating the chance that the meetings would have any great or lasting relevance. Eichengreen's observations echoed those of earlier economists like John Maynard Keynes, Gustav Cassel, and Francesco Saverio Nitti, who collaborated on a 1922 special issue of the Manchester Guardian commercial regarding the events at Genoa. Point 4. These voices agreed that the mutual assistance cited by Eichengreen as missing was a mirage to begin with. In the words of The Economist, no plan has been evolved under which the governments of relatively prosperous states shall help out their weaker neighbors. This common assessment of the meetings as having accomplished nothing changes drastically if one adopts a different lens, one that acknowledges the centrality of class struggle to the moment in which the participants were gathered. With this new perspective, the conferences acquire a central and foundational role, which has until now been disregarded. They were in fact the pioneers of the modern version of austerity, embodied, as we shall see, in the essential motto, economy and hard work. The conferences succeeded in establishing an agenda to solidify the faltering pillars of capitalism. While the capitalist powers may have failed in their horizontal relationship establishing a system of power with one another, they most certainly achieved success in their vertical relationship to labor, that is, in subjugating it. Stanford economics professor Joseph S. Davis commended Brussels as a conference of specialists in financial disease. Their assembly for diagnosis of the acute illness of the nations was a victory, Davis argued, in that the attendees reached unanimous agreement upon the main points of a diagnosis and upon the mode of treatment appropriate to the present stages of the disease. Davis's claim of a unanimous agreement was centered less on international cooperation than on austerity. Or better, international cooperation found useful expression in austerity, with the latter silencing the powerful enemies of capital accumulation and foreclosing any non-capitalist alternatives of post-war reconstruction, including projects for economic democracy. The same Economist article that had stressed the conference's failure to achieve a plan of mutual assistance highlighted the importance of the Brussels Conference in setting an international austerity agenda. The article bemoaned the tendency to minimize the importance of the resolutions and congratulated the delegates for securing, against many powerful advocates, the acceptance by the conference of the policy of deflation, of course gradual, as opposed to that of devaluation, and also that of dear money as opposed to the prevailing continental doctrine of low rates. The magazine added that the attendees' consensus on monetary austerity went hand in hand with an agreement on the inevitability of fiscal austerity. The representatives of the weaker states have gone back strengthened in the conviction that sound finance is not only the right policy, but the only possible policy for their countries if they are to secure foreign confidence and assistance. Accepting this necessity for austerity provided the basis of any economic recovery of Europe. In 1922, the Genoa Financial Conference reaffirmed the unanimity on austerity principles. In sum, the two conferences reunited the European establishment under the flag of Technocracy 5 to construct and implement austerity. Technocrats were rising as the new protectors of capitalism, and their sermon was heard loud and clear across the continent. Technocrats take charge. Economic observers expressed a real excitement for the high scientific quality of the Brussels Conference. The technical footprint of the conference, or at least the prevalence of the economic over the political, was discernible in a number of ways. In the first place, the social composition of the national delegations was mainly without explicit political affiliation and was noticeably purged of working-class voices. Of the delegates of each country, wrote the economics professor H. A. Siepman, very few of the representatives were either politicians or diplomats, but fewer still were representatives of labor. Countries were not expected to include representatives of labor in their delegation. Rather, as Davis noted, representatives were in the main leading bankers and treasury officials, who attended as experts and not as spokesmen of official policy. Secondly, technical documentation was unprecedentedly abundant. The Secretariat of the League of Nations requested prior to the meeting that states and their banks submit information on currency, public finance, international trade, retail prices, and coal production, thereby collecting a considerable amount of economic statistics. Siepman highlighted that no conference was ever so well provided with documents as this 1.6. He reported them to have an aggregate thickness of 4 inches. Davis praised the great advance in the utilization of statistics by an international conference and the sophisticated efforts to standardize national statistics for international and comparative use. 7. Thirdly, and most importantly, it was specifically economics professors who drafted the most influential body of memoranda. Here the biases of the conference's advisory committee 8 were on display. They defended the decision to invite only the leading economists of international repute on the basis that, unlike the different delegations from other fields, they would not represent the individual national point of view but rather the world point of view. The systematic use of academic expertise and its full-blown justification as being above bias was impressive. Thus, 5 prominent economists, professors all, took the stage: Maffeo Pantaleoni, Charles Gide, Gisbert Weiger Jan Bruins, Arthur Cecile Pigou, and Gustav Cassel. They submitted individual papers to instruct conference participants. Subsequently, the 5 acceded to a request and met and prepared a joint statement that set the stage for the austerity agenda of the conference. 9. The final official resolutions of Brussels fully incorporated the experts' scientific advice. Similarly, the Financial Commission of the Genoa Conference 2 years later heeded the advice of economic scholars, financiers, businessmen, and bankers. 10. Treasury official Sir Basil Blackett, who will be a pivotal actor in this story, headed a committee of experts that included other highly regarded figures: R. H. Brand, the Swedish economist Gustav Cassel, the Dutch central banker Gerard Vissering, the German central banker Rudolf Hevenstein, and Henry Strakosch, the future chairman of the Economist. These experts had already met in London a few months prior to package an austerity plan. On that occasion, it was the British Treasury's in-house economist, Ralph Hawtrey, another protagonist from whom we will hear more in Chapter 6, who took the lead to prescribe drastic austerity as a natural antidote against capitalist crisis. The official resolutions of the Genoa Conference fully transcribed Hawtrey's austerity therapy, and they were accepted with almost no debate. The proceedings of these 2 conferences embodied the first fundamental feature of technocracy, or rule via economic expertise, economists acquire unprecedented influence in advising and implementing economic policies. This type of social authority holds to the extent that the second fundamental feature of technocracy also holds: economists have achieved a classless and neutral status. They are recognized as spokespersons of universal and value-free truths about the economy, viewed as an ahistorical object. Austerity embodies the enforcement of these truths, and as such is inherently technocratic. Davis's characterization of the Brussels Conference as benefiting from the technocratic attendees and their data-driven arguments shows the bourgeois urge to concretely reconfigure society. Its prestige was considerable, the unanimity of its conclusions is impressive, its views are probably in the main those of financial leaders in most countries. There is therefore reason to believe that influential pressure will be brought to bear upon the various European governments to heed the recommendations and put them into operation. In the following sections, we will explore those very recommendations to see how these technocrats plan to turn austerity's principles of economy and hard work into reality. On the nature and purpose of austerity. Without paying your way as a nation, without getting that equilibrium and stability which is at the basis of confidence, there can be no hope whatsoever. To that we have to devote all our energies. How are we to do it? I think the answer is a very painful one and yet a very simple one. It is this, that we must all work hard, live hard and save hard. Lord Chalmers. The austerity agenda that was shared among the Brussels meetings specialists in financial disease consisted of both a diagnosis and a mode of treatment. The diagnosis was harsh and evoked a sense of dramatic emergency. The world economy was in severe crisis and the severity of the malady varied immensely in proportion to the degree in which each nation has been immersed in the maelstrom of the war. The first 10 days of the Brussels conference were devoted to hearing the financial statements of the participating countries. The examination of these statements brings out the extreme gravity of the general situation of public finance throughout the world, and particularly in Europe. Public opinion is largely responsible for this situation. Nearly every government is being pressed to incur fresh expenditure, largely on palliatives which aggravate the very evils against which they are directed. The first step is to bring public opinion in every country to realize the essential facts of the situation and particularly the need for re-establishing public finances on a sound basis as a preliminary to the execution of those social reforms which the world demands. After the presentation of empirical evidence of the financial predicament, the conferences did not portray the causes of such evil as, say, structural economic contradictions or the decision to wage a big, expensive war. Rather, they laid the blame at the feet of the nation's citizens. Citizens were guilty of a desire to live above their means and of pressuring governments to satisfy these excessive desires not just through social measures, but through the subversion of the pillars of capitalism. This, as the financier R. H. Brand put it, was a historical paradox. It is a paradox of the situation that, urgent as is this limitation of expenditure on financial and economic grounds, the whole force of public opinion still seems to be exerted in the opposite direction. The war has led to an almost universal demand for the extension of government functions. Everyone has grown accustomed to state assistance and state activity. Socialism and nationalism are the order of the day. The manual workers were encouraged to expect, and do expect, some new way of life, some great betterment of their lot. These changes, they believe, can be achieved if the system of private industry is replaced by a sort of government or common ownership. They do not realize the hard truth that a better life can, owing to the losses of the war, be now reached only through labor and suffering. In the midst of this deeply troubling moment in which society's masses sought more for themselves, the hard truth lay in their mode of treatment. Citizens' behavior had to be shaped and controlled according to the principles of economic science that would rehabilitate the conditions of capital accumulation. Individuals had to work harder, consume less, expect less from the government as a social actor, and renounce any form of labor action that would impede the flow of production. Lord Chalmers had stated it succinctly: work hard, live hard, save hard. Gerard Vissering of the Netherlands Central Bank, Vice Chairman of the Commission of Currency and Exchange, well summed up the austerity treatment. To assure economic recovery, labor efficiency will have to be increased, in the first place by avoiding strikes, but further also by a more intensive supply of labor service. Moderation, too, could serve to complement workers' discipline. Economic recovery required reducing the home consumption to the strictly necessary and avoiding the superfluous, example excessive consumption of butter, sugar, etc. Hard work and economy as in budget cuts and individual abstinence were the guiding principles that formed the essence of austerity as a response to crisis. In themselves these were not much of a novelty, they had been an integral part of the conceptual toolbox of the renowned classical economists Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Thomas Robert Malthus for at least a century. What was new in the early 20th century was that the general public had seen the fault in such narratives. After World War I, the general public was not going to accept austere economic remedies, and the technocrats in Brussels and Genoa understood as much. Indeed, the economic experts intuited the widespread challenge to traditional orthodox finances, especially among the working people who were being seduced by Bolshevism. The Economists spoke of the revival of Marxism. 12 In his memo Gespräche Jan Bruins referred to what may be called a certain post-war mentality. 13 The diffusion of which was common knowledge, while Pantaleoni denounced how public opinion is largely favorable to socialism and paternalism. The inescapable confrontation of technocrats with these realities of crisis deeply molded the nature of modern austerity, which accordingly embodied two clear-headed strategies: consensus and coercion. The first strategy, consensus, entailed a conscious attempt to intensely awaken the general public to the scientific and necessary reforms toward economic stabilization. The sense of alarm had to be spread, the right economic priorities had to be understood. Such an impulse to enlighten is explicit in many resolutions of the two conferences. For example, in order to enlist public interest, it is essential to give the greatest publicity possible to the situation of the public finances of each state. And again, all superfluous expenditure should be avoided. To attain this end, the enlightenment of public opinion is the most powerful lever. Countries were urged to regularly collect budgetary information and any other suggestion that could be useful for the financial education of the public opinion of the world. 14. In the same vein, the League of Nations had addressed the necessity of keeping expenditure within income, balancing expenditure out of revenue. This principle must be clearly brought home to the peoples of all countries, for it will be impossible otherwise to arouse them from a dream of false hopes and illusions to the recognition of hard facts. The second strategy, coercion, emerged out of the apprehension that consensus might not be achieved or might not be sufficient. Democracy, if necessary, would have to be bent in the pursuit of economic soundness, and this process would be imposed. Pantaleoni, an architect of austerity and later an advisor of Mussolini's dictatorship, pointed out where socialism is strong, where democracy is strong, public finance will go the wrong way. Economic experts seemingly did not trust the restless public to make the correct decisions regarding its own well-being. As we will see, austerity carried within it the principle of exempting economic policy decisions from democratic procedures, either through technocratic institutions or, as in the case of Italy, through a fascist government. Austere economists demonstrate the same anti-democratic intuitions to this day. 15. Coercion resided not only in how economic policies were passed, but in how these policies worked. Technocrats devised monetary, fiscal, and industrial policies that imposed hard work and economy on a population in need of discipline. After all, as the official proceedings of the Brussels resolution pointed out, the country which accepts the policy of budget deficits is treading the slippery path which leads to general ruin. To escape from that path no sacrifice is too great. What follows is an examination of these recommendations as they were presented in the Brussels resolutions of the Commission on Public Finance and the Commission on Currency and Exchange. The Commission on Finance at Genoa forcefully restated them, citing the resolutions adopted by the prior conference as basis for its own work. At both meetings, the participating nation-states unanimously endorsed these austerity principles. Fiscal austerity. Nations, like individuals, must earn their living and must pay their way. Lord Chalmers. The joint statement from the experts at Brussels left no doubt about the European states' new economic legislative priorities. The equilibrium of state budgets must be restored and loading debt should as soon as practicable be funded. The Genoa Conference repeated the refrain, the most important reform of all must therefore be the balancing of the annual expenditure of the state without the creation of fresh credits unrepresented by new assets. 16. This obsession with balancing the budget had the clear motive of securing the conditions for capital accumulation. Indeed, Resolution 2 was adamant that public attention should be especially drawn to the priority of increased production. Note that this production was to be private. The continual excess of government expenditure over revenue represented by budget deficits is one of the most serious obstacles to such increase of production. The most urgent social and financial reform on which all others depend was a broad budget cut, both in ordinary and extraordinary public expenditure. Resolution 4 of the Brussels Conference emphasized that the first cut should be in armaments and war expenditures. The following resolution pressed further. The conference considers that every government should abandon at the earliest practicable date all uneconomical and artificial measures which conceal from the people the true economic situation. Such measures included welfare and social expenses, price controls over primary goods such as bread and other foodstuff, unemployment benefits, and low transportation service fares and postal rates. The resolutions condemned the existence of these policies as wasteful and extravagant public expenditures and interferences with markets. Indeed, fiscal austerity operated through two parallel logics. The first was predominantly interested in safeguarding private ownership of the means of production. During his discussion on public finance, the Belgian Prime Minister and Finance Minister Leon Delacroix spoke explicitly, "We must economize. We must avoid the adoption of social measures which might tend to thwart industry, and also the adoption of such measures of nationalization and socialization which might substitute government action to private enterprise." The second logic sought to ensure that resources would be shifted to the classes of society that could save and invest. Indeed, in this framework savings were the sole driver of capital accumulation and all savings would be automatically channeled into investment, an assumption that the Keynesian framework of the 1930s would later largely challenge. By debunking the immediate connection between savings and investments, Keynes's general theory of 1936 rehabilitated public investment as a prerequisite for stable capital accumulation, not as a hindrance to it. In the Keynesian framework, when the economy is not at full employment, budget deficits actually boost private production given that an increase in aggregate demand has a positive influence on entrepreneurs' profit expectations. In a nutshell, public investments incentivize entrepreneurs to invest. 17 However, before this, during the critical red years after World War I, our austere economic experts including, notably, Keynes himself had a graver concern, the defense of capital as a social relation. Indeed, the existential prerequisite for any investment was its security. Cuts in welfare expenditures and social services increased the pool of surplus, which could be used for private investment or paying back government debt, which would in turn reward creditors. It follows that a state that utilized fiscal austerity to reach budgetary equilibrium demonstrated its financial stability and creditworthiness, and thus fostered savers' confidence in its capacity to uphold favorable conditions for capital accumulation. In the words of Lord Chalmers, without paying your way as a nation, without getting that equilibrium and stability which is at the basis of confidence, there can be no hope whatsoever. The same logic of regressive redistribution from the bottom to the top in order to promote capital accumulation also applied to the revenue side. Increases in universal taxation contributed to a transfer of wealth from the many to the few, under the guise of benefit for all. Resolution 6 of Brussels read, fresh taxation must be imposed to meet the deficit, and this process must be ruthlessly continued. Of course, there was a central caveat: taxation which might be a burden on private industry was to be avoided. Most delegates at Brussels were skeptical of a capital levy that would entail leakage of capital to other countries, hampering capital accumulation. The intent was thus to hit the general masses. Like others, the Swedish banker Oscar Rydbeck sang the praises of consumption taxation as a method of taxing which directly promotes savings, since everyone who wants to buy an article on which he has to pay a certain tax has to consider whether he can afford it or not, whether he can save the expense or not. The larger point was clear: a re-education of the general population, which would learn the virtue of thrift. The Swedish banker Rydbeck was adamant that his people had to cut back on their daily purchases. When speaking of saving, we must not forget that if saving is not effected by the general masses of the people, who at the present time have come into possession of more money than they were accustomed to, very little good will be done. In order to induce the broad masses to save, indirect taxation must be introduced. Technocrats were well aware that, in a historical moment in which the masses appeared hostile toward the old order of things, inducing them to save was easier said than done. Alberto Beneduce, an Italian professor of economic statistics and CEO of the National Institution of Insurance who would go on to have a lasting career as parliamentarian, senator, and economic advisor of Mussolini's regime, had no doubt it was necessary to act upon public opinion, on the psychological state of the masses, so that they would no more impede but help to re-establish the budget of the state. Beneduce gave voice to these preoccupations during the plenary discussion of September 20, 1920. The date is significant. On that day in his own country an unprecedented class struggle was at its peak. The factory occupation had been going on for almost a month. The psychological state of the masses seemed rather projected toward a post-capitalist society where private ownership and wage relations were to be abolished. 18. How could austerity proceed in such a turbulent time? Here again, experts induced consensus through the persuasive powers of an objective economic science. Experts justified the necessity of fiscal austerity by suggesting that social reforms were only concealing from the people the true economic situation. Once again, we notice the neutral standpoint taken by these experts whose purported role was to inform the people incapable of understanding on their own of the true road to economic redemption. Where consensus failed, coercion was the substitute. Indeed, even in cases where public opinion opposed these economic truths, the beauty of budget cuts was such that, once set in motion, they secured compliance anyway. The elimination of welfare programs imposed thrift on the majority. Moreover, fiscal austerity meant that workers were left to compete in the free market with no social safety net. Thus, the survival instinct would kick in, killing strikes, bottling demands for higher wages, and penalizing all manner of insubordinate behavior. In fact, the state in its role as eliminator of expenditures was a fundamental precondition to reconstruct the material conditions necessary for the divide between the economic and the political domains to regain its hold. Clearly, the very withdrawal of the state from the realm of economic interventions was a drastic and hefty political decision, but it was nonetheless justified as a political and economically necessary a process guided by technical reason, thus fundamentally uncontroversial. To conclude, we have seen how fiscal austerity in the form of budget cuts, especially welfare cuts and regressive taxation, enabled the transfer of resources from the majority of citizens to the saving investing classes so as to secure property relations and greater capital formation. Fiscal austerity also served another fundamental purpose: to restore monetary stability and to secure the rule of technocratic institutions. Monetary austerity. Inflation and dear money. The essential requisite for the economic reconstruction of Europe is the achievement by each country of stability in the value of its currency. Genoa Conference 1922, Resolution 1 of the Second Commission. A stable means of monetary exchange is a precondition for efficient market transactions and investment. The experts at the Brussels and Genoa conferences argued that tea is not sufficient for trade and industry merely to have capital. They require stable prices, stable exchanges, stability of the internal and external financial mechanism. The currency commissions of the two conferences set out to defeat inflation. It is essential that the inflation of credit and currency should be stopped everywhere at the earliest possible moment. Economic experts at the two conferences defined inflation as an artificial and unrestrained expansion of the currency that had the effect of reducing the currency's purchasing power per unit. Inflation debased the currency, and its degeneration could be monstrous. To buy the same goods at higher prices, one needed additional currency, which was procured by further inflation, thereby creating a vicious spiral of constantly rising prices and wages, and constantly increasing inflation. Inflation was diagnosed as a pernicious outcome of war collectivism, i.e., of state interference with the natural laws of supply and demand. The wartime politicization of the economic domain was characterized as the main catalyst for inflation, especially its consequent rise in wages and production costs, all of which hindered capital accumulation. It is generally recognized that continued inflation, which is primarily due to excessive government expenditure, has a serious effect on production, noted R.H. Brand. It followed that fiscal austerity was a primary remedy for inflation, since in the framing of the conference experts' budget deficits forced governments to finance their expenditures by issuing either more paper currency or fresh credit, thereby increasing the amount of legal tender in circulation. 19. The Genoa proceedings relied heavily on one of Autry's insights, that budget cuts were indispensable to check the consumption not only of the state but also of the general public. In effect, Autry's principle reduced the disposable income of the working classes. This amounted to a check on public demand, which lowered and stabilized internal prices while also securing external monetary stability, since a reduction in both government and private outlay discouraged imports and thus improved the balance of payments. 20. To defeat inflation and to fully rein in the purchasing power of workers, fiscal austerity was to be supplemented by monetary austerity. The latter meant a direct and deliberate credit contraction through an increase in interest rates, which would deflate prices and in turn boost confidence in the value of the currency. This was the core of the so-called policy of dear money. Vissering declared, the purchasing power of money, by way of remedy, be forced up somewhat by making money scarce. Like fiscal austerity, monetary austerity fundamentally worked to shape the behavior of economic agents in a way that was favorable to capital accumulation. If depreciation leads to a spirit of reckless extravagance and a determination to spend at once what in any case is likely to be lost, then revaluation incentivized savings, the most virtuous economic behavior on the part of those who have the means to save. The former governor of the Bank of England, Brian Cockayne, under his new title as First Baron Cullen of Ashbourne, sat as a member of the Commission on Currency and Exchange. He was adamant that the last rise in money rates in Great Britain appears to have acted, as it naturally should, as a considerable stimulus to thrift. Bankers now receive numerous inquiries as to the terms on which they will accept deposits now that rates are so high. The experts were aware that, along with fiscal austerity, the addition of a dear money policy would be extremely unpopular. Monetary austerity had the same purpose of promoting savers at the cost of the rest of society, especially the working classes. The deflation that ensued would mean that public borrowing for social expenditures would become costlier and that, more destructively, wages would be curtailed. Dear money, after all, produced a rise in unemployment that mitigated labor's bargaining power and its capacity to resist wage cuts. Accordingly, credit contraction produced unemployment, which slowed down the domestic economy and made countries less competitive abroad, which further exacerbated the economic downturn. As Henry Strakosch of the South African delegation put it, dear money equaled hard times and unemployment. The negative, inequitable repercussions of deflation were both known and heavily criticized, especially in Britain, where the public had already begun gnashing its teeth. The British New Statesman magazine regularly denounced its effects, in particular how in the midst of deflation the only people who benefit are rentiers and creditors, whose money incomes grow steadily more valuable as prices fall. 21. Achieving political immunity and reconfiguring the relations of production. The experts who convened in Brussels and Genoa faced a practical problem: how do you design policies that run so counter to public interest and sentiment? The solution was immediately coercive. Experts pressed to use technocratic power as justified by the purity of science to enforce the depoliticization of economic institutions and decisions. For the Baron Cullen of Ashbourne, the path forward depended on placing the issue of paper currency outside the direct control of the state. Vissering elaborated, a national or municipal government might possibly be powerless against such pressure on the part of the employees, because the latter can make their political influence felt on the national government. On the other hand, an independent banking institution need not, however, allow itself to be led by the nose by any power whatsoever exercised by the employees. These political strategies of depoliticization were embodied in the official resolutions of the two conferences. They asserted the necessity for banks, in particular central banks, to be independent technocratic bodies freed from political pressures in order to guarantee that they should be conducted solely on the lines of prudent finance. With this intention, in countries where there is no central bank of issue, one should be established. Moreover, at Genoa it was made explicit that central banks would enjoy absolute discretionary powers, since the discretion of the central banks should not be fettered by any definite rules. In other words, the power of monetary management that the war had dislodged from technocratic hold could not rest in the hands of the representatives of the people, who would likely be more sensitive to social concerns. Rather, it would rest in the hands of technocrats who had as their priority the rehabilitation of the purity of capital accumulation, a priority unfettered by any other preoccupation. 22. In this light, the fixation with reasserting the gold standard, which was loudly announced at Genoa 23, was primarily explainable as a political buffer to protect the primacy of economic conventions over the community in its collective capacity. Of course, a return to gold was deemed necessary for international monetary stability. 24. But more important still, the gold standard would force governments to accept the necessity and inevitability of both monetary and fiscal austerity. In the first place, going back to and maintaining the gold standard ensured a constant justification of the deflationary choices of central banks. Indeed, even once the gold standard was achieved, the central banks could operate with the exclusive intention of maintaining gold parity. 25. Monetary austerity in the form of increasing the rate of interest was the main tool used to avoid gold flights. 26. A gold standard regime was also, by definition, a fiscal austerity regime in which public expenditure was to be kept at a bare minimum. Reforms would no longer be a matter of political dispute, but of economic necessity. To avoid gold flight, domestic consumption and imports had to be minimized. 27. Thus, the gold standard was an object of fixation for experts. It enforced austerity, and with it, proper capitalist class relations. At least notionally, these same economists regarded fears of violent deflation and the economic downturn that could result as the price to pay to go back to gold. 28. These risks were insufficient to forego such a painful treatment. The goal was too important. Tellingly, experts' awareness of deflation's likely burdens on the community concretely manifested in the 1921 British deflationary crisis did not dissuade them from recommending deflation at Genoa. To them the suffering that came with returning to the gold standard was justified as a matter of general interest. In sum, monetary austerity and fiscal austerity were two sides of the same coin that worked in a reciprocal fashion. British Treasury official Sir Otto Niemeyer summarized this clearly when he advised the Brazilian government, in his capacity as executive director of the Bank of England, the two factors, budget equilibrium and stable money, must march together, and neither one can be maintained without the other. Indeed, we have seen how budgetary orthodoxy was a prerequisite for the revaluation of currency. At the same time, deflationary monetary policy in the form of rising interest rates and the curtailment of money supply increased the cost for the government to borrow, thus limiting its expansionary projects. Resolution 7 of the Brussels Commission on Currency and Exchange was explicit: if the wise control of credit brings dear money, this result will in itself help to promote economy. Not only did the two mutually reinforce one another, they also stood for the same purpose. Fiscal and monetary austerity favored wealthy savers while the rest of society was forced to consume less via diminution of government resources, payment of taxes, and lower wages. The dual operation of fiscal and monetary austerity put the burden of capital accumulation on the working classes to ultimately re-establish the divide between the economic and the political and protect private property and wage relations. Most importantly, these policies robbed the people of all economic agency, and silenced their demands for higher wages and social redistribution, not to mention their demands for nationalization and alternative relations of production. If one digs deeper, it is easy to see how, disguised as a monetary phenomenon, the vilification of inflation was aimed at shoring up the capitalist social relations of production, especially through notions of decreased consumption and increased production. This was explicitly stated in the resolution of the Brussels Commission on Currency and Exchange reproduced below. Indeed, the second austerity motto, centered on hard work, was an indispensable condition for the final rescue of capital accumulation. It is the topic of the next section. Industrial austerity. The complementary steps for arresting the increase of inflation by increasing the wealth on which the currency is based, may be summed up in the words, increased production and decreased consumption. The most intensive production possible is required in order to make good the waste of war and arrest inflation and thus to reduce the cost of living, yet we are witnessing in many countries production below the normal, together with those frequent strikes which aggravate instead of helping to cure the present shortage and dearness of commodities. Yet in our opinion the production of wealth is in many countries suffering from a cause which it is more directly in the power of governments to remove, viz., the control in various forms which was often imposed by them as a war measure and has not yet been completely relaxed. In some cases business has even been taken by governments out of the hands of the private trader, whose enterprise and experience are a far more potent instrument for the recuperation of the country. Another urgent need is the freest possible international exchange of commodities. Resolution V, Commission on Currency and Exchange. So far, we have emphasized that the primary goal of austerity, as formulated by the experts of the two international conferences, was the resumption of capital accumulation. To this end, both fiscal and monetary policies diminished the consumption of the many and increased the saving and investment of the few, while also re-establishing the divide between the economic and the political sectors that would reset capitalism's pillars. These efforts would be moot if the production process was hampered. The principal need of Europe is a resumption of work and production. Point 29. But it wasn't just an increase in production that the experts were aiming at, they sought production under reinstated capitalist relations of exploitation, which in no other moment of history had been so gravely challenged. And as Resolution V, quoted above, illustrates, in order to secure the stability of money, the fundamental pillars of wage relations and private property also needed to be reinforced. Resolution V explicitly states that capitalist production required the elimination of any aspirations of the working people for alternative organizations of production. Such aspirations could be thwarted through two measures, privatization and the control of labor. The two would ultimately guard against the fundamental culprits of economic crisis, the wrong actions of governments and of individuals. Vissering, praised for his high scientific and practical competence, asserted that depreciation of money is not a cause in itself, but is only the effect of other causes, and that these other causes are to be found in the acts of national and municipal governments on the one hand, and in the acts of individuals, more particularly employees, on the other. He concluded that NLY when both governments and citizens arrive at more reasonable actions can other measures be properly applied with a view to attaining better conditions in the monetary system. Notwithstanding the prima facie interpretation of inflation as a monetary phenomenon, economists made clear that, beneath it, the solution was about subordination of the citizens to capitalism. These thoughts were coherent with a deep-seated fear about the political consequences of inflation. Keynes, the economist who at that time advocated for harsh dear money 30, used words that are by now famous: a continuance of inflationism and high prices will not only depress the exchanges but by their effect on prices will strike at the whole basis of contract, of security, and of the capitalist system generally. 31. In a similar vein, the Italian economist Luigi Einaudi wrote, what appeared to profoundly shake the entire society and prepare a social revolution. was called with the technical word monetary inflation. Privatization and the crowding out argument. The policy change advocated for by austerity economists was one that diminished the sphere of government. Such sound policy would allow the natural economic laws to have full possibility of acting in all their intensity, thus leading to sound finances and especially to a boost in the efficiency of production. To sell their recipes, the austerity advocates leaned heavily on a crowding out argument, a battle horse of the British Treasury that the British delegates shared during the conference discussions. Since there is not enough capital to go round, which is to have it governments or private industry? The more capital is absorbed by governments, the less is available for private industry. Which is likely to use capital more productively, governments or private industry? The answer is in favor of private industry. 32. A memorandum from the Italian professor Pantaleoni bolstered this view by violently attacking state socialism. 33. Governments had to stop their interference and stick more closely to their proper business, which is to furnish the general conditions for unfettered private activity. It is useful to pause here and contrast these perspectives with those depicted in the first chapters of this book. The lessons of World War I were so compelling that they pushed many bureaucrats, social and economic experts, and of course workers to break away from the dogmas of laissez-faire capitalism and promote the productive superiority of state control and forms of central planning. A wholly new school of thought was laying hold of people. 34. As Viscount Haldane had commented in his 1920 book The Triumph of Nationalization, the economist Leo Chiazza-Money exposed the irrationality of doctrinaire individualism, while his colleagues on the Sankey Committee put private property on public trial on the grounds that it was wasteful and antisocial. By putting the capitalist resolutions of the conferences into this context, it is clear that the technocrats in attendance were not expressing objective truths, as they purported, but were instead defending private property to the hilt. Indeed, the return of private enterprise's primacy had stakes that were much higher than the mere objective of productive efficiency. The return of privatization was about the depoliticization of the economy, which would bring the aspirations of the working classes away from alternative social organizations and back into the boundaries of capitalist production. In other words, if the production for profit were to prevail over production for use, privatization had to be made safe. Disciplining labor and cutting wages. Privatization was meaningless if not accompanied by the cooperative behavior of those who were expected to labor within the capital order. As such, the unprecedented industrial mobilization of the interwar period would have sent a chill down experts' spines. Instead of working hard for increased production, a great number of workers were doing the exact opposite. Viscering voiced concern, they demand shorter working hours, without correspondingly improving their work, which would permit of intenser production, and in order to enforce these demands they moreover frequently strike, which means a fresh drop in production. He further suggested that the hours of lost labor represent a value of hundreds of millions, if not milliards, in money. Critiques of labor disputes went together with chastising the generalized work ethic, and even where they do work, many of them exhibit a kind of work shyness so that their efficiency is thereby again reduced. This in turn again leads to decreased production and increased cost of goods. Maffeo Pantaleoni used even harsher terms, denouncing workers as violent, dishonest, and blackmailers of government. The shortening hours of work reflected the leisurely, pipe-in-mouth way in which work was done. Here Pantaleoni expressed no doubts. Wages are much higher than their marginal productivity of labor, and the culprits were the laws and government actions that acted first under the stress of war, then under the stress of socialism and Bolshevism. If one could not convince the majority to work hard, the experts knew that the depoliticization of the economy would get them to submit. Indeed, the agenda was to remove controls in various forms, including laws that protected labor. The re-establishment of an unfettered labor market, especially in times of deflation, warranted a natural disciplining of the labor force through a threat of ending up in the ranks of the reserve army of labor if they refused to accept lower wages. As we shall see in Chapter 7, the Assembly of Italian academics went so far as to justify explicitly repressive labor laws under a fascist regime in order to guarantee the ultimate austerity objective of hard work. Conclusion. Viewed through a lens of capitalist crisis, the financial conferences of Brussels and Genoa are neither irrelevant nor unsuccessful, as some have characterized them. They actually represent a landmark moment within the history of capitalism, the emergence of austerity in its modern form, as a global technocratic project. Austerity as it is known today was an offspring of crisis, not merely economic crisis, but crisis of capitalism as a socio-economic system. The preceding chapters have shown that after the war, for the first time, the challenge to the pillars of capitalist accumulation became a mass phenomenon. The working classes acquired a sense of entitlement and participated as protagonists in the political scene. In the minds of the people, private ownership in the means of production and wage relations were no longer natural, indisputable givens. In that moment, unlike ever before, capital required protection. This is what the experts at the conferences set themselves to do. Their ultimate objective was to secure the reproduction of the capitalist system. The conferences diagnosed the cause of the crisis as the individuals who were contesting the system and were responsible for its breakdown. These individuals demonstrated excessive consumption combined with an unwillingness to work productively at low wages. Inflation and budget deficits, the two great evils of the time, were nothing more than symptoms of a much deeper flaw, individual behavior. Hence, the experts forged the drastic cure of austerity, a doctrine of economy and hard work, ostensibly for the good of nations. As framed, austerity was about individual sacrifice on the part of patriotic citizens who had to practice frugality in lifestyle and discipline in labor. Half a century later, in 1979, the powerful chair of the American Federal Reserve, Paul Volcker, used the same mantra to tackle another great crisis. The American standard of living must decline, he announced, while supporting the government's firm resolve to break strikes and delivering on a shocking dosage of dear money. The closing resolution of the Brussels Commission on Public Finance encapsulates the repressive nature of the austerity project that still resonates today. The conference is of opinion that the strict application of the principles outlined above is the necessary condition for the re-establishment of public finances on a sound basis. A country which does not contrive as soon as possible to attain the execution of these principles is doomed beyond hope of recovery. To enable governments, however, to give effect to these principles, all classes of the community must contribute their share. Above all, to fill up the gap between the supply of, and the demand for, commodities, it is the duty of every patriotic citizen to practice the strictest possible economy and so to contribute his maximum effort to the common weal. Such private action is the indispensable basis for the fiscal measures required to restore public finances. In such a turbulent moment, the application of the austerity principles required an emphatic justification. One of the most novel aspects of modern austerity was that, as an antidote to capitalist crisis, it could no longer dismiss or disregard the actors that were deemed responsible for that very crisis. Experts had to deal with public opinion, either through consensus or through coercion or, most practically, through both. This constituted the dual strategy of austerity. Austerity sought consensus through the sponsorship and intellectual authority of technocracy, which operated as both its epistemic grounding and its political force. As preachers of pure economic science, experts imparted their teachings to all citizens. They set out to educate the general public about the truthfulness of the prescriptions upon which their economic behavior should be shaped. Once disarmed of any agency to advance economic alternatives, the people had no choice but to either comply or be forced to comply with the economic necessity. And once the economic/political divide was re-established, the coercive market forces would naturally work to discipline disarmed workers. Austerity proved to be more than just wishful thinking on the part of the experts at the international conferences of Brussels and Genoa. Chapters 6 and 7 will investigate how these experts successfully implemented the International Code of Austerity. We will begin by looking at Britain, a country that pioneered austerity starting in 1920, then explore how, starting in 1922, Mussolini's Italy painstakingly followed in those footsteps. That these dates are so close to the two international conferences is telling of the rapid ascent of austerity across Europe. 35. Chapter 6. Austerity, a British story. Increased production, cessation of government borrowings, and decreased expenditure both by the government and by each individual member of the nation are the first essentials to recovery. HMSO, Final Report of the Committee on Currency and Foreign Exchange. Even before the principles of austerity were codified in Brussels and Genoa beginning in 1920, its component policies were already spreading. This was particularly the case in Britain, which at the time was the most advanced capitalist country in Europe. Faced with rising labor mobilization and rising prices, the country adopted two public axioms: produce more, consume less, that served to smother any rays of hope for a reconstructionist program, to say nothing of a non-capitalist future. As a governmental matter, this campaign began with the 1918 convening of the Committee on Currency and Foreign Exchange, which gathered experts from the Treasury, academia, and the Bank of England, 1 to discuss ways to combat the uncertainty of the monetary situation, 2 in the Reconstruction period, and formulate an agenda that became an intellectual predecessor to the Brussels and Genoa outputs that followed. This chapter's opening epigraph speaks to the committee's perception of a soaring capitalist crisis, along with the now familiar imperatives. Notable in this early iteration of British austerity was its demand for extreme sacrifice. Even personal consumption of the most basic of commodities like bread was secondary to the interests of economy. 3 Chancellor Austen Chamberlain's thoughts on the bread subsidy reveal where the priorities of austerity stood. There is £45 million for the bread subsidy. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction than to deal with that. The sooner we get rid of these subsidies the better. I agree that they can be used to conceal the real facts of the situation from the country, and that they put a most onerous burden upon the state and on the national finances. The sooner they are got rid of the better. 4. Beginning in spring 1920, harsh monetary deflation took a toll on British employment. Fiscal and industrial austerity quickly followed, with unprecedented cuts, regressive taxation, privatization, and repressive measures to control workers' direct action. By 1922, money wages in industry were a third of their 1920 levels. 5 By 1926, the austere British state denounced labor militancy, buried welfare resources, and restored the gold standard, with the pound back at its pre-war parity. 6 Now just a few years removed from the war, the sentiments of collectivism and its purported wholly new school of thought had been relegated to the archives of history. It was a handful of Treasury officials who played a crucial role in orchestrating this turn of events, a turn that had been unimaginable in the immediate aftermath of the Great War. In their role as controllers of finance during the turbulent post-war years, Basil Blackett and Otto Niemeyer had the largest sway over the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the head of the Treasury. They did not have to worry about political re-election, and their names were not under the public eye, thus these experts could act behind the scenes to shape and rationalize austerity. Still, the job was no piece of cake. The political circumstances could not have been more unfavorable. As we know from earlier chapters, the war duras had politicized citizens. For the majority, economic sacrifice was a relic of the war. The country, it was largely thought, had entered an entirely new epoch of social redistribution and economic collectivism. In this uneasy context, austerity had to thump its way forward under the guise of its proclaimed sound economic theory. Ralph Hawtrey, the in-house Treasury economist and a pioneer in macroeconomic theory, provided just such a theoretical grounding. Hawtrey modeled the economy as a great credit machine, and he understood inflation, i.e., the expansion of credit, as an insidious threat to the economy. As he vividly put it, inflation is a deadly blight. Once it has gained a hold, it will poison the whole economic system, and can only be eliminated, if at all, at the cost of exhausting efforts. To Hawtrey, credit stabilization required constant monetary management. It was not going to stabilize on its own. The key to such management was to control, or better, to subjugate the consumer. It is easy to overlook, as the canonical literature does, the classist nature of a seemingly apolitical overconsumptionist model. Indeed, part of the construction of consensus and coercion around austerity rested in expelling class awareness from economic theory, even while terrorizing certain classes. Looking closer, these economic theories reintroduce class differences through the back door when they understand that not all consumers are equally virtuous. For the experts, it was the unproductive consumer, i.e., the worker, who required control, while the productive consumer, i.e., the creditor/investor, required reward. The austerity policies that the experts envisioned were thus an essential instrument of forced redistribution in favor of the savers investors and against the low-income, low-saving working class. This was the recipe for stabilizing money, increasing private capital, and normalizing wage relations. Austerity was most certainly a political project, but its assumptions weren't necessarily wrong. Indeed, it laid bare an undeniable truth: for capitalism to function, workers had to be disciplined into accepting the two pillars of capital accumulation, the primacy of private property and wage relations. These core principles of austerity double as the assumptions underlying today's mainstream economic theory, especially its tendency to serve political ends. This can be seen extensively in Hawtrian theory, which experimented with many of the social abstractions that are typical of today's standard economic theory. In the preface of his most influential work, Currency and Credit, Hawtrey expressed grave concerns regarding the epochal changes he was witnessing. Pre-war institutions were largely understood as things of the past. To him, here never was a time at which the currency systems of the world were so exposed to danger as they are likely to be in the immediate future. Apart from his clear distress over a deviation from the normal that was codified in his theories, Hawtrey's embeddedness in class struggle is revealed by his silent class bias and his clear-cut technocratic resolution to the crisis. Such an agenda, best embodied by his prescription of independent central banks, soon became the common ploy of the British establishment. The austerity experts' overarching goal was to bulwark economic relations from the influences of politics and state intervention. In doing so, they both exempted economic policies from democratic decision-making and cast economic theory as apolitical. Of course, to conceive economic theory as apolitical required an unfettered market that was influenced only by its objective laws, a feat that, in a moment of public fervor, could only be achieved by shielding economic decisions from the general public. Indeed, the nature of depoliticization and the close interconnection of its three main features highlight how austerity, even in a parliamentary democracy like Britain, was essentially anti-democratic in nature. If we combine this characteristic of austerity with its main prescription subduing the working classes into producing more and consuming less, we can easily say that austerity was an outright repressive project. Such repression required a team. What follows is an introduction to the characters and levers who facilitated it, stitching together austerity policies and the economic theory that molded and rationalized them. The telling of this story is based on a study of both Treasury policy memoranda and Hawtrey's published and theoretical contributions from the period. These sources tell a story that to date has not been told: how a tight connection between the theories of monetary management and the urge to shape individual behavior was conceived and built to last. To achieve these ends, a campaign for an independent central bank was essential. Technocrats at the helm of power. After World War I, the British Treasury had risen in stature and came to be considered the central department of British government. Its powers as a department were embodied by the outsized personal sway of two civil servants, Sir Basil P. Blackett and Sir Otto Niemeyer. These two experts were the principal direct advisors to the Chancellor of the Exchequer on all financial matters, including taxation, debt management, and domestic and international monetary policy. Their Department of Finance prepared the annual budget and often wrote the budget speeches for the Chancellor himself. 9 Blackett vividly described his almost ubiquitous role: the day-to-day work of the department involves the assumption of responsibilities by the Controller of Finance which, when he makes the mistake of turning mind to consider their magnitude, are really staggering. All relations between the Treasury, the Bank of England, and the money market were in the controller's hands. Blackett and Niemeyer were both in direct and personal contact with the bank's powerful governor, Montague Norman, and Niemeyer was even Norman's close friend. After the war, the Bank of England and the Treasury shared monetary authority. With the large amount of Treasury bills in circulation until the spring of 1921, the Bank of England was dependent on the Treasury in order to raise the bank rate. These neutral economic experts came from the high echelons of society. Hailing from upper-middle-class families, they were educated in the prestigious halls of Oxford, where they were taught about society, though notably not economics, through a lens of national interest. 10 Placing first in the civil service examinations, the two immediately secured posts at the Treasury and began long careers. Blackett became Controller of Finance in 1920, Niemeyer, his deputy, succeeded him in 1922 and held the post for the ensuing 5 years. The controllers was a technocratic form of power. Their profound clout and decision-making leeway over policy-making came with their position as permanent senior officials, insulated from the pressures that come with universal suffrage and political competition. Until 1925, Blackett and Niemeyer were more influential than the Chancellor himself, who was usually in office for a very short period and was generally not a financial expert. This remained true even with a heavyweight like Churchill in office. A 1927 note by the governor of the Bank of France, Émile Moreau, referred to the opinion of the French ambassador in London. He points out that Winston Churchill, who detests Poincaré, isn't really in control of the Treasury. The man who does in fact control it is Sir Otto Niemeyer, the intimate friend of M. Norman. 11. The influence of the two experts extended later in their careers to the Bank of England. Both Niemeyer and Blackett were recruited by Governor Norman to high posts. Blackett was a director at the bank from 1929 until his death in 1935. Niemeyer was first executive director and advisor to the governor, and then, for a long tenure, a director of the bank. Most importantly, their political impact extended well beyond national borders. The two technocrats devised austerity reforms that spread to many other countries. Both were members of the Financial Committee of the League of Nations and worked to implement the post-war financial reconstruction plans for Austria, Bulgaria, and Greece. 12 The schemes made international loans conditional upon efforts to balance the budget, to stabilize the currency, and especially to create private central banks, independent of government. All central tenets of austerity. Blackett pressed his hand particularly on the Global East. As finance member of the Viceroy Executive Council in India, he pushed his austerity mandate by getting the colony to fund its floating debt, balance its budget, cut expenditures, stabilize the exchange rate, establish an independent central bank, and attain gold parity. Niemeyer advocated the same types of measures in his missions as a financial expert in Australia, Brazil, and Argentina. 13. Certainly, the two experts were no outliers relative to the history of the British Treasury. Since the Victorian era, budgetary orthodoxy and monetary rigor had represented the uncontested doctrine of the department. 14 Yet, given the unprecedented climate following World War I, Blackett's and Niemeyer's influence during this period lends them special relevance to the evolution of modern-day austerity. The two defended capitalism in its purest laissez-faire form in a moment when it was widely challenged, both by the working classes and by members of the British establishment. Austerity was crystallized out of this very challenge. Ironically, it became clear that to defend the natural doings of laissez-faire capitalism, direct coercive action was required. The challenges to austerity from within. The opposition to economic orthodoxy that exploded after the war would have been enough to keep the Treasury controllers up at night. Opposition to Britain's traditional economic and monetary views had seized government officials and civil servants, who with the war had been introduced to the seemingly limitless fiscal potential of the state apparatus. The orthodox Treasury view, 15, according to which there were natural limits to capital creation and government borrowing, no longer had a leg to stand on. The point was made over and over again that the reconstruction necessities and social projects required cheap loans. The formal suspension of the gold standard in March 1919 spoke for the newfound priority of avoiding unemployment. As even the establishment's newspaper had put it, the moment marked a palpable defeat of the Dear Money Party, which was labeled ineffective and expensive. Published expressions of economic rebellion were collected in the confidential files of the controllers of finance, testifying to their seeming willingness to observe their enemies before running them down. Even when the bite of austerity began to sting, the opposition did not immediately wilt. These treasury files kept meticulous track of it. Figures 6.1 and 6.2 give a sense of the continuity of the disgruntlement throughout the first part of the 1920s. In May 1920, harsh words appeared in the Times. The paper published a reader's letter that expressed one of the guiding intuitions of this book: is the reduction of purchasing power a practicable proposition at this time? Is it consistent with the hopes which have been held out of the betterment in the conditions of the working class? In October 1923, the Times reported criticisms from Mr. McKenna, chairman of the London Joint Stock and Midland Bank and former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who in an address before the Belfast Chamber of Commerce condemned the consequences of the Treasury's deflationary policy that brought down prices by forced restriction of purchasing power. Could not fail to depress trade and cause unemployment. Hence, a double sacrifice for the general public: no consumption and no jobs. 6.1. Clipping of a reader's letter titled High Prices. 6.2. City Notes. In June 1924, the Advisory Committee of Finance and Commerce of the Trades Union Congress and the Labour Party released a memorandum declaring their grave objections to further deflation in order to secure the gold standard. It would condemn people to unemployment. They admonished, an insistence on a rise in the bank rate at the present time, whatever may be said for it in the long run, looks very much like a sacrifice of the immediate interests of the general community to the immediate interests of the bankers. 16. As figure 6.3 shows, Niemeyer heavily underlined and annotated the memorandum. The document, like many others, attests to the general awareness of the primary political issue at stake. Austerity policies had at their basis the sacrifice of the vast majority of British citizens. 6.3. Advisory Committee of Finance and Commerce of the Trade Union Congress, Memorandum on the proposed raising of the bank rate in the near future, June 1924. How were the experts capable of contending with such an onslaught stemming from the very heart of the establishment? The answer lay in an appeal to high economic theory. Indeed, the entwinement of economic theory and austerity policies so crucial in a moment of high contestation is the defining characteristic of austerity as we know it today, where consensus complements coercion. The defense of austerity, economic theory to the rescue. In the face of unrelenting opposition, Niemeyer and Blackett needed solid intellectual grounds to urge the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move for dear money and drastic cuts in public expenditures. In examining the controller's confidential treasury files, virtually the only direct source of information we have about their economic beliefs, one is struck by the ubiquity and influence of the economist Ralph G. Hawtrey. 17. The primary source of economic knowledge for Blackett and especially for Niemeyer. In fact, there is ample evidence that Hawtreyan economics refined and strengthened 18. The economic stance of the senior treasury officials, so as to enable the emergence of a full-blown austerity doctrine. Hawtrey was born into a well-to-do family in Slough, a town 20 miles west of central London. He followed the cursus honorum of the British elite. He graduated from Eton, the #1 private school, and after reading mathematics at Trinity College, Cambridge, undertook a career as a civil servant. In 1919, he was appointed Director of Financial Inquiries and was finally sufficiently high-placed in the Treasury to be part of the inner process of policy making. 19. Hawtrey's role was that of the first in-house economist, whose duty was to comment and offer advice on every aspect of economic policy. 20. A position he kept until his retirement in 1947, when he accepted a professorship at the Royal Institute of International Affairs. During his tenure at the Treasury, Hawtrey was the sole official to be an economic scholar of international standing. The crowning of his academic career came in 1959 with an honorary fellowship at Trinity College, Cambridge. 21 Austerity established his name as a prominent monetary economist with his 1913 Good and Bad Trade, a book that articulated the monetary business cycle. His repute increased in 1919 with Currency and Credit. Keynes, who was hugely influenced by his colleague and friend Austerity, hailed Currency and Credit as one of the most original and profound treatises on the theory of money which has appeared for many years. The text first developed insights that are today understood as Keynesian, including the centrality of consumer income and consumer outlay in influencing the monetary business cycle, and its necessary implication: the essence of monetary management is much more than simply manipulating the quantity of money in circulation, as the traditional quantity theory of money purports. 22 It lies more deeply in manipulating the behavior of real economic agents in terms of their incomes and expenditures. Currency and Credit was widely used as a textbook in the 1920s. It became a standard text for the Cambridge tripos in economics as well as overseas, including in the Harvard Economics Department, where Austerity taught as a visiting professor in 1928 to 1929. David Laidler has documented how during the interwar years Austery's influence even reached the Chicago School of Economics. Austerity had some shining moments, especially at the 1922 Genoa Financial Conference, where his voice dominated all others. Years later, the expert recalled the regular meetings with the delegates and other officials every evening after the day's proceedings. 23 Austerity had already presented his draft prescriptions at the preliminary meetings of experts in London. The Genoa Austerity Financial Code incorporated these. Another high moment came when he personally advised Chancellor Churchill to make the controversial decision to declare the return to the gold standard. 24 More than these specific episodes, however, Austery's real impact was an indelible imprint on the most powerful minds of the Treasury. 25 Blackett and Niemeyer regularly wrote notes to Austerity asking for advice on economic matters, from the most technical and statistical questions to specific policy suggestions. 26 Austery's prolific responses in the form of memoranda were thoroughly underlined, studied, exchanged, and discussed. His advice on monetary and fiscal principles even spread outside the Treasury, including to the other main technocratic institution in Britain, the Court of the Bank of England. Austerity had frequent personal exchanges with the bank's governor, Montague Norman, especially during the hot years of 1919 to 1924. Norman often asked Austerity for advice regarding the monetary policy that should be implemented, and the two were often in fundamental agreement. In 1920, Norman showed a spirit both keen and questioning in his response to Austery's memo endorsing the decision to raise the bank's interest rate all the way to 7%. I am of course much in agreement with respect to the memorandum you have kindly sent me. I would like you to consider this note. Might not we, of the dear money school, be taxed with bad faith if the rate were put up now? 27. Norman's appreciation for Austery's economic work was spread to the whole court, which throughout the 1920s was educated in Austeryan economics. Dear Mr. Austerity, Norman wrote in 1923, it was very good of you to send me a copy of your new volume of essays. Your papers are always read here with great interest, and although we have studied one or two of the present series before, we shall not value the book any less on that account. Yours very truly. Occasions for intellectual suasion among the members of the British governing elite were frequent. Bankers, Treasury officials, and economists were often seen mingling. For example, the Tuesday Club, a small dining club started by the stockbroker Oswald Toynbee Falk in 1917, convened financiers, financial journalists, academic economists, and Treasury officials to discuss economic questions and the post-financial problems. 28 Regular members included Blackett, Niemeyer, and Norman, as well as Keynes, who was a founding member. In sum, Austrian economics spread far and wide, becoming embedded in the worldview of the most commanding minds of the leading technocratic institutions that implemented austerity after World War I. In a moment when budget cuts and dear money policies had lost their veneer as natural policies and faced harsh public backlash, they required economic theory to justify them. Their grounding in economic theory came through the personalities at the levers of power. This was the true novelty of austerity, a project that was at once theory and policy making, at once an ideological, material, and personal process. Tackling inflation. Currency and credit was written as a general model of the world economy, but it also reflected Auster's preoccupations with the economic struggles at hand. Indeed, his analysis was driven by one main fixation, the inherent tendency for a market economy to spiral into inflation. Inflation, Auster believed, was the vicious expression of the unruly nature of credit. Credit was the basis of the market economy. Auster modeled the market economy like a great credit machine, by which any sort of economic relation could be understood as an exchange of debt and credit between buyers and sellers. Point 29. In this framework, relations of exchange between consumers and producers overshadowed class relations within the production process. Despite its technical jargon, the message of the Austrian model was actually quite simple: inflation was the main threat to the market economy, and the causes of inflation fundamentally rested in exaggerated spending on the part of the general population, especially its lower ranks. Indeed, the unruly nature of credit and its tendency to expand excessively was fundamentally based on the unruly behavior of the majority of citizens who undertook unproductive consumption. The problem was not the expansion of credit in itself, but rather the resulting increase in consumption that would propel a further increase in credit. In Auster's words, credit created for the purposes of production becomes purchasing power in the hands of the people engaged in production. The greater the amount of credit created, the greater will be the amount of purchasing power. Auster pointed his finger at the impact credit expansion had on effective demand. 30. A crucial macroeconomic concept which he introduced in 1913, and which Keynes would further develop in his general theory. Credit expansion increased effective demand, defined as the quantity of purchasing power in the hands of the public. 31. To Auster, such an overconsumptionist spiral was ever more dangerous because it was not capable of self-correction. In an economic upswing, increased incomes mean greater purchases by the general consumers that will be quickly reflected in further orders to replenish the stocks of commodities from the merchant, setting the credit machine into hyperactivity. 32. After a certain point, society reaches its productive limits and prices begin to rise, further aggravating the credit machine and depreciating the value of money even more. 33. The spiral has a self-sustaining effect. People's increased demand supports their own employment, since their purchases deplete the stock of goods. Merchants thus place more orders, inducing producers to increase production by hiring more workers. 34. In this sense, employment and higher wages are seen not as an achievement of economic progress but as a threat to the standard of value. The war and immediate post-war climate made these dynamics even more pronounced. Prices will be high because the depleted stocks of goods will be exposed to a large effective demand, the quantity of purchasing power in the hands of the public having been swollen under war conditions and the consumer's income being maintained at a high level corresponding to the activity of production. The vicious expansion of credit, Auster argued, not only debauched the internal standard of value, it also debauched the external one. Auster could not be more explicit. It must be remembered that the direct cause of adverse exchanges is too much buying. The buying of the dealers tends to follow the buying of the consumers. In Auster's model, the increase in consumers' outlay, their capacity to spend, produces an adverse movement of the foreign exchanges, since it attracts additional imports and diverts some possible exports to the home market. 35. In his advice to Chancellor Chamberlain, Blackett adopted a Austrian take on the gravity of Britain's post-war inflation. The rise in prices was just the most visible indication of the rise in the purchasing power of the community that spiked with the government's expansionary war and post-war policies. Blackett argued that the government exacerbated this spiral by artificially increasing the amount of money in the hands of the people. More precisely, the controller made explicit that it was the increase in the purchasing power of a specific part of the population that was responsible for such a dramatic price spike. Redistribution of the purchasing power among the various classes of the community has been altered in favor of those whose purchases were most severely restricted by the narrowness of their purses. Blackett derived the class consequences that were concealed by the neutral syntax of the Austrian model, The cause of the crisis rested in workers' wasteful behavior. Whereas before the war they were limited by economic constraints, once their wages had risen workers were fundamentally reluctant to save. During his efforts for the War Savings Committee, Blackett had denounced how his war is bringing, in all the belligerent countries, large sums into the pockets of the wage earners. For once, Blackett said, there was some surplus over bare necessities that could be saved. However, here was unfortunately a terrible amount of useless and wasteful extravagance, and cheap jewelry trade was booming. These classist attacks were indeed not far from Hawtrey's own understanding, at least once one pierces the veil of his economic abstractions. Currency and credit articulated two types of consumers. Where there is an accession of income, the thrifty man will tend to invest his windfall, the unthrifty to spend it. It was the thrifty and prudent man whose actions prevented inflationary spirals. He saved rather than spent. Hawtrey, Blackett, and Niemeyer shared an assumption that was well grounded in the economic orthodoxy of the time: savings automatically implied investment, thus restoring the nation's equipment of fixed capital and of its stocks of commodities. 36 Reconstruction required a plentiful supply of capital, and there is no way that capital can be made available except through saving. 37 Such a moral and individualist framework portrayed all agents in society as deciding whether to be profligate or thrifty consumers. However, in his sparse references to workers, Hawtrey himself could not help but tacitly consider the structurally different material conditions that ultimately boxed the worker as the unthrifty type. For Hawtrey, wage earners acted in an unidimensional way, that is, spending their wage in the course of the week on their day-to-day expenses. Capturing a concrete reality at the time, Hawtrey did not expect workers to possess bank accounts, with cash representing the entirety of the general population's liquid resources. In this sense, the greater part of wages comes back to retailers in return for goods purchased. It followed that the only consumers who had the capacity to be virtuous and save were really the bourgeois. To be virtuous, the rest could only fall in line and abstain through a curtailment of income. Thus the presence within society of two categories of agents, those who could undertake savings in the positive sense, and the majority that should be led to undertake it in the negative sense. 39 Still today, mainstream economists provide these distinctions by talking about the differences in the propensities to save, and if we look closely, these propensities are tacitly associated with class differences. The implication is that lower incomes are due to the unthrifty habits of individuals, as opposed to the subordinate positions of workers under capitalist social relations of production. Blackett and Niemeyer denounced the post-war society as a distortion of the virtuous script of capital accumulation, a product of how individuals found themselves in uniquely inverted conditions. Indeed, the traditional distribution of purchasing power among classes had been altered in favor of organized labor. While inflation could erode real wages, trade unions were able to preserve workers' purchasing power by demanding higher money wages, even by going on strike if necessary. Workers thus attained new income and had the tendency to spend it all, on either domestic commodities or foreign commodities. On the other hand, sections of the middle and upper classes whose income came from savings or deriving rents had experienced a reduction of their real income and were unable to keep pace with prices. 40 These circumstances were the nemesis of monetary stability and capital accumulation. From a classist diagnosis came a classist solution. Hawtrey himself put it bluntly: the inflation of credit, by financing the war with less than the due amount of sacrifice on the part of the people, actually attracts superfluous imports. The problem is then not so much to finance the imports, as to avoid attracting them. The solution is to be found not in borrowing more money abroad, but in encouraging or enforcing abstinence at home. The focus on abstinence reveals the individualistic approach of the experts to tackling social problems. In a manner similar to the resolutions of the Brussels and Genoa conferences, they saw economic difficulties as the result of improper individual behavior, which in turn had to be fixed through sacrifice in the name of economic recovery. The reader might be familiar with this rhetoric, as it pervades much of public discourse even today. Teaching abstinence. Educating the general public to be thrifty was imperative and, of course, tricky. The campaign for abstinence had already started during World War I, and Blackett and Niemeyer were prominent members of the war savings movement in Great Britain that enforced the lesson of patriotic abstention from self-indulgence. The movement preached patriotic self-denial, with the immediate rationale of financing the state's war effort through the purchase of treasury bonds. Blackett took the mission to heart, and between 1916 and 1917 he traveled across Britain and the United States to zealously lecture audiences on how to deny themselves comforts and luxuries. In a public speech in New York City he spelled out the spirit of sacrifice that would become the basis of austerity: produce more, consume less, waste nothing. It does not matter whether or what you are paid for your services, spend your money and yourself in the service of your country. This prescription was not to be interpreted as grim and exceptional, he clarified, but rather as a condition for economic progress to be developed into a universal norm. Blackett admonished the crowd, "Are we not all tired of the ostentatious extravagances of the pre-war period? Has not the war taught us that our sense of values had gone wrong?" Learning the custom of thrift, he told the New York teachers, had to begin at a very early age. By not buying candy, or by not going to the movies, they could increase the amount standing to their credit in the School War Savings Association. The wealthy classes had an important role to play as models of virtue. What the well-to-do can do is by the force of their personal example acting upon and influencing public opinion to show the way to the workers. It is amazing what a difference personal example among the well-to-do, and particularly in the case of women, makes on the effectiveness of the war savings campaign among the workers. Niemeyer shared these beliefs. A decade later, he exported the British model to Brazil by advising its government to encourage the formation of a voluntary committee of suitable persons for the organization and propaganda of thrift throughout the country. Britain's experts were, however, under no illusion. After the war, the degree to which the system was being contested meant that workers were no longer inclined to abide by the behavioral dictates of the ruling classes. Chamberlain's financial statement of April 1919 expressed the perceived change of people's attitude. "We all know what has happened since the signature of the armistice. There has been a détente in men's minds. People who during the war strove their utmost to save and to place their savings at the disposal of the government are less willing to make those sacrifices now. Both the House and the people are in a different mood today, and I am called upon to provide the means for creating within a few months or a few years a new heaven and a new earth." Against this relaxation of spirit, Austerity, Niemeyer, and Blackett espoused economic policies that would directly impose abstinence on the working classes, thwarting any unwillingness to sacrifice. Fiscal, industrial, and monetary austerity served exactly this purpose. Fiscal austerity. During the summer of 1919, under direct advice of his Treasury experts, Chancellor Chamberlain offered a public ultimatum: "If we cannot balance revenue and expenditure next year, our credit national and international will be seriously shaken and the results may be disastrous." This call for budgetary rigor was a step toward sowing the behavioral shift among the unruly majority, with the goal of curing inflation. 41 It also served as justification for increasing taxation and cutting government expenditure. Both policies curtailed consumption for the majority and incentivized savings/investment for the minority. Taxation to impose thrift. Taxation, Austerity wrote, by reducing people's resources, gives them an inducement to reduce their consumption of commodities. In a moment in which overextending taxation to the working classes faced peak opposition, Austerity praised taxation's ability to force abstention on the people. During the war period, mounting workers' movements opposed the state's extractive measures, which had increased the tax base to include much of the working classes for the first time. 42 High inflation after the war exacerbated the contentious and political nature of such reforms, with unions demanding a reduction of the tax burden to account for increased cost of living. 43 After the war, and still facing popular demands, the Treasury refused to pay the high financial price of restoring pre-war level exemptions in real terms, a measure which would have freed 2.2 million of 3.4 million income taxpayers from this form of hardship. To impose compulsory thrift 44 upon the classes who, in the view of experts, were structurally incapable of saving/investing, indirect taxation, that is, taxation on consumption goods, was the most effective means. Indirect taxation was at once less visible and more pernicious. It transferred purchasing power away from people whose earnings were too small to be liable to the income tax but who could still not do without basic goods. It was the definition of regressive taxation: the smaller the income, the larger is the rate upon it which the taxes represent. Spurred by the advice of Treasury experts, in his budget of April 1920 Chancellor Chamberlain introduced a further tax increase on working-class consumption goods such as tobacco, beer, and spirits, all of which had already risen during the year prior. 45 As Table 6.1 shows, the weight of indirect taxes grew throughout the decade. Austerity repeatedly cited how regressive measures like these suited the priorities of capitalist recovery. It is only by financial methods, such as drastic taxation, which tend to curtail the expenditure of the individual upon consumable commodities, that deflation and capital expenditure can both be encouraged. Table 6.1. Distribution of taxes in Britain. Year. Direct taxes. Indirect taxes. 1919 to 20. 75.1. 24.9. 1924 to 25. 66.9. 33.1. 1929 to 30. 64.2. 35.9. Source: Chancellor of the Exchequer, Budget, Volume 1, 1924 to 25, T171/232, 235, and Inland Revenue, Budgets of April and September 1931, IR 113/42. Indeed, once utilized with the purpose of repaying debt and interest on debt, regressive taxation did serve to avoid demand-driven credit expansion and induce the virtue of investment through transfers of wealth from the poorer to the richer. Between 1921 and 1932, the largest item in the Chancellor's budget was in fact debt service, which meant that the nation was shifting tax revenue to holders of the national debt, the portion of the community that, according to our technocrats, was more inclined to save, and thus invest. 46. In October 1921, Niemeyer sent a note to the Chancellor in which he made this economic logic very explicit: when debt is repaid out of money collected by taxation from the citizens at large, it is used to pay off loan holders, that is, that portion of the community which is more inclined to save than the rest, and the tendency will be for the investor who is paid off to reinvest his money in other securities. In other words, debt repayment extracts money from those who are not likely to save and invest and makes it available to those that are more likely to do so. In other words, the state extracting money from the working classes was the key to capital accumulation. Once again, Niemeyer's words echoed those of Austerity, who in 1920 had written, "Taxation for debt redemption takes money from people who might otherwise spend it on themselves and uses it to increase the resources of the capital market." Still in 1932 Blackett had very similar thoughts: sinking fund payments may indeed be a useful method of assisting to build up capital for productive purposes. With the same goal of rewarding the saver/investors, experts conceived of ways to lower taxation for the wealthy classes. Here again the rationale was simple: since the wealthy classes have a natural propensity to save, high direct taxation on these classes would check savings and discourage investment. Niemeyer wrote, "The level of taxation must not be inconsistent with the economic life of the country and with the accumulation of fresh capital. Higher death duties and capital levies mean a much more serious loss to the country at large since, as Blackett put it, the levies would trench on the nation's capital." This wording illustrates the subtlety of austerity's political message, one that rationalizes and justifies the shift of resources from the many to the few. These virtuous few were wealthy not only because of their individual moral qualities, they also operated to fortify capital accumulation, which was assumed to be in the national interest. This thinking, which remains pervasive today, was successful in defeating the many radical redistributive reforms on taxing wealth that had arisen in the immediate aftermath of the war. Introduced in April 1920, the corporation tax was reduced by half as early as 1923, and was ultimately abolished in 1924. It would return to the House of Commons only after World War II. Similarly, the 1915 excess profit duty, a major victory for British trade unions, was completely eliminated in 1921. Even more emblematic of the triumph of austerity was the fate of the capital levy. Deemed the battle horse of the Labour Party 47 after the war, uniting a widespread attack against profiteers by the mid-1920s, the idea of it was dead and buried. The Committee on National Debt and Taxation voiced the novel social internalization that justified profit-making and the riches of the capitalist class. The capital levy, it was suggested, involved a penalization of thrift which is both unjust and also economically indefensible. Of course, when operating under the guise of budgetary rigor, the state could lower taxation on the few only if it curtailed public expenditure. A thrifty state was to technocrats the ultimate mantra to overcome the post-war crisis. 48 The majority of the population had to be forced to abstain not only from individual consumption but also from public consumption at large, grossly subverting the post-war reconstructionist trend. Blackett warned of the dangers of the government's complicity in supporting citizens to live beyond their means, the attempt to maintain standards of living for everyone, above those which the economic activities of the nation justified, by means of government expenditure out of taxation, is in part responsible for the breakdown. For our experts, such excesses were no longer tolerable. The attack on social expenditures. Hawtrey had set it in stone in currency and credit. In addition to taxation, reduction of public expenditure was vital to curtail consumers' income and redirect resources for private capital investment. By the summer of 1920, the Treasury was pressing all departments to provide a progress report in order to cut expenditure within a fortnight. 49 later, in December 1920, the Cabinet explicitly gave in to these anti-reconstructionist pressures, whilst recognizing that there are many reforms that are in themselves desirable in order to improve conditions in the United Kingdom. To the extent that such reforms involve further burdens upon the exchequer or the rates, the time is not opportune for initiating them or putting them into operation. The Cabinet therefore instructed that all schemes involving expenditures not yet in operation are to remain in abeyance. The Treasury's fiscal austerity went well beyond curtailment of the reconstructionist plans discussed in Chapter 2. Its greatest victory came in the unprecedented Geddes Acts of 1921, a legend in British politics, as it represented the country's largest expenditure squeeze in the 20th century. 50 It beat even the renowned cuts of the Thatcher administration in the late 1970s and 1980s. The Geddes legislation sliced an additional £52 million from the public budget beyond the £75 million that the Treasury had already planned in the summer. The two combined were a remarkable reduction in historical perspective, amounting to about 20% of central government spending. A telling indicator of austerity's actual objectives, the Acts gashed the British population even though Britain had already attained a primary surplus the year before. Britain's governing body for social budgeting, the Committee of National Expenditure, or the Geddes Committee, was a technical body working closely with the Treasury. The Chancellor and his experts kept the budget-cutting priority alive through numerous briefs that guided the committee's work. 51 In his speech for the House of Commons in March 1922, Chancellor Robert Horne expressed profound gratitude to the highly capable body of men who had discharged the very onerous task that the Treasury had laid upon them through unremitting labor. He valorized this effort to economize, calling it the most valuable services to the community. Such a service to the community consisted in bulldozing all post-war emancipatory proposals. The British citizens faced the defeat of the public housing program, the existence of which many Treasury officials had opposed since the program's inception. 52 Of course, with the curtailment of government subsidies and a vigorous policy of sale of public housing came the defeat of the building guilds movement examined in Chapter 3. Christopher Addison, the champion of the Housing and Town Planning Act of 1919, resigned from government in protest 53, while the Minister of Health, Sir Alfred Mond, was left to lament this turn of events as inimical to the housing needs of the community. There will remain many cases of serious overcrowding and evil slum conditions in many places. Citizens also watched the burial of the plan for universal health care, which would ultimately have to wait until after World War II to be revamped. It was instead supplanted by a proposal for a 15% cut for the Ministry of Health, which coincided with the renunciation of the educational gains promised by the 1918 Education Act, including the plan for universal continued education until the age of 16 that ultimately remained only on paper. The Board of Education was a particular nuisance to the Treasury, as it was determined not to allow political pressures for the economy on public expenditures to halt the normal growth of educational provision. The board took a blow when the Geddes Committee proposed £18 million in cuts, a 32% decrease from the previous year. The government ended up cutting more than £16 million for education. Such slashes strangled the education system by closing small schools, reducing salaries, and increasing class sizes. The teachers were docked 5% of their salary. It goes without saying that the ambitious plans for critical adult working class education were choked by these cuts, to the point that the Central Labor College shut down in 1929 for lack of funding. Central government expenditure on education and on health insurance remained below the 1921 to 1922 level for the rest of the decade. The cuts in real terms are even more impressive than those in nominal terms because of the effect of falling prices between 1922 and 1923. I represent the cuts in real terms to highlight the severity of the already deep cuts. Note that prior to the Geddes Committee's involvement, the Chancellor had already planned £75 million in cuts. The committee recommended additional cuts, totaling £87 million. Source: Hood and Himaz. These impacts reverberated among people across the empire. The Geddes Committee prescribed reductions in services to colonies, making explicit that the assistance which can be given by the British Exchequer to our African dependencies must be limited to the most urgent requirements which those dependencies can show themselves to be unable to meet out of their own resources. By 1922, all sectors of social policies were unable to resist the economy drive. The state's priority of debt reduction propelled a constant flow of resources from the working classes to the creditor classes of society. In fact, the large primary surplus reached a peak of 9% of nominal GDP in 1923. The surplus was used mainly to finance the redemption of debt. The amount the British state spent to pay creditors was almost double the amount spent for social measures for each year of the decade starting from 1921 to 22.54. It is telling that the only expenditure that did not fall during these years and in fact skyrocketed was unemployment insurance. 55. This was the result not of greater generosity in the subsidies, but of a quadrupling of unemployed workers from 1920 to 1921, with an unemployment rate above 10% of the insured workforce for the whole decade. It can be argued that unemployment was the most emblematic measure of austerity-induced social sacrifice. As the reader will learn in the following pages, this social calamity was an expected and even intentional outcome of the austerity doctrine of the British technocrats. In fact, the two companions of fiscal austerity, industrial and monetary policies, actively collaborated to worsen the employment possibilities, and thus the wages, of British workers. Again, this population was forced into financial abstinence. Industrial austerity. The Treasury's technocrats knew that the defeat of inflation and the rehabilitation of capital accumulation could not occur without industrial austerity. Industrial austerity came in the form of privatization and legal measures to discipline and repress labor. Privatization and depoliticization, the crowding out argument. The state's large-scale dismantling of its wartime control facilitated the depoliticization of the country's economy, a process to shore up the pillars of private property and wage relations and to protect the investing classes. The Treasury fervently supported a privatization drive, which in part took the form of eradicating all superfluous ministries. 56. This included the Ministry of Reconstruction, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Munitions, the Ministry of Shipping, and the Ministry of Food, all abolished in 1921. The Ministry of Labor was also under Treasury's brutal attack and barely survived the cut. It goes without saying that austerity targeted public employees, too. In the summer of 1919 the Chancellor complained loudly, the number still employed in the public services have, in the aggregate, hardly decreased perceptibly since the war. That cannot be defended. Everything in excess of this must be ruthlessly cut down. In the interest of economy we must be willing to content ourselves with the second best where the best is too costly. The Treasury's demands were satisfied. In 1920 and 1921 total civil employment fell from 19,537,000 to 17,417,000, meaning that the government laid off 11% of all public employees in a single year. The Geddes Acts also contributed its share, saving the Treasury 5% in GDP through layoffs and cuts in wages. Certainly, economy of resources was the explicit pretext. More fundamentally, these policies derailed the alarming post-war social processes that were detailed in chapters 3 and 4, in particular their tendency toward upward pressure. The grandiose ideas of departments, as Niemeyer put it, had to be formally opposed, since only once their appetites definitely checked would the appetites of their employees also be checked. The austerity logic was impeccable. Once people lost their jobs in the public sector, they would be thrown into the unrestrained private labor market, and thus would have to abide by its incontestable laws of supply and demand. Economic necessity disciplined workers, it subdued potential for political misbehavior. These insights explain the Treasury's fierce opposition to any public plans to contest the country's rising unemployment. Noteworthy is the Gairloch episode in the autumn of 1921, in which some Liberal ministers met in the Scottish village under the aegis of Prime Minister Lloyd George to pressure the Treasury to embrace an expansive policy of loan-financed public works to create new jobs. 57 The Treasury was bombarded with proposals, from the Gairloch scheme for a national development loan, to a railway electrification plan, to a plan of the Minister of Health for the utilization of war savings money for unemployment relief works. Blackett and Niemeyer strongly opposed these and other wildcat schemes, warning the Chancellor that the national financial position makes it therefore imperative to limit assistance to something near the barest minimum needed to prevent starvation. 58. Just as privatization disciplined workers to accept their place in the vertical relations of production, it also benefited the saver investor classes. The controller's agenda was immovable. The state had to release all possible resources in favor of private enterprise. In Niemeyer's words, industry could not permanently prosper while the state was absorbing the greater part of investable savings. In 1922, Blackett used the same terminology. The fund of investable capital is reduced by the lending to the government of what might otherwise be lent to trade. Here lies the crux of the crowding out argument. The government is accused of diverting private savings from the investment market, money that would otherwise be invested in more productive private enterprises. 59. At least until 1924, Keynes shared these austere beliefs. When starting work on his treatise on money, he had no doubts that supply of new capital can only come into existence insofar as those who have claims on the community's flow of income are willing to defer their claims, i.e., out of savings. The expenditure, on the production of fixed capital, of public money which has been raised by borrowing, can do nothing of itself to improve matters, and it may do actual harm if it diverts existing working capital away from the production of goods. 60. The evils of public works did not stop there. Public works could also be inflationary. This was because the government did not always borrow from genuine savings, but rather financed its investment through novel credit expansion, a wartime practice that our technocrats abhorred. Cheap money was the greatest of Hawtrey's peeves, since it propelled an inflationary upturn that increased employment, and ultimately boosted wages and working class consumption, which in turn triggered monetary instability and escalated the threat to capital accumulation. 61. The Treasury did not abandon the crowding out argument later, even in the face of the social crisis following the 1929 crash. In 1929, Stanley Baldwin's conservative government's pleas for public works to confront the miserable conditions 62 of the 1.5 million unemployed British citizens fell on deaf ears. Indeed, austerity was the mantra with which the Treasury pressured the government to approach the Great Depression, even after the fall of the gold standard in 1931. Wages, unemployment, strikes. A fundamental plank of austerity dogma is that a drastic reduction in wages can cure any economic downturn. Higher wages not only lead to excessive consumption, they also produce the parallel problem of higher production costs. Technocrats after the Great War knew that the increased bargaining power of organized labor meant that inflation would not act as a device for reducing real wages, it would merely escalate costs of production that would result in rising export prices. The need to lower prices in order to boost exports is repeated time and again in the notes and memoranda of the two controllers. Niemeyer was explicit: it is generally admitted that if British trade is to compete in the markets of the world, the price of British goods must come down. This in effect means that the wages of British labor must come down. The recipe for the long-term general interest was the people's dual sacrifice of decreased consumption and decreased wages. As Blackhead put it, the period of painful process to return to sound conditions will begin to be succeeded by a revival of industry on a new basis of reduced wages and reduced prices. 63. Hawtrey had anticipated these thoughts in his talk to the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1919. Deflation also inevitably involves a reduction of wages. This is an indispensable condition both of the reduction of cost of production and of the reduction of effective demand. By facing a period of tribulation we can get back to a sound currency, and shall reap our reward in having a clear future before us. To these experts, unemployment was not a feature of market capitalism, but rather a temporary phenomenon. If the unemployment lasted too long, it would be attributed to workers' failure to be virtuous citizens. Thus, unemployment was another indicator of the true culprits of the economic crisis, the majority of citizens who were earning too much, thus spending too much, leading as we know to expansion of credit and thus an inflationary spiral. The correlation drawn between unemployment and excessive wages is lucid in Niemeyer's account: if present wages are to be maintained, a certain part of the population must go without wages. The practical manifestation of which is unemployment. 64. Of course, lower wages as an indispensable condition for capital rehabilitation was the opposite of what people were demanding. And once again, these experts were aware of the class conflict in the offing. Hawtrey wrote, "It seems not unlikely that the difficulty of reducing again will be the determining factor in the settlement of the future monetary unit." 65. Fortunately for the economists, the economic downturn greatly reduced these difficulties. Starting in the summer of 1920, unemployment rose swiftly and spectacularly as the tide began to turn against the workers. Nevertheless, workers continued to strike at a massive scale throughout the year. As the historian James Cronin observed, perhaps the best evidence of depth of class antagonism in 1919-20 is how long it took to abate. Clearly, with high levels of labor organization, the release of coercive market forces required political boosting. Hence, industrial austerity, as put into practice by the British government, envisaged techniques of legal action to curtail workers' bargaining power and their freedom of association. Ironically, Treasury officials did not condemn state intervention when it came to matters of law and order. In those cases it was a reason to rejoice. The October 1920 Emergency Powers Act was the first restrictive legislation in response to the great wave of strikes. It allowed the government to declare a state of emergency whereby it could exercise wide, even repressive powers as it deemed necessary for any purposes essential to the public safety and the life of the community. The government widely adopted such prerogatives during the general strike of 1926, and its new legal latitude equipped it to break the strike in a little over a week. In August 1927, Parliament passed the Trade Disputes and Trade Unions Act to vindicate the authority of the state and protect the liberties of the citizen, as characterized by Attorney General Douglas Hogg. The American economist H. A. Millis, who published a long analysis of the legislation in the Journal of Political Economy in 1928, summarized the unforgiving nature of the Trade Disputes and Trade Unions Act. The new legislation changes situation in several respects, by placing restrictions upon the right to strike, and to lock out, by imposing further restrictions upon picketing, by striking at the financial support of the political activities of labor, by requiring the organizations of civil servants to divorce themselves from, and to remain out of, affiliation to other trade unions and the Labor Party, and also to refrain from political activities, and by placing limitations on pro-labor local governments and other public authorities. 66. In the name of general interest, the authorities protected themselves from the recurrence of general strikes by outlawing any sympathetic stoppages and any political strikes, including those strikes that stood for a general amelioration of workers' labor conditions and those demanding nationalization. In a nutshell, it was possible to strike for a clause, but not for a cause. Incitement to participate in an unlawful strike became a criminal offense, punishable by imprisonment for up to 2 years. The Attorney General was empowered to sequester the assets and funds of unions involved in such strikes. In this way the British state put a final nail in the coffin of labor solidarity and demands for social change. Even Millis had to admit that the act was a unique episode in British history, inasmuch as it curtailed the rights of labor on both the industrial and the political fields. The results were immediate. The average number of disputes in 1927 and 1928 fell to half of those in the years 1924 to 1925. Even more impressively, as Miliband put it, while the average number of workers involved in strikes and lockouts in each of the 3 years 1919 to 1921 was 2,108,000, in each of the 13 years 1927 to 1939 it was 308,100, and not by any means because labor lacked major grievances in those years, or achieved notable successes by the use of its parliamentary strength. By 1930 union membership had halved with respect to 1920. This momentous turn of events, from labor empowered to labor defeated, cannot be fully explained without an investigation into the workings of monetary deflation, the queen of all austerity policies in Britain, without which the subjugation of the British workers could not have been achieved. Monetary austerity. Dear money and savings. The Treasury controllers stood fast on Hawtrey's main theoretical principle: credit was unruly, or a peculiarly unstable and sensitive phenomenon, as Blackett wrote in a note to Chamberlain. This theory had a weighty policy implication. Credit's lack of self-regulation and its constant expansionary tendencies required national control over its supply. Hence, rather than a hands-off monetary policy, British experts wholeheartedly endorsed monetary management through the manipulation of the bank rate in order to achieve the desired economic equilibrium. A return to currency stability, Hawtrey wrote, entailed a painful and laborious journey, and the painful and laborious journey must be traveled, after every indulgence in inflation. After the debauch comes the headache. Once more the burden of this journey fell primarily on the workers through reduced incomes and restricted consumption, both necessary for monetary management to be successful. 67. In Hawtrey's model, a rise in the interest rate was very effective to this end. 68, since it discouraged merchants from borrowing, meaning a reduced circulation of credit. With merchants halting the credit machine, manufacturers would reduce production and reduce employment, curtailing the income of wage earners and hence their expenditure, further slowing down the economy, since merchants had even less incentive to borrow to replenish their stock. In a few words, dear money meant less employment and less income in the pockets of consumers. 69. Facing opposition but holding fast to their Hawtreyan economic theory, the Treasury and the Bank of England put into action an unprecedented dosage of dear money. By April 1920, Governor Norman and the Treasury had agreed on a 7% rate that was maintained for over a year. 70. For the first time, a high bank rate was used to satisfy the objective of stabilizing domestic prices. This swift and severe dose of dear money was supported by the most commanding minds not only of the Treasury but also of British academia more generally. Both Pigou and Keynes rooted for an even higher rate. Pigou's influential article in the Times pushed for an 8% rate, while Keynes 71 went further by advising the Chancellor in a private letter that the rate for money should be put to 7% and then again soon after to 8%. The results of this action would have to be watched. But as a personal opinion, I should not be surprised if 10% would be required to achieve the necessary results. 72 These drastic prescriptions were the outcome of the catastrophic diagnosis that all British technocrats shared: inflation was understood not merely as an economic problem, but as an existential threat to the capitalist order. Indeed, rising prices would exacerbate workers' demands for higher wages and greater social redistribution, and could even light a revolutionary charge. In his 1919 best-selling book The Economic Consequences of the Peace, Keynes paraphrased Lenin to caution, the best way to destroy the capitalist system to debauch the currency. In August 1920, Austerity was still advocating even dearer money. Prices had fallen, but not enough. The problem before the country is to reduce prices by something between 20 and 25%. A year later, Austerity proudly affirmed that the deflationist policy was finally effective. He wrote, "Had actually happened in this country was a combination of high bank rate, budget surplus, and an agreed restriction of credit by the banks." Niemeyer defended deflation on pedagogical grounds. During the inflationary boom, people were living in a fool's paradise. In 1921, he was of the conviction that he have, after all, made one big step in advance. We have all realized that after 4 years of devastating war the country is and must be poorer than before. Niemeyer sought to position this shift as long-term, cautioning that the government would lose the educative effect of deflation if the country reverted to cheap money. People will say, scarcity is over, money is cheap, there is no need for economy, and rush down the steep place for inflation until the shilling goes the way of the franc and the mark. As with taxation, technocrats viewed deflation as effective because it operated differently on the different classes of society. While deflation forced workers to abstain, it rewarded the creditor classes of society with a higher return on capital. The latter were thus encouraged to save. 73. Certainly, a rise in the exchange rate was detrimental to export-oriented British businesses due to a fall in international competitiveness. But experts saw it as a short-term adjustment. The pressures of unemployment caused by deflation also served to lower production costs, which in turn made British exports even more competitive. By October 1921, Niemeyer could proudly state, there is already a tendency for some wages to fall as the consequence of the credit restriction which has already taken place. Nothing should be done to check this tendency. This harsh dear money policy coincided with the end of the post-war boom and was certainly the main factor in thrusting the British economy to its lowest real GDP of the century in 1921.74. The slump was severe. The 1919 gains in production and income over their wartime levels were lost within a year and unemployment reached a peak of 18% in December 1921. What some economists today would characterize as a mistake of economic management had clear political advantages. The evil of unemployment was not so evil for the long-term survival of exploitation, a principle upon which capital accumulation rested. Unemployment weakened workers' position, silenced demands for greater economic democracy, and guaranteed lower labor costs. As Cronin put it, the astronomical levels of unemployment in some of the most militant and strike-prone industries must have served to lower the expectations of workers and erode the basis of workshop organization. Indeed, technocrats got what they wished for. Wages fell tremendously as a consequence of the austerity-induced slump. Average money wages and retail prices plummeted by 30% between 1920 and 1923, a remarkable degree of flexibility. The Economist estimated that by 1922 working men lost 3/4 of their wartime wage increases. The loud demands for workers' management of just a few years prior were reduced to a whimper. Moreover, the consequent weakening of labor, and the shortage of revenue in the state coffers, provided the political conditions to stifle the reconstructionist plans of expansionary fiscal policies. Once high bank rates deflated domestic prices, those high bank rates had to persist in order to achieve an even costlier objective, returning to the gold standard at the pre-war parity of 1914. This amounted to a long haul of deflation, as the sterling needed to be raised from $3.40 in 1920 to $4.86 in 1925, a 10% price deflation. 75. In fact, after 1921, Austerity expressed concern regarding a prolonged spell of deflation. 76. However, the concern was never high enough to swing him from his loud advocacy in favor of returning to gold at its pre-war par. Once more, Austerity made clear how, even if burdensome for the workers, the gold standard meant a protection to those who he thought really counted for capital accumulation, the creditors, the class of non-speculative investors who play so considerable a part as the sleeping partners of the modern capitalist system. For this reason, he explicitly opposed the widespread proposal to restore gold at a lower par. It would have entailed an unquestionable injustice so long as the capitalist system continues. For the Treasury and the Bank of England, returning to gold, so costly in terms of unemployment and social sacrifice, had a further invaluable political payoff that was worth any economic sacrifice. The gold standard buttressed the exemption of monetary policy, and consequently also of fiscal policy, from political discussion and intervention. This depoliticization of economic matters, or rather, the democratization of the economy, guaranteed the system's prioritization of capital accumulation, of which monetary and fiscal austerity were necessary elements. More specifically, Treasury officials knew that once monetary policy was linked to the maintenance of a fixed exchange rate, politicians would no longer be free to determine the supply of money or the level of interest rates. 77. The same held true for budgetary policy, as it could not run counter to the constraint of the balance of trade. In this way, the gold standard provided a final indissoluble buffer to any expansionary programs. And of course, most important of all, gold would function as a mechanism to permanently discipline workers into accepting lower wages. In the case where they were not going to accept such discipline, the repercussion would be to their own detriment. Clearly, these coercive effects were in the interests not merely of financial capital but of industrial capital as well. 78. They were foundational for an overall rise of profit rates. Indeed, starting in 1926, profit rates became much steeper than they had been in the previous 5 years. Niemeyer could not have been more explicit in responding to criticism. For a time, no doubt our current difficulties will be attributed to a return to gold. It is so much easier to do than to grapple with our real problem, how to reduce the cost of production and to cease thinking that we can consume more than we can produce. As it turns out, Niemeyer's argument brought things back to where they started. In order to keep credit in check, the golden recipe of lower consumption and greater production prevailed. If the British people were to abstain, then where would demand for British goods come from? Blackett, like his colleagues, had a simple answer: the fact is that the only form of demand which will really help the situation is demand from abroad. An artificial stimulation of the home demand will merely mean encouraging people in this country to take in each other's washing and waste their energy in so doing. In this framework, exports were to be at once the driver of economic growth and the key to a virtuous balance of payments. 79. Ironically, experts regarded a return to gold not as a class question but as a decision taken from the standpoint of the general interest, or, in Governor Norman's grandiose terms, gold represented the interest not of one class of one nation but of the world. These thoughts should not come as a surprise, since they are indicative of the austerity logic that is still pervasive today, the underlying assumption that rationality itself coincides with the rationality of capital accumulation. There is nothing else as important. With the gold standard, austerity could pass as a technical, natural, and unavoidable mechanism, yet in truth, as we have shown, the gold standard was not an automatic mechanism after all, given that it required austere practices both to return to it and to maintain it. 80. Austerity was very explicit that the gold standard in itself was not sufficient to prevent inflation. His call at the Genoa conference was for a managed standard. the great central banks of the world were to take absolute charge of monetary policy and, in so doing, enjoy full discretion. These words, which might at first sight appear innocuous, deserve to be investigated in their full political significance. The technocratic project. Blackett, Niemeyer, and Norman were fanatically attached to the Genoa doctrine, a vision of technocracy operating at a global scale, where the British model would be followed by the rest of the world. The resolutions of the Genoa Conference came from Hawtrey's pen and are worth recalling. The return to sound currency will be assisted if reliance is placed on the international cooperation of the banks of issues rather than on direct government action. As private corporations, central banks have to be free from political pressure and should be conducted solely on lines of prudent finances. These resolutions reveal an unabashed faith in a technocratic project, one that places the hub of economic decisions in the hands of a body that has absolutely no democratic liability. In this sense, and as Hawtrey explicitly put it, the government must answer criticism, for its tenure depends on popular support. The central bank, on the other hand, is free to follow the precept, never explain, never regret, never apologize. Never apologizing, the neutral expert could act unimpeded to ensure the proper functioning of the market. Though popular among technocrats, these views were being largely contested and required protection. During the turbulent years of deflation and unemployment, British citizens were not blind to the profound impact monetary policy was having on their lives. In 1925, the Independent Labour Party launched a popular campaign in favour of central bank nationalisation. In a frenzy for rebuttal, Hawtrey wrote a full-fledged defence of the technocratic nature of central banks. Monetary management, he declared, is a technical task which is the field of the expert, and thus has to be made the subject of intensive scientific study of a kind that would be inappropriate to broad political decisions. No exception could be made regarding the requirement to separate the central bank, as the expert body, from the executive government. In Britain, Hawtrey told the reader, the separation had been fully accomplished. The Bank of England is the property of its shareholders, and the governors and directors are responsible to no one else. He then added, it is thoroughly understood, however, that their position is one of trust for the public interest. Undoubtedly, in this framework, what was good for the central bank was also good universally and for the public at large. Any faint doubt that, as a private institution, the central bank could work in favor of the ruling class was strongly disregarded, since the only defense against inflation is to be found in the wisdom of the financial world in general, and of finance ministries and central banks in particular. Hawtrey was adamant that it was precisely in a democratic age that technocratic exemption from democracy was an advantage. One had to escape ill-judged pressure at critical times, and especially any opposition to deflation on the part of workers and business. Indeed, until a healthy public opinion could ever be evolved on the subject of credit control, and Hawtrey declared himself agnostic on whether it would ever be possible, the welfare of the community depended vitally upon the technical efficiency and enlightenment of those who administer the great central banks of the world. The eliteness of scientific knowledge thus became the means to justify the undemocratic nature of an institution with immense social power and impact on everyone's lives. Hawtrey's innocent parallel between the workings of the central banks, which he admitted would intimately the entire economic life of the country, and the colonial office governing a colony, betrays the fundamental anti-democratic or even repressive content of the austerity project. Keynes agreed heartily. He wrote, "My own view is in complete accord with that of Mr. Hawtrey, that this activity is one which should be pursued by a semi-autonomous body not subject to political interference in its daily work. The common ambition was impeccable, the economic sector must be depoliticized. It is in the light of this long-term and potentially irreversible project of detaching the economic from the political that one should understand the effort of Hawtrey, Blackett, and Niemeyer to get rid of the anomalous wartime involvement of the Treasury in monetary policy, whereby, as Bradbury recalled, the bank would have to regard itself as a department of the Treasury, and he always took the line of receiving orders from the Chancellor of the Exchequer. 81 The austere fiscal agenda of the Treasury, especially in the form of redeeming the floating debt, had a precise political significance. It allowed the Bank of England to gain back its full autonomous control over monetary policy. 82. On February 17, 1929, now in his role as director of the Bank of England, Blackett proudly testified his past efforts. I arranged with the Chancellor of the Exchequer soon after April 1920 to revert to the pre-war practice of either not informing the Chancellor of the Exchequer in advance of an intended change in the bank rate or letting him know only at about 10:30 or 11 of the Thursday. As a government representative, the Chancellor did not have, and ought not to have, any official role with respect to the bank rate. Setting the bank rate, Niemeyer commented, was to be the decision of a private corporation. 83. As a private corporation, the bank could put economic priorities over all social concerns. In the meantime, the Treasury could happily escape all accountability for the social sacrifice, especially in the form of unemployment, that austerity measures were inflicting on the British population. When, in March 1921, Chancellor Chamberlain was asked about the vital importance of this fall in bank rates upon unemployment, which is the most vital question we have to consider today, he batted it away, saying, "The price of money is wholly outside government action." 2 years later, upon similar contestation, the Secretary of the Treasury, Sir William Joynson Hicks, blatantly stated, in accordance both with the tradition in this country and the unanimous advice of experts at the Brussels and Genoa conferences, control of the bank rate rests with the central bank and not with the government. In March 1925, Chancellor Churchill defended the depoliticized deflationary policies as a matter of etiquette. I think it would be an inconvenient practice if the Chancellor of the Exchequer were to set the precedent of expressing approval or disapproval of decisions taken at any time by the Bank of England. 84. The message was clear: political criticism had no place under technocracy. Niemeyer and Blackett further exercised great effort in sowing this austere ideology outside of Europe. In his mission to India, Blackett succeeded in creating an independent central bank, while Niemeyer found success in Brazil and Argentina, where governments established central banks under his blueprint. In his notes to convince the Brazilian government to abide by these technocratic principles, Niemeyer used his old talking points. He admonished that, if technocratic independence was not institutionalized, political considerations and the pecuniary exigencies of the government rather than considerations of sound monetary economy are likely to sooner or later become dominant. The risk of excess issues, inflation, and depreciation of the currency is constant. To avoid such outright disaster, of course the solution was a no-brainer: the central bank must be an entirely private commercial undertaking, led by private agents independent of any sort of political representation. The technocratic counter-offensive that began in Britain had by this time established itself on a global scale. Technocracy as the rule of experts had as its basis an assumption of epistemic superiority. In this sense, the experts were the guardians of untarnished objective knowledge on how to properly stabilize credit and run the market economy. As we have explored in depth in the preceding pages, such knowledge prescribed the austerity motto: produce more and consume less. Hence, it emerges that austerity was not only an anti-democratic project, but, at its core, a repressive one. It forced people to sacrifice without criticism. Conclusion. This chapter explored how austerity was an anti-democratic and fundamentally repressive project emerging out of an epoch of unprecedented democratic demands. In a moment when the scope of social alternatives broadened and citizens were no longer willing to sacrifice their livelihoods in the name of economic rigor, experts deployed Hawtrian economics to impose on people ever greater sacrifice for the purpose of stabilizing the economy. Sacrifice came in the double form of decreased consumption and decreased wages to boost production and economic competitiveness. Such was the recipe for the long-term general interest. A fundamental step in this direction was to depoliticize the economy, that is, to abolish any form of state control so that wages would again be subject to impersonal market pressure rather than be prone to political contestation. Looking closely, it emerges that the fixation of the experts on balanced budgets and on curbing inflation had a deeper goal, reconfiguring the indisputability of capitalist relations of production, based on the pillars of private property and wage relations. Indeed, the Treasury and the Bank of England prolonged their dear money policies even after inflation was curtailed. Furthermore, the British state did not loosen its fiscal belt even after budgetary surplus was achieved in 1920. The austerity-induced downturn and consequent unemployment was no economic mistake, but rather a powerful means to cool the collective temperature of an embattled working class, to create the pathway to dismantle reconstructionist plans and shift resources to the creditor classes of society. The British experts were of course aware of the non-neutral class impact of austerity. A 1920 memorandum of the Bank of England read, "The process of deflation of prices which may be expected to follow on the check to the expansion of credit must necessarily be a painful one to some classes of the community, but this is unavoidable." These lines disclose how austerity proceeded to normalize class repression through the idea of unavoidable and natural economic truths that only our experts could deliver. Protest, however, did not easily subside. The normalization of sacrifice required a further process of depoliticization, the insulation of economic policies from any form of public scrutiny. The ideal was an economy run by expert guidance free from political interference. The main contribution of Austrian economics was to fortify the concept of monetary management of the market economy and to assign managerial command to a technocratic institution. As a private body, Austerity told us, the Bank of England was free to inflict austerity without ever having to explain, regret, or apologize. In this sense it emerges that there was nothing more political than the technocratic mission to depoliticize. Audacious as the British case may be, it had little on the Italian experience of austerity, where its political and repressive nature was ever more glaring in its weddedness to fascism. Chapter 7. Austerity, an Italian story. The directives of domestic policies are summed up in these words: thrift, work, discipline. The financial problem is crucial, the budget has to be balanced as soon as possible. Austerity regime 1. Spending intelligently, the support to the productive forces of the nation, ending all war controls and state interferences. Benito Mussolini, first speech in Parliament on November 16, 1922. Following months during which fascist squads waged violent attacks on leftist opposition, Benito Mussolini officially seized power on October 29, 1922. More than a coup, Mussolini's infamous March on Rome was a ceremonial display of strength. Italy's fascist leader had been called upon by King Vittorio Emanuele III to resolve the post-war political crisis, and Mussolini had executed his orders. In his first speech in Parliament as the newly nominated Prime Minister, Mussolini spoke the language of austerity, thrift, work, discipline, he said, pledging to depoliticize the nation's economy by putting an end to all state interferences. Mussolini delivered on his promises. Fiscal and industrial austerity, followed by monetary austerity and continued industrial austerity, bulldozed hard-won social reforms and workers' aspirations. These policies served to enact a common purpose, the rehabilitation of the fundamental pillars of capital accumulation, nowhere better observed than in the regime's capacity to secure brisk industrial peace. A year into the new regime, the Minister of Finance, Alberto De Stefani, could toast to labor's defeat. In 1920-21 the loss through strikes was 8,201,000 working days, and in 1921-1922 7,336,000 days. From November 1, 1922 to October 31, 1923 the loss has been only 247,000. Profits and revenues are increasing. Austerity required fascism, a strong, top-down government that could impose its nationalist will coercively and with political impunity for its prompt success. Fascism, conversely, required austerity to solidify its rule. Indeed, it was the draw of austerity that led the international and domestic liberal establishments to support Mussolini's government even after the Legge Fascistissime of 1925-1926 that installed Mussolini as the nation's official dictator. Liberal experts in Italy, Britain, and the United States were quick in observing that a central strongman with full powers was the most effective means of safeguarding Italian capitalism from its multifaceted enemies. While Chapter 8 explores the international appeal of fascist austerity, this chapter delves into the intimate association between Italian liberals and authoritarianism, a connection with which the canonical literature has failed to grapple. Austerity's Italian enablers were some of the country's best established economists and champions of the emerging paradigm of pure economics, a direct precursor of today's mainstream neoclassical economics. 42 of them, Alberto de Stefani and Maffeo Pantaleoni, were prominent fascists. The other two, Umberto Ricci and Luigi Einaudi, identified as liberal. They joined forces and found notable common ground under the banner of austerity. For each, austerity served a highly functional role. It was both the expression of a system of domination and a means of reinforcing it. These economists' facilitation of austerity leaves an important question: how much were their austerity policies motivated by the principles of pure economics, and how much was tied to their political participation in Italy's class war? Also, was pure economics really so pure? Or was it rather that it had at its foundation a profoundly classist disposition? If no definitive answer can be given, certainly an investigation into the thoughts and actions of these four economists can provide insights to illuminate these questions. None of this is to claim that the intellectual antecedent of today's mainstream economics was the only driver for 1920s fascist economic policy. Nationalism and the safeguarding of financial industrial interests are also to blame, and they are both extensively discussed in the literature. 5 On the other hand, the drivers that will be explored here, economic expertise and austerity, have been wholly disregarded or ignored. Perhaps this is because of the light they might shed on the repressive nature of today's economic science. A focus on austerity also offers a new lens to historically evaluate Italian fascism and its economic agenda. Indeed, while traditional historiography stresses the discontinuity between the first laissez-faire period and the corporativist period that followed, I suggest that a continuity can be drawn between the two. Austerity. Whatever its historiographic period, austerity was always much more than laissez-faire. It embodied the active intervention of the state against capitalist crisis. The experts in power. On December 3, 1922, only a month after the formation of his new cabinet, Mussolini issued a royal decree granting full powers to his government for the reform of the tax system and public administration. 6 It inaugurated the so-called period of full powers, which endowed Italian economic experts with unencumbered authority to foist austerity measures on the Italian public. Alberto de Stefani, Maffeo Pantaleoni, Umberto Ricci, and Luigi Einaudi were successful professors of economics who traveled in the highest academic circles. 7 The four professors were members of the Accademia dei Lincei, the nation's most prestigious honorary institution for scholars. Their commitment to academic debates at national and international levels was complemented by a deep engagement in current affairs. The four professors regularly partook in policy discussions and contributed to domestic and foreign newspapers. 8 The degree of their involvement in actual policy making, however, varied. The stern-faced Alberto de Stefani took the lead in shaping fascist economic legislation. In 1921, at age 42, after the violent militancy at the dawn of the fascist movement, he became a member of parliament as member of the Fascist Party. The circumstances of his transition into electoral politics signaled the strength of his commitment to fascism. Rather than identifying as a member of the National Bloc, a coalition that included liberals and nationalists, he demanded and was granted identity solely as a fascist. He became the sole fascist deputy elected in 1921, representing his hometown of Vicenza. 9 From then on, his political career skyrocketed. 2 days after the March on Rome, the king called on Mussolini to create a new government. Mussolini nominated De Stefani to run the Ministry of Finance, which soon merged with the Ministry of Treasury. De Stefani held that position of power until June 1925, 10 pushing for unprecedented austerity under his constant motto, nothing for nothing, for every 100 billion of greater state income, 100 billion less expenditures. During those years of fervidly sowing a new national economic identity, De Stefani's closest technical advisors were two of his most admired colleagues, Pantaleoni, his primary mentor, and Ricci, who had been a guide and supporter of De Stefani's academic career. A founder of pure economics as a school of thought, Pantaleoni was surely the most renowned Italian economist at the time. His fame extended worldwide, and his classic book Principi di Economia Pura had been translated into English in 1898. Pantaleoni shared the spotlight with the famous founders of the neoclassical economic movement, including William Stanley Jevons, Hermann Heinrich Gaussen, Alfred Marshall, and Leon Walras. Pantaleoni's magnum opus represented a true methodological turning point for economic studies in Italy, paving the way for much of today's standard theory and inspiring generations of younger economists. As we know from Chapter 5, Pantaleoni's reputation for rigor is what earned him a post among the selected advisors at the Brussels Financial Conference of 1920. His political career was just as intense. A parliamentarian in the early 1900s and a committed nationalist, Pantaleoni eagerly joined the fascist movement upon its inception in March 1919. In 1920 he joined the leader Gabriele D'Annunzio in the irredentist occupation of the Croatian town of Fiume, where Pantaleoni briefly helmed the Ministry of Finance. In 1923 the fascist regime rewarded his accomplishments with a seat at the Senate. Here Pantaleoni's collaborations with Minister De Stefani became more intense. Ricci described his colleagues' eagerness to work for austerity policies. Pantaleoni was a spotless and fearless citizen, a champion of many battles, which sometimes provided him with bitter enemies. I had the fortune to collaborate with him in more than one commission, in particular the one for the reduction of public expenditures in Italy, that had him as president. I saw him work without pause, day and night. 14 Pantaleoni's political influence and scholarly international fame were at their peak at the time of his death in 1924. Despite being perhaps the most committed liberal of the four, the bespectacled Ricci was crucial for the growth of fascist economic policy. In 1923, Mussolini sent a letter to the Minister of Education, Giovanni Gentile, personally asking for the young Ricci's recusal from many of his duties as a professor in order to serve the government full-time. A 1925 memorandum of the Ministry of Finance summarizes Ricci's fervent activity in those years. Professor Umberto Ricci, successor of Pantaleoni in the chair of political economy at the Royal University of Rome, has been at the disposal of His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, from June 1923 to February 1925. During this period Professor Ricci, apart from taking part in commissions of less importance, has carried out his activity 1. As a member of the Commission Centuaria Centrale, 2. As member of the Commission for the Revision of Balances and the Reduction of Public Expenditure, 3. As member first and then President of the Investigative Committee for the Technical Organization of the Ministry of Finance. Moreover, Professor Ricci was a member of A. the Board of Directors of the National Railways and B. the Board of Directors of the National Institute of Insurance. 15. Ricci acted with determination. As we shall see, the National Railways were among the institutions most affected by cuts, while the fascist government also privatized the National Institute of Insurance. But Ricci proved to be more austere than even fascism could satisfy. In the name of a strict defense of austerity, he ended his service to the government in February 1925. Indeed, the polemic that distanced Ricci from the regime had little to do with breaching political freedom and everything to do with breaching economic freedom, the freedom of the market. This rift escalated in 1928, costing Ricci his academic post in Italy. 16 At age 46, he relocated to Egypt to continue his scholarly life as an academic in Cairo, where he also played a role as government advisor. In a 1941 pamphlet the professor proudly recalled holding a seat in the Egyptian Fiscal Commission, giving influential speeches, and reporting in Egypt's major newspapers to illuminate the Egyptian public opinion on institutions of greater financial control. 17 The expert's mission was to transplant the Italian and British austerity frameworks, and especially to build an independent organ to keep finances in check. The last of the four economists was the prestigious liberal professor Luigi Einaudi, an Italian senator since 1919 and one of Mussolini's initial candidates for the position of Minister of Treasury. Though the final offer never materialized, and in fact Einaudi never served in the fascist government, he still played a crucial role in building consensus for fascist austerity at home and abroad. After the 1924 murder of the socialist politician Giacomo Mattei, Einaudi opposed fascism politically, however, based on his interventions in the liberal newspaper Il Corriere della Sera, and especially his copious work as a correspondent for The Economist. Einaudi's fervent support of fascist economic policy throughout the 1920s is undeniable. 19. After fascism was defeated in the Second World War, Einaudi became the leading representative of the Liberal Party in the Italian Constitutional Assembly and was Italy's first elected president of the Republic. In these roles he embodied a tacit institutional continuity between the establishment that had supported the rise of the dictatorship and the new democratic republic. To this day, Einaudi is revered as one of the most respectable public figures in Italy. Universities, avenues, and cultural foundations across the country bear his name. In addition to the University of Turin, during his life Einaudi also taught at Bocconi University, fortifying its long-lasting legacy as a hub of neoclassical economics. Even today Bocconi remains the home institution for influential austerity hawks. For example, the economist Mario Monti, the long-standing president of the university, led the tear and blood austerity reforms in his role as a non-elected Prime Minister of Italy between 2011 and 2013. There is also Francesco Giavazzi, who as of 2022 is the economic advisor of Mario Draghi's non-elected technocratic government and who, together with his famous colleague Alberto Alesina and other so-called Bocconi boys, advised European and international institutions such as the ECOFIN, the ECB, and the IMF to commit to austerity after the 2009 financial crisis. 20. Einaudi's relationship to fascism, including his persisting support of the austerity that the fascist government enacted, has been downplayed, if not forgotten, in contemporary histories and narratives. However, his relationship to it raises one of the main themes of this book. Ricci and Einaudi, celebrated as Italy's most authentic ambassadors of liberalism, had one priority during the post-war crisis: deploying austerity to guard the market economy against an imminent collapse. Such austerity was embodied in the fascist policies of the 1920s, with repressive politics as an integral component. Ricci and Einaudi didn't have to declare loyalty to fascism to be of service to it. Austerity weaved fascism and liberalism together in a shared, coercive pursuit. If one focuses on these four men's economic beliefs, the ideological differences between the two fascists and the two liberals disappear. Their contemporaries seemed aware of this connection. In 1921 De Stefani himself declared to the fascist newspaper Il Popolo d'Italia, "I would, for example, bestow the fascist membership card to Vilfredo Pareto, to Maffeo Pantaleoni, to Umberto Ricci, to Luigi Einaudi." The fascist vademecum is exactly in the works of these men. It would be good if fascists were educated in their works in order to acquire that bright unity of thought that must guide intelligent actions. Once in office, De Stefani confirmed these views in an open letter in Il Popolo addressed to his illustrious friend, Luigi Einaudi. "When my young and bold comrades ask me how to develop a fascist mentality, also in the technical field of social, economic, and financial problems, I direct them to the works of four great Italian fascists, who are non-militant and without a party card: Vilfredo Pareto, Maffeo Pantaleoni, Umberto Ricci, and last but not the least Luigi Einaudi, whom I plead my comrades to forgive if he propagandizes for fascism on the columns of the Corriere della Sera." 21. Were these unwarranted associations? Political opportunism? Popular interpretations and commentaries usually argue yes. The remainder of this chapter explores how these forgiving characterizations are incorrect and how, on the contrary, De Stefani's descriptions were based on his peers' austerity bona fides. These foundations are evident in their actions and journalistic and academic writings. 22. Indeed, theirs is a set of cases in which political and academic endeavors, two lanes that scholars usually evaluate separately, are in profound harmony. With these four economists as their ambassadors, austerity policies found useful means of dissemination in the communication of economic theory. Indeed, the dual motto of austerity, consume less and produce more, was driven by these economists' will to implement and make real the ideal models of a virtuous, capitalist society that presupposes the subordination of the working class. Pure economics and the technocratic project. In their efforts to restore the primacy of capital accumulation, Alberto de Stefani, Maffeo Pantaleoni, Umberto Ricci, and Luigi Einaudi faced two battles. The first, which had already begun at the turn of the century, proceeded within the realm of academia. The four economists joined forces with their Switzerland-based colleague, Pareto, in a lengthy and successful campaign to subvert the Italian historical tradition of economic thought, acting instead to do justice against all false schools and proclaim pure economics sovereign. To this end, Pantaleoni's purchase and management of Il Giornale degli Economisti, the most influential journal of economics in Italy in 1910, was a crucial step toward building the hegemony of a new scientific paradigm. In parallel, the four men battled strenuously to shape public opinion at a moment in which it had gone astray. After the war, this second battle took primacy. Indeed, in the wake of World War I, the unthinkable was upon them: capitalist values and social relations, the very preconditions for pure economics to exist as canon, had to be defended from the incursions of society at large. Regarding the effort to fend off the masses, Ricci spoke of economists as struggling to make the public understand that trains could not depart to the moon. The public, the economists claimed, were uneducated about economic truths and thus acted against their own interests. Alas, these economic truths had been mined by experts in such exquisite terms that they were no longer intelligible, not only to the masses but to any non-specialist, including parliament deputies. It was the lofty status of pure economics that lent a superior aura to its practitioners, who were burdened with the arduous task of educating humanity regarding correct economic behavior in order to bring about economic equilibrium and progress. As Ricci explained, the economist acted selflessly for the good of the whole. In this crusade he sacrificed his interest as individual, group or class to the interest of the collective. The pedagogic mission was, in Pantaleoni's mind, so great and difficult that it required much work, exceptional energy, indomitable civil courage and subtle acumen, as well as access to a newspaper that is greatly diffused and financially independent. Ricci gave two important speeches on the matter. The one he delivered in Pisa, for the opening of the academic year 1921 to 1922, was titled "The Alleged Decline of Political Economy." The other, which he gave at the University of Bologna in January 1922, was titled "The Unpopularity of Political Economy." On both occasions he conceded that ignorant and opportunistic masses hated economists and viewed them as public enemies. He couched the public's disdain as resentment. Economists, after all, were the thing keeping society from collapsing under its own indolence, by proclaiming the principle of universal taxation, promoting the shutdown of useless public offices, the dismissal of redundant employees, the abandonment of public works. The economist surely doesn't make new friends. An economist should never be discouraged, Ricci cautioned, because an economist is the purest human force. Not always words are listened to, not always the conscience of accomplishing his duty is accompanied by the joy of the result. But if sometimes he is affected by the sorrow of having spoken in vain, a reward awaits him, one that no human force may subtract from him. As he progressively climbs the ivory tower, and abandons at each floor his prejudices and interests, his vision gets ever more refined, his horizon is enlarged. Eventually, when the high summit is reached, he discovers the unity in the truth, the order in the disorder. And the spectacle from the high tower becomes even more marvelous when, in the exchanges among firms, groups, classes, and nations, one is capable of distilling rigorous and elegant laws, worthy of competing with the laws of celestial mechanics. This vision of beauty is the economist's sovereign reward. All four of Austerity's Italian economists shared this intellectually elitist position, not to mention a tendency towards self-adulation. It was a set of conceits expressed through Ricci's religious metaphor, by which the contemplation of the divine science of economics is the privilege of the few and does not always appear as beautiful, true, and good to the profane public. Pure economics is imbued with this manner of positivism. Over time, the discipline achieved a reputation for rigor and epistemic legitimacy that equaled that of other hard sciences. In Ricci's evocative words, the socialist and the protectionist are to the economist like the astrologist to the astronomer, the alchemist to the chemist, the sorcerer to the doctor. De Stefani and Ricci paid homage to their teacher Pantaleoni. They hailed him as an archangel with a flaming sword, battling against all historicism to proclaim that there must be a theoretical part of economic science, a nucleus of doctrines, that are independent of opinions, as well as of ethical, political, and religious predilections. Something similar to physics and mathematics. This is pure economics. In 1923 De Stefani recounted his exhilaration on first discovering pure economics when he read Pantaleoni's Principles and Pareto's Cours d'Economie in a bookstore. I was seduced by an analysis in which the useful and the harmful, the pleasure and pain and all the most complex facts of our economic order were conducted through calculus formulae and described through graphic representations. The equilibria became intersection points of curve systems and numbers that resolved systems of equations. The human spirit found quietude in those formal truths. Economists proclaimed the objective status of pure economics through a forceful, highly narrated separation of society's economic and political realms. They drew a strict boundary line: the economic is transcendent, an isolated system in abstraction from other elements of the socio-political sphere. In this way, pure economists diverted their gaze from historical questions like the origins of property ownership or class relations. These things were understood as falling outside the economist's domain, and considered naturally occurring givens. Point 23 Economists' claims of objectivity are fortified by their quantitative methods. Numbers can't lie, so how can economics? 24. Pure economics aspired to be something like the Platonic form of social inquiry. Just as ideas for Plato were the authentic essence of existing phenomena, so too economic ideas were more real than reality itself. They were the true model, the archetype that reality played out. Its self-described purity did not stem from a detachment from the real world. To the contrary, economics had an undeniable and practical endgame. Like Plato's philosopher, the economist had to return to the cave and rescue the unenlightened from their ignorance. The four professors had as their ambition to eradicate the impurities of the real world so that it would conform to the purity of their mathematical models. Ricci summarized the famous passages of Pantaleoni's Principles that center economic theory as a prerequisite for policy making. First of all, one must be well read in pure economics, then trained in applied economics, that is, pure theory. Finally, one can embark on the resolution of concrete economic problems, that is, the peculiar and contingent issues that everyday reality puts under our eyes and whose core is economics. More explicitly, models and theorems had not only to dispense practical economic knowledge, they had to command people's obedience. As Ricci spelled out, it is the honest desire of any good theorist of political economy that theoretical constructions be deemed not merely a luxury of the intellect, but necessary to explain and forecast events, and essential to tame men. After the war it was indeed the majority of citizens that required taming, since they had revolted against the authentic essence of things. The models of these four economists capture just such an essence: a society in which capital, not labor, was the engine of the economic machine. The virtuous saver and the unruly worker. In 1920 Luigi Einaudi wrote a polemic in the liberal newspaper Il Corriere della Sera bemoaning Marxist economists and their labor theory of value. Why should a capitalist profit only because the machine is his? Why shall he live without doing anything? Is it not obvious that his profit comes from the exploitation of someone else's labor? He asked, sarcastically. This is the celebrated and vulgar sophism of Marx's Capital. But it is enough to ask, How much would be produced if the savers did not produce capital? The answer, nothing. Without capital, labor produces zero. 25. De Stefani offered a similar explanation to his students. Capitalism is the phenomenon of a class that lives on the specific productivity of capital. It depends on the right of property and heredity, not on a subtraction at the expense of the workers. It was, he specified, a result of savings and conservation, useful actually to the very working classes. At a moment when workers endorsed economic theories that put labor as the source of capital formation, these highly visible national experts championed an opposing set of theories. It was actually the saver investors who held the keys that propelled the system. In this manner, economists provided scientific grounds to naturalize a class society and thus to justify its inevitability, and ultimately its fairness. They did so by equating the members of the bourgeoisie with the concept of the homo economicus, a rational agent who acted out of self-interest. 26. A mathematical notion of economic virtue still used in neoclassical models today lent rigor to Ricci's analysis, a so-called virtual cost of economic abstinence. It is measured, then and now, by the subjective discount rate, which is based on the psychological rule that, all other things being equal, goods now are preferred over goods in the future. In this thinking, a virtuous agent will have a lower subjective rate of interest and will be more prone to save. The subjective discount rate is low for men who have an acute foresight ability and can vividly foresee future joys and needs, for energetic and disciplined men, who can endure the restraints they impose on themselves. For men raised with sober customs. All these moral virtues, farsightedness, self-control, love for your offspring, moderate habits together with the certainty of a long life may render the discount rate extraordinarily small. Indeed, in this individual virtue framework, any economic agent could potentially practice the virtuous behavior of the homo economicus. But the reality, at least according to Ricci, is that amongst the tools with which man elevates his degree of civilization, individual abstinence is both the most effective and the least widespread. Indeed, only a select few had the propensity to abstain, to live within their means, and few actually did. The businessman is thrifty, a thinker and a calculator. It is this real man who most resembles the abstract man pictured by economists, who does not fuss like a sissy of a hardship to come. Pantaleoni agreed emphatically that unlike others, the entrepreneur was not a sissy. He spoke of the entrepreneur's virtues in evolutionary terms. 27. The ability to preserve the species through rational self-interested behavior. It was the entrepreneurs who realize almost perfectly the type of the homo economicus, and who therefore know, and take advantage, of every opportunity that presents itself of earning a profit. Examining these ideas together, neither Pantaleoni nor Ricci envisioned a clear-cut conceptual distinction between the saver and the entrepreneur. Both roles embodied rational economic agents by virtue of maximizing their individual utility. This core conceptual murkiness squares well with the economists' adherence to Say's law, an economic principle that was scripture, too, among British experts of the era. According to Say's law, all savings in an economy are transformed into productive investment. 28. For Pantaleoni, this transformation was exactly what the capitalist process was all about, and it was foundational to society's economic progress. In this sense, for pure economists, the self-interest of the homo economicus, whether in the form of the saver or the entrepreneur, personifies the interest of society as a whole. In Pantaleoni's and his colleagues' models, the market economy benefited everyone, the optimal performance of economic relations, delivering optimal results with respect to prices, quantities, and the allocation of resources and commodities. Accordingly, private savings and private accumulation never clashed with the general interest. On the contrary, public interest depends on these private virtues. These principles remain embedded in the standard economics textbooks of today. They are so ingrained that our protagonist's exhaustive defense of them seems overboard. On the other hand, Pantaleoni's public interventions demonstrated his belief that the economic status of the working classes reflected their lack of social and economic merits. All considered, it seems obvious that the classes with lower incomes are significantly deficient in qualities with respect to others. So that this deficiency is the cause of the lower income and not the lower income the cause of the deficiency. Members of the working classes were such because they suffered from incurable vices, such as wasteful consumption, and were hangers-on to a more perfect economic system populated by savers. Being poor or working class was a choice and a pathology. Pantaleoni's characterization of the Italian working class was conspicuous in its timing. War had brought undeserved wealth to the Italian workers thanks to higher nominal wages and government price controls on foodstuffs and other social services. In Pantaleoni's telling, these same workers, rather than saving, had indulged themselves to a point of moral and economic degradation. The working classes basically don't save and spend everything in pleasures, with the consequence of a remarkable decay of their moral qualities. This is the outcome, first, of the pressure of the war, and, then, of the pressure of socialism and Bolshevism. 29 The state of affairs will necessarily lead to collapse, because it is exasperating to capitalism and an obstacle to new savings and the growth of production. He reiterated, this time with evocative imagery and with a further nod to the insidious influence of the Russian Revolution. Thanks to Bolshevism, the modesty in the standard of living that characterized Italians has vanished. It has disappeared in both the working class and the peasantry. It is disgusting to witness the masses of workers that are drunk in all our cities. The notable increase of wages was not accompanied by greater civilization, so that the worker and his spouse live like pigs in their homes in order to waste the greatest part of their income in wine at the tavern. The purportedly more liberal Einaudi also demonstrated a highly classist attitude with a special nod to alcohol expenditures. It is well known that the wages of workers in the industrial and commercial areas of Italy have increased noticeably. The evidence being the conspicuous increases in unnecessary consumption of alcoholic drinks, of sweets, chocolate, and biscuits. Ricci joined, too, the darlings of economic policy during the war and after have been the workers of the great cities. In other words, the savers were punished, and the squanderers rewarded. The economist architects of Italian austerity distrusted, and perhaps despised, the working classes for their ineptitude in the vital action of economic growth, saving. While it is impossible to ascertain whether or not pure economics was the primary source of the economists' classist convictions, it is safe to assert that pure economics at least reinforced their classism. Of course, one could always attempt to educate these unruly workers. All four economists consistently preached sacrifice, abstinence, frugality, and self-restraint. Einaudi was certainly the most passionate on the topic, which he had taken seriously since the start of the war. 30 His op-eds in Il Corriere della Sera were relentless: the duty to save, the fever to live, and the necessity of renunciations, and don't buy. 31 Which read: if the newspapers preached abstinence and penitence to the nouveau riche, the peasants, and to the workers, they would undertake an action that is morally worthy and socially useful. These campaigns' resemblance to the endeavors of Blackett and Niemeyer on the British Savings Committee is striking. More than in Britain, however, the Italian economists were convinced that after the war the situation in their country had gotten completely out of hand. For all their core ineptitude, workers had actually gained economic and political power. It was clear that only a strong government could set things straight for capital accumulation. Here entered the Mussolini dictatorship. Austerity, technocracy, and authoritarianism. With Bolshevism in government, it is impossible to produce and save. Pantaleoni. Fascist and liberal economists shared a belief in the power and good of a government made up of economic experts, a technocracy. They also agreed that the policies necessary to ensure sound economic principles were neither political nor pursuant of any partisan interest, they were simply true. It is the role and the duty of experts to define and implement them. This technocratic ethos permeated De Stefani's 1927 speech in front of an audience at the English Institute of Bankers: we still judge of sound finance by the strict adherence of government practice to those laws that are not political but natural and human, and in all countries the people are inexorably forced to pay the penalty for disobeying them. Of course, after the war disobedience had reached unthinkable highs. The four experts viewed the post-war political situation as horrific and saw no possibility for a spontaneous or painless economic redemption. Pessimism seeped from Pantaleoni's memorandum at the Brussels conference. The probability of governments stopping their interference and taking again to their proper business, which is to furnish the general conditions for unfettered private activity, is very small, because public opinion supports them on the wrong line. Similarly, during a public lecture at the University of Rome, Ricci opined, moral preaching is of little benefit, since the two major austerity remedies consuming less and producing more were trumped by their exact opposite. He continued, all abandon themselves with a short-sightedness equal to impudence to a consumption frenzy. People adore strikes, British Saturdays, the shortening of the working day, the slowing down of labor intensity. In this heated moment, a technocratic government was necessary to advance the agenda of hard austerity. It was, however, not entirely sufficient. The Italian government had to be strong, too. And by strong, the Italian economists did not mean a government with economic leverage, they envisioned an authoritarian, law and order government, one that would never hesitate to use repression against the population in order to protect the market economy and its natural laws. Pantaleoni's inclination toward violence is well documented. In speeches and conversations, he frequently invoked the notion of a fascist stick to oppose working-class movements, and he even spoke of extermination war against the internal enemy, the Bolshevik leaders. 32 His condoning of violence to advance an anti-socialist agenda was often interspersed with anti-Semitic remarks, associating Jews with the anti-capitalist conspiracy. 33 It is telling that even the liberal Ricci similarly and explicitly called for repression during the tumultuous post-war years in Italy. Concerning the popular uprisings against inflation, Ricci polemicized, to repress, or better, to oppose the vandalistic fury, would have been easy, at least at the beginning. Instead, public forces were left with no instruction. Einaudi joined Ricci in complaining about the weakness of Giolitti's and Nitti's post-war, pre-fascist governments. To him, Italians were oppressed by the absolute rule of an old, ineffectual, compromising, septic set of politicians. To succeed against antagonistic social forces, austerity measures needed an overhaul. Action had to be quick and ruthless, and the inefficient democratic process could not fit this purpose. But the fascist movement seemed up to the task. Einaudi's newspaper columns reveal how the deep continuity between austerity and political repression was true not only for fascist economists, but also for austere liberals. 34 Indeed, in Il Corriere della Sera he silently glossed over the murderous behavior of the fascist action squads, who were beating, killing, and torturing political opponents throughout the country. 35 To express profound gratitude toward fascism for giving the decisive blow to Bolshevik tyranny and folly. Einaudi's articles attacked the attempts of the moderate socialists to collaborate with the government to re-establish constitutional legality and prevent the rise of Mussolini. Einaudi accused them of seeking power to control the military and the royal guard and use this power against fascism and against the nation. In a similar vein, Einaudi wrote in The Economist, "When the worst happened, in September last, and the occupation of factories by armed workers and the institution of Soviets in factories seemed to point to an imminent communist revolution in Italy. Youths of the middle class, returned men and officers, in indignation grouped themselves into fasci. The communists are everywhere defeated. This renewed feeling of hope in the future of our country is not the least important cause of the better tone in foreign exchanges." The four professors thought of fascism as the new political class, as another set of politicians, young, energetic, full of vigor and of patriotism, who would finally prove determined enough to go against the will of the masses and impose austerity. The questions Einaudi posed on the exact day of the March on Rome are very telling. The important question is, what is the economic platform of the new party? Signor Mussolini, the chief, is not an economist. Passionate and full of vigor, he is able to commit his party to headlong plunges into unknown seas. For the moment, he has uttered at Naples only one economic sentence: Italy needs at the helm a man capable of saying no to all requests of new expenditure. So far, so good. Public opinion was seriously and gravely warned of the necessity of putting an end to the increase in public expenditure, and of reducing even useful expenses. Will the new party have the will and the power to redress the awkward financial situation of the state? These questions were practically rhetorical, based on Enotti's profound optimism for the fascist state. A few days earlier, in Il Corriere della Sera, Enotti had praised the economic agenda of the National Fascist Party that De Stefani presented at the party's Congress in Naples, October 22 to 24, 1922. Enotti testified that De Stefani's orthodox ideas were exactly the ones he had been calling for. He concluded with a phrase of full endorsement of the Fascist Party: "We ardently desire a party, and be it the fascist one if the others can't do better, who can use the appropriate means to reach the objective of the spiritual and economic grandeur of our homeland." Enotti's enthusiasm for this so-called Bill of Full Powers stemmed from the policies promised to suppress this or that public service, to transfer railways and the other industrial state concerns to private hands, to reduce, simplify, or increase existing taxes. Enotti enthused: "Never was such absolute power entrusted by a parliament to the executive." The renunciation by Parliament of all its powers for so long a period was received with general cheers by the public. Italians were sick of talkers and of weak executives. It seems clear that the austerity economists were not infatuated with Mussolini's charismatic figure per se, but rather saw him as the right man at the right time to implement the principles of pure economics. And indeed, the economists did not hesitate to criticize Mussolini's policies when the policies did not conform to austerity principles. For example, in an article in La Vita Italiana, Pantaleoni condemned Mussolini's mistakes when Il Duce was found sympathizing with socialist parties. Enotti too was troubled by some initial, seemingly Bolshevik maneuvers of the fascist party. Nevertheless, the worries of the experts were soon quelled. They were the experts who would surround and advise Mussolini. With De Stefani steering the Treasury, 36 austerity policies imposed savings and hard work upon the working classes, allowing market forces to work under the best possible circumstances to reinitiate capital accumulation and guarantee stable conditions for profit. Let us investigate a bit further how. Austerity in all policies. Fiscal austerity, the retreat of the state. The objective of budget balancing fiscal policy, at least as far as the Fascist Party and its economists were concerned, was to re-establish the best economic behaviors for the resumption of capital accumulation. 37 The majority of citizens would have to curb their consumption to release resources in favor of the saving investing classes. In one of his public speeches, De Stefani left no ambiguity about what he characterized as the universal benefit of such an austerity agenda. "We need to speak plainly, a finance based on criteria of persecution of capital is a mad finance. Instead of impeding the amortization of capital by pressing on savings that can be reinvested and that have been contented from the state to private economic action, it is better to press on consumption, and this in the true and definitive interest of the disadvantaged populations." As the Italian economists told the story, the true interests of the disadvantaged population depended on capitalism. People could only prosper if capitalism prospered. But this prosperity came at a cost, and the sacrifices in that enterprise were to be distributed unevenly. Fiscal austerity managed the revenue and the expenditure side of the budget, respectively, through regressive taxation and budget cuts. The two worked in unison to ensure compulsory thrift among the people and to bolster capital investment among the virtuous elite. Taxes. De Stefani and his colleagues warred against the confiscatory progressivity of the post-war period. The most renowned tax expert of the four, Enotti, stoutly opposed the fiscal lewdness of the post-war governments and their irrational tax policies that banished capital in favor of labor. 38. The centrist Liberal Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti had won the 1919 elections on promises of progressive taxation of war profiteers and the wealthy. 39 While the Socialist Party campaigned for expanding the inheritance tax with their spokesman, Giacomo Matteei, proposing a fiscal reform to reshape the social structure in favor of the working people via a widespread redistribution of resources from profits to wages. 40 Even the Fascist Manifesto of 1919 reflected the spirit of the times, as it announced strong progressive tax on capital that will truly expropriate a portion of all wealth. 41 These were dangerous times, as Economists put it, when no progressive taxation could satisfy the cupidity of the masses. However, in his speech in May 1923 at the Scala Theatre in Milan, De Stefani announced a turning point: the politics of persecution of capital has been suddenly arrested thanks to our action. Tellingly, his speech was delivered not in front of the people's representatives in Parliament, but rather in front of the elite of Italy's financial capital, who sat comfortably in the cushioned seats of the majestic theatre. The minister took the occasion to emphasize that the state should release private capital from fiscal pressure to promote its natural use in private investment, to stimulate ever greater savings, and attract foreign capital. 42 Indeed, the fascist state exempted international financial capital from taxation. 43 The new taxation principle was labeled produttività. It prioritized the accumulation of wealth over any aim of social justice or more egalitarian redistribution of wealth. The redistributive rationale was inherently classist. 44 When the state taxed, it collected resources from the whole community, then used that revenue to pay back the possessors of state bonds, i.e., the creditor classes of society. De Stefani's 1923 fiscal reforms expanded the tax base to impose greater tax control over the lower classes. These tax brackets were subject to the imposta di ricchezza mobile for the first time. 45 De Stefani was triumphant: I found an army of 600,000 contributors for the imposta di ricchezza mobile. A new fiscal conscription of wage earners has come to close with 100,000 enrolled. The nation has understood the necessity of the state. 46 Far from a conscription of riches, De Stefani had actually managed to constrict wages. Moreover, to further extract resources from the poorer members of society, the fascist government steadily increased consumption taxes throughout the decade. The ratio between direct and indirect tax revenue dropped from 0.94 in 1922 to 0.72 in 1925, and to 0.61 by 1929, an even more pronounced trend than in the British case. More specifically, duties on basic commodities grew between 1922 and 1925 by approximately 5% per year in real terms. Meanwhile, the government managed to abolish vexatious taxation on luxury goods. In line with the principles of austerity, Italy's medium-high income brackets benefited from tax relief through the abolition of all progressive war and post-war taxation. This included, for example, the long-contested taxes on war profits and the mandatory declaration of ownership of financial assets. 47 The abolition of the nominatività dei titoli effectively curtailed any possibility to progressively tax capital income. 48 Moreover, the technical findings of Pantaleoni's earlier study on inheritance taxes buttressed De Stefani's July 1923 orders, effectively eliminating taxation of inherited wealth altogether. 49 De Stefani's reforms also provided structural facilitation of tax evasion at the top. Out of an estimated 18 billion lire of total tax evasion in Italy by 1934, no less than 8 billion were dividends and interests on public bonds, financial channels pursued almost exclusively by the nation's wealthy. The minister himself had to admit that between 50 and 75% of the income tax was evaded, with greater evasion at the top. This loss for the state coffers was, however, irrelevant with respect to what really counted: the re-establishment of capital order. Social policy. Along with taxation, a reduction in public expenditure was key to shifting resources from public consumption to private capital investment. At the peak of his administrative powers, in December 1922, De Stefani appointed his own commission for the revision of balances and the reduction of public expenditures, taking cues from the successes of Britain's Geddes Committee. Through this commission, De Stefani worked unremittingly to revise and slash all items in the state budget. Pantaleoni chaired the commission, and Ricci was one of its leading figures. The latter expressed fond memories of it. Minister De Stefani has imposed on himself as a supreme duty the reduction of expenditures. It is for him such an ardent preoccupation to be blamed as an obsession. He put together a small committee in which he himself intervened daily, and the committee, working day and night for 3 months, has reviewed the budget entry by entry and proposed economies that were agreed upon by the individual ministries. The results of this new will performed miracles to curb expenditures. De Stefani was fond of using the euphemism "the spirit of the Minister of Finance hovers in all administrations." Pensions and subsidies for war veterans and their families were the first to go. From 1923 to 1924 total state expenditures were cut by a third, with redistributive expenditures suffering the most. 50. In The Economist, Naughty cheered the reforms achieved by the committee, adding that their self-evident merits call for no comment. The efforts to increase the powers of the Italian treasury, he wrote, took direct inspiration from Britain. Signor De Stefani laid great stress on the efficacy of the British Treasury in checking expenses and controlling expenditure departments. The experts' counter-reforms reversed the 3 major reformist post-war victories detailed in Chapter 2: Insurance Against Disabilities and Old Age, insurance that covered accidents in the agriculture sector 51 and mandatory unemployment insurance. 52. A final, devastating volley against the wartime economy came with the abolition of the Ministry of Labor and Social Insurance in April 1923, a blow to all Italian workers who had just recently won their 20-year battle for the ministry's creation. 53. By June 30, 1925, the budget was balanced. The amount of public expenditure as a percentage of nominal GDP reached the level of the pre-war years, a considerable drop from the almost 29% of 1922.54. The grip of fiscal austerity did not loosen from there. Social expenditure in particular continued to fall throughout the decade and beyond, reaching its lowest point in 1934.55. In the meantime, the amount the state spent on debt and interest payments was more than double the amount spent on social programs, and continued to rise through the whole of the 1920s and most of the 1930s. If we were to think of the austere fascist state as a disciplinarian father, then it had a clear bias. While it was thrifty toward the majority, it was willing to be quite generous when it came to the habits of its entrepreneurial children. For evidence of the fiscal priorities of the austere Italian state, the famous bailout of 2 major industrial financial consortia 56 Ansaldo/Bank of Rome and the Ilva/Credito Italiano is telling. In the canonical understanding of fascism, there would seem to be a conflict between these interventionist measures and De Stefani's laissez-faire fascist policies. But through a lens of austerity, one can observe and appreciate the common ground between budget cuts and bailouts. Both actively reinforced capital accumulation. In this sense, it is clear that austerity is much more than simple laissez-faire. It is a lever of power for a society's upper crust. It is telling, then, that this seemingly discordant set of policies remains the go-to policy intervention for governments dealing with financial crises today. 57. Ultimately, the curtailing of social expenditures was undertaken with a more insidious objective than merely curbing the deficit. It was about sound relations of production, and specifically about disciplining the workers. Here Ricci left no doubts when he attacked social reforms for protecting hustlers and troublemakers. He was especially critical of unemployment benefits that quelled the market's force over labor. When there is a government that gives out subsidies to the unemployed, the temptation is born to become unemployed, to take the subsidy, to work less, and produce less. Cuts in state expenditure worked hand in hand with industrial austerity to free entrepreneurs from the hindrance of workers' political demands. Industrial austerity. Privatization. Ricci spoke for his colleagues when he repeatedly called the state a terrible producer and a terrible administrator. 58. The scorn for the state's economic ineptitude was grounded in a deep anxiety. The melding of the economy and politics did not allow for the class-appropriate behavior of the economic agents. The financial flourishing of lower classes amid government interventions did little to help the private sector. In this way, the saving investing classes were being chased away. 59. This crowding out argument, taken from the British Treasury, was a common narrative among the Italian experts. In this economic understanding, wealth is effectively zero-sum, as De Stefani wrote on the pages of Il Corriere della Sera. The public body is a competitor of the private entrepreneur in the use of currency and of national wealth. The miracle of the multiplication of bread and fish has been done only once. On the other hand, a socialist economy was portrayed as giving the working classes a free ride to work less and consume more. For Italian economists it was understood that, once hired by the state, employees degenerated in their behavior, becoming the antithesis of the virtuous homo economicus. Public employees became immoral loafers because they lost the sound economic incentive of the unfettered market. The employee is brought to consider the fixed stipend as an acquired right, a guaranteed pension in exchange for which there is no obligation to give anything, Einaudi argued. He scolded, the duty to work arises when overtime begins, since it's uncertain and is paid according to the work done. Such critical observations are common within the economics literature today. The celebrated Italian economist Alberto Alesina, who studied economics as an undergraduate at Bocconi before a career at Harvard, bemoaned public sector jobs as creating a culture of dependency whereby residents in the South demand more public employment in order to take advantage of a large income premium and a greater job security. To Alesina and others before him, public employment was synonymous with individuals who were unprepared to face the market. In other words, citizens were unwilling to accept high enough exploitation. Alesina's thoughts resonated with Pantaleoni's earlier statements, with the latter arguing that without progressive government interventions the entire population, and especially the low-income classes, would have on the one hand suppressed luxury expenses and on the other offered more labor. Under fascism, technocrats had the tools to redeem the Italian population. The financial year 1922 to 1923 marked a major turning point for public works expenditures. Just 1 year prior, public works were at their historic peak. De Stefani's administration began a drastic retrenchment, to the point that in 1924 to 1925 and 1925 to 1926 expenditures reached figures that were lower than the pre-war fiscal year's 60. More Italian people would depend on the impersonal laws of the market for their livelihoods. In this way, industrial austerity collaborated with fiscal austerity to intensify people's market dependence, and thus quiet people's dissenting political voices. A 1923 reform of bureaucracy pursued efficiency through layoffs. The regime fired more than 65,000 Italians. Workers of the publicly owned postal and railway sectors were most targeted. 61 De Stefani made clear that their high deficits depended primarily on an exaggerated expense for personnel, a workforce he characterized as too numerous and well remunerated. Between 1923 and 1924, the fascist state removed 27,000 railway workers and made arrangements to dismiss a further 13,000 and to curtail sick leave. The British ambassador to Italy, Sir Ronald William Graham, described the events as the introduction of iron discipline and the strictest application of the 8-hour day. 62 In the meantime, in the name of greater revenue, a regressive rise in ticket fares forced workers to choose between giving up the service or paying the higher fares and thus consuming less in their other daily expenditures. 63. Large-scale privatizations were the permanent solution to impose the other half of the austerity motto, produce more. 64 Stripped of the state's wartime monopolies, workers would be disciplined into competing within the free labor market, a competition so fierce that strikes would become impossible. Pantaleoni exaggerated. 65 While the railways proved too tough to privatize, the Italian experts found success in other important sectors, to the extent that scholars speak today of these events as the earliest case of large-scale privatization in a capitalist economy. These privatizations were everywhere. The state had served as the main provider of telephone services since 1907, having nationalized services previously owned by private firms. In February 1923, a royal decree established the conditions to grant franchises to private providers, and by 1925 the government had fully privatized the telephone sector. The Istituto Nazionale dell'Assicurazione had been established in 1912 to provide life insurance, previously controlled by foreign firms, to the Italian public. In April 1923, the state relinquished its monopoly, and a de facto duopoly with private companies began. Also in 1923, the state gave up the control of match sales, which it had assumed in 1916. Private firms also took over the building and management of motorways. Wages, strikes, corporativism. Austerity's effort to reconstitute the divide between the economic and political domains guaranteed that the direction of the labor of the masses would rest once again in the hands of the men of talent and personality whom selection makes into entrepreneurs. Pure economics had dispelled the possibility of class antagonism within industry. The vertical relation between capital and labor was portrayed as harmonious and to the benefit of the workers themselves. In fact, workers' livelihood and productivity depended on the capacity of a select few, those who most resembled the Homo economicus, and their capacity to save/invest. In this model, workers lost economic agency, bringing their work in line with the definition of labor in Pantaleoni's pure principles as a complementary commodity. This concept of labor stresses the priority of capital over labor, a priority also reflected in the wage fund theory, again, an important building block of pure economics. This theory presupposes that wages are always and necessarily paid out of the entrepreneur's capital, not as a portion of the surplus he has reaped from workers' labor, but rather as something that is made possible only because of the entrepreneur's virtuous savings. The entrepreneur anticipates wages with his disposable capital and plays the vital task of disciplining/directing labor. Insofar as the latter lacks the capacity to self-manage, the entrepreneur disciplines labor, and discipline means coordination. This coordination is a difficult problem that few know how to resolve, and the one who knows how to resolve it is called entrepreneur. The entrepreneur does not tell the worker to work, but to work in a certain way. You know how to organize without him? Go ahead. No economic theory could be more distant from the thoughts and practices of the Ordinavista movement detailed in Chapter 4. For Gramsci and Togliatti, workers' political agency emerged from the centrality of their labor. Instead, in the world of these four economics professors, workers' loss of economic agency ensured their loss of political agency. Understood as any other commodity, economists saw labor as a thing to be exclusively priced through the laws of supply and demand. 66. In his academic lectures, Pantaleoni asked students, what wage can the entrepreneur give to the worker? He answered, as much as he is worth. He certainly cannot pay him more than what he is worth, and by competition, he will not be able to pay him less. The rule that labor is paid how much it is worth, nothing more nothing less, holds. Clearly, the concept of exploitation as a social class relationship is eliminated from such a framework. The focus lies exclusively on equal market transactions and on the fair remuneration of labor according to the rule that, under market competition, the price of labor is equal to its marginal productivity. For Pantaleoni and his colleagues, this rule had been dramatically broken in the post-war momentum and legal protection of labor. Unlike economic laws, political laws had no inherent limits and could be pushed to a frightening extreme. Unemployment benefits, minimum wage, and hour regulations brought wages much above their marginal efficiency. 67. The fascist state passed coercive labor laws that reduced wages and forbade unions, coming to the defense of true economic laws. The paradox here is stark. Economists, so adamant in protecting the free market against the state, had little problem with the state intervening in the labor market. This reflects another core assumption underlying austerity. In a moment of crisis, the pure economics of capitalism cannot be resurrected on its own. Starting at the end of the factory occupations in the fall of 1920, fascist violence against workers' organizations became a constant. However, workers remained resilient even after Mussolini's rise to power. For example, during the 1924 elections in Turin for the renewal of the industrial committees, workers voted predominantly for the CGDL, a party antagonistic to fascism. The fascist unions, meanwhile, which preached the defense of production in the national interest, received only a few votes. The austere fascist state overcame these difficulties through legal means. In October 1925, the Pact of Palazzo Vidoni suppressed workers' internal factory committees altogether and placed all organized labor under the exclusive control of the Confederation of Fascist Corporations, which espoused and enforced industrial peace in Italy. 68. Royal Decree 563 of April 3, 1926 formalized the pact and refused to legally recognize independent unions. The remaining fascist unions became nothing more than an extension of the fascist party and the fascist state. The regime declared strikes and lockouts illegal while reenacting the compulsory arbitration that had militarized the workforce during the Great War. The right to strike was replaced by a power to appeal through a fascist union to a labor magistracy, with the idea that impartial justice of the state replaces the ruinous struggle between opposing parties. The abolition of unions fit the agenda of the liberal economist Ricci, who repeatedly spoke publicly against the unionist logic, portraying them as a threat to both state sovereignty and capitalist production. The union is a monopolistic organization. The monopolist aims at maximizing its gain, and it obtains it with a contraction of the quantity sold, and in the last instance of the quantity produced. The final defeat of workers' aspirations came with the Labor Charter of 1927, which suppressed any chance for class conflict. 69 The Charter codified the spirit of corporativism. 70 The object of which, in Mussolini's words, was to unite within the sovereign state the pernicious dualism of the forces of capital and labor that were no longer regarded as necessarily opposed to one another but as elements which should and can aim for a common goal, the higher interest of production. This birth of the new Italian corporations sanctioned a legal association between employers and employees representing the unitary organizations of production to maintain the discipline of production and work, and promote its perfection. 71 These syndicates, as Einaudi wrote in The Economist, are obliged to exercise a selective influence amongst workmen, so that their technical capacity and moral standard can be indefinitely increased. De Stefani hailed the Charter as an institutional revolution, while Einaudi justified its corporativist wage setting as the only means to mimic the optimal results of the neoclassical competitive market. 72. Once labor became a social obligation, workers were subdued into fulfilling the development of national strength. 73 This rhetoric, which became common among the technocrats, was the most powerful means to mask increasing exploitation. Emblematic of this trend of greater extraction of surplus value was the widespread deployment of the so-called system BDAs, an American post-Taylorist method of work measurement and scientific management that Fiat first introduced in Italy in 1927. Even the fascist unions were compelled to denounce these intensified labor efforts, which quickly resulted in fatigue and ill health among workers. The unions went so far as to raise concerns about the integrity of future generations. The continuity and coherence between austerity and fascist corporativism. 75 is visible not only in the process of labor coercion. 76 but also in the explicit priority of the principle of capitalist production over any other political principle, and the explicit safeguard of the principle of private ownership of the means of production. Article 7 of the Charter read, "The corporative state considers private initiative, in the field of production, as the most efficient and useful instrument of the nation," which meant that state intervention in economic production may take place only where private initiative is lacking or is insufficient. 77. Thus, austere corporativism conceived the interest of the nation at large as having the interests of the owner-investor class at its core. It also regarded the subordination of the majority to capital order as a part of the national interest. 78. Through these authoritarian measures, the fascist regime was able to achieve a key objective of austerity, an unparalleled slashing of wages. By 1929 there had been a 26% drop in nominal daily wages compared to 1926.79. Thus, throughout the 1920s industrial growth and increasing labor productivity went hand in hand with a severe decline in real wages. Indeed, unlike the British case, industrial austerity under a dictatorship did not need to rely on an economic downturn to suppress wages. Real wages had dropped significantly between 1923 and 1925, even while the country was experiencing economic growth. As we shall see in the next section, politically induced wage suppression became ever more central once monetary austerity and its goal of achieving the gold standard kicked in. Monetary austerity. If the national government defends the lira, it is doing so in the interest of the savers. 80. Volpi, speech in Parliament on December 9, 1926. The Italian professors had not been introduced to the complexities of Hawtrian monetary theory, especially Hawtri's belief that inflation was an inherent threat stemming from the very functioning of the market economy. The four Italians' understanding of inflation was the most orthodox kind, rooted in a basic idea that price disequilibrium, like any form of economic disequilibrium, was due to external, and especially political, interferences. Thus, in the Italian case of inflation following World War I, it was simply the result of the government's increase of currency circulation, which was necessary to fund the war effort. As inflation worsened, the Italian government sought to abate it through price caps. This did nothing but worsen the situation, as Pantaleoni bemoaned. The artificially low price of commodities merely increases its consumption, 81, further increasing the scarcity of goods. Instead, Pantaleoni wrote in his Brussels memorandum, if the state were to halt new currency expansion, an equilibrium of nominal prices would be settled by itself. Private commerce can in no possible way trouble equilibrium prices. For this self-equilibrating approach to work required an introduction of austerity policies, the same sort enacted by the British Treasury. In other words, the Italian government needed to decrease liquidity in its economy, and to do that it had to decrease borrowing, 82 measures that would moderate spending among the general population while boosting resources for creditors. In doing so, savers/investors could gain confidence instead of worrying that monetary uncertainty inflation would mow down their income, as Ricci put it. In their manipulations of the economy, Italy's stewarding economists were willing to tolerate domestic sluggishness if it meant taming inflation. They likewise took solace in a belief that the lower domestic prices they were engineering would increase foreign demand for Italian goods. They were wrong, but not egregiously so. The lira had proven remarkably stable during the early years of the fascist government, offering a reasonable basis for the economists to bank on what today's economists call export-led growth. Like their British colleagues in Chapter 6, the Italian economists were betting on external demand for cheap Italian goods. However, for a secondary power like Italy, engagement in international markets was often not enough. During the spring of 1925, the lira's fate turned around dramatically, a fall that the Times attributed to a bad attack of speculation fever. 83, since the economic situation of Italy does not justify the recent decline in the value of the lira. 84 The episode demonstrated how, even if a country's fundamentals were sound, international pressure on an unpegged currency could be devastating. In response, Mussolini became hell-bent on achieving the gold parity and combating Italy's worsening exchange rate. His famous Pesaro speech of August 1926 publicly inaugurated the so-called Battle of the Lira. Mussolini ordered combined effort and sacrifices made by all classes in the highest spirit of discipline and responsibility in order to defend the lira. Here again, the working classes would pick up the tab. Einaudi, Ricci, and De Stefani were loyal soldiers in Mussolini's lira battle. And like the Duce, they presented it as a matter of shared class burden and national interest, especially in its virtuous objectives. As a practical matter, the popular classes shouldered the national burden. 86 The government's objective was to cement what much of the public had fought against just a few years back, the bourgeois economic order and its values. Einaudi, speaking plainly in The Economist, wrote that some suffering is the inevitable accompaniment of the revaluation of the lira, yet it would guarantee the elimination of the unfit and of course, prudence and restraint, and the best roads towards recovery and future prosperity. 87. As in the case of Britain, dear money meant a decrease in note circulation, and especially a rise in the bank rate. As his last hurrah as finance minister, in June 1925 De Stefani increased the interest rate from 3 to 6.5%, then further to 7% 88 to chase the recent increase in bank rate in England and the United States 89. By December 1927, Mussolini could proudly announce victory. The lira was pegged to the exchange rate against the British pound at quoten noventat. Such a revaluation of the lira required extraordinary efforts to adjust prices and wages. The Duce gave a meticulous summary of what got them there. 9. A rigid discipline and hard work by the Italian people. B. The balancing and surplus of the budget. C. The unification of the right to issue banknotes. D. A considerably reduced currency. E. Settlement of foreign war debts and consolidation of the floating debt. F. Favorable balance of international payments. G. The actual stability of the exchange for 8 months. H. The adjustment of salaries, cost of production and prices. I. A large gold cover in the circulation on the basis of the new gold parity. 90. Mussolini's list of thank yous laid bare a symbiosis of monetary, fiscal, and industrial austerity that were the core of fascist economic policy. His comments also acknowledged the selective sacrifice that the Trinity enforced. For all the pomp of Mussolini's announcement, ongoing revaluation of the lira, which had the potential to reduce exports due to the ensuing price changes, made it imperative that Italy bolster its fiscal austerity. 91 In short, export shortfalls demanded compensation through a decrease in domestic consumption. 92. In this spirit, De Stefani especially advocated for the reduction of the subsidies for public employees as a provision of vital economic importance for the country's revaluation policies. In the same spirit, Count Volpi declared his determination to secure economies in all possible directions. 93 Even in a moment of budgetary surplus. 94 Economizing took the evocative form of the mandatory sale of coarser bread, called grey bread. The British Embassy reported, "The press exhorts all Italians to take pride in using this war bread as a contribution towards victory in the present economic struggle." To compensate for a lack of competitiveness owing to the country's appreciated currency, lower consumption went hand in hand with higher production at lower costs. A stronger lira required lower nominal wages. 95 Which could secure lower prices on the international market and thus re-establish the country's competitiveness abroad, which in turn had the potential to improve the national balance of payments. 96 In this sense, revaluation of the lira ushered in an unprecedented degree of industrial austerity. Once the labor charter eradicated all labor opposition, the fascist state could take daring steps to reduce wages by legal decree. In May 1927, all public employees, including those in the railways and other autonomous administrations, lost the bonus they were due to compensate for the high cost of living. That same month there were wage cuts of around 10% for agricultural and industrial labor. In October another generalized reduction of nominal wages, in the magnitude of 10 to 20%, ensued. 97 As Volpi had put it to the Italian Senate in February 1928, by this time the country was unified under iron discipline, having made admirable efforts to facilitate the adjustments of wholesale and retail prices to the value of the lira. Industrialists accepted monetary revaluation on the grounds that drastic cuts in labor costs fully compensated for the fall in the prices of manufacturing outputs. 98 The short-term losses of profits due to deflation, which raised the cost of production by increasing the price of borrowing and hampered competitiveness, represented a minimal toll. It opened an express way to stable, structural exploitation. Indeed, as was illustrated in Britain, increased unemployment subordinated the workforce into accepting hierarchical relations of production, the vital prerequisite for profit-making. Official statistics denied increases in unemployment, but sources suggesting otherwise leaked abroad. In October 1926, the British Embassy reported on layoffs at Fiat. There are serious rumors of thousands of workmen having been dismissed and production cut down. 99 By the end of 1928, high unemployment and low labor guaranteed a swift economic recovery and a rise in profits. Capital's reward was visible in the profit rate data. Between 1927 and 1930, the overall profit rate jumped from 8.68% to 16.6%. Clearly the process of rehabilitation of the lira was not merely a monetary operation, but something even more foundational for post-war capitalism, the sealing of a class system into stable hierarchies under the name of necessary national efforts for economic redemption. During an interview with the Daily Mail on July 1, 1926, Mussolini discussed the new legal authorization that kicked to the curb the 8-hour workday law, one of Labour's most significant post-war reformist victories. Ambassador Graham reported. Sig. Mussolini is stated to have said that the new restrictions will be received, not only without opposition, but with enthusiasm, that if he had invited the Italians to work 10 hours instead of 9, he knew they would have agreed, because they are conscious of the fact that the innovation is not a caprice of the government but is dictated by national necessity. In sum, the gold standard in Italy, as in Britain, did not merely represent the endpoint of much suffered austerity. It was rather a device to enforce its naturalization, since under the gold standard austerity constraints were no longer politically disputable. The legacy of golden austerity was not short-lived. To avoid losing the gold parity after the 1929 downturn, the country was confronted with more restrictive fiscal and credit policy combined with a decree that cut wages by another 8 to 12% in December 1930. Indeed, austere theories continued to dominate the understanding of the possible causes and solutions to the Great Crash of 1929, both among liberals and among fascist economists in Italy. If the primary cause of the crisis was diffused moral decay and overconsumption, the solution was to be more wage deflation. In other words, the usual motto, consume less, produce more. 100. Conclusion. This chapter has set out to explore the birth of austerity in Italy under the impartial guide of 4 renowned professors of economics. Despite their ideological divergence, the 4 shared a deeper set of beliefs and a precise mission. They worked in concert as guardians of a universal economic science, a science that, despite its purported purity, had the intrinsic practical aim of taming citizens to consume less and produce more. The emerging fascist regime endowed the professors with the opportunity of a lifetime, to actually mold society to correspond to the ideal of their models. In a moment when war collectivism challenged the efficiency of market performance, these professors were steadfast regarding its idealization and protection. In a moment of heightened class struggle, the 4 set out to deny class antagonism through their classless models. Indeed, pure economics operated to depoliticize economic theory by expelling class analysis, only to reintroduce classist assumptions covertly in their rigorous microeconomic calculations. In this manner, any class difference was the outcome of a difference in the extent of individual rational economic behaviors. One need only step away from the abstractions of their academic works to attain a full view of their classist beliefs. Pantaleoni was the most explicit. Bourgeois is whoever has the moral and intellectual value required to be such. He who lacks talent, activity, perseverance, control of his own passions and impulses, stops being a bourgeois. These qualities are all required to emerge amongst comrades and dwell in a class that is not that of the plebs. Under a strong government, austerity policies, fiscal, monetary, and industrial, serve just such a purpose of protecting the wealthy capitalist minority in its capacity to save, invest, and ultimately profit while forcing the majority to consume less and work more. In sum, as in the British case, the experts' move toward an apolitical theory had the political aim of subordinating the majority of citizens to the logic of capital accumulation. Going back to De Stefani's La Scala speech, we may now grasp the full meaning of his use of the word austerity. He employed it to encourage individual sacrifice and, in particular, the giving up of social protections in the name of the nation's more important financial needs. In the speech of the 25th of November, I reminded the Parliament that, right after the March on Rome, the awareness of the financial necessities of the nation were widespread, even in the humblest part of the Italian population. Today, as yesterday, I need to place on the national agenda the conscious renunciation of the rights gained by the crippled, the invalids, the soldiers. These renunciations constitute for our soul a sacred sacrifice, austerity. These may remind us of the words of the British Treasury officials who, though more soft-spoken when addressing the working classes, also invoked the notions of sacrifice and enforcing abstinence. Indeed, the Italian story more explicitly discloses dynamics and goals that were already apparent in Chapter 6 regarding British austerity. Economic theory, be it Hawtreyan economics or pure economics, provided consensus for coercive policies, disguising them as beneficial to society at large. We have shown how our experts concealed the relations of domination behind abstract economic principles only to buttress these relations of domination via austerity policies. Chapter 8 delves deeper into the interconnection between the two stories. Fascist austerity was widely applauded and supported by the British establishment. Chapter 8. Italian austerity and fascism through British eyes. When Italy has well considered these fundamental truths, when she has convinced herself that her only hope is in herself, that others will not grant her credits unless she shows herself to deserve them by her austere and quiet behavior, the lines to follow are simple and obvious. An economic policy framed to stimulate production, a home policy of order and a better understanding between the classes, a financial policy of economy. Above all, the fundamental truth is always the same, however unpleasant and inflexible: consume less and produce more. What is more necessary than anything else is to restore the confidence of capitalists. The principles of recent English legislation must be adopted. Translation of extract from a speech delivered at Melfi on March 12, 1922 by Signor Nitti. After World War I, Britain and Italy passed sweeping austerity legislation on the same timeline and with many of the same component policies. Britain was a long-standing parliamentary democracy with well-established institutions and orthodox Victorian values. It had enjoyed centuries of global financial and economic hegemony. Italy, on the other hand, was economically backward, fresh from Bolshevik revolutionary surges and civil strife during and after the war. Why, then, were two very different countries seemingly operating in tandem to reconfigure their domestic economies? The British and Italian stories are actually profoundly intertwined. The nature of austerity is such that its domestic policies are set with an outside view in mind. The Italian economists in particular sought to make Italian goods and currency valuable and accessible to foreign markets, especially Britain, which would in turn facilitate capital accumulation within Italy. Economic technocrats in both countries sought to sow austerity beyond their borders so as to guarantee the stability of capitalism as a global economic system, a system that had been unprecedentedly shaken by the war. Domestic welfare was not a component of their thinking. The relationship between fascist Italy and Britain is emblematic of a perverse partnership in which traditional ideological boundaries, including those between liberalism and fascism, were bridged in the name of economic necessity. For Italy, the lesser of the two economies, it is worth asking, was austerity really a sovereign choice? In a way it undoubtedly was. As discussed in Chapter 7, Italy's economic experts had a lucid understanding of austerity policies as a weapon against internal class struggle and a means of securing capital accumulation among the virtuous savers/entrepreneurs. To these ends, and for these few, austerity was successful. Italian austerity was backed by the commanding domestic tradition of pure economics and household names such as Pantaleoni, Pareto, Ricci, and Enotti. These professors, however, did not limit their gaze to Italy. They were also engaged with, and inspired by, technocrats from British political economy. The Italian economists were, as the British Embassy repeated, deeply imbued with the classical British tradition. Moreover, to fully explain why austerity thrived in Italy, we need to tell another side of the story: how foreign interests influenced and in some cases defined the rebuilding of a country that had teetered on the brink of Bolshevism. By the 1920s, Italy was a country with substantial war debt, and was heavily reliant on imports of goods and raw material. In other words, it was a country beholden to others, fundamentally dependent on foreign capital and credit for its economic investment and development. Italy's position of dependence meant that international creditors could exert strong pressures, including pressures that would open Italy to foreign investment, even at the expense of the Italian people. This came in the form of austerity. This chapter's epigraph is taken from a 1922 speech by the economist and Italian Prime Minister Francesco Saverio Nitti, who explicitly calls for austere and quiet behavior from the Italian people in order to restore the confidence of capitalists, in particular, credit and investment. Nitti cautioned that any such credits from foreign countries would be illusory until the government changed economic policies to reflect the unpleasant truth of austerity: consume less and produce more. Britain had stakes in the game, too. As in the Italian case, these stakes were at once political to prevent revolution and economic to increase profitable venues for its capital and commodities. Indeed, an increase of exports to Italy was crucial in the mind of the British technocrats, who were all betting on the expansion of external demand to compensate for their austerity-induced suppression of internal consumption. 1 Under austere fascism, trade between Italy and Britain intensified considerably relative to the pre-war period. England was second only to the United States as the primary supplier of imports to Italy, especially coal and wool. A substantial share of Italy's exports, especially silk and motor cars, went to Britain. 2. British technocrats understood that the groundwork for insulating capitalism in Italy would take the form of austerity, and implementing that austerity would require a strong government. The British found those conditions in the form of Mussolini's dictatorship. Fascism imitated the principles of austerity. The British were not alone in this. Similarly to the austerity motives of liberal economists within Italy, they reflected a wider international consensus that proved fundamental in order for fascism to gain legitimacy and consolidate its rule. This chapter builds on the 1971 classic book by Gian Giacomo Migone, The United States and Fascist Italy, The Rise of American Finance in Europe, which documented the substantial hand that American financiers, especially those at J.P. Morgan, lent to Mussolini's rule. Indeed, as Migone explores, Fascist Italy acted as a key agent for the expansion of American capitalism in Europe after World War I. Unlike all other European countries, America was not weakened after the war, but strengthened. The U.S. had doubled its gross national product and its exports and held a credit balance with the rest of the world of $12.562 billion. After the war, through substantial industrial austerity, the U.S. subordinated its working classes, preventing organized workers from obtaining a substantial redistribution of profits within American society, and stopped them from building any international networks that might be a resource for strengthening their autonomy. The country was sitting on an overabundance of liquid capital and an ever greater quantity of goods and services that were ready for export. Given the isolationist tenor of U.S. politics in the 1920s, the expansion of American capital in Europe and the relationship between Europe and the U.S. was left to informal channels. These channels, of course, were dominated by the New York financial establishment, and in particular by the House of Morgan. The following pages explore how the influence of American and British capital over Mussolini's economic policy was specifically focused around austerity, with the particular objective of sealing capitalist-class relations under an international order. This arc began with the capitalism crisis leading up to Mussolini's ascent, then extended to the international establishment's views on the necessary relationship between austerity and a strong state, which in turn coined the elite establishment's rationalization of political violence. It concludes with an exploration of the thorny issue of Italy's war debt settlement and the effort to achieve the gold standard, two cases where the international pressure for austerity was profound and the benefits for the Italian people were non-existent. The problem of Italian dependence. After the war, Italy was not economically self-sufficient. Italian bureaucrats articulated the country's problem of foreign dependence explicitly. Unlike France, or even Germany, Italy cannot isolate herself without perishing. She either lacks altogether, or only possesses in insufficient quantities, all the more necessary raw material. She has an enormous adverse balance of foodstuffs and fats, and she lacks iron, coal, fertilizers, textiles, etc. Italy's crisis of trade imbalance escalated. The armistice in 1918 brought an end to both the fighting and the wartime agreements around exchange rates and the decontrol of currencies. The likely excess of imports over exports that followed would immediately degrade the exchange rate for Italian currency. 3. A devalued lira not only meant an increase of the country's burden of external debt, it also promised more expensive imports, an increase in domestic prices, and a setback of industrial activity based on a lack of raw materials. In January 1919, Italian Minister of Industry Giuseppe De Nava wired an anxious message to the British Prime Minister, David Lloyd George. Italy's lack of coal, De Nava warned, was hampering industrial reconstruction and the solution of the already serious labor problem. The British ambassador to Italy, Sir J. Renilrod, projected bleak consequences, the closing down of the great factories in the north of Italy, with the cost of living at its present prohibitive price and the inflammable condition of the popular mind, would bring the menace of revolution perilously near. Unemployment and shortage of food may make desperate the most amenable of mankind. 4. More than just coal, wool, and meat were also missing. As a Treasury file of 1919 revealed, there are many other commodities, equally important to the economic life of the country, which are not imported at the present time, merely on account of lack of finance. A continuation along the vicious spiral of high indebtedness which discouraged creditors and worsened monetary instability could even result, many feared, in a full-blown monetary breakdown in which the lira lost all purchasing power. While appreciating the difficulties facing the Italian people, British Chancellor of the Exchequer Andrew Bonar Law made plain that the British Treasury had great difficulties to face itself. In February 1919, Britain announced that it would curtail the credits previously allowed to Italy, occasioning real and profound panic among Italian bureaucrats. After intense financial negotiations between the two treasuries, an agreement was reached that secured for Italy a substantial public loan. The agreement specified that the loan was to be used in the first place for repaying all outstanding debts due to British Departments 5 and would be followed by another stream of credit in August 1919, which Niemeyer and Blackett had approved. Given Italy's grave and worsening dependence on foreign credit, the 1919 British loans were not enough. Italian leaders continued desperately to call for aid to prevent a complete political breakdown, they stressed, that would not go unfelt by their British allies. In April 1920, Sir Edward Henry Capelcure, commercial councillor of the British Embassy in Rome, reported on his conversation with the Italian Minister of Finance, Signor Carlo Schnauzer. In Capelcure's interview, which was immediately transmitted to the British Treasury, Schnauzer warned that the financial condition of Italy was almost untenable given the high costs of imports. He lamented how expenditure at this rate could mean nothing short of national bankruptcy and, what was more, revolution. Capelcure emphasized to those at home that Schnauzer's warnings were not to be underestimated. The minister repeated the word several times, and it is the first occasion, in my fairly intimate personal knowledge of him, on which I remember his not having veiled an expression of this description. Capelcure recapped Schnauzer's preoccupations in the meeting. The revolution, he said, would undoubtedly spread to France and to Switzerland. The Bolshevistic element was only too painfully apparent. The urgent message was clear, as Capelcure conveyed, it was in England's interest to take the burning question of Italy's exchange into immediate and most serious consideration. 6. Meanwhile, the Italian Minister of Treasury Signor Luzzatti stressed to others outside Italy that granting credit was no mere charity, but rather a matter of mutual interest in preventing revolution. Italy was a nation whose dire stress might be the means of producing a conflagration, Luzzatti warned, noting that such developments might spread to England herself. British financiers were aware that the stakes in Italy were inextricably economic and political. A memorandum written by the banker Sir Herbert Hamling, for example, was adamant that political chaos would not only threaten capitalist civilization generally, but would bring the immediate loss of British capital already invested. 7. Given the British Treasury's reluctance to contribute further, Italy's financial hope rested in private hands, that is, American and British private banks. Of course, this would not come at zero cost. Capelcure reported as part of his conversation with Schnauzer, as a matter of fact I have been told a few days ago, by the head of the bank that tried to raise the 10 million for Senior Schnauzer in August, that the City of London would probably not entertain any proposal from Italy until the subsidy was taken off bread, and other betterments of the finances began. 8 Capelcure here planted an early seed of austerity. Italy needed to cut its public subsidies if financial assistance were even to be considered. This type of imperative, as we know, would multiply. The Italian and British establishments coalesced around a shared narrative of the problem. To understand the Italian economic crisis, the political reason was to be put in the first line. Italy's economic problems could only be solved after addressing its political problems. After all, strikes and redistributive policies were primary factors in the nervousness shown abroad towards Italy's finance, and moreover, foreign financial observers understood notions like taxes on profits or luxury goods as an expression of the selfishness and the cupidity of individuals and classes in Italy. Here again, the blame fell on the majority of the population, backward masses who consumed too much and produced too little. By the summer of 1922, economic conditions in Italy had not improved. On July 4, the office of the British Commercial Councillor wrote to the British ambassador to Italy, Ronald William Graham, to inform him about an interesting article published in Il Messaggero, titled Foreign Criticism of Italian Financial Policy. The article discussed the widespread and growing distrust toward Italy in foreign financial circles. It suggested that foreign interests were particularly alarmed at the methods of taxation, and at the readiness which the Italian government chose to impose burdens on foreign money invested in Italy, and at its alleged disregard to its obligations. Special reference was made to a capital levy. Disparaging conclusions followed. The result may be not only to prevent foreign capital from coming to Italy, but also to induce those who have already invested in the country to realize their holdings and take their money away. 9. Later that July, Capelcure expressed deep dissatisfaction with the country's lack of resolve. The Italian government has to cope with a number of white elephants. Their railways, posts, and telegraphs present a continuously increasing deficit to be met sooner or later by the taxpayer. Capelcure argued that wage increases were a central part of the problem. Government officials and employees who are organized under trade unions have been able to exact from the state a considerable amount of salaries and wages. The British Commercial Councillor warned that this trend could spread to non-unionized workers and further deplete state finances. The British Foreign Office joined the choir of criticism of Italy. The central government is weak and embarrassed, the administration inefficient, the civil service disloyal, the army in a state of chaotic reorganization. The agrarian situation is menacing. The internal and external prestige of the Italian government has seriously declined. These critics agreed that the only way out for Italy was British-style austerity. 10 In light of this dictum, the right man at the right time was soon to grapple with the problem of Italian financial dependence. Austerity and the strong state. Signor de Stefani, the good soldier of austerity. As Capelcure had noted earlier, the political complexion of Italy mattered to its financial rehabilitation. On October 27, 1922, the day before the March on Rome and the establishment of the Italian fascist state, British Ambassador to Italy Ronald William Graham reported to his superiors on the worsening state of the lira-sterling exchange, framing it as a political problem. The sudden depreciation of the value of the lira is attracting special attention in the Italian press and the comments are gloomy. In nationalist quarters it is ascribed to the internal state of the country and a need of a strong government. The ambassador's next dispatch, written a week after Mussolini's seizure of power, took a more optimistic tone. I have the honor to report that the political events of the last week appear to have had a favorable effect on the Italian exchange. The reasons for optimism were straightforward. Once in power, Mussolini quickly set the capital-friendly priorities straight. On November 10, 1922, the British Embassy announced that in Italy plans were afoot for guaranteeing investments of foreign capital, and in particular for ensuring that such capital would not be subject to taxation in either Italy or the country of origin. 11. The Times discussed how the attracting of capital offered a compelling case for the complete abolition of succession and death duties. Such priorities should remain without limit, even, the newspaper argued, if it meant a considerable and immediate reduction in the revenue. 12. This argument was in line with the crux of austerity's logic. Balancing the budget served as a pretext for the actual objective of shifting resources in favor of capital accumulation. This objective took precedence over anything else. Only a year later, in December 1923, British Ambassador Graham reassured British observers that the previously broken trust was being mended. Foreign capital had overcome the not unjustified diffidence of the past, and was once again coming to Italy with confidence. 13. Graham contrasted the incapacity of Italy's decadent post-war parliamentary democracy, in its instability and corruption, with the efficient economic management of De Stefani's ministry. Indeed, the foreign liberal press extolled De Stefani. He attracted praise from American and British financial circles for two compelling and interrelated reasons. First, his resoluteness as an expert too often lacking in a professional politician, and second, his laudable commitment to British-style austere values. The Times introduced him as an Italian version of an Oxford Don, a man whose collaborators were soaked in the English economists. These virtuous Italians' unconcealed ideal was to apprehend and copy the British system of public finance. 14. In The Economist, Luigi Einaudi 15 wrote an article titled An Italian Geddes Committee that highlighted how Signor De Stefani laid great stress on the efficacy of the British Treasury in checking expenses and controlling expenditure departments. 16. Similar praises came from the British Embassy in Rome. Graham spoke of De Stefani as a theoretical economist by training and profession who had framed for himself a program which practically consisted in balancing the budget and declining all temptations to inflate the currency. Both The Times and The Economist stressed that one of De Stefani's greatest virtues was the courage to brave unpopularity, which allowed him to pursue austerity measures with a dogmatic certainty of opinion. 17. And indeed, De Stefani's willingness to tame men in the face of popular opposition was a hard-won impulse born of his training in pure economics. The professor's bravery came from his school's self-proclaimed mission of realizing rigorous and elegant laws. De Stefani's alacrity was also doted on by the liberal press. He lives, sleeps, eats in the ministry, and his day is 8 to 8 with half an hour for lunch, for 7 days in the week. I suspect that this superactivity is due to his not unnatural mistrust for the officials whom he has inherited. 18. Of course, as the press also knew, but seemingly refrained from writing, De Stefani's ability to ignore social demands was only partially due to his resolute personality. The expert could use his firm hand because he was part of the firm grip of an authoritarian state. The invincible duo, austerity and authoritarianism. In the weeks that followed Mussolini's seizure of power, foreign observers noted the remarkable effectiveness of state power in implementing austerity. On November 3, 1922, a dispatch from British Ambassador Graham emphasized a breakthrough that had already occurred in both economic policy and political power. He described plans for privatization and reductions in public services, concluding that government is much stronger than its predecessors for enforcing measures of the above nature. The Times, meanwhile, defined fascism as an anti-waste government. 19. In the same breath in which it covered Mussolini's opening speech to the nation, a speech that was steeped in themes that were objectively authoritarian and austere, the guiding motives of our internal policy may be summed up in 3 words: economy, work, discipline. We must attain budgetary equilibrium as speedily as possible. Respect of the law will be enforced at all costs. The state is strong, and will display its force against all. Whoever turns against the state will be punished. 20. In Mussolini's Senate address on June 8, 1923, the Duce asserted that the dominant fact in 1919 to 1920, the occupation of the factories, the continual and permanent strike of state employees, had been eliminated and punished, thanks to the fascists' replacement of a state devoid of virility with one that was growing stronger and could impose discipline upon the nation. The British Embassy described this speech as convincing. his speech shows the fascista movement in its true light as the reassertion of authority against liberty as the idea of government. The complete subordination of the rest to the fascisti. The tone of British observations during the early days of the fascist regime was not condemnation, but a nodding appreciation for the fascist leader's good sense. Graham, for example, said that for Italy, the chief failure lay in parliamentarianism. With its factious dynamics, parliamentarism or democracy only increased ungovernability at a moment when grave economic necessity and revolutionary threat called for something stronger. 21. Even Montague Norman, the governor of the Bank of England, who expressed wariness of the fact that under fascism anything in the way of otherness was eliminated, and opposition in any form gone, added in the same breath, "This state of affairs is suitable at present and may provide for the moment the administration best adapted for Italy." He continued, "Fascism has surely brought order out of chaos over the last few years. Something of the kind was no doubt needed if the pendulum was not to swing too far in quite the other direction. The Duce was the right man at a critical moment. The international establishment's support for a strong state was not an outlier or an aberration. 22 These sentiments pervaded British diplomatic circles and the British liberal press. Fascist dictatorship was an unavoidable and necessary means to govern a turbulent country and achieve sound economic objectives. 23 Oliver Harvey, Second Secretary of the British Embassy in Rome, left no doubt as to the criterion for this judgment: the Mussolini experiment should stand on its merits as a pure and unadulterated dictatorship, like that of Cincinnatus, to be justified or otherwise by the gravity of the situation and by success. Dictatorships were only bad when they were wrong. After the regime's first year in power, the embassy and the international press continued to rejoice at Mussolini's triumphs. 24 He had succeeded in uniting political order with economic order, the very essence of austerity. 25 In Graham's 1923 General Report, circulated to the Prime Minister, the ambassador continued to give high marks. 18 months ago, any instructed observer of national life was bound to come to the conclusion that Italy was a country on the downgrade. It is now generally admitted, even by those who dislike fascismo and deplore its methods, that the whole situation has changed. A striking progress towards the stabilization of state finances. Strikers by 90% and working days lost by over 97%, and an increase in national savings of 4,000 over the preceding year. Indeed, they exceed for the first time the pre-war level by nearly 2,000 million lire. These messages left no doubts. Any preoccupation with fascist political abuse dwindled under the successes of its austerity. The chairman of the British-Italian Bank, J.W. Beaumont Pease, put it simply: austerity's success was about strenuous work and thrift under the highest conception of state authority. 26. The fascist state's use of political repression and violence in its pursuit of capital accumulation would seem to offer a final test for the liberal approvals around Mussolini and his regime. In their glossing over and defending these abuses, the liberal establishment would quickly, and thoroughly, fail that test. Political repression and the international double standard. The celebrated successes of austerity in Italy counted in terms like industrial peace, high profits, and more business for the Brits had a repressive face, too, one that went far beyond such high-level developments as institutionalization of a strong executive and bypassing of parliament. In Italy, Mussolini did not seek to shield his repressions from public view. After all, he noted, the measures adopted to re-establish public order are, above all, the suppression of the so-called subversive elements. 27. International observers were aware, for example, that the fascist squads, notorious for their cold-blooded violence during the turbulent years of 1919 to 1922, had been made an integral part of the state apparatus, reinforcing the military character of the government. 28 In July 1923, amid public claims of unconstitutionality, the Grand Fascista Council announced that these so-called black shirts formed a formidable and indivisible army destined to guarantee the continuance of the fascista government. This full-blown federal militia was a large force to overawe his political opponents, necessary so long as the state shall not have become entirely fascist. 29. The British Embassy reported on a variety of these proceedings: the continuous aggression against political opponents, 30. The burning of socialist headquarters and of chambers of labor, the driving out of office of various socialist mayors, electoral frauds or explicit intimidations of voters at the polls, 31. The execution of political enemies, the arrest of communists, 32. And several notorious political homicides, most importantly the murder of the socialist deputy Giacomo Mattei, who had opposed the government and its elections. 33. The American and British financial circles' treatment of the Mattei affair is emblematic of the prioritization of economic results over political freedom. The Times and The Economist both treated the killing as the Italian government's occasion to clean up the Ministry of the Interior and to rid Mussolini's government and party of disgraceful elements. 34. Mussolini could strengthen and normalize the party by expelling its extremist fringes, which would be justified if it gave better footing to the financial orthodoxy of Mussolini and De Stefani. 35. Elsewhere, in a campaign speech during the height of the Mattei crisis, U.S. Secretary of State Andrew Mellon ignored the accusations of Mussolini's abuse of power. Instead, he spoke highly of the leader's capacity to achieve a balanced budget and to free industry from government regulation while ridding the country of the nefarious influence of socialists. 36. In the midst of the Mattei crisis, the chairman of the British-Italian Banking Corporation, Beaumont Pease, explicitly defended the fascist government against any rumor of instability, calling instead for its assistance and cordial sympathy. 37. Pease claimed that in his position unique in England as the leader of the only British banking institution dealing almost exclusively with Italian affairs, he could ascertain not only the flourishing of his own profits but more generally the industrial prosperity established by Mussolini and the resulting benefit to British industry. He declared, "By trusting the Italians we have secured a great deal of business for British manufacturers which would otherwise have gone to Germany, America, and elsewhere, and never once have we been let down financially." The chairman's main justification for austerity was the usual one: there is no responsible Italian who does not deplore the excess and misdemeanors which have been committed, yet there is hardly one who would not admit the benefit the country has derived from the policy of the present government. Of course, such supposed national benefit came in the form of industrial, monetary, and fiscal austerity. These policies were anything but beneficial to the majority of Italian citizens. Pease's words are remarkable and bring forward a mode of rationalization that was typical of the British liberal establishment: "It seems to me that there is no particular cause for anxiety. We can well disregard such of their internal methods as may be unpalatable to us, and trust them to find their own means of working out their salvation, towards which they have already gone a long way." The intellectual maneuvering here was explicit. Economic and political considerations were separate and distinct and unequal realms of judgment. However uncomfortable an authoritarian political setting might be, it was the necessary one to achieve economic success. And it was also the case that economic recovery was the sole universal standard upon which to judge the fascist regime. The ends might yet justify the means. Furthermore, one had to be tolerant. The political regime was up to the Italians to handle. Observers ultimately agreed that what was inadmissible in a country with a democratic tradition, especially an Anglo-Saxon country, was instead well suited for the Italian citizen after World War I. 38. The Times articulated this double standard: "It seems improbable that under his system democracy, in the British sense, can survive in Italy." But critics do not always realize how totally different is the meaning of democracy in the two countries, and frequently forget that before Signor Mussolini came into power the position of the Italian parliament was one of deep humiliation. 39. Governor Norman agreed, "Italy is not a free country in the usual sense of the word, and certain things are lacking which in a liberal country like England are apt to be missed, for instance, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of politics and so on. But the fact remains that she has made economic and financial progress. 40 Italian people were different from British people, and the former were not going to miss democracy or other liberal values. 41. At the Bank of England, an anonymous handwritten document from 1925 titled Fascist Italy. Fascist methods articulated this double standard in stark terms. The document contained an inventory of fascist oppression in its human terms, including the firings of all public servants who might be inclined to indulge in anti-fascist activities, the dissolution of all non-fascist municipalities, and the complete control over those municipalities by the Podesta. Moreover, it noted, apart from bludgeoning and castor oil, murder has been resorted to on a large scale not only in the early days, but since the party came into power, for the purpose of suppressing obnoxious adversaries. The memo ended with a list of the regime's major political murders. However, far from being denounced, these facts of political abuse were reported with a tone of realism regarding the inferior conditions of Italians. The Italian people are the descendants of Roman slaves. After the decay of the Roman power, they remained for some 14 centuries under the domination of various warring sets of foreigners. Slave peoples are generally incapable of governing themselves. So it is that democratic government in Italy, which has never been a conspicuous success, broke down utterly when the strain of the Great War had produced exceptionally severe moral degeneration among the unstable Italian people. The nation was ripe for Bolshevism. But the nation, or perhaps its non-Latin rulers, was not ripe for suicide. Mussolini and his fascists seized power and restored order. They rule the country today by force according to their own will, and the people are reduced to the servitude which had been their lot for a score of centuries. The argument in favor of Mussolini's dictatorship thus took various shades. There were bluntly racist remarks like those above, alleging the ultimate incapacity of Latins to be democratic, or a slightly milder line that played on cultural relativism and pragmatic good sense. Nothing else, it seemed, could save such a cursed country. 42. Indeed, if observers raised doubts, they were not out of concerns for democracy, but rather for what would happen in the absence of Mussolini. This worry was palpable within the Bank of England, with its 1926 memo. If that system fails, anything could happen, including civil war and chaos. In June 1928, Einaudi wrote in The Economist that he worried about a lack of political representation, but that he worried more about a lack of capital order. 43. He spoke of the very grave questionings in the minds of the Englishmen, when, again, in the inevitable course of nature the strong hand of the great Duce is removed from the helm. Has Italy another man of his caliber? Can any age produce two Mussolinis? If not, what next? Under weaker and less wise control may not chaotic revulsion follow? And with what consequences, not merely for Italy, but for Europe? 44. Even in that summer of 1928, the ghosts of the earlier capitalist crisis years still loomed large. In commemorating former Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti's career, The Economist focused on a dark spot therein. Unhappily, he was a partisan of the wait-and-see policy up to the point of not interfering when workmen, in September 1920, invaded industrial establishments and rural workers occupied private lands. The liberal international establishment was so enamored of Mussolini's implementation of austerity that it rewarded the regime with the financial resources to further solidify the country's political and economic rule, in particular through settlement of its war debt and stabilizing the lira. As U.S. Federal Reserve Governor Benjamin Strong affirmed in 1927, Italy's display of self-discipline and capacity for sacrifice granted the country the right to be supported in its plan to achieve the gold standard. These rewards from liberal institutions elsewhere ignored that Italy's bootstrapping self-discipline was, in reality, the authoritarian rule of Mussolini. The Prime Minister's agenda to impose self-sacrifice upon the working classes, including the suppression of their wages, working rights, and sheer livelihood, amounted to deflation by violent means. Debt and the consolidation of the lira. British and American financiers were more than just supportive spectators of fascist austerity. Their acceptance of Mussolini's regime within the capitalist international order was crucial for the regime's consolidation. In a letter to his finance minister during the early summer of 1925, When international speculative attacks continued to ravage the lira, 45 Mussolini displayed full cognizance of the unavoidable interdependence with international capital. We must realize that we are confronting the whole financial world's lack of faith in Italian finance, a lack of faith that explains and provokes speculation, lowering currency value. As long as this lack of faith did not have internal consequences, the situation presented no imminent danger, but the day that politics crosses the border, the distrust will spread throughout the country and cause depositors to withdraw their funds, and the regime would have no power to stop the collapse. Mussolini's message was clear: international financial confidence could make or break the fascist regime. Settling the war debt and achieving the gold standard were the surest paths to guaranteeing the durability of that confidence. Notably, this agenda of Mussolini's presupposed proving the country's creditworthiness through austerity. Ever since the end of the Great War, the US and British treasuries had denied Italy's pleas for war debt cancellation. 46 Thus, from the onset of the fascist regime, the Anglo-American financiers unanimously described Mussolini as being most anxious to come to an agreement as to Italy's debt at the earliest possible moment. 47 Of course, debt repayment involved the outflow of large amounts of capital and required a relatively large percentage of government revenues, requiring further fiscal austerity. The Duce offered reassurances that his country had good credentials in this respect given his haste in improving the budget and guaranteeing industrial peace. In the years preceding and following the debt settlements, the British Embassy, the Treasury, the Bank of England, and these institutions' American counterparts obsessively monitored Italian finances. 48 These watchdogs were happy with what they saw. Following a meeting in 1926 with Italian Finance Minister Giuseppe Volpi to discuss the war debt, British Chancellor of the Exchequer Winston Churchill remarked, "I have been greatly impressed by the immense progress made by Italy under the present regime, a budget balanced under considerable surpluses, as industry rapidly increases in importance, a favorable balance in the international payments, an orderly and progressive government, a thrifty and industrious population, and an almost complete absence of unemployment." 49. Notably, Churchill's praise for the tidiness of a once problematic nation included a checklist of austerity measures. The debt settlements with the US and Britain of 1925 and 1926, respectively, were necessary for Italy to achieve the gold standard because they opened up access to further credit. 50 Indeed, the collaboration of the Bank of England and the US Federal Reserve, the two institutions that controlled the mechanisms of the stabilization procedure, was contingent on debt settlement, which had the added benefit of granting Italy access to foreign capital markets. 51 Immediately after Italy dealt with its dues, J.P. Morgan Chase Bank signed off on a loan of $100 million to support the stabilization of the lira. 52. The fascist state zealously publicized its compliance with the International Code of Austerity, to the point that De Stefani arranged the regular transmission of the publications of a financial character to the British Foreign Office. 53 Theirs was a tenacious application of austerity, one that convinced international markets to shift from speculating downward to speculating upward in favor of the revaluation of the lira, starting in October 1926. The British experts are our most shrewd critics, 54 Volpi wrote to Mussolini in 1926. The day after the regime announced gold parity, Chancellor Churchill wrote to offer his heartiest congratulations for an achievement that crowns the great work you have done for the re-establishment of Italian finances. The great work of austerity included a forced reduction of internal consumption to improve the balance of trade. 55 By 1927 the government reported that imports have fallen by 21%, exports have increased in quantity. This meant a patriotic cooperation of the Italian people, who consumed less and worked harder in a labor market that the state had purged of any independent representation. Indeed, international financial experts explicitly pressured fascism to defeat labor's demands. For example, while examining Italy's request for a stabilization loan, Fed Governor Strong urged Italy to maintain its balance of trade with a further reduction of cost of living and wages, which the governor of the Bank of Italy, Bonaldo Strinaer, gave assurance he would achieve. 56 The defeat of labor was such that, As the British Embassy reported, the leaders of the General Confederation of Labour, in view of the fact that their organisation now only exists on paper and as a name on a letterhead, have decided on its dissolution. Ambassador Graham concluded, there is obviously no room for such an organisation as the CGL in the labour system developed by the present government, and its existence could hardly be expected to continue. 57. By exacting sacrifices on the working classes, Italy could finally participate in the international capitalist order. After gold stabilization, The Economist announced that it expected foreign capital, mainly for the United States and Great Britain, to seek more freely temporary or permanent investment in Italy. The article praised the anti-inflationary actions of the newly created central bank. The Banca d'Italia will take the necessary steps to prevent an inflow of foreign capital from resulting in credit inflation and affecting the price levels. 58. As chapters 5 and 6 showcased, the technocratic project of an independent central bank to keep inflation at bay was a central pillar of British austerity. It was the only pillar that fascism struggled to achieve. An independent central bank? In the course of Italy's austerity rehabilitation, the institution of lower wages required a strong intervention by the Italian state on the labor market. While international technocrats commended this melding of economics and politics for its capacity to discipline the rebellious Italian workers, the melding of the economic and the political as it related to monetary policy was less appreciated. As part and parcel of its austerity efforts, Italy had followed the 1922 Genoa Code that prescribed the formation of a central bank. The Banca d'Italia, in existence since the 19th century, was granted status in May 1926 as Italy's central bank and the country's sole bank of issue. 59. At that moment all of the gold or equivalent reserves were transferred to it, along with a substantial increase of capital from the J.P. Morgan loan. Bank of England Governor Montague Norman had received accounts of the bank's deflationary measures since 1922.60. Following the bank's transition to being Italy's central bank, Norman was profoundly troubled by its formal and substantial lack of independence. The Bank of Italy, just like the British one, was a joint stock company, a private body. However, it was still subject to political control. Its new statute read, "The Minister of the Treasury has permanent supervision on the Banca d'Italia, verifying annually the balance sheets and accounts, the metallic reserve and so on." Moreover, the Banca was formally obliged to advance money to the government and could only change the bank rate by order of the Minister of the Treasury. Governor Norman was disquieted by such an attitude of fascism being extended to Italy's monetary systems. On various occasions and in letters to other central bankers, Norman lamented the political subjugation of the Italian Banca's governor, Bonaldo Strinaer 61, to the point of questioning his own support for the lira's stabilization. 62. His concerns matched those of other technocrats in Britain, including Austerity, Blackett, and Niemeyer. In a letter to U.S. Fed Governor Strong on March 4, 1926, Norman outlined his dissatisfaction with Finance Minister Volpi's attitude toward the Bank of Italy. After being admonished about the requisite independence of the bank for the purpose of stabilization and cooperation, 63, Volpi had reaffirmed that he himself was going to direct central bank policy, which Volpi regarded as a part of general finance policy. Later, in November 1926, Norman wrote to his colleague Hjalmar Schacht at the German Reichsbank, "Strinaer is about 70 years old and I guess has no more independence than a tail of a kite. If he is a wise man he is probably happier without it, for the power exercised by the fascisti leave no room for independence and seem to extend further and to become more inquisitorial each time that a gun is fired at the Duce." Note that Norman's problem with authoritarianism was not about the deprivation of workers' rights and liberties, but rather about the prospect of stewarding the central bank via the whims of politics, which could create uncontrollable and unpredictable future circumstances, especially in the dreaded case of Mussolini's financial experts changing their minds regarding orthodoxy. The governor's thoughts contained no negative judgment of the regime's political or economic choices. He merely pointed out the problem of monetary policy not being knave-proof to a possible change of the regime's austere orientations. Norman's dilemma again highlights the double standard typical of the international technocrats. Political questions only mattered insofar as they started to knock at the pearly gates of the economic domain. For their part, J.P. Morgan and other bankers were anxious that stabilization should proceed whenever possible and Italy should naturally be next place, i.e., whatever interventions were necessary to stabilize the currency should be taken. U.S. Fed Governor Strong was also determined to move ahead. He responded firmly to the doubts of his British colleague Norman, expressing a belief in the rightness of prioritizing stabilization over Norman's conception of orthodox independence. He gave reassurances that the Italian finance minister had changed his tone. Volpi has expressed the view to others, he wrote, that as rapidly as possible the bank should be freed from political or state control. Warmed by this reassurance, Norman wrote in October 1927, "I do not think one should complain, especially if, as seems possible, the measure of their independence is increasing," and he announced a forthcoming comprehensive and cooperative account and understanding between the British and Italian central banks. And to secure the credit necessary for stabilization, the Italian regime set out to reinforce the facade of an independent central bank. By the autumn of 1927 Strong was convinced, "I have received Signor Stringer's assurance," he told Norman, "the Banca d'Italia is established in a position of independence and financial control." 64. Volpi, reading the room, had turned away from his previous stubbornness. A 1928 speech articulated his belief that the position of the Bank of Italy as controller of the money market is also clearly defined: a sound capital situation, ample reserves, independent management, and the possession of means for protecting the currency and controlling the money market. 65. Ultimately, the international financiers were willing to believe this narrative because Italy was delivering on their austerity agenda. Technocracy prevailed in the matter of Italy's central bank, even if it didn't exactly match the British case. For Hawtrey and his colleagues at the Bank of England, the main reason for demanding an independent central bank was to avoid any possible democratic supervision of economic policies, thereby steering clear of people's tampering with austerity. The Italians achieved the same immunity from public criticism with different methods. Rather than relying upon experts within long-standing technocratic institutions, the Italian economic professors propped up strong and coercive executives who could deliver on implementing their economic models. Conclusion. This chapter scrutinizes the external forces that pushed for austerity in Italy after World War I. In short, the commitment to austerity by international financial experts was so great that they were willing to rely on a bloody dictatorship to reinstate the crumbling pillars of capital accumulation. All eyes turned toward Mussolini, whose dictatorship was strong enough to finally tame the Italian people into being disciplined, silent, and peaceful. 66. In this light, foreign onlookers evaluated and judged fascism solely in terms of its economic performance. These international experts were agnostic when it came to political methods. To them, a violent dictatorship was akin to Roman Baroque architecture. 67. It would offend in a different democratic climate, but in Italy it actually suited the country and people quite well. The explicit connection between austerity and political repression so evident under fascism reveals how the economic treatment of Italian citizens was not in fact so different from the treatment the British experts envisioned for their own people. Indeed, as Chapter 6 has emphasized, British technocrats pushed hard for a non-democratic implementation of economic policy through the independence and authority of central banks. Even if different in nature, the Italian and the British versions of technocracy shared a common end, creating systems that imposed sacrifice on the majority of the public, then insulating those systems from political interruption. The consolidation of the fascist regime coincided with the culmination of its austerity triumph, which was announced with Italy's entry into the Gold Standard Club in December 1927. This political consolidation, however, did not mean the liberation of the country from its dependence on Anglo-American capital. On the contrary, Italian monetary policy was now tied to a continuation of austerity in order to maintain its gold parity, a bind that ultimately served the interests of foreign financial capital, forevermore. In fact, budgetary equilibrium and the gold standard guaranteed the subservience of the debtor, Italy, and allowed Anglo-American capitalists to elude competition with a devalued lira that would otherwise enable Italy to export cheap products to the American and British markets. These dynamics might sound familiar, as they were a precursor of the relationship that the experts at the International Monetary Fund contrived and enact with most of the peripheral countries in the world today: loans conditional upon austerity, a focus on economic freedom rather than political freedom, and the compulsion to open a country's economy to international scrutiny. 68 The Italian story helps us to scrutinize other, more recent austere cases with a sharper eye. On closer examination, these austerity-based adjustment programs disclose the same underlying aim: taming the population to produce more and consume less in order to safeguard capital accumulation. The following chapter will provide empirical evidence of the success of austerity in enforcing hard work and abstinence. The trends of the 1920s provide insights on the reasons for the persistence of austerity in the 21st century. Chapter 9. Austerity and its successes. Austerity was, and remains, a shrewd endeavor. By critically studying its origins and architects, we see again and again that austerity was conceived, and succeeded, as a counter-offensive. It functions to preserve the primacy and indisputability of capitalism in times when capitalism is under political threat. And it does so by introducing policies that shift resources from the working majority to the saver/investor minority. The immediate distributional impacts have the important long-term function of disempowering the majority and thus reinforcing the general acceptance of the pillars of capital accumulation: private ownership of the means of production and wage relations. You get what the boss gives you. The Italian and British experts who ushered in austerity achieved a great victory. They rehabilitated their capitalist economies through models and policies that justified the economic superiority of a small minority as the only road to economic recovery. This chapter provides a critical summary of the achievements of these two austerity initiatives, with achievements in this usage not necessarily being synonymous with things that are good. What's clear is that austerity is particularly effective not in stabilizing economies, but in stabilizing class relations. After all, austerity has historically never been about curbing inflation and budget control. Its manipulations of aggregate demand have always been a means to a deeper end. Austerity secured the best possible conditions for profits to soar, while the majority, the politically underserved, were forced to relinquish all fledgling projects of economic democracy and to live harder through lower wages and lower consumption. Austere capitalism produces losers and winners, and it always has. The study of class shares provides a clear sense of the losers and winners of austerity, and in turn its political implications. Class shares measure the portion of GDP that goes to labor and to capital, the most immediate indicator of the balance of forces between a society's two main classes. The reassertion of capital order, i.e., the primacy of capital over labor, is foundational to promoting capitalist investment. Capital does better when workers are subordinated, wages are low, and regulation is minimal. Following World War I, austerity's knack for collapsing the wage share was vital in a moment when the wage share had reached an unprecedented high, stirring among workers great expectations of a breakaway from capitalist exploitation. Thus the political utility of austerity becomes obvious. A rescue of the hierarchical labor-capital split meant an escape from the capitalist crisis triggered by the Great War. To give a sense of who was part of labor and who was part of capital, it is useful to recall that in 1921 the British working classes encompassed more than 60% of the population, while the owner class was roughly 7%. In Italy, the propertied upper class constituted only 1.7% of the entire population, against a working class that was almost half of the population. Given these tiny fractions of society that benefited from austerity, the movement's losers extended well beyond wage workers. These groups comprised most of the middle classes that made up the population's middle grounds: public employees, independent farmers, soldiers, shopkeepers, and other professionals. While it is true that the value of these professionals' pensions and savings increased with deflation, that same deflation also spurred a loss of employment and a loss of social benefits. Measuring austerity's economic effects in Britain and Italy also corroborates one of the main claims of this book, that there is a profound parallelism between austerity in a democratic setting and austerity in a fascist setting. In the 1920s, the repressive nature of British austerity primarily took the form of market coercion. Workers were forced into compliance with the logic of capital accumulation after the Treasury and the Bank of England devised policies that triggered high unemployment and curtailed welfare rights. Increased economic necessity brought workers to their knees. The Italian version of austerity did not need to rely on unemployment as such, since it was accompanied by fascist state interventions that slashed nominal wages by decree and annihilated genuine workers' representation. The two forms of austerity, fascist and democratic, aligned in their success at thwarting dissent. This can be seen in the similar rise and fall patterns of worker strikes and the rise and fall patterns of compensation and wage share. The data presented in this chapter illustrate how the repressive drive of austere Italian fascism behaved much the same as austerity in the British parliamentary democracy, both after World War I and today. Class shares, exploitation, and profit rates. To grasp the political implications of austerity, there are three main timelines to consider: the wage share of national income, the ratio of non-wage to wage incomes, and the profit rate. Figure 9.1 shows the wage share, the portion of GDP that goes to wages as opposed to profits. In essence, this relation is zero-sum. What is taken from one class is gained by the other. The similarity of these patterns in Britain and Italy is striking. Britain's maturity as an industrial society came with a century-long tradition of industrial militancy, which entailed that its workers enjoyed a higher level of national income compared to their Italian counterparts. Moreover, the war years had a different impact on the workforce of the two countries. In Italy, the wage share dropped dramatically from 44% in 1913 to 35% in 1918, a shift of 9 percentage points of national income from workers to capitalists. Meanwhile, in Britain the wage share actually increased from 67% in 1913 to 71% in 1918. This phenomenon illustrates a dynamic described at length in Chapter 1. The Italian labor force experienced a greater degree of militarization, whereas British unions retained a firmer voice in their role of collaboration with opposition to the state. 9.1. Wage share of national income for Italy and Britain. The wage share is calculated by subtracting from the total nominal GDP the portion of GDP that constitutes the income from profits. The years of post-war capitalist crisis saw a common surge of the wage share, a fact of unprecedented and deep historical importance. Never had workers in either country gained such a high proportion of the national output. During these red years, the Italian wage share grew to 49% in 1919 from 35% in 1918, and peaked at 55% in 1922. This was a huge increase even compared to the pre-war levels. It meant that in 1921, capital reaped fewer fruits from economic growth than labor, something unseen until that moment. Capital share dropped from 65% in 1918 to 45% in 1922. Though more moderate, the British case still looks quite impressive. Wage share rose from 71% in 1918 to 78% in 1921. This was an unprecedented increment with respect to the pre-war years. Even if the surge is numerically not as striking as the Italian case, two factors must be kept in mind to evaluate the potentially explosive effect of the British circumstances. First, British workers were in possession of a significant amount of the GDP, a measure of their strength, which gave them a greater voice in settling economic agendas. Second, that power had still increased like never before. The troubles for capital were embodied in a 7 percentage point drop in profit share between 1918 and 1920, which swept away the war gains. The post-war profit share was 1/3 of the pre-war amount. As in Italy, these class gains were also fuel for a movement to nationalize and give British workers a central, potentially independent role in the production process. The austerity counteroffensive had an unequivocally uniform impact on both countries. It reversed both countries' labor gains dramatically. Under fascist austerity, the gross wage share of Italian workers tumbled throughout the 1920s, reaching a new low in 1929 when it touched the level of 1913. Capital had gained back its dominant position. British labour experienced a similar fall. By 1929 workers had lost all of their post-war gains in share of national income. 1. Another way to visualize austerity's dramatic impact on class relations is to look at the ratio between profits and wages, a tangible measure of the trend of exploitation. As figure 9.2 shows, in Britain exploitation increased by 32% over the decade, while in Italy from the start of fascist austerity in 1922 until 1928 exploitation surged by 54%. 2 Here again these similar trends in the two countries strongly counteracted the trends of the Red Years. 9.2. Rate of exploitation in Italy and Britain. The rate of exploitation is calculated as the ratio between profit share and wage share. Note that the two countries have different axes. The vertical axis on the left depicts the Italian rate of exploitation, the one on the right the British rate of exploitation. Higher exploitation is also reflected in productivity growth, which combined with a decline in real compensation delivered a larger surplus to the capitalists. In Britain this trend was strong in the early years of austerity. Between 1920 and 1922 labor productivity per head grew from 18% to 20%, while real wages stagnated. 3 In Italy the dynamic of declining real wages and increasing productivity was pronounced until 1926, when the instability of the lira promoted a price deflation that was faster than the fall of nominal wages. This increase in exploitation brought a surge in profit rates. 5 Figure 9.3 shows that the profit rates for capital grew throughout the 1920s in both countries. From 1920 until the end of the decade, the profit rate more than tripled in Britain. A similar increase occurred in Italy, where profit rates surged from 4.9% in 1920 to 8.3% in 1926. In 1924, The Times reported on the success of fascist austerity. The development of the last 2 years have seen the absorption of a greater proportion of profits by capital, and this, by stimulating business enterprise, has most certainly been advantageous to the country as a whole. This type of narrative is typical, and is essential in the selling and sticking of austerity doctrines throughout history. Consensus for public and popular sacrifice is built through the rhetoric of the good of the whole. Repression of internal demand in Italy was compensated by export-led growth thanks to a strong world demand and a devalued lira. Indeed, Italy's 9.3% growth in real GDP in 1923 opened the doors to 3 years of economic boom. The ensuing deflation in 1926 to 1927 had a negative impact on exports and real GDP, but this fall in business was compensated by wage suppression that guaranteed the endurance of profit rates. Italy's real GDP growth was back to 6.3% in 1928.7. A similar compensatory dynamic characterized the British case, where the austerity-induced economic stagnation that lasted throughout the 1920s was accompanied by stagnating nominal wages. Accordingly, sluggish economic growth did not preclude the enrichment of business owners. Rather, the austerity-induced downturn was vital to securing a turnaround in the relations between capital and labor, which in turn secured the existing wealth of the capitalist class. 9.3. Profit rate in Italy and Britain. The profit rate is calculated by dividing the profit share by the nominal value of the non-dwelling capital stock. On the operation of austerity. In Britain in 1920 to 1922, monetary deflation, combined with a colossal cut in government expenditures, defeated inflation through a massive economic downturn that ushered in a period of unprecedented unemployment. In 1921 national unemployment skyrocketed from 2% to 11.3%. Almost 2.5 million people left the labor force. In the manufacturing sector alone, Britain lost almost 1.3 million jobs that year, almost one-fourth of the entire manufacturing sector. 10 From then on, the number of the officially unemployed averaged around 1.7 million throughout the decade, a number at least twice its pre-war levels. This figure is even more striking considering that Britain during the war was approaching full employment, with the unemployment rate as low as 0.3% in 1916. An immediate consequence of Britain's austerity-induced downturn was the wave of economic coercion that overtook British workers. Amid rising unemployment, organised labour lost much of its political power. By the end of the decade, only 1/4 of the working population was unionised, down from almost 40% after the Great War. The number and intensity of British strikes are a good yardstick to capture the strength and militancy of labour in the post-war years. 11 As illustrated in figures 9.5 and 9.6, both metrics tell a similar story around union participation. In 1919 there were around 2,600,000 workers participating in strikes. By 1927 there was almost a twofold drop. In that year worker strikes reached rock bottom, with only 108,000 workers on the picket lines. The 1926 general strike interrupted this trajectory, but at a larger cost. The general strike is widely regarded as sounding the death knell of class struggle in Britain. 12 Among the casualties of this defeat were the many experiments for alternative forms of economic organizations that were detailed in chapters 3 and 4, from the building guilds to the plans for nationalization and workers' control in mining and other sectors. 9.4. Trade union membership as a percentage of employment in Britain. 9.5. Workers involved in strikes in Italy and Britain. 9.6. Strike intensity in Italy and Britain. The strike intensity is the number of striking workers expressed as a percentage of the total industrial workforce. The arcs of strike occurrence and intensity in Italy are even starker in their illustrations of how, through austerity, workers were disarmed of their tools for social change. Workers' demonstrations reached their peak in 1920, with more than 2.3 million workers in agriculture and industry on strike. 13 A number that represented 12% of the entire workforce and 48.5% of the labor force in capitalist productive sectors. 14 Similar to its British equivalent, the Great Mobilization of Italy's 2 Red Years occurred at a time when the labor market was favorable to workers, unemployment rates were low. Even if the workers' momentum began declining prior to Mussolini's rise to power, it is indisputable that the effects of fascist industrial austerity with the state actively intervening to suppress workforces and wages were devastating. In 1923 the British ambassador to Italy, Sir Ronald William Graham, reported back to his betters in the UK, the first year of the fascista government has shown, in comparison with the preceding 12 months, a decrease in strikes of 75% or in strikers of 90% or and in working days lost of over 97% or resulting in a gain for the nation of 7,089,418 working days and of the continuous employment of 469,750 more men. The international domestic and liberal establishment celebrated the newly found industrial peace described by Graham. His dispatch displayed a sense of contentment. The firm rule of the government has not only maintained order, but has given the innate good sense of the country the opportunity to assert itself. It may be said that 12 months of tranquility is a solid achievement which can justifiably be regarded with satisfaction. By 1927 the fascist labor charter sanctioned the full authoritarian control of the Italian labor force. It is no coincidence then that, according to the official statistics, strikers were almost extinct the following year. Mussolini's industrial austerity forced underpaid work on Italy's population through a form of political coercion that was unthinkable in Britain. The Duce outlawed independent unions and slashed wages by decree. However, intersections between the two examples are abundant. In fact, the austere British government did not fear enacting explicit, repressive labor laws against strikers to complement the economic coercions imposed by the market. On the other hand, once unemployment rose, the Italian state's violent political attacks on dissenting workers were complemented by the economic coercion of impersonal market forces. Notwithstanding the rapid economic growth of the first years of the fascist regime, in 1924 unemployment in Italy was still higher than in 1920.15. Moreover, as we know from Chapter 7, The regime's deflationary turn of 1926 to 1927 combined with further cuts in public budgets represented another blow to the working classes. 16. The political defeats of organized labor in Britain and Italy immediately translated into economic losses. As economic slumps go, these would not have provoked panic from either country's leaders. Wage compression was the central aim and consequence of each state's austerity agenda, and losses in other metrics were part of the process. 17. In Italy there was an uninterrupted fall in real wages that lasted for the whole interwar period, a unique trend among industrial countries. In the 1920s alone, the drop in real daily wages in Italy was almost 15%. The success of fascist austerity in suppressing wages is particularly striking relative to the country's gains in the immediate post-war period. After the 1919 8-hour-day law, in 1921 daily real wages were 50% higher than in 1918, and 35% higher than in 1913. There was an even bigger jump in hourly real wages. In 1921 these wages had almost doubled relative to pre-war years. 18 But by 1923, when Mussolini informally abolished the working hour limit so that employers could begin enforcing longer days of work, the statistical 4% fall in daily real wages in just 2 years didn't fully capture the more marked fall in hourly pay. Workers were working more hours, and netting less pay. While real wages reflect the purchasing power of workers, they don't do justice to the actual cuts in Italian paychecks, and with them the lived experiences of the Italian people, especially the power dynamic between capital and labor. Figure 9.7 maps real wages in Italy from before the war through the 1920s, seemingly telling a story of a predictable leap during the country's red years followed by a plateau, give or take, with the onset of austerity. Wage cuts during this period would have been partially offset by deflation's even more pronounced drop in the prices of consumer goods. But between 1926 and 1928, Italian workers were also forced to accept a drop of 26% in nominal daily wages, thereby undercutting the consumer spending power benefit of deflation. 19 The contrast here with respect to 1921, when Italian workers achieved a 400% increase in nominal industrial daily wages with respect to the pre-war years, is mind-blowing. 20. The same set of factors applies to the British case. Given the economic downturn and deflationary spiral that occurred in Britain, the social implications of austerity and its capacity to offset the impact of workers' mobilization after the war are underrepresented in historical records of real wages. This fact has skewed the telling of this chapter in Britain's history. 9.7. Real wages in Italy, expressed in 1938 lire. The vertical axis on the left depicts the hourly real wages, the one on the right depicts daily real wages. Indeed, the drop in real wages starting in 1920 corresponded to an even greater drop in the disposable income of British households. The concrete impact of austerity is apparent in how quickly the trend in nominal wages was reversed. By 1920 nominal weekly wages for British manual workers had soared 178% from pre-war levels, but then the bulk of such gains were lost within 2 years. By 1923, when monetary austerity and the cuts of the Geddes Acts had taken their toll on expenditures in public health and education, there was a 29% drop in average weekly earnings, with wages stagnating around £2.61 for the rest of the interwar years. Once the population was deprived of key social benefits, many workers lost their jobs, and even those who were able to keep their posts were forced to work harder at lower wages. Here the second axiom of austerity consume less found concrete realization. Most of the country had no choice but to consume less. The reduction in living standards for the majority of the public is illustrated by the measured consumption patterns around basic goods, which declined from already precariously low levels. Statistics of the time reveal that British and Italian citizens really did practice abstinence as their technocratic overlords advised. In Britain, the increase in consumption that occurred during the war years was lost in the years that followed, with no rebound in consumption of basic popular goods for the entirety of the 1920s. Mirroring a trend in Italy, British housing expenditures, which grew by over a third from 1920 to 1930, were the only exception to this larger trend. 21 The difference, of course, is that housing expenses were not a choice, but rather an obligation in light of increased rents. More generally, British domestic consumption demand dropped dramatically in the early years of austerity. From 1919 to 1923, there was a 40% drop that was never regained during the interwar period. 9.8. Real average weekly wages in Britain, expressed in 1913 pounds. The violence inherent in austerity was reflected in poverty rates of the period. While fascism did not recognize the category of poor, 22 Vecca calculates that during the 1920s the percentage of the Italian population in absolute poverty increased to almost 30%, reversing a trend of decreasing poverty that had been ongoing since 1861.23 in Britain. Even the country's modest social inquiries produced alarming results. For example, the Social Survey of Merseyside of 1928, carried out by Liverpool University, reported 16% of the population in poverty, only 2% of whom received any public assistance. Similarly, the new survey of London life and labour, carried out in 1929 to 1930, found that approximately 14% of the population in East London were subject to conditions of privation which, if long continued, would deny them all but the barest necessities and cut them off from access to many of the incidental and cultural benefits of modern progress. The devastating effects of austerity with respect to wages, unemployment, and living standards offer a strong case to question the legitimacy of the endeavour. 24 That it was never questioned reflects the fundamental political motives that drove it. The subordination of the majority was an essential prerequisite to safeguard the smooth function of capital accumulation, and especially to allow the ruling minority to reap the benefits of a return to unadulterated capitalism. Austerity promoted income concentration, filling the pockets of the elites of British and Italian societies. 25 In Italy from 1925 to 1930 there was a noticeable growth in share of total income garnered by the few, with the income of the top 1% growing by 9.6%, the top 0.1% by 29%, and the top 0.05% by 41%. 26 Growth in income concentration continued, even through the onset of the Great Depression in 1929. Such is the rule in the recent history of capitalism. Income data from the two most recent global recessions, the 2008 financial crisis and the 2020 COVID-19 crisis, indicate how, rather than being levelers of income distribution, economic crises only serve to enrich the few and impoverish the many. This is ever more the case when the crises are managed through policies that, under the guise of stimulating the economy, actually perpetuate the old logic of austerity, shift resources from the many to the few. Conclusion. Austerity and its repression of domestic demand were undertaken to defeat more than a simple economic shock. Indeed, the austerity decade that followed World War I in Britain and Italy fully consolidated the bourgeois social order. The economic statistics collated in this chapter corroborate the argument that austerity worked to restore the optimal conditions for capital accumulation, primarily through higher unemployment, lower wages, increased exploitation, and an increase in profit share. Austerity produces the large-scale scarcity that aligns workers with owners' interests. In this sense, austerity's inflation-targeted policies might be better described as rate of exploitation, targeted 27. As Michael Kalecki's 1943 classic article Political Aspects of Full Employment pointedly theorized, a dosage of unemployment is imperative to secure the balance of forces between capital and labor that perpetuates social relations favorable to capital investment, in particular a sufficient discipline of the workforce. Government spending programs and monetary expansions instead challenge this precondition by fostering a tighter labor market. As Kalecki writes, under a regime of permanent full employment, the SAC would cease to play its role as a disciplinary measure. Political tension. 28. The gains of austerity came primarily in the form of replacing political tension with a shallow notion of political stability, which in turn enabled the resurgence of investment. The parallel and intertwined stories of the British and Italian cases reveal that, Notwithstanding their institutional differences, the technocrats in both countries were capable of achieving the same results, as illustrated by the fall in wage shares and consequent rise in profit shares in both countries. While the British Treasury officials mostly relied on the economic coercion of impersonal market forces, the Italian professors benefited from the political coercion of a fascist dictatorship that guaranteed immediate wage repression by force where needed. In both countries, the restoration of capital accumulation came with greater income concentration at the top and lower consumption everywhere else. Of course, as many Keynesian and Marxian economists point out, the repression of internal demand may be problematic for capital accumulation in the long run, as a lack of public and private demand hinders the realization of profit, and thus investment. Point 29. But if this book highlights one thing, it's that the perpetuation of austerity to this day should not be reduced to a matter of irrationality or bad economic theory from the experts who run economies. Austerity is a tool to maintain capitalist social relations of production, to maintain class. In an austere capital order, popular protests may arise, but the protesters face a political landscape that structurally disempowers them. It's hard to protest capitalist austerity when you have to depend on capitalism to survive. As we shall explore in the concluding pages of this book, with the resurgence of austerity in the late 1970s, surges in profit shares and exploitation have been a constant in most countries of the world. Chapter 10. Austerity forever. Needs to remember that their priority is the macroeconomy. When I see them say that they won't raise rates until diversity groups' unemployment rates are appropriate, I get nervous. If they take inflation seriously, monitor closely, and are prepared to cause pain, they will be able to control inflation. Lawrence Summers, interview for Bloomberg Wall Street Week, March 5, 2021. If one subscribes to the argument that austerity is a tool for managing a capitalist economy, as Keynesian economists did and do, then one might believe that the continued deployment of austerity across societies and economies is a form of political irrationality, a wrong economic policy based on wrong economic theory that has never succeeded in achieving its stated ends. Take, for example, the events depicted in this book. Against its promise to stabilize the world economy, the austerity project of the 1920s was a spectacular failure. Its reduction of aggregate demand, in effect its designers intended to introduce, is cited by many as a cause of the Great Depression that began in 1929 and was only really resolved with the economic stimulus of, ironically, another world war. The same assessment of failure can be drawn from near countless economic downturns that have followed austerity revolutions in Latin America and Europe over the past several decades. 1. Argentina's complete economic meltdown in 2002 followed a decade of austerity, one with all the industrial, fiscal, and monetary trappings of the 1920s, including large-scale privatization, exorbitant social cuts, and an interest rate jump from 5.8% in 1996 to 9.4% in 2001. These outcomes seem to affirm the Keynesian view that austerity fails in its purported objective to boost economic growth. But as this book illustrates, austerity's capacity to impose and reinforce class structure is the true measure of its efficacy. It was a servant to, and indeed the primary safeguard of, capital order. In this sense, it was never an irrational calculation. This underlying rationale became evident based on the timing of its emergence, a moment in which capitalism had been challenged at its core. In the war's aftermath, alternatives to capitalism were enticing citizens, not just in Eastern Europe but, as our book has explored, also at the continent's heart, in countries such as Britain and Italy. New economic institutions threatened to destroy the very concept of wage worker and private capital. Austerity was a bulwark against these nascent threats. In the originating cases in Britain and Italy, as in more recent examples, an activist technocratic minority intervened in what they regarded as a world out of order. Under the guise of curtailing inflation and balancing the budget, talking points that remain cornerstones of the expert rhetoric today, economists worked then and now in service of a more essential objective, the subordination of the majority to a prevailing economic order. In other words, When economists peddle austerity as a means to fix the economy, their goal is something more insidious. In describing the austerity-induced economic downturn of 1921, the British economist G.D.H. Cole captures the essence of how austerity moves and shapes a society. The big working class offensive had been successfully stalled off, and British capitalism, though threatened with economic adversity, felt itself once more safely in the saddle and well able to cope, both industrially and politically, with any attempt that might still be made from the labor side to unseat it. Far from irrational, austerity was a wily counter-offensive that protected capitalism and its relations of production against the inroads of democracy. To be sure, austerity successfully disempowered the majority. The austerity trinity, back in action. The interwoven devastations of fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity smothered all forms of class-based activism in 1920s Britain and Italy. In Britain, a handful of remaining strikes sought only to achieve sectional industrial interests, not the full-blown recasting of the organization of production. In Italy, strikes disappeared altogether. Alberto de Stefani expressed pride in this rapid calming, remarking in 1926 that during the last 4 years, the fascist regime has balanced the budget, restored discipline in the labor world, and faced, notwithstanding the sacrifices it entailed, the settlement of war debts. This successful precedent made austerity a popular and recurring toolkit for economies around the globe. This was especially the case starting in the late 1970s, when austerity again came into fashion in the majority of capitalist countries, including Britain and Italy. A full-blown exploration of this later period, especially one that does justice to the many cases of IMF-backed structural reforms in the Global South III, would require a book of its own. However, even a superficial study of the more high-profile cases reveals the persistence of the austerity logic and the tendency of history to repeat. State intervention and public welfare were back in vogue after World War II. In the war's aftermath, both British and Italian organized labor strengthened and bolstered their political sway. The inflationary pressures of the mid-1970s only amplified workers' voices. Union ranks grew, strikes mounted, and so did calls to break away from the presiding capital order. 5. Wages and labor rights continued to flourish throughout the decade. In Italy, the years 1970 to 1977 saw real wages rise at an annual average of about 7%, with the wage share increasing and reaching a high of 70% in 1977. Similar trends were on display in Britain, where workers' activism in the post-war decades brought the national wage share as high as 79% in 1975.6 during the country's so-called Winter of Discontent. From October 1978 to February 1979, strikes occurred on a scale unseen since the General Strike of 1926. In 1979 alone, 4 million people were withholding labor, a figure equaling the combined number of strikers during 1919 and 1920.7. But 1979 also saw the rise of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who famously dismissed workers as idle, deceitful, inferior, and bloody-minded, and rejected talk of class in favor of a focus on personal responsibility. Thatcher inaugurated austerity's comeback in Britain, this time under the counsel of a team of experts that included members of the famed Mont Pelerin Society, an intellectual community regarded by many as the originators of neoliberalism, organized around a commitment to defend the central values of civilization. 9. Nigel Lawson, Thatcher's Chancellor of the Exchequer from 1983 to 1989, spoke in terms similar to his 1920s predecessors, extolling virtues like firm monetary discipline, buttressed by a prudent fiscal stance. In his 1988 budget speech, Lawson enthusiastically recounted the effects of his major business taxation reform of 1984, has given us one of the lowest corporation tax rates in the world. This has encouraged overseas companies to invest in Britain. On that same occasion, he also announced a further extension of regressive taxation, including an abolition of capital duties and a substantial increase in consumption duties, including those on cereals, cigarettes, and hand-rolling tobacco, beer, cider, wine, and spirits. 10 policies, he said, that would tax the bad habits of the working public. Meanwhile, British industrial austerity proliferated. Between 1982 and 1986, experts at the Treasury oversaw more than 22 privatizations of large public sector companies, including the car maker Jaguar, British Telecommunication, and British Gas. Public utilities such as water and electricity were also put up for sale. 11 In 1988 Lawson bragged, "In's 1979 we have privatized getting on for 40% of the state-owned sector of industry," before adding, "Privatization benefits the company, its employees, and the economy as a whole." New laws also allowed employers to sack strikers and reduce dismissal compensation. They forbade workers to strike in support of others and threatened to seize union assets in cases of the perpetuation of unlawful strikes. 12 The first to face a blow were the steel workers in 1980, who lost a 13-week strike battle and paid the price with thousands of jobs. Then in March 1985 came the emblematic capitulation of the miners after a titanic year-long strike. The collapse of the most powerful group of workers in the country changed the face of British labour relations. If, in 1979, half of all British workers were trade unionists and 4.6 million people participated in strikes, by 1998 union members were reduced to less than a third of the workforce, and only 93,000 still partook in strikes. 13 From 1975 to 1996, rates of economic exploitation almost doubled. In those same years the profit rate grew from 21% to 32%. Following the advances of labor in Italy during the 1970s, austerity was reintroduced and was predictably successful in quieting and disciplining the majority. It began with the first adjustments to adhere to the European monetary system in 1979, and from then was vastly strengthened with Italy's commitment to adhere to the 1992 Maastricht Treaty, the founding document of the European Union, steeped in the economic principles of austerity. With the Maastricht Treaty, the EU's 12 member states assumed permanent austere obligations as a matter of multilateral surveillance. 14. Among the men who guided Italy's effort to meet the conditions for EU membership 15 was Mario Draghi, who headed the Italian delegation of the Intergovernmental Conference that gave shape to the Maastricht Treaty. Since then, Draghi has been at the forefront of Italian technocratic power. He served as Director General of the Italian Treasury, Governor of Banca d'Italia, and President of the European Central Bank. On February 5, 2021, Draghi was sworn in as Italian Prime Minister, appointed not via elections, but via direct nomination from the Italian President of the Republic. Draghi continued a trend of non-elected technocratic prime ministers in post-Maastricht Italy, led by senior officials of the Banca d'Italia Carlo Azeglio Ciampi and Lamberto Dini. Together these men implemented austerity reform 16 that targeted the Italian welfare state and tilted the relationship of power to favor capital over labor. While the Italian government drastically reduced expenditure for social interventions, the wage share steadily declined beginning in 1983, reaching a low of 61% in 2001.17. The Italians also introduced industrial austerity measures to promote greater wage and price flexibility. These efforts culminated in the abolition in 1992 of the Scala Mobile. The state also initiated a groundbreaking privatization campaign to restore the country's budgets, increase efficiency, and boost its standing as an EU member. Most national banks and public enterprises, including IRI, ENI, and Enel, were sold off. The establishment of the euro as Italy's currency, which in effect eliminated the country's capacity to regulate its own currency, has increased the country's tendency toward fiscal and industrial austerity measures to meet its economic ends. As with the gold standard during the interwar years, this loss of monetary sovereignty reinforced the necessity to shape people's behaviors through other means and according to an austere political order. All of this came to a head in June 2011, when the Italian people turned out in record numbers to vote on a referendum to halt the privatization of all public utilities, including water, with the objective of transforming them into common goods. It had been more than 50 years since the country had successfully utilized its constitutional instrument of direct democracy in this way. Many read the episode as a significant manifestation of popular agency, or perhaps more radically a step toward a modified organizing of Italian social life. 2 months later, and as had been the case in Italy for nearly a century, the austerity reflex kicked in. On August 5, 2011, at the peak of the debt market crisis, Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi received a highly confidential letter signed by the President of the European Central Bank, Jean-Claude Trichet, and his designated successor, Mario Draghi. The letter declared the gravity of the hour, and called for necessary and bold action essential to restore the confidence of investors. The ECB had leverage on its side. If Italy softened on its austerity reforms, then the central bank would stop buying back Italian bonds. The bank's demands were clear: Italy was to display harsh fiscal rigor and, the letter suggested, undertake constitutional reform that would make budget rules more stringent. The letter called for privatization on a large scale of local public services, including public utilities and water. It also demanded an overhaul of restrictive rules on hiring, firing, and wage bargaining, and required Italy to reduce the cost of its public employees by curbing wages if necessary. Whereas Mussolini's government succeeded in 1922 at implementing the international austerity agenda largely conceived by foreign interests, Berlusconi was less successful at achieving similar goals in 2011. The pressures from the ECB, combined with the financial market's speculation on Italian bonds, forced him to resign that November. He was succeeded as prime minister, though again, not through election, by Bocconi University economist Mario Monti, who sought substantial restructuring of the roots of economy in favor of productivity and competitiveness. Monti's actions bring to mind those of De Stefani, who in 1922 was willing to sacrifice anyone, especially the weaker members of society, to gain financial credibility abroad. While De Stefani invoked the conscious renunciation of the rights gained by the crippled, the invalids, the soldiers, so, in similar fashion, did Monti cut the funds of those suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. When asked about the social impact of this reform, his answer was simple: it was nothing but the consequence of resource constraints due to the immoral behavior of the Italian citizens who, up to that moment, had protected their privileges and acted cunningly. 19 The refrain sounds familiar: crises are attributed to people living beyond their means and refusing to work productively. Ensuing governments, including those led by the Italian Democratic Party, pressed on with austerity. For example, Matteo Renzi's Jobs Act of 2014 reversed the historic rights of the 1970 Statute of the Workers, making it legal to fire workers at any time for economic reasons. As precarious forms of work and underemployment boomed, real wages plummeted by 4.3% between 2010 and 2017.20. The impact of these austerity years on the standard of living of the Italian population is visible in the official data on real per capita consumption, which fell rapidly between 2011 and 2014, a 7% drop. 21. Italian austerity was far from an externality imposed by the economic troika. Within Italy, the intellectual hold of the country's austere economists, the so-called Bocconi boys, continues to dominate debates around politics and economy, both domestic and international. That Bocconi University proudly maintains the tradition of Luigi Einaudi, who taught public finance there from 1902 to 1925, is no small part of this. Like their predecessors in the 1920s, Italian economists such as Alberto Alesina, Silvia Ardagna, Carlo Favero, Francesco Giavazzi, and Guido Tabellini have served as prominent advisors to the IMF, the World Bank, and the ECB, entrenching a core belief that economic growth requires a public majority to accept working harder for lower wages. 22. Disempowering apolitical theory. The economic experts at the Brussels and Genoa conferences would not have envisioned themselves as subordinating the will of the majority as such. Rather, in the dissonance that is common among economists, they would have seen their reforms as grounded in an elevated understanding of how the world works. These fathers of today's mainstream economics presented austerity policies as the outcome of theory that was objective and neutral, a worldview that transcended class relations. Their stated urge to tame men, in turn, was not domination, but rather a necessity for an organized society, something above mere politics or class. Such is the manner of depoliticization. It served to conceal economic coercion under the guise of building consensus, in this case, as elsewhere, for the disempowerment of the many. However, a theory that masquerades as being above class is also a theory that fails to account for class in its theoretical framework. That austerity came to exist in the shadow of the Great War, a class-agnostic economic framework deployed for a moment of unprecedented class conflict, demonstrated the imperiousness, and deniability, of its originators. Economists renaturalized capital as a social relation by walling off its alternatives. While El Orden Nuevo theorized labor as the source of value for employers and criticized exploitation as a structural trap for workers, economists portrayed these relationships as equal exchanges among equal individuals, a road to prosperity for all those who demonstrated a rational capacity to optimize. Economists modeled the market society as one in which all people, if sufficiently rational and virtuous, could potentially thrive. This seemingly emancipatory insight was actually among the most classist. Social hierarchies were reflections of individual merit, meaning that those who weren't at the top didn't deserve to be. The saver entrepreneurs' profits were the products of their virtuous behavior, the same behaviors that signed workers' paychecks and propelled the economy. No physical weapon could have been as powerful as this theoretical framework in removing agency from workers and justifying private profit. The message is one that today we have all internalized: if enough effort is exercised, we can elevate ourselves to become part of the saving and investing class. Those who fail to do so can blame only themselves. Current economic models continue to reinforce our passive acceptance of this capital order. In the example of the Bocconi boys, the set of influentially austere Italian economists whose profiles were ascendant starting in the late 1970s, their theories reflect an assumption that savers investors hold the key to economic prosperity. It remains the through line in their theories. Point 23. It follows logically that the purpose of economic policy is to shift resources from the majority to an economic minority. Cuts in social spending, Alberto Alesina wrote, signal that tax rates won't have to rise in the future, thus spur investors to be more active. Point 24. Specifically, to boost profit expectations, governments have incentives to cut the most politically sensitive components of the budget: transfers and government wages and employment. The overall message here is explicit: cuts in social spending and labor costs not only boost the profits of the select few, they also serve as a control over the majority, who otherwise would slack off. Point 25. The interconnection between fiscal and industrial austerity. 26 assures the maximum disciplinary effects of market forces. Here again Alesina and colleagues offer a playbook for economic control: decrease in government employment reduces the probability of finding a job if not employed in the private sector, and a decrease in government wages decreases the worker's income if employed in the public sector. In both cases, they note, the wage demanded by the union for private sector workers decreases, increasing profits, investment, and competitiveness. The experts are clear: in the name of the good of the whole, wage moderation, no more Christmas-related extra payments, and a higher retirement age were all desirable policies. As Alesina once mused, if the French think that they can keep retiring at 60, they're kidding themselves. Unlike austerity's early architects, whose theories were framed as operating on a level above class, these latter-day austerity hawks demonstrate awareness of how their policy prescriptions affect the working class. Fiscal adjustment may increase income inequality, wrote Alesina and Roberto Perotti in 1995, noting also that the share of profits in the business sector increases and that the wage share falls during the adjustment and remains lower after, relative to before. These class effects correspond to the most efficient conditions for capital order. Buried in the technical jargon and technocratic publishing outlets where these policy statements are made, Alesina and his colleagues demonstrate the same distrust for the working classes that Luigi Einaudi and Maffeo Pantaleoni displayed after the Great War. In one scientific paper written for the International Monetary Fund, Alzina denounces the culture of dependency of people in the south of Italy, a trait he argues is enabled by expansionary policies that further discourage entrepreneurship. The less individuals are prepared to face the market, the more they prefer public jobs. Furthermore, it generates a powerful constituency of public employees and their unions who are typically opposed to market-oriented policies and more flexibility in the labor market. Austerity has been animated since its beginnings by anxiety about the wills and actions of entitled citizens. In the words of its bard, Alzina, austerity arms experts and leaders with the tools to protect economic decisions from people's unavoidable political pressures to pursue short-run expansionary policies. Anti-democracy and authoritarianism. As Pantaleoni put it bluntly in 1920, economic policy making could not be at once popular and exact. The problem of political democracy was that people did not understand what was in their best interests. They had to be kept away from economic decisions for their own good. Today's austerity politics remain grounded in a drive to shield economic governance from popular opinion to keep the economy from getting political. In Italy, where political successions already proceed in anti-democratic ways, the anti-democratic ideas of 1920s technocrats continue to be reinvented with new sophistication. As part of an ongoing and tireless academic effort that began in the early 1980s and is still underway, austerity hawk economists have advanced a notion that electoral democracies have an intrinsic tendency toward accumulating debt and are therefore economically inefficient. In the words of one noteworthy paper, lack of fiscal discipline is almost exclusively found in countries governed by representational democracies. These sentiments evoke Pantaleoni's at the 1920 Brussels conference, where socialism is strong, where democracy is strong, public finance will go the wrong way. While the Italian professors under fascism found immunity from democratic liability in an authoritarian government that allowed them to directly implement their models, the British version of technocracy centered on a campaign for economic management in the hands of independent central banks, a campaign that was then exported all over the globe. Blackett's efforts with the Indian Central Bank were matched by Niemeyer's similar efforts in Eastern Europe, Australia, Brazil, and Argentina. The universal link between austerity and political repression that went unconcealed under fascism but was buried in policies elsewhere reveals how the economic treatment of Italian citizens was not so different from the one that the British experts envisioned for their own people. Even if different in implementation, the Italian and the British technocrats shared a common purpose: imposing sacrifice on the majority of the public. Both did so without any real rebuke. Once people were removed from the decision-making process, the models of pure economics could reassert the primacy of the market, letting it function as it should, i.e., unabated and free from worker demands. In their view, economic freedom was more important than political freedom, especially the political freedom to manage the economy democratically. In fact, these economists understood economic freedom not in the Gramscian sense, where economic freedom meant emancipating the majority from exploitation, but rather as the protection of the saving and investing minority and the unfettered free market in which this minority operated. In other words, economic freedom meant the operation of capital accumulation, which required the economic coercion inherent to wage relations and thus the unfreedom of the popular classes. The technocrats' conception of economic freedom was indeed incompatible with any empowerment of the majority. The British Treasury experts could forego physical violence because they used interest rates and the budget to knock workers out of their jobs and social securities. Even in settings of elite liberal capitalism, experts are still protective of the power to tweak the dials of macroeconomic management, and they develop similar strategies to hide them from popular view. The insulation of central bank independence is a trope of the austerity project to this day. A vast literature almost unanimously praises the social desirability of excluding citizens from monetary decisions, favoring instead an agent whose preferences are more inflation-averse than our society's preferences. The Constitution of the European Central Bank, which since 1999 has served as the sole issuing institution of all European member states, represented a huge achievement for the technocratic austerity set. The ECB operates with a mandate and structure that draws on the Austrian template of the 1920s. Since the Maastricht Treaty, the ECB retains formal independence from elected officials, so as to operate without prejudice in favor of price stability, its primary mandate. This constitution also forbids European Council representatives from being a part of the ECB's council. It also explicitly forbids the ECB board to receive any instruction from either community or national political institutions. Point 27 Political independence is accompanied by economic independence. 28 The ECB has no obligation to finance the member nations' public deficits, thus heavily restricting expansionary fiscal policy within its states. Point 29 The EU era has also given austerity hawks a window to advance institutional reforms that explicitly strike at the foundations of democratic principles, political guardrails that, especially in Italy, were formalized to mark a distance from the country's fascist past. Similar to fascist economists in the early 1920s, these contemporary figures advocate for electoral reforms to diminish proportional representation and to rewrite countries' constitutions to include an obligation to a balanced budget. Italy implemented both policies in the 2010s. In times of greater popular contestation against capital order, the only route to accomplish these austerity ends was the endorsement of authoritarianism. The script of austere fascist Italy was replayed under Augusto Pinochet's military dictatorship in Chile, which was ushered in by the bombardment of the Palacio de la Moneda on September 11, 1973, to remove Salvador Allende, the socialist president who was then the leader of a popular struggle for social redistribution and resocialization of large sectors of the economy. The coup opened the doors for the Chicago Boys, a select group of Chilean economists trained at the University of Chicago under neoclassical gurus Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger, to implement their ladrillo, a brick-like document outlining a fierce austerity plan that successfully smothered the Chilean alternative to capitalism. Chile's Museum of Memory and Human Rights, opened in 2010 in Santiago, commemorates the human costs of a regime enabled in order to enact Chilean austerity. More than 40,000 people died, disappeared, or suffered repression during Pinochet's dictatorship. When asked about these incidents, Chilean economist Rolf Lutters, himself a Chicago boy and a former minister of finance under Pinochet, lucidly pointed to the connection between austerity and political coercion, and if you ask me if you justify the human rights violations. No, I find them awful. But it seems to me that it would not have been possible to make the change that was made in Chile without an authoritarian regime. The change he refers to brought about the usual proceedings of austerity, a surge of unemployment, accompanied by a rise in exploitation, which from 1971 to 1985 almost doubled. In those years the share of corporate profits rose from 31.4% to 42.4%. 30 The proportion of wages decreased by 17.6% while the proportion of profits increased by 10%. The poverty rate increased from 20% to 44%. 31 The mingling of authoritarianism, economic expertise, and austerity is a recurring trend in modern history. It is seen in the case of the Berkeley-trained economists working under Suharto's dictatorship in Indonesia, as well as the dramatic story of the assertion of capital order in Russia after the dissolution of the USSR. In that instance, the government of Boris Yeltsin effectively declared war on Russian legislators who opposed the IMF-backed austerity agenda that Yeltsin courted to stabilize the Russian economy. The peak of Yeltsin's assault against democracy came in October 1993, when the president called in tanks, helicopters, and 5,000 soldiers to rain fire on the Russian parliament. The attack killed more than 500 people and left many more wounded. Once the ashes settled, Russia was under unchecked dictatorial rule. Yeltsin dissolved the recalcitrant parliament. 32 Suspended the constitution, disbanded the constitutional court, shut down newspapers, and jailed his political opposition. 33 Much as it did with Mussolini's dictatorship in the 1920s, The Economist had no qualms in justifying Yeltsin's strongman actions as the only path that could guarantee capital order. Mr. Yeltsin had to choose between smashing his rival with force or seeing himself, his government and any prospect of reform destroyed. Mr. Yeltsin's opposition was a bizarre coalition of extremists of every kind, more than a few of whom, to Western eyes, seemed downright crazy. The threat, in the end, was extreme, and so, necessarily, was the response. The article concluded, these gains, the restoration of Mr. Yeltsin's power to govern and renewed progress in economic reform, are great indeed. 34 In the months that followed, as The Economist doted on the rapid privatization of Russian industries, data from the World Bank showed that unemployment had reached double digits. 35 If, in 1987 to 1988, 2% of the Russian people lived in poverty, by 1993 to 1995 the number reached 50%, in just 7 years half the Russian population became destitute. 36 In the same period, non-wage income rose from 5% to 23% of GDP. 37 These immediate, devastating effects of austerity were no surprise. They were the scripted results of the Economists' consensus, as Lawrence Summers defined it in 1994 while he served as a Treasury official during Bill Clinton's administration. Summers was adamant that, for Russia, the three Asians, privatization, stabilization, and liberalization, must all be completed as soon as possible. Maintaining the momentum of reform is a crucial political problem. 38 As a foreign interest, the United States was keen to solve this crucial problem. President Clinton passed billions in aid to Yeltsin. 39 And USAID lavishly funded the Harvard Institute for International Development, directed by the economist Jeffrey Sachs, to advise Yeltsin's austerity project. In her essay What is Authority?, the 20th century political theorist Hannah Arendt wrote, "The search for the best form of government reveals itself to be the search for the best government for philosophers, the people doing the search, which turns out to be the governments in which philosophers have become the rulers of the city." For austere economic experts imposing their wills on transitional economies since the 1920s, the process is very much the same. At the very moment their supposedly pure knowledge of transcendent economic ideas is applied to governing the real world, it quickly becomes clear that economic ideas are not really transcendent after all. While these economists may refute the suggestion of an agenda in these moments, their keenly political interventions reveal them, no matter how they may want the story to be told, as inescapably party to a struggle to preserve capital order, seemingly the only form of social order they can conceive of. The austerity impulse is present even where it appears otherwise. So far in the 21st century, two financial crises have been met with economic responses labeled Keynesian for their decisions to spend rather than cut. But some old habits don't die. After 2008, governments took care to save financial institutions first, thereby draining resources from the public in the years that followed. The rationale for such activities perfectly matched those that we have encountered in this book, a shift of resources from the many to the few. The same austerity pattern emerged during the response to COVID-19. Public resources were lavishly spent to fund financial institutions and large-scale corporations, while the public majority was left with meager crumbs. In the U.S., the CARES Act of April 2020 allocated $790 billion as loans and guarantees to large businesses and tax breaks, an unprecedented amount. Meanwhile, the funds allocated for the 160 million American households that qualified for direct payments was less than a third of that. 40 Amid mounting unemployment, the global shortfall in employment increased by 144 million jobs in 2020. Downward pressure on wages grows and the prospects for private profits are revived. Inequality reached unprecedented new highs during the pandemic, and in June 2021 the International Labour Organization reported that relative to 2019, an estimated additional 108 million workers are now extremely or moderately poor, meaning that they and their family members are having to live on less than $3.20 per day in purchasing power parity terms. 42 An analysis from the Institute for Policy Studies around the same time showed that between March 2020 and March 2021 the world's 2,365 billionaires enjoyed a $4 trillion boost to their wealth, increasing their fortunes by 54%. 43 As austerity takes more sophisticated forms, it remains a boon for a predictable few. Soaring public deficits that have mounted due to COVID will call for harsher austerity in the near future. In February 2021, the Harvard economist Summers, speaking at Princeton University about the inflationary risks of the Biden administration's proposal to issue a cash stimulus to the American public, told the audience there is no compelling economic case for a stimulus. If governments were to provide households with more than what they need, those households' spending would throw off the delicate stasis of the economy. The spending propensity out of would be far greater than the spending propensity economists usually estimate from wealth, which is driven by fluctuations in the stock market. 44 Spending by people who shouldn't spend, Summers warns, would cause inflationary harm to the economy of the wealthy. A century after Ralph Hawtrey, Summers's fears and predictions match the Hawtreyan scoldings that undergird much of this book's arguments. These ideas are neither wrong nor irrational, per se. They are merely the expression of a very clear worldview, one whose global primacy is maintained by a century-long project in economic austerity. It is grounded firmly in the most dismal parts of the dismal science, those that keep people entrenched within a status quo. This book has detailed a set of influential economic patterns that are pervasive across the globe and that shape our daily lives. Contrary to what the proponents of austerity would have us think, however, the socio-economic system we live in is not inevitable, nor is it to be grudgingly accepted as the only way forward. Austerity is a political project arising out of the need to preserve capitalist-class relations of domination. It is the outcome of collective action to foreclose any alternatives to capitalism. It can thus be subverted through collective counteraction. The study of its logic and purpose is a first step in that direction. Afterward, by telling the story of post-World War I reconstruction through a new lens of austerity, the capital order transcends the canonical disciplinary boundaries between political economy, economic history, and history of economic thought, as well as labor and social history. If these efforts are successful, then the result would expand, critique, and sometimes depart from entrenched scholarly conversations. In addition to its central contribution of offering an alternative understanding and approach to austerity, this book requires a rethinking of the relationship between Keynesianism and neoliberalism, the history of neoliberalism, the history of the interwar period, and especially the history and nature of Italian fascism. In the first place, the lens of austerity is a powerful tool by which to reassess the history of political economy in the 20th and 21st centuries. It provides fertile grounds to begin a reappraisal of the all-too-familiar narrative of the century-long confrontation between two opposing economic traditions, the neoliberal tradition and the Keynesian tradition. If we focus on austerity's primary objective, that is, the foreclosure of alternatives to capitalism through depoliticization, commonalities emerge. These commonalities can be traced back to Keynes himself, who, as we know, was a prominent interlocutor of the experts at the British Treasury and whose insights on effective demand were heavily influenced by Ralph Hawtrey. We've seen how, after the Great War, Keynes shared with his fellow austere British experts a real terror of the collapse of the capital order. The book In the Long Run We Are All Dead articulates how this existential anxiety is a constant of contemporary Keynesianism, given that no other social order outside of capitalism is really conceivable. Certainly, Keynes did break with the Treasury's orthodoxy on the grounds of his rejection of Say's law. Indeed, the downturn of the 1930s, when the world financial system was in collapse and unemployment was rampant in most of the industrial countries, deeply affected his thinking, to the point that he describes the general theory as the outcome of a long struggle of escape from habitual modes of thought and expression. He theorized the need for state intervention to boost effective demand, boost macroeconomic stability, and thus secure adequate investment of entrepreneurs' available private savings. However, Keynes never strayed far from the deepest kernels of the austerity project. Keynes endorsed the most fundamental technocratic impulses. Like his austere colleagues, Keynes's economic theory expelled the notion of class conflict and concealed class repression. By disregarding the labor theory of value and the importance of exploitation to explain capital accumulation, Keynes's model accepts the principle that the engine of the economic machine is the entrepreneur and his economic investments, the key to the prosperity of all. In the general theory, deficient effective demand is ultimately due to a lack of investment on the part of entrepreneurs. It follows that the objective of macroeconomic management is to create an optimal investment environment, i.e., a political and social atmosphere that is congenial to the average businessman. Unlike many of the radical reconstructionists studied in Chapter 2, Keynes's advocacy for state intervention was not the advocacy to emancipate political priorities from economic ones. Quite the contrary, the domain of the political was functional to the reproduction of the capital order, an order led by the virtuous few. Thus, in line with the very foundations of austerity, in the Keynesian framework, workers lose economic primacy in the reproduction of capitalism. This loss of economic agency entails a loss of political agency that is handed over to the economic experts. Like his austere colleagues, Keynes is confident that economists are the guardians of classless truths, that they know what is good for the people and should be in charge of economic decisions on their behalf. This means that problems of poverty and unemployment which deeply affect the concrete lives of people are exempt from the political discourse, and are understood as a technical issue to be addressed in the expert realm of reason and reasonableness. Thus, the urge to depoliticize the economic domain persists as a key solution to preserve the social order. Once the capitalist state is neutralized as a suprahistorical institution in the hands of experts who can manage the economy for the good of the whole, the state is no longer viewed as the terrain of class struggle, but as the instrument of illuminated technocrats. It is fascinating to note that the very foundation to speak about a big break of Keynesianism with respect to austerity, i.e., the support of a greater role for the state as an economic actor, emerges from the same technocratic intuition: the pillars of capitalism have to be safeguarded, and people should accept the rule of experts. The consequences of a technocratic approach to economic knowledge are visible in the new Keynesian stream of thinkers. For example, the 1984 article by the eminent economists Carl Shapiro and Joseph Stiglitz, "Equilibrium Unemployment as a Worker Discipline Device," tellingly formulated at the height of the Reagan-Thatcher crusade against organized labor, naturalizes unemployment. The disciplinary equilibrium rate of unemployment ensues as the natural product of the rational decisions of representative agents, certainly not the outcome of the exercise of capitalist power or class conflict. Given the informational asymmetry, and given the tendency of workers to shirk, the status quo is vindicated as a rational economic outcome. In line with the mainstream neoclassical framework, new Keynesian economists model workers as being selfish, opportunistic, and lazy. It is a short leap to incorporate in the theoretical framework to remove the necessity for workers to accept economic sacrifices, especially wage compression and monitoring, for the cause of the greater good. If the lens of austerity permits one to put in question the separation of the Keynesian and neoliberal frameworks, it also certainly makes room for a reassessment of neoliberalism's history and its origins that Quinn Slobodian's globalists recently revamped. Indeed, reconstructing the austerity project in the immediate aftermath of the Great War allows us to shift the conversation about the longue durée of neoliberalism into the terrain of class struggle and think of the history of capitalism of the 20th and 21st century in this light. One crucial and often neglected element is the magnitude of the existential threat to capitalism immediately after the Great War, reconstructed in the first half of this book. Slobodian emphasizes the effort to guarantee international economic integration and global governance via a legal institutional framework in the face of a crumbling Habsburg Empire. Unlike globalists, this book studies how, outside of Eastern and Central Europe, it was class conflict rather than new nation-states that challenged the existing order to its core. Under the guidance of economic experts, austere states actively intervened through economic policies that were key to secure the material disciplining of the majority through an expropriation of resources and wage curtailment. These policies, and the economic theories that justified them, were vital to revive a smooth functioning of capital accumulation, guaranteeing a flow of goods and property rights, both domestically and globally. By telling the story of post-World War I reconstruction through the lens of austerity, this book has demonstrated how austerity was, and remains, an elaborate exercise in class domination. It is unquestionably more pernicious than the traditional telling of this story, one in which an international coalition worked to re-establish the gold standard after the war with the operating intention of securing and stabilizing global international exchanges. As this book shows through archival and newly translated material, this gold effort was a surface manifestation of something deeper, a technocratic collaboration that successfully foreclosed alternatives to capitalism. The dramatic events of the 1929 economic crash and the Great Depression that followed have attracted no shortage of scholarly attention, a focus that has obscured some of the political and ideological dynamics of the years before the Depression and following the Great War. The choice to focus this book on the early 1920s to the exclusion of later years does not take away from this period's relevance to understanding the Depression, as readers will find. A study of austerity serves to untangle the precipitating factors that promoted the crash and exacerbated the Depression. This is true for Britain, for Italy, and also for the United States, a country that remains in the background of the story but deserves more scrutiny to fully complete the puzzle of the origins of the austerity project as one of class repression. Montgomery and Migone provide good grounds to continue such excavation. Finally, this study contributes to debates and reassessments around the history and nature of Italian fascism as well as its economic agenda, especially timely given the centennial anniversary of Mussolini's rise to power in October 1922. Traditional historiography envisages a discontinuity between fascism's initial laissez-faire period and the corporativist epoch that followed in Italy. By viewing this same period through a lens of austerity, in terms of both economic policies and economic ideology, one can observe greater coherence across these two different phases. Austerity, in fact, is the thing that ties the two together. It embodied the active intervention of the state to reinforce capital accumulation through privatizations, bailouts of financial industrial complexes, monetary deflation, and especially coercive control of labor. Speaking broadly, the nationalist slant of fascist austerity emerges through the sacrifice of the majority for the saving/investing minority, who purported to represent the interests of the whole nation. Our story supports the notion that the interwar economy's truly fascist element was its coercive control of the labor force. Recent scholarship points in a similar direction. It departs from the common understanding of the 1930s as different from the 1920s because of greater social spending. Indeed, it traces the continuities in fascist policies across the 1920s and 1930s by highlighting the gaps between the propaganda of social policy intervention in the 1930s and the paucity and ineffectiveness of state redistributive policies, which actually worsened the living standards of the population. Of course, this discussion about fascist economic policies is closely connected to debates on the nature of fascist economic theories, too. In this domain, my work further corroborates the scholarship of the Italian political scientist Luca Michelini, who writes, "The relationship between fascism and economic science cannot be identified with the issue of the birth and affirmation of corporativist doctrine, although that was of considerable importance. No less important, however, was the part played by the fascist right, starting with its founder, Pantaleoni, and passing through those authors and journals that wanted to adapt their theoretical and political teaching to the changing times. Indeed, the fascist right is what I call austere fascism. Such an austere strand of fascist economic theory took direct inspiration from the fathers of pure economics. Moreover, it did not just inform the first liberal years of fascist economic policies, its influence continued during the corporativist phase, as is reflected in the regime's economic policies. The classist corporative state would safeguard private profit and guarantee the subordination of workers, the core objectives of Pantaleoni's and Pareto's austerity project. Such a historical inquiry into the relationship between pure economics, austerity, and fascism is all the more important if we keep in mind that pure economics constitutes the grammar of present-day mainstream economic thought. Acknowledgements. The capital order is the result of much personal sacrifice and profound solidarity among a vast transatlantic community of scholars. Thinking about the many years that went into completing this all-consuming project, my heart is warmed at the thought of so many mentors and friends who have filled my life with encouragement, insight, and joy. I would like to thank a few of them in chronological order. First and foremost, I am grateful to Professor Giorgio Lungini, my first academic mentor, who introduced me to the history of economic thought when I was studying philosophy at the University of Pavia and who pushed me to pursue a PhD in economics. It was in fact during my years as a doctoral student at the Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies, Pisa, that the inspiration for this book first emerged. In 2013, a time when my country was undergoing profound austerity restructuring, I first encountered Gianni Toniola's L'economia dell'Italia fascista. It occurred to me that the parallels between Mussolini's time and our own, while striking, were unexplored. I am grateful to each member of the Sant'Anna scholarly community for keeping me motivated at the earliest and therefore most daunting stages of my research. I am perhaps most indebted to Giovanni Dossi, my main supervisor in Sant'Anna, for innumerable fruitful discussions and for his critical spirit that challenged me to keep searching for the right approach to my work. I cherish the enriching conversations with Alessandro Nuvolari, Andrea Roventini, Alessio Mineta, and Francesco Lamperti. The exchanges with the historians of economic thought Riccardo Fauci and Luca Michelini made a difference in those years. However, I would have never found the strength to persist in my work, even in the moments of deeper confusion and self-doubt, especially concerning my eclectic approach that never fit in any disciplinary canon, without the crucial help of Nicola Giocoli and George Pedden, both of whom adopted me as a thesis supervisee. Their passionate scholarly conversations and generous help in revising and editing drafts was a most precious gift. I have fond memories of my time in Calendar as a guest of George and his wife Alison, when I was well fed and learned how to best approach archival research while taking long walks in the Scottish Plains. Acknowledgements. During my 2-year stay in Rome, where I undertook much of the archival work that informs this book, the regular mentorship of Pierluigi Siacca was the biggest honor I could have hoped for. The almost weekly visits in his magnificent office filled with books in Corso Vittorio inspired both personal and scholarly enthusiasm for the project. Thanks to Pierluigi's support, I was able to access the library of the Banca d'Italia, a magical environment where the rarest books can be retrieved. In those years, the encounters with Gianni Toniola and Robert Skidelsky, two leaders of their field, were another immense scholarly treat. The support of the Young Scholar Initiative of the Institute for New Economic Thinking, which generously funded conferences and workshops, boosted my enthusiasm for this research immeasurably. I would like to thank all of the members of the YSI community for all the exciting intellectual exchanges, in particular Robert Johnson and Jay Pocklington for their dedication to a project that deeply inspires young thinkers. This book would never have taken the form it has without the life-changing experience of being hired in 2016 as an assistant professor in the economics department of the New School for Social Research, where I refined a Marxian perspective in political economy. I am enormously grateful to everyone involved in the hiring process, and especially to Anwar Sheikh, who believed in my work from the moment he read the first draft of my PhD thesis. Indeed, persistent interlocution with my colleagues Anwar Sheikh and Duncan Foley was crucial for refining my theoretical lens. I am especially grateful for Duncan's dedication in the latest book writing process, his meticulous comments on every chapter and our regular lunches on the Upper West Side to discuss the material are among my best memories of this intellectual adventure. Of course, I cannot go without thanking my colleagues Ying Chen, Teresa Ghilarducci, Paulo dos Santos, Willie Semler, Mark Setterfield, Sanjay Reddy, and Will Milberg for their insights and especially for their professional support. Acknowledgements. Among the most remarkable characteristics of the New School for Social Research is the tightly knit scholarly and human community that goes well beyond the department and the discipline. The conversations with philosophers Cinzia Arruzza, Richard Bernstein, and Sandro Mezzadra, historians Aaron Jakes, Emma Park, and Julia Ott, political scientists Andrew Arato, Quinton Bruno, Carlos Ferment, and Andreas Calavaz have been eye-opening and tremendously joyful. The academic year I spent at the Institute for Advanced Studies in 2018 to 2019 was a blessing, a temporary escape from hectic New York life in which I could find the peace of mind that allowed me to transform scattered pieces of research into systematic chapters. Munira Kayat, Rima Majd, Daniel Aldana Cohen, Maggie Hennefeld, David Bond, Didier Fassin, Nicola Di Cosmo, and Miles Jackson are great scholars and friends who have made my experience at IAS unique. Special thanks are due to Marcia Tucker, head librarian at IAS, whose professionalism and devotion allowed me to systematically uncover hidden research material. I am grateful for all the Monday mornings Marcia and I spent discussing weekly research goals and the primary sources to investigate. Her capacity to find the most precious archival material, up until the very end of the writing process, is what made this book as rich as it is. During that academic year I received an invitation to participate in the Remark Institute's Kandersteg seminar titled Revisiting 1919, where the conversations with Susan Peterson and many other participants left a positive trace. Acknowledgements. I would like to recognize the indispensable role of Sam Salur, who in the year at IAS and beyond has been the greatest source of inspiration, an intellectual and emotional pillar in my life and a true comrade. With him I was able to transform my research into a systematic intellectual endeavor. The full extent of my gratitude for his care, dedication, and patience is beyond verbalization. In January 2020, when I was back in New York, overworked by teaching and immensely worried about my tenure process, I received a life-changing email from Chad Zimmerman, brilliant executive editor at the University of Chicago Press, inquiring into my work. In addition to his unbridled enthusiasm for the project, Chad's editorial and intellectual sagacity made the book what it is. I cannot thank Chad enough for his constructive and creative engagement, but most especially for his unwavering support. I am immensely grateful to Zvi Ben-Dor Benite for his kindness and generosity during the earliest months of the editorial process. In the last phases of writing the manuscript, a couple of workshops with close friends and colleagues gave me indispensable input. For their friendship and dedication I thank Basma N. Radwan, Alex Zavin, Luca Falciola, Carlo Invernizzi, Amanda Fontanella-Kahn, Quinton Bruno, Aaron Jakes, Nick Mulder, Jeremy Kessler, Barnaby Rain, Sayavash Radpour, Andreas Kalavaz, and Teddy Pakin. Special thanks to Homa Zargami, whose input, especially for the book proposal, was vital, and to Adam Tuz, who not only sparked one of the most exciting historical discussions at my manuscript workshop, but whose influence over these last years has been of incalculable value for my intellectual development. I am most grateful to James Galbraith for his friendship, unequivocal intellectual prowess, and encouraging feedback throughout these years of research and writing. Thank you to Stephen Mearden for his generosity in friendship and intellectual collaboration, to Susan Howson for having read and commented on my manuscript with important critical insight, and to Giacomo Gabuti whose feedback and expertise, especially for the quantitative chapter, was invaluable. Giacomo organized a workshop in Oxford in October 2019 on the Italian economy under fascism that opened the door for a holistic exchange of ideas among scholars in the field. A special thanks to Professor Roberto Marchionati, an authority in the history of economic thought, for enriching and thorough conversations in his office at the Fondazione Luigi Einaudi in Turin, the center he runs. I also thank all of the staff of the Fondazione for their prompt practical help in the research. Acknowledgements. My deepest and most sincere thanks go to my graduate student Aditya Singh, a brilliant up-and-coming political economist, whose daily support made the final writing process a joyful experience and without whose presence this book would never have been delivered with the timing that it was. I also thank Lauren Sweeger Hollingsworth, Cesar Garcia, Ricardo Hernandez, Lauren Johnston, Penelope Kiritzis, and Mark Triller, my talented graduate students at the New School, whose critique and feedback was most timely. A final word on Gianfranco Mattei. At the young age of 27, Gianfranco was already a professor of chemistry at the Polytechnic School of Milan and collaborating with his comrades in the GAP at their secret site at Via Santa Giulia 25 BS, Rome, to design bombs to be used against the fascists. It was not long before a whistleblower compromised him and his comrades. he was taken to the infamous prison of Via Tasso, where the fascist militia brutally tortured members of the political opposition to obtain information about the mounting anti-fascist resistance. Gianfranco is my great-uncle, child of my great-grandmother Clara Mattei, whose name I carry. Following 2 days of constant brutalization, Gianfranco hanged himself with his belt rather than betray his comrades in the resistance. His last words, written on the back of a check and surreptitiously passed to his cellmate, were for his parents, Siat 40, Sapenduce lo sono stato anch'io. The memory of his courageous sacrifice to protect his comrades, his resolute battle against the oppressor, and his selfless dedication to changing the world for all animates my life with personal and political purpose. To my great-uncle Gianfranco Mattei, and to revolutionaries everywhere, I dedicate this book.